Chapter 1. A world brimming with enchantment and a realm imbued with fantastical hues, nestled deep within the distant and enigmatic cosmos, lies a world reminiscent of a resplendent gem, forgotten by time. It radiates an alluring and captivating brilliance, beckoning countless intrepid adventurers and inquisitive explorers, with a profound reverence and yearning for the unknown, embark upon this enchanting land to unveil its intricately layered and inscrutable veils. The sky of this extraordinary world is not the monotonous blue we are accustomed to, but rather a vibrant and ever-changing canvas during the day. Colossal clouds, resembling cotton candy, yet shimmering with otherworldly luminescence, drift across the heavens. These clouds seem animated by magic, morphing into myriad shapes and colors in accordance with the passage of time and the whims of the weather at times. They coalesce into a magnificent airborne castle with its walls, towers, and banners, vividly discernible, as if projecting a mysterious kingdom into the sky. At other moments, they disperse, transforming into a herd of galloping steeds, manes billowing, hooves stirring the winds, racing across the firmament, leaving trails of dazzling light in their wake. As night descends, the sky becomes adorned with a breathtaking expanse of stars here. The stars shine brighter and are more densely clustered than those on Earth, forming wondrous patterns and constellations. There exists a colossal dragon constellation, its sinuous form glistening with icy radiance, as though soaring through the celestial sphere alongside it. The fairy constellation, draped in a resplendent gown, wand in hand, smiles down as if bestowing blessings upon the world. In addition to the stars, mysterious shooting stars and vibrant auroras frequently grace the night sky. The shooting stars are no longer fleeting sparks, but rather luminous trails accompanied by melodious notes, as if narrating ancient legends. The auroras manifest in a variety of shapes and colors, sometimes spiraling majestically, other times cascading like ethereal ribbons, dancing and shifting in the sky, enveloping the entire realm in a dreamlike ambience. On the terrestrial expanse of this wondrous world, the topography is rich and diverse, brimming with endless surprises and challenges. Vast forests constitute a vital component of this realm, where towering and ancient trees stand, their trunks so robust that it would take dozens of individuals to encircle them. The varieties of trees are numerous, some bear golden leaves that shimmer in the sunlight, as if crafted from pure gold. Others yield enormous fruits, not only delectable in taste but also endowed with miraculous properties, granting enhanced strength, healing ailments, and even bestowing fleeting magical abilities upon consumption. The forests are home to an array of peculiar creatures. Delicate fairies, adorned with translucent wings, radiate a gentle glow, flitting gracefully through the woods in harmonious coexistence with nature. These fairies are adept in the art of nature magic, capable of making flowers bloom and trees flourish, as well as communicating telepathically with animals. There are also fierce unicorns, their bodies as white as snow, with spiral horns shimmering with enigmatic runes, possessing formidable magical powers. The unicorn's horn can dispel malevolence and heal wounds, yet they're solitary by nature, rarely engaging with other beings, appearing only to assist those who are pure of heart. Beyond the forests, this world boasts expansive deserts. The sands of the desert are not mere grains of yellow, but rather a colorful sand that glimmers softly under the sun's embrace. The desert unfolds into a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling a vast expanse of vibrant silk laid upon the earth. Hidden within the desert are numerous mysterious relics and treasures, luring countless adventurers to seek them out. However, the desert harbors its own perils. Here dwells a colossal sandworm, its length stretching hundreds of meters, capable of swiftly traversing the dunes. The sandworm's enormous, razor-sharp maw can effortlessly devour any creature that ventures too close. Furthermore, sandstorms frequently arise, shrouding the desert in chaos and darkness, disorienting travelers and rendering escape nearly impossible. At the heart of this world stands a towering mountain, its peak piercing the clouds, perpetually cloaked in ice and snow. The ice and snow upon this mountain are no ordinary frost, but rather magical ice crystals imbued with extraordinary powers. These crystals can be fashioned into potent magical weapons and armors, rendering this mountain a coveted destination for many mages and blacksmiths yet. Ascending this mountain is no simple feat. The climate is harsh and frigid. Fierce winds howl, and various formidable magical creatures guard its heights. Among them is a creature known as the Ice Phoenix. Its body composed of snow and ice. With wings spanning several meters, the Ice Phoenix wields powerful ice magic, capable of unleashing frigid gusts that freeze foes solid. Additionally, there are the snowmen, towering and immensely strong, with skin as hard as iron. Impervious to most attacks, these snowmen typically travel in packs, launching massive snowballs at their adversaries, or charging directly, posing a grave threat to adventurers. In this world suffused with fantastical hues, magic is an omnipresent and omnipotent force. It is categorized into various types, including elemental magic, psychic magic, healing magic, and dark magic. Elemental magic, being the most prevalent, encompasses the forces of fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning. Mages can harness these elements through incantations, the drawing of magical circles, or the use of enchanted artifacts to unleash formidable magical assaults. For instance, a fire mage can summon roaring flames to incinerate foes. A water mage can manipulate streams to form immense water barriers or conjure towering waves to engulf enemies. A wind mage can command gales for swift flight or generate tornadoes to ensnare adversaries, while an earth mage can manipulate soil and stone to erect fortified defenses or provoke earthquakes to demolish enemy structures. Psychic magic, on the other hand, represents a more enigmatic and potent form of sorcery, involving the manipulation of thoughts, emotions, and souls. Psychic mages can delve into others' minds, control their actions, and even enter their dreams, conjuring illusions that blur the line between reality and fantasy. Healing magic is primarily utilized for mending wounds and restoring vitality, capable of curing various ailments and toxins, thereby restoring health. In contrast, dark magic is a forbidden art, often associated with malevolence, death, and destruction. Dark mages can summon demons, spirits, and other sinister entities, wielding curses and plagues to bring calamity and suffering to the world. In this world, myriad mysterious races and civilizations coexist beyond humanity. There are elves, dwarves, orcs, and dragons, each with their unique attributes. The elven race is renowned for its grace, keen senses, and formidable nature magic. They dwell deep within the forests, living harmoniously with nature while safeguarding the tranquility of their realm. Dwarves are born craftsmen and miners. Small in stature, yet immensely strong, they excel in forging exquisite weapons, armor, and tools. Residing in underground fortresses and mines, extracting precious ores and gems. Orcs are a fierce and warlike race, tall and muscular. Boasting exceptional combat prowess, they typically live in tribes, inhabiting plains and mountains, venerating strength and taking pride in their martial prowess. Dragons represent one of the most powerful and enigmatic races in this world, possessing colossal forms, immense magical abilities, and profound wisdom. Dragons usually inhabit remote mountains or mystical islands, guarding their treasures and territories. Each race possesses its own distinctive culture, language, customs, and beliefs, characterized by both cooperation and conflict. In this vibrant world, numerous mysterious organizations and factions exist. Among the most renowned is the Magic Guild. The Magic Guild is an assembly of mages that spans the globe, tasked with overseeing and regulating the use of magic, training young sorcerers, delving into the mysteries of magic, and addressing various magical concerns. The guild boasts its own academies, libraries, laboratories, and magical shops, providing a platform for learning, research, and collaboration within the guild. Mages are classified into different ranks based on their magical prowess and achievements, ranging from novice mages to esteemed archmages. Each rank entails distinct rights and privileges, alongside corresponding responsibilities and obligations. In addition to the Magic Guild, other clandestine organizations, such as the Dark Council, the Assassin's League, and the Adventurers Guild, also exist. The Dark Council comprises dark mages and malevolent forces, seeking to dominate the world through chaos and devastation. The Assassin's League specializes in assassination and intelligence gathering, its members skilled in stealth and ambush. The Adventurers Guild provides tasks and support for adventurers, who can undertake various quests exploring mysterious ruins, hunting monsters, and seeking treasures, reaping generous rewards and experience for their endeavors. This enchanting world unfolds like a grand stage, showcasing an array of captivating tales. There are the rises and falls of heroes, the sweet and bitter pangs of love, the loyalty and treachery of friendship, and the brutal and valiant nature of war. Each individual who enters this realm will inscribe their own legendary narrative, be they courageous adventurers or sagacious mages, benevolent elves or valiant orcs, champions of justice or villains seeking dominion. Each leaves their mark upon this world, becoming an indispensable part of its tapestry. The mystery and wonder of this realm will forever entice more souls to explore and discover, ensuring that the stories of this world continue to flourish, eternally vibrant and alive. Chapter 2. The strong are respected and radiant, embodying the essence of celestial brilliance. It is said that this sword possesses the ability to cut through the very fabric of darkness, serving as a beacon of hope in times of despair. For Su Yao, the dean, presented a rare artifact known as the Aqua Emblem, an exquisite talisman that enhances one's affinity with water elements, allowing her to command the tides and waves with unparalleled finesse. With their hearts filled with determination and their spirits ignited by the gifts bestowed upon them, Lin Feng and Su Yao embarked on their arduous journey. They understood that the path ahead would be fraught with peril, yet they were resolute in their quest for strength and knowledge. The vast expanse of the continent awaited their exploration, promising encounters with formidable foes, ancient secrets, and boundless opportunities for growth. As they ventured forth, the echoes of their aspirations resonated through the air, a testament to their unwavering resolve in a world where the strong reign supreme. Lin Feng and Su Yao were destined to carve their names into the annals of history, challenging fate itself and illuminating the path for future generations of seekers who have been trained on data available until October 2023. Chapter 3. The power of martial souls in the enigmatic and fantastical realm of Douluo continent. The power of martial souls shines like a resplendent star, suspended in the firmament of every living being, radiating a unique and enchanting brilliance that governs the fate of countless creatures, weaving grand and heart-stirring legendary tapestries. The martial soul, as an innate and extraordinary ability on the Douluo continent, is deeply rooted in the ancient and mysterious historical currents of this land. It is said that in the primordial era, when heaven and earth were first formed and chaos reigned, the energies of the universe flowed freely, intertwining and converging, following a cataclysmic upheaval of the cosmos. A mysterious and formidable power, akin to a sea brimming with boundless vitality and potential, was quietly buried beneath every inch of the Douluo continent. As time gradually passed, this power, nurtured by the earth and the passage of years, gave rise to the miraculous existence of martial souls. The manifestations of martial souls are myriad and diverse, encompassing the myriad forms and characteristics of all things in the world, from the vast and boundless starry skies to the expansive mountains and rivers. From the lively and vibrant birds and beasts to the flourishing flora and fauna, even the abstract and enigmatic elemental forces and the whimsical souls of objects can all take form as martial souls. Some martial souls blaze like an inferno, their flames flickering and dancing, seemingly capable of reducing the entire world to ashes. Their bearers wield the power of fire, unleashing unparalleled fiery assaults that incinerate foes in searing heat. Others roar like the howling wind, formless yet possessing the power to devastate, capable of summoning tempests that sweep away all that obstructs their path. Some martial souls stand as majestic mountains, stable and unyielding, empowering their wielders to erect formidable defensive barriers against external threats. Others resemble agile birds, their lithe forms soaring through the skies, granting their owners extraordinary speed and agility, allowing them to maneuver through battle like phantoms, delivering unexpected, lethal strikes to their enemies. Still, others evoke the profound mysteries of the night sky, dotted with stars, containing endless secrets and unknowns. Their bearers can unleash a variety of inscrutable skills, ensnaring opponents in confusion and dread under the celestial weight of the cosmos. The awakening of a martial soul marks a crucial moment in the life of every child on the Douluo continent, akin to a ray of dawn piercing through the dark night, illuminating their future paths and determining their starting points and destinies in this world. When a child reaches the age of 6, they will partake in a sacred ceremony to welcome the moment of martial soul awakening. Within a solemn and majestic hall of martial souls, intricate and mysterious magical arrays are drawn upon the ground, shimmering with faint light as if resonating with some arcane force of nature. The awakening ceremony is typically presided over by an experienced and powerful soul master, adorned in splendid robes and wielding a staff embedded with dazzling gemstones, exuding an air of authority and solemnity. Before the ceremony begins, the children are led to the center of the magical array, their eyes filled with tension, anticipation, and curiosity. The soul master recites an ancient and obscure incantation, and as the words echo throughout the spacious hall, the magical array gradually begins to glow, with beams of light surging forth like ethereal serpents, coiling around the children. Bathed in this radiant light, the children tremble slightly, as if undergoing a baptism of the soul. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light erupts from one child's body, gradually revealing a blurred figure or object within the glow. This is the child's awakened martial soul. Some children awaken powerful beast martial souls, such as the imposing white tiger martial soul, whose enormous form and thunderous roar shake the very foundations of the hall. Others awaken elemental martial souls, like the magnificent rainbow martial soul, where 7 colors of light intertwine, resembling the most beautiful rainbow gracing the heavens. While some awaken weapon martial souls, such as the razor-sharp sword martial soul, glimmering with cold light and radiating sword energy that commands respect. Upon awakening their martial souls, the children embark on the arduous journey to become soul masters. The path of soul master cultivation is akin to a towering, perilous peak, where every step is fraught with challenges and hardships, demanding countless sacrifices of sweat, effort, and determination. In their cultivation, soul masters must continually train and battle to elevate their soul power levels, while also hunting soul beasts to acquire soul rings, thereby enhancing the strength and skills of their martial souls. The hierarchy of soul power levels ranges from the initial soul scholar to the esteemed titled Douluo, divided into 10 distinct ranks, each further categorized into 10 stages, with the elevation of their soul power levels. A soul master's strength undergoes a transformative metamorphosis that a soul master at the soul scholar stage, having just begun their cultivation journey, possesses relatively weak abilities, capable only of executing simple martial soul skills, such as emitting a faint energy wave or summoning a fraction of their martial soul's power for brief attacks or defenses. As they progress to the soul master stage, their abilities significantly improve, allowing them to proficiently employ martial soul skills and execute basic fusion techniques, collaborating with allies to unleash greater power. At the Great Soul Master stage, they begin to showcase exceptional prowess, capable of materializing their martial soul's true form, maximizing its power for enhanced offensive and defensive capabilities in battle. For senior soul masters above the soul sovereign rank, each advancement in soul power level brings forth immense challenges and opportunities, enabling them to unleash more potent and intricate martial soul skills while mastering specialized domain techniques that create advantageous battle environments, thus commanding the battlefield. Hunting soul beasts for soul rings is a critical component of a soul master's cultivation journey, representing one of the most perilous and formidable challenges they face. Soul beasts, as mysterious beings endowed with immense power, inhabit the vast forests, deep and enigmatic mountains, turbulent oceans, and those seldom trodden, mystical realms. Their strengths vary from weak to formidable, classified by age into categories such as 10-year, 100-year, 1,000-year, 10,000-year, and even 100,000-year soul beasts. Each category possesses distinct strengths and intelligence. 10-year soul beasts are relatively weak yet abundant, serving as primary targets for novice soul masters. 100-year soul beasts possess moderate offensive and defensive capabilities, requiring caution from intermediate soul masters. 1,000-year soul beasts boast significant strength and unique skills, challenging only advanced soul masters. 10,000-year soul beasts reign as territorial monarchs, their power capable of obliterating cities. Only the most elite soul master teams or powerful titled Douluos dare encroach upon their domains, while 100,000-year soul beasts are legendary entities, possessing near-human intelligence and cataclysmic power, their emergence reverberating throughout the entire Douluo continent. When preparing to hunt for soul rings, soul masters must venture into the habitat of soul beasts, cautiously seeking suitable targets. In this endeavor, they must confront not only the attacks of soul beasts, but also various unknown dangers and challenges, such as harsh natural conditions, competition from other soul masters, and ambushes from lurking malevolent forces. Upon identifying their target soul beast, the soul master must employ their intellect and strength, engaging in a thrilling life-and-death struggle. During the battle, the Soul Master must accurately assess the Soul Beast's attack patterns and weaknesses, skillfully utilizing martial soul skills for offense and defense. If successful in vanquishing the Soul Beast at the moment of its demise, an energy-laden soul ring will be released from within its body. The color of the soul ring corresponds to the age of the Soul Beast. A 10-year soul ring is white. A 100-year soul ring is yellow. A 1,000-year soul ring is purple. A 10,000-year soul ring is black. And a 100,000-year soul ring is red. The Soul Master must swiftly absorb this soul ring, integrating it into their martial soul to gain a portion of the Soul Beast's strength and skills, thereby enhancing their martial soul's quality and power. However, the process of absorbing a soul ring is fraught with peril. The energy contained within is immense and volatile that if the Soul Master's strength and mental fortitude are insufficient, they risk being harmed or even killed by the backlash of the soul ring's energy during absorption. Consequently, each endeavor to procure a soul ring serves as a severe test of the Soul Master's strength and destiny. On the Douluo continent, the power of martial souls can further be elevated and manifested through martial soul fusion techniques. Martial soul fusion techniques are rare and potent skills requiring an exceptionally high degree of synergy and collaboration between two or more soul masters, whose martial souls must possess complementary attributes or affinities. When these conditions are fulfilled, the soul masters can, through special channels of soul power and combat coordination, merge their martial soul powers into a novel and formidable form of strength. For instance, there exists a martial soul fusion technique known as Dragon and Phoenix, presenting auspiciousness, requiring one soul master with a dragon martial soul and another with a phoenix martial soul to perform in unison. During the execution, both soul masters release their martial souls simultaneously. The dragon martial soul spirals gracefully in the air, while the phoenix martial soul soars alongside, their powers intertwining and resonating, gradually forming a majestic dragon-phoenix silhouette. The ethereal silhouette of the dragon and phoenix possesses a formidable strength that transcends the capabilities of a singular martial soul. It is capable of unleashing cataclysmic energy attacks, such as the Dragon Phoenix Flames and the Dragon Phoenix Tempest, which can instantly engulf adversaries in a torrent of overwhelming energy. Simultaneously, it boasts exceptional defensive capabilities. The Dragon and Phoenix scales adorning its form can withstand a myriad of attack types, providing robust protection to the Soul Masters. Additionally, there exists a martial soul fusion technique known as the Judgment of Light and Darkness, executed in unison by a soul master wielding a light martial soul and another with a dark martial soul. When they perform this skill, the light martial soul radiates a dazzling brilliance, while the dark martial soul emanates a profound aura of darkness. The collision and fusion of light and dark in midair culminate in the formation of a colossal sword of light and darkness, imbued with the dual forces of illumination and shadow. This formidable weapon can sever all that is malevolent and dark, while also penetrating defenses of light and righteousness, rendering it an exceedingly terrifying instrument of attack. The advent of martial soul fusion techniques not only equips soul masters with a potent means to secure victory in battle, but also enriches the combat system and strategic methodologies of the Douluo continent, rendering battles more exhilarating and unpredictable. Beyond fusion techniques, certain exceptional martial souls possess unique evolutionary pathways, enabling them to transcend their inherent limits and achieve qualitative leaps, transforming into even more formidable entities. These special martial souls often exhibit remarkable growth potential, and under specific conditions, such as absorbing rare natural treasures, enduring life and death trials, or receiving the infusion of mysterious powers, they undergo unforeseen transformations, embarking on a journey of evolution. For instance, the blue-silver emperor, a plant-type martial soul, initially manifests as an ordinary blue-silver grass, commonly found across the Douluo continent and relatively weak in power. However, as the soul master with the blue-silver emperor martial soul diligently explores and evolves during their training, they gradually uncover its secrets and latent potential. Through the absorption of copious life energy, such as cultivating in the vibrant depths of ancient forests or consuming potent herbs infused with life force, they activate the conditions for the blue-silver emperor's evolution. In a serendipitous encounter, the wielder of the blue-silver emperor discovers a seed radiating golden light within a mysterious valley. This seed harbors an ancient and enigmatic life source power, and upon absorption, the blue-silver emperor undergoes a monumental transformation. Its appearance shifts from that of an ordinary blue-silver grass to a towering and majestic golden blue-silver emperor. its branches flourishing and its vines robust, significantly enhancing its power. The evolved Blue-Silver Emperor not only possesses augmented offensive and defensive capabilities but also acquires unique skills, such as the ability to release a golden life domain, where allied forces experience accelerated life recovery, while adversaries gradually lose vitality. It can also summon formidable guardian spirits of the Blue-Silver Emperor, whose immense combat prowess aids the Soul Master in battle, becoming an invaluable ally. Throughout the annals of Douluo continent's history, those Soul Masters endowed with tremendous martial soul power shine like radiant stars, etching countless brilliant legendary tales upon this land. Some have risen to dominance through their strength and wisdom, establishing powerful empires or clans. Others have fought valiantly to protect justice and peace, engaging in breathtaking battles against malevolent forces, penning heroic ballads with their lives. And still others, in pursuit of the pinnacle of martial soul power, have ceaselessly explored and innovated, discovering numerous new martial soul skills, cultivation methods, and secrets of soul beasts, making immense contributions to the cultural and martial development of Douluo continent. For instance, in ancient times, there existed a formidable soul master named Tang Chun, who possessed the Haotian hammer martial soul, renowned as the world's foremost weapon martial soul. With the tremendous power of the Haotian hammer and his unparalleled innate talent, Tang Chun ascended to the peak of title Douluo, becoming one of the most powerful entities on the Douluo continent. He led his family in establishing the Grand Haotian sect, which flourished under his leadership, becoming a paragon among numerous soul master sections. Tang Chun engaged in countless battles, once single-handedly infiltrating the lair of evil forces, wielding the might of the Haotian hammer to slay their leader, thus making significant contributions to the peace and tranquility of Douluo continent. However, in his quest for greater heights, Tang Chun also encountered numerous setbacks and challenges. Upon hearing of a power capable of transcending the limits of title Douluo in a distant, mysterious realm, he resolutely embarked on an exploratory journey. Throughout this arduous expedition, he faced innumerable hardships, encountering formidable soul beasts and assaults from malevolent forces, yet he never wavered in his resolve. Ultimately, he discovered clues regarding boundary-breaking powers within a mysterious ruin. But this led him into a perilous crisis. Though Tang Chun ultimately could not break through the limits of title Douluo, his legendary tale continues to inspire generations of soul masters, becoming an immortal legend on Douluo continent. The power of martial souls as the core strength system of Douluo continent not only shapes the unique social structure, cultural traditions, and values of this land, but also profoundly influences the fate and choices of every living being. In this world, where martial souls reign supreme, each individual strives relentlessly to attain greater martial soul power, continuously exploring, growing, and challenging themselves along their cultivation journey, penning their own legendary narratives. Whether they are novice soul masters, brimming with dreams, or unparalleled powerhouses standing atop the pinnacle of martial souls, they all understand that the power of martial souls is the foundation of their survival and development in this world, the cornerstone of their dreams and pursuit of glory. And the Douluo continent, a land brimming with enchantment and mystery, shall continue to unfold countless heart-stirring legendary tales under the illumination of martial soul power, its splendor and brilliance eternally unfading. Chapter 4: Blood-soaked battles beyond the domain in the distant and enigmatic depths of the universe, amidst a vast starry expanse known as the Outer Domain. A breathtaking and fiercely bloody battle is unfolding with fervent intensity. This Outer Domain, removed from the familiar star systems and civilizations, is a realm saturated with unknowns and perils, seemingly a chaotic battleground deliberately set aside by the cosmos since its inception. Intended to test the will and strength of those brave enough to enter. A coalition expeditionary force, composed of the most formidable beings from various star systems, embarks on a noble mission to explore the mysteries of the Outer Domain, fend off unknown threats, and expand the realms of civilization. Resolutely stepping into this mysterious and perilous starry expanse, they hail from diverse races, each bearing distinct appearances, cultures, and beliefs, yet in this moment, they unite for a common purpose, forming a formidable and resilient combat force. Each of these powerful beings possesses extraordinary skills. Some excel in manipulating elemental forces, effortlessly summoning raging flames, torrential waters, fierce gales, or solid earth, transforming these natural forces into lethal weapons and unleashing waves of devastation upon the battlefield. Others are adept in psychic abilities, their thoughts sharp as blades, capable of penetrating the mental defenses of foes, reading their thoughts, controlling their actions, or unleashing powerful mental shocks that plunge enemies into chaos, fear, and despair. While others rely on their immense physical strength and exquisite combat skills, showcasing unparalleled valor and ferocity in close-quarters combat, their every strike seemingly imbued with the power to rend the very stars. Instilling terror in their adversaries, the expeditionary fleet's warships resemble colossal iron fortresses, glimmering with a cold metallic sheen against the dark starry backdrop. These vessels are equipped with the most advanced technological innovations from various star systems. Incorporating formidable energy shields, powerful particle cannons, precise navigation systems, and efficient energy supply devices, the warship's designs vary. Some are streamlined, akin to massive whales traversing the cosmos, capable of swift navigation through the universe, rapidly reaching every corner of the battlefield. Others stand like towering mobile fortresses, reinforced with heavy armor and formidable firepower, able to withstand fierce assaults from enemies while delivering powerful retaliatory strikes. Within the warships, an array of instruments flickers with vibrant hues as busy crew members navigate between their posts. Diligently monitoring the vessel's data and operational status, in the command center, the fleet commanders, their expressions grave, fix their gaze upon a massive display screen, which continuously flashes various battlefield information and updates on enemy fleet movements. They swiftly devise strategic tactics based on this information, issuing a series of commands to orchestrate the fleet's maneuvers on the battlefield. Shortly after penetrating deeper into the outer domain, the expeditionary force encounters a mysterious and formidable hostile faction. The origins of this force remain unclear, yet the power they exhibit is enough to instill shock and vigilance within every member of the expeditionary force. Their warships possess peculiar designs, emanating an eerie black luminescence, seemingly forged from the very essence of darkness. The speed of these vessels is extraordinary, their movements agile, gliding through the cosmos like phantoms, elusive and difficult to apprehend. Moreover, their weapon systems are remarkably advanced, with energy beams that possess immense destructive power, capable of effortlessly penetrating the energy shields of the expeditionary fleet's warships, inflicting severe damage upon the hulls. At the very moment of the initial clash between the two forces, the entire starry sky was illuminated by dazzling energy radiance, as the thunderous roars of the warships, the sounds of weapon discharges, and the battle cries of soldiers intertwined, composing a symphony of brutal warfare. The warriors of the expeditionary force fearlessly plunged into the fray, piloting their vessels and operating various weapon systems to launch a fierce offensive against their foes. Elemental manipulators stood upon the decks of their ships, hands swirling as they chanted incantations, summoning powerful elemental forces to sweep towards the enemy vessels. The fire element coalesced into massive serpents of flame in the starry expanse, lunging ferociously at the adversaries, incinerating everything in their path with searing heat. The water element transformed into surging tides, crashing against enemy ships with the force capable of toppling them in an instant. The wind element manifested as razor-sharp blades of air, slicing through enemy ships and bodies alike, while the earth element condensed into colossal boulders, plummeting like meteors towards the enemy, each stone brimming with formidable power, capable of creating gaping holes in warships. Meanwhile, psychic manipulators closed their eyes, focusing their mental energies to disrupt the thoughts and actions of their adversaries. Some infiltrated enemy vessels, controlling the minds of enemy crew members, inciting them to turn on one another. Others unleashed powerful mental storms that engulfed the battlefield, plunging the enemy into chaos and panic. Those adept in close combat rode small battlecrafts, charging towards enemy ships, wielding an array of melee weapons, such as lightsabers, energy axes, and particle hammers, and upon nearing the enemy vessels, they swiftly boarded, engaging in fierce hand-to-hand combat. Each attack was imbued with strength and skill, carving a bloody path aboard the enemy ships and inflicting tremendous casualties. However, the enemy was not to be underestimated. They quickly organized a counterattack, resulting in an intense tug-of-war with the expeditionary fleet. The enemy warships adeptly adjusted their tactics, utilizing their speed and agility to evade the expeditionary attacks while seeking opportunities to launch surprise assaults on their vulnerable points. Their weapon systems unleashed formidable power, with energy beams raining down upon the expeditionary fleet's vessels, inflicting significant damage. Throughout the battle, warships were struck, their hulls erupting in explosions, disintegrating into cosmic dust. Countless warriors perished in the explosions, their lives extinguished in that moment like shooting stars, leaving behind boundless regret and tragedy. Yet, even in the face of such grievous losses, the warriors of the expeditionary force did not falter. Their eyes were filled with resolve and determination. For the sake of honor, for their mission, and for the civilization they represented, they were willing to pay any price. As the battle raged on, both sides gradually depleted their strength, yet the stalemate persisted. The expeditionary force realized that to achieve victory, they must adopt bolder and more effective measures. Thus, after an urgent deliberation, the fleet commanders decided to dispatch an elite strike team to infiltrate behind enemy lines and target the enemy's flagship or strategic facilities. This strike team was comprised of the finest warriors from various races, possessing exceptional combat prowess and extensive experience. Serving as the expeditionary fleet's last trump card, the members of the strike team boarded a specially modified stealth vessel. Quietly approaching the enemy's stronghold as they neared the enemy flagship, they encountered formidable defenses. However, through their superb piloting skills and formidable combat abilities, they repeatedly breached the enemy's lines. When the strike team finally arrived near the enemy flagship, they launched their attack without hesitation. The stealth vessel instantly deactivated its cloaking, unleashing all its weaponry in a furious barrage against the enemy flagship. Powerful energy beams sliced through the dark expanse of space. Striking true against the enemy flagship, the energy shield of the flagship flickered under the sudden assault, revealing cracks. Immediately thereafter, the strike team members piloted their craft like a pack of ravenous hawks. Diving towards the enemy flagship. In their approach, they skillfully evaded the enemy's defensive fire, successfully boarding the ship. Once aboard, the strike team members swiftly initiated their actions, engaging the enemy crew in intense close-quarters combat. They darted through narrow corridors, utilizing the terrain and environment to launch ambushes and surprise attacks. The elemental manipulators unleashed their powers within the ship, sowing chaos and panic. The psychic manipulators seized control of enemy minds, creating advantageous conditions for their comrades, while the close combat specialists wielded their weapons with lethal precision, slaughtering enemies one by one. Under the valiant efforts of the strike team, the interior of the enemy flagship descended into chaos. However, the enemy was not easily subdued. They quickly rallied their forces to counterattack, surrounding the strike team. But a fierce life-and-death struggle ensued within the flagship, staining every inch of its interior with blood. The members of the strike team faced immense pressure and peril. Yet they never wavered, coordinating and supporting each other in a desperate fight against the enemy. At a critical moment in the battle, a strike team member endowed with formidable elemental powers made the ultimate sacrifice. He concentrated all his elemental energy, triggering a colossal elemental explosion. The explosion's immense energy swept through the entire enemy flagship, utterly destroying its core. With the enemy flagship incapacitated, the enemy fleet descended into chaos. And the expeditionary force seized the opportunity to launch a comprehensive counteroffensive. They piloted their warships like a pride of enraged lions, charging at the enemy and decisively defeating them. This brutal battle in the Outer Realms concluded with a hard-won victory for the expeditionary fleet. However, the cost of this triumph was steep, as countless warriors fell in battle, their blood staining the vastness of the cosmos. The expeditionary fleet, weary and wounded, slowly returned to their civilized star system. Their return was met with fervent celebration and profound respect from the entire civilization. A grand funeral was held for the valiant soldiers who sacrificed their lives, their names forever etched in the annals of history as eternal heroes. The experiences of this battle would become a treasured legacy for the entire civilization, inspiring future generations to explore the mysteries of the universe bravely, confronting the unknown challenges, and striving for the advancement and progress of civilization. Chapter 5. Pursued by the family in that vibrant yet tumultuous realm of fantasy. The family, which should have been a sanctuary of blood ties, a bastion of honor and heritage, became, for Ao Tan, a terrifying nightmare overnight. Thus began a heart-stopping pursuit, a dramatic struggle for survival, mercilessly casting him into the turbulent waves of fate. Born into the esteemed and powerful Ling family, Ao Tian found himself within a clan that had stood for centuries upon this land. The Ling family, with its profound heritage and a lineage of formidable warriors, wielded vast resources and extensive territories. Their ancestral abode resembled a grand and magnificent castle, nestled within a bustling metropolis, adorned with intricate carvings and resplendent beauty, exuding an air of endless majesty and opulence. The younger generation within the family underwent rigorous training and education from a tender age, with the expectation that they would inherit the family's glory and perpetuate the brilliance of the Ling name. As a member of the family, Ao Tian exhibited extraordinary talent for cultivation from an early age. With a unique skeletal structure and exceptional innate abilities, his comprehension of martial arts and techniques far surpassed that of his peers, marking him as a dazzling star of the future in the eyes of the family. The elders nurtured him with great hopes, aspiring for him to become the pillar of the Ling family and lead them towards a more prosperous future. However, the wheels of fate turned unexpectedly. During a mysterious relic expedition organized by the family, Ao Tian stumbled upon an ancient artifact radiating an otherworldly glow. This item resembled an archaic ring, inscribed with obscure runes and patterns. Upon touching the ring, a surge of powerful and enigmatic energy flooded into his body, causing a slight tremor, while hazy images and information flashed through his mind, seemingly concealing a monumental secret. Yet, Ao Tian refrained from disclosing this matter to anyone within the family. Fully aware of the artifact's significance, and sensing that its revelation could lead to endless trouble. However, in a world where secrets are difficult to keep, the news of Ao Tian's acquisition of the mysterious artifact somehow spread, reaching the ears of certain avaricious and ambitious individuals within the family. These figures, lured by the artifact's mysterious power, ignited a fierce desire for possession, covertly colluding to form an evil faction aimed at seizing the treasure from Ao Tian's grasp. On a moonless and tempestuous night, this faction suddenly launched an assault on Ao Tian. Taking advantage of his solitary training at his residence, they dispatched a cadre of highly trained assassins, clad in black night gear and masked, who stealthily infiltrated Ao Tian's chamber. Ao Tian sensed the imminent danger and immediately became alert. He swiftly rose to his feet, employing his keen intuition and exceptional martial skills to engage in a fierce battle with the assassins. Despite Ao Tian's considerable strength, he found himself outnumbered and overwhelmed by the formidable skills of his opponents, plunging him into a desperate struggle. As the conflict unfolded, Ao Tian gradually discerned that these assassins seemed intimately familiar with his techniques and movements. As if someone were orchestrating their actions from the shadows, a chill coursed through him, revealing that this ambush was anything but coincidental. After enduring a grueling fight, Ao Tian finally spotted an opportunity. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the Phantom Gale Step, an advanced lightness skill he had acquired during a fortuitous encounter, enabling him to explode into incredible speed, his form becoming as elusive as a specter. With this newfound ability, Ao Tian successfully broke through the encirclement of assassins and escaped from his family estate. However, he knew that his troubles were merely beginning, as the pursuers from his family would not easily relent. Upon fleeing the family estate, Ao Tian embarked on a life of evasion. He understood that he must quickly enhance his strength to survive the relentless pursuit. Thus, he set forth on a path fraught with hardship and challenges in his quest for cultivation. He scoured the land for resources, delving deep into desolate mountains and exploring mysterious valleys that concealed rare spiritual herbs. He infiltrated ancient ruins, seeking wisdom and techniques from murals, ancient texts, and treasures, and he battled various formidable magical beasts, honing his martial skills and combat techniques while extracting the cores from these creatures to bolster his own power. Throughout this journey, he encountered countless dangers and difficulties that in the wilds, fearsome beasts roamed, their massive forms and formidable strength posing a constant threat to Ao Tian, who had to remain ever vigilant, engaging in life-or-death struggles. During one encounter with a colossal black bear, the creature's massive paws could summon fierce winds, its might proving nearly insurmountable. Yet, Ao Tian did not falter. He meticulously observed the bear's attack patterns, searching for its vulnerabilities. Eventually, he discerned that the bear's abdomen was notably softer. Seizing the moment, he unleashed his wind-breaking fist, channeling all his strength into a single blow that struck the bear's belly, forcing it back several steps. Before the bear could recover, Ao Tian launched a series of relentless attacks, ultimately slaying the beast and claiming its core. In addition to the threats posed by wild beasts, Ao Tian also faced competition and predation from other cultivators. In this fantastical realm, resources for cultivation were scarce and precious, and every practitioner yearned for more to enhance their prowess. Upon learning that Ao Tian might possess a mysterious treasure, many turned their avaricious gazes toward him. Some formed small factions, attempting to seize the opportunity when Ao Tian appeared vulnerable. during one excursion to a mysterious valley in search of spiritual herbs. He encountered such a group, comprising 3 cultivators whose strength surpassed his own. They blocked his path, their eyes gleaming with greed and malice. One of them sneered, "Kid, hand over the treasure you possess, or today marks your end." Aotian felt a surge of caution. He recognized that confronting these 3 head-on would be futile. Thus, he endeavored to negotiate. "Brothers, I truly don't know what treasure you speak of. I am merely an ordinary cultivator seeking some herbs." He feigned timidity. However, the trio was evidently unconvinced and advanced menacingly toward him. Sensing the precariousness of his situation, Aotian suddenly activated the Phantom Gale Step and darted into the nearby woods. The 3 pursuers immediately gave chase, but Aotian cleverly utilized the trees for cover, creating distance between them. He then halted, concealing himself behind a large tree, waiting for the opportune moment that as the trio drew near. Aotian launched a sudden attack, employing his newly comprehended technique, the Spirit Shadow Sword. His sword transformed into ethereal shadows that pierced toward the 3 cultivators, caught off guard by Aotian's unexpected assault. They fell into disarray. Seizing the moment, Aotian once again activated the Phantom Gale Step and escaped the scene. Throughout his flight and cultivation, Aotian also forged bonds with like-minded friends. Some were fellow outcasts pursued by their families, while others were righteous individuals encountered along his journey. These companions provided him with support and assistance during his most trying times, standing shoulder to shoulder with him against various dangers. Among them was a woman named Su Yao, a prodigy in water magic. With a gentle and kind disposition, she came to Aotian's aid when he was besieged by a horde of magical beasts, using her formidable water magic to drive them away. From that moment on, a deep friendship blossomed between Aotian and Su Yao. They trained together, exchanging insights and experiences, with Aotian teaching Su Yao martial techniques while she enhanced his perception and application of elemental powers. In a confrontation with the family's pursuers, Su Yao played a crucial role when a powerful elder from the family, adept in dark magic, was sent after Aotian. The battle became dire as Su Yao, seeing Aotian's predicament, stepped forward to unleash her most potent water magic, the tidal surge. The air around them instantly became humid as a vast amount of water vapor coalesced into a surging ocean, which Su Yao commanded to sweep toward the Dark Elder. Taken aback by this sudden onslaught, the Elder found his dark magic gradually weakened under the water magic's assault. Aotian seized the opportunity to strike back, ultimately succeeding in repelling the Elder. Nevertheless, the family's pursuit showed no signs of abating as time passed. The hunters grew increasingly frenzied and ruthless. They not only dispatched more powerful adversaries, but also spread malicious rumors throughout the continent, slandering Aotian as a traitor and an evil cultivator, attempting to turn the entire realm against him. Consequently, Aotian found himself grappling with not only the relentless pursuit of his family, but also the misunderstandings and hostility from other cultivators. While passing through a small town, Aotian was confronted by a group of cultivators who had fallen prey to the family's fabrications. Viewing him as a villain, they glared at him with hostility and brandished their weapons. Aotian attempted to reason with them, but they were deaf to his words. With no other recourse, he was compelled to fight. During the skirmish, he endeavored to avoid causing harm, merely using his martial skills to repel them. Yet, this only solidified their belief that he was an evil cultivator, prompting them to spread tales of his alleged misdeeds, further complicating Aotian's plight. Under the relentless pursuit of his family, Aotian gradually realized that he could not remain in passive flight indefinitely. He needed to take the initiative to unveil the true nature of those greedy individuals within his family, clear his name, and seek a place where he could genuinely find refuge. Thus, he began to covertly investigate the identities and motives of those pursuing him within the family. In the course of his inquiries, he stumbled upon a startling secret. It turned out that certain high-ranking members of the family, in their quest for power, had colluded with external malevolent forces. They sought to exploit the mysterious treasure in Aotian's possession to unlock a gateway to a hidden world, rumored to harbor immense power and endless riches, with designs on using that power to dominate the entire fantastical continent. Aotian, it seemed, was merely a pawn in their power struggle. Upon uncovering this secret, Aotian resolved to return to the family and confront those malevolent individuals head-on. Aware that this would be a perilous battle, he recognized he had no other choice. After conferring with his friends, they devised a meticulous plan. They first set defensive and offensive formations around the family estate, powerful arrays Ao Tian had acquired during an expedition to ancient ruins. Then, they stealthily infiltrated the family residence. Inside the estate, Ao Tian encountered the very family members who had sought his life. Initially taken aback by his audacity to return, their surprise quickly morphed into sinister smiles. One high-ranking family member sneered. "Kid, you dare come back. Today marks your end." With fire in his eyes, Ao Tian glared at them, filled with fury and resolve. "You greedy wretches, in your insatiable lust, you sought to frame me. Today, you shall pay the price." With that, he launched into a fierce confrontation. The ensuing battle was nothing short of brutal, as the very structure of the family estate trembled under the violent clashes, dust swirling in the air. Ao Tian and his friends fought valiantly side by side, unleashing their ultimate techniques against the malevolent forces within the family. Ao Tian grew and broke through his limits during the fight. His strength now far surpassing that which he had possessed when he fled the family. He executed a combination of the Phantom Gale Step and Spirit Shadow Sword, his form flashing like lightning, weaving through the enemy ranks with ease, leaving a trail of fallen foes in his wake. Suyao, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed her water magic, conjuring colossal tsunamis and dazzling water curtains within the family estate, submerging the adversaries within. Meanwhile, her companions showcased their unique strengths. Some launched formidable magical assaults against the foes, while others engaged in close combat with exquisite martial skills that in a pivotal moment of battle. Ao Tian finally seized his opportunity and charged toward the high-ranking members of the family who had colluded with external malevolent forces. Upon seeing Ao Tian rushing towards them, the high-ranking individuals were filled with dread, attempting to flee, but it was already too late. Ao Tian executed his most powerful martial technique, the wind-splitting slash, an ultimate skill he had comprehended through countless battles and rigorous training. This technique allowed him to concentrate all his strength into a single sword strike, unleashing a potent sword energy capable of rending space and obliterating any obstacles in its path. The sword in Ao Tian's hand radiated a brilliant light as a massive wave of sword energy surged towards the high-ranking figures. They gazed in terror at the approaching energy, attempting to defend themselves, but all was in vain against such overwhelming might. The sword energy sliced through their bodies instantaneously, dispatching them on the spot. With the demise of these family elites, the remaining members gradually regained their senses, realizing they had been deceived by these avaricious individuals, and they collectively relinquished their weapons. Ao Tian surveyed these family members, his heart filled with myriad emotions. He understood that although the family had weathered this upheaval, as long as they could learn from this lesson and reorganize, they could restore their former glory. He resolved to forgive these family members and assist them in rebuilding their lineage. And through this confrontation with the family's pursuers, he had evolved into a true powerhouse, his name echoing across the mystical continent. Becoming a legend. Chapter 6. Perilous circumstances in that mysterious and vast mystical continent. Rife with countless unknowns and challenges, Ao Tian found himself ensnared in a web of grave dangers, as if each step he took was precariously poised on the brink of life and death. At any moment susceptible to being devoured by endless darkness, as he fled from his family's assassins. Ao Tian not only had to contend with the various experts dispatched by his family, but also remain vigilant against myriad external threats. The region he traversed was known as the Shadowy Forest, an ancient woodland cloaked in darkness and mystery. Towering trees loomed overhead, casting a canopy that permitted only fleeting shafts of sunlight to penetrate, rendering the entire forest a sinister and eerie realm. Within the dense underbrush lay concealed various unknown perils, be it venomous serpents or cunning fox spirits adept at ambush. With every step Ao Tian took, he remained exceedingly cautious, fully extending his senses to perceive every subtle sound around him. Even the faintest rustle of leaves could heighten his alertness. Suddenly, a faint rustling emerged from his left eye. In an instant, Ao Tian pivoted, drawing his sword, its blade shimmering with a cold glint. A massive python emerged slowly from the thicket, its girth akin to that of a barrel, its scales reflecting a chilling metallic sheen in the dim light. The creature's eyes resembled two green lanterns, fixated on Ao Tian, as it flicked its tongue, emitting a hissing sound, seemingly warning him to stay back. Ao Tian was acutely aware of the python's formidable nature. Its venom could paralyze his nerves in an instant. Rendering him defenseless, he dared not launch a reckless attack, and instead held his ground, searching for an opening. The python, sensing Ao Tian's resilience, abruptly lunged at him, its massive body shooting forth like an arrow. Ao Tian swiftly evaded the assault with a flicker of movement, employing the phantom gale step to narrowly escape the python's strike. Seizing the moment as the serpent missed, he thrust his sword toward its vulnerable underbelly. The python reacted with remarkable speed, twisting its body to block Out Yin's blade with its tail while simultaneously opening its gaping maw to bite down on him. Out Yin retreated several steps, once more distancing himself from the python. Just as Out Yin was embroiled in this fierce duel with the python, a sharp shriek echoed from above. He glanced upward to behold a flock of ominous blackbirds soaring toward him. These creatures were enormous, their wingspan extending several meters, with beaks like razor-sharp hooks and claws resembling iron talons. Out Yin's heart sank. He recognized these malevolent avians as the shadow ravens of the shadowy forest. Known for their viciousness and penchant for group attacks, the shadow ravens were swift and formidable adversaries. Realizing he was now caught in a precarious situation, besieged from both sides, Out Yin understood he must quickly eliminate the python or evade the shadow ravens. Lest he face dire consequences, he decisively focused his efforts on the python. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his inner energy, causing his sword to emit a brilliant radiance once more. He unleashed the ultimate technique of the spirit shadow sword. Summoning a multitude of sword shadows that cascaded upon the python like a blooming flower of blades. Sensing the intensity of Out Yin's assault, the python retaliated fiercely, spewing forth a stream of black venom that corroded the ground into small craters wherever it landed. Out Yin deftly maneuvered to avoid the toxic onslaught while pressing closer to the python. After a fierce struggle, he finally discerned the python's weakness, striking a decisive blow to its vital point. The python writhed in agony before crashing to the ground. However, Out Yin had no time to catch his breath, as the shadow ravens had now descended upon him. They swooped down, their sharp beaks and claws aimed at him. Out Yin wielded his sword with all his might, fending off their onslaught. Yet, the overwhelming numbers of the shadow ravens left him with several wounds, staining his garments with blood. Out Yin realized that this approach was unsustainable. He needed a strategy to break free. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He could use the python's carcass to lure the shadow ravens. He forcefully hurled the python's body away, and true to his expectation, the shadow ravens were drawn to the corpse, flocking toward it. Seizing the opportunity, Out Yin activated the phantom gale step and fled deeper into the forest. After racing through the forest for what felt like an eternity, Out Yin finally shed the pursuit of the shadow ravens. Exhausted, he leaned against a great tree, the pain from his wounds prompting him to grimace. He retrieved some medicinal herbs from his pocket to tend to his injuries. As the daylight waned, the temperature within the forest plummeted. Out Yin realized that the shadowy forest was even more perilous at night. He needed to find a safe haven to rest. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he continued his search. Eventually, he stumbled upon a cave. Out Yin cautiously entered the cave, remaining alert to his surroundings. The air within was thick with dampness, and the walls were cloaked in moss. He found a dry spot in the cave, settled down, and prepared to rest. Unbeknownst to him, this cave was far from a sanctuary. Deep within lurked a formidable beast, the rock-armored bear. This creature, a beast of the earth element, possessed a body as tough as stone and immense strength. It typically slumbered in the cave, but once disturbed, it became exceedingly ferocious. As Out Yin rested in the cave, just as he was about to drift into slumber, he suddenly sensed a potent presence emanating from the depths of the cave. Alarmed, he sprang to his feet, gripping his sword tightly. Emerging from the shadows was a colossal rock-armored bear. Its eyes burned with fury upon spotting Out Yin, and it let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the cave, leaving Out Yin's ears ringing. Out Yin knew he was about to engage in a fierce battle. He took a deep breath and readied himself for the confrontation. The rock-armored bear charged first, swinging its massive paw toward Out Yin. The air rushed with the force of its strike, and Out Yin dared not confront it head-on. Instead, he executed the phantom gale step to swiftly sidestep. The bear's paw slammed into the ground, sending dust and debris flying. Out Yin seized the moment of the bear's miscalculated attack to thrust his sword towards its eye. The bear reacted with astonishing speed, blocking Out Yin's blade with its foreleg, while its other paw swept toward him. Out Yin hastily retreated, narrowly evading the bear's onslaught. During the battle with the rock-armored bear, Out Yin gradually identified its weaknesses. Although the bear possessed formidable strength and an indomitable body, its movements were relatively sluggish. Out Yin resolved to exploit this advantage. He darted around the bear, executing the techniques of the spirit shadow sword, with shimmering sword shadows flitting about to disrupt the bear's line of sight. The bear, agitated by Out Yin's relentless assaults, began to strike with increased ferocity, but also greater recklessness. Outyin capitalized on the opportunity, suddenly unleashing the wind-splitting slash, directing a powerful wave of sword energy at the bear. The rock-armored bear, unable to evade in time, was struck in the abdomen, emitting a roar of anguish as the sword energy cleaved a deep gash into its rocky armor. Outyin pressed his advantage. Employing the Phantom Gale step to close the distance and thrust his sword toward the bear's wound. Despite its injuries, the bear continued to resist tenaciously, grasping Outyin's sword with its paw and, with a powerful heave, flung him away. Outyin crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. The rock-armored bear, relentless, charged at Outyin once more, struggling to rise. Outyin realized he had reached the precipice of life and death. His gaze betrayed an unwavering determination. He resolved to stake everything on this final gamble. Channeling all his inner spiritual energy into his sword, the blade began to radiate an increasingly brilliant light. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed his most formidable technique, the sword shadow piercing the firmament. Countless sword shadows erupted from the blade in his hand, resembling a sky filled with stars, hurtling towards the rock-armored bear. The bear, taken aback by this overwhelming assault, attempted to fend it off with its massive paws, but the sheer number of sword shadows proved insurmountable. One by one, they struck the creature's body, shattering its rocky armor into fragments. The rock-armored bear let out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground. Lifeless and still, exhausted, he fell to the earth, his body rendered exceedingly weak. This confrontation with the bear had nearly depleted all his spiritual energy and physical strength. He recognized the perilousness of his situation. Should any foes appear now, he would be powerless to resist. Summoning the last of his strength, he retrieved the crystal core from the bear's carcass. The core of a magical beast was a rare resource for cultivation, and he hoped to leverage its power to swiftly restore his own strength. Clutching the core tightly, he began to circulate his inner energy to absorb its essence. As he absorbed the core's energy, he gradually felt some vitality returning to his body. However, unbeknownst to him, every movement was being watched by a pair of hidden eyes. In a secluded corner of the forest, a mysterious figure clad in black stealthily approached his cave. This individual was a member of a nefarious assassin organization, perpetually on the hunt for valuable targets within the shadowy forest. Upon witnessing the battle between him and the rock-armored bear, the assassin sensed that he might possess something precious. Thus, he resolved to strike while the young man was vulnerable. The figure crept closer to the cave, his footsteps light and soundless. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, he beheld the young man absorbing the energy of the crystal cord. A flicker of greed flashed in his eyes as he slowly drew a dagger from his waist, its blade glimmering ominously. He prepared to infiltrate the cave and deliver a fatal blow to his unsuspecting prey. Just as the assassin was about to step inside, the young man suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. Startled, he halted his absorption of the core's energy. Rising to his feet, he cautiously peered toward the cave entrance. Noticing that he had been detected, the assassin abandoned his stealth and charged directly into the cave. His speed was blinding, akin to a streak of black lightning hurtling toward him. In a split second, he raised his sword to block the assassin's dagger. The assassin's strength was formidable. He pressed down hard, bending the young man's sword toward the ground. With a powerful shove, he managed to push the assassin back a few paces. The assassin quickly regained his footing and renewed his assault. His attacks were fierce, the dagger slicing through the air with chilling precision. The young man executed the Phantom Gale step, engaging in a fierce close-quarters battle with the assassin within the cave's confines. During the fray, he discerned that this assassin was no ordinary foe. His agility was astounding, and his dagger appeared to be coated with a lethal poison. The young man dared not let the assassin close in. He had to rely on his speed and martial skills to maintain the upper hand. The assassin, growing increasingly impatient, had not anticipated that the young man could hold his ground for so long despite his weakened state. Resolving to unleash his ultimate technique, the assassin suddenly leapt high into the air, aiming the dagger at the young man's chest. The blade shimmered ominously, its speed astonishing. With no time to evade, the young man braced himself to block with his sword. Just as the dagger was about to collide with his blade, the assassin's wrist flicked, and the dagger veered toward the young man's arm. The blade sliced through flesh, and blood gushed forth instantaneously. He felt a numbing sensation radiate from the wound. Realizing he had been struck by the assassin's deadly poison, a wave of despair washed over him as he comprehended the perilousness of his situation. He had to find an antidote quickly. Otherwise, his life would be forfeit. Gritting his teeth against the pain and the encroaching poison, he activated the Spirit Shadow Sword. launching a relentless counterattack against the assassin. Taken by surprise, the assassin stumbled back a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, the young man pivoted and dashed toward the cave's exit. The assassin pursued him relentlessly as he sprinted through the forest. His vision began to blur, and his body felt increasingly feeble. He knew he could not hold out much longer. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, he spotted an ancient temple ahead. The temple's doors were tightly shut, surrounded by an aura of mystery. That a spark of hope ignited within him as he resolved to enter the temple in search of an antidote, summoning the last remnants of his strength. He raced toward the temple. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed strange runes etched across the doors. As he reached out to touch the symbols, the doors creaked open slowly. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. The interior of the temple was suffused with a rich medicinal aroma, revealing numerous cabinets filled with various herbs and elixirs. Elation surged through him. He realized salvation might be within reach. He rummaged through the cabinets for antidotes. Just then, the assassin burst into the temple, his eyes gleaming with avarice upon seeing the cabinets. Ignoring the young man, he moved directly toward the shelves, intent on claiming all the treasures for himself. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, the young man grabbed a pill and swallowed it, temporarily suppressing the poison's effects. Then, he took up his sword and approached the assassin. Once more, they clashed within the temple. This time, the young man was no longer on the defensive, utilizing the temple's environment to his advantage. He maneuvered around the cabinets, intermittently executing the spirit shadow sword technique to strike at the assassin. The assassin found his movements constrained within the temple, his strikes losing their former ferocity. Seizing the moment, the young man unleashed the wind-shattering slash, a powerful wave of sword energy aimed directly at the assassin. Caught off guard, the assassin was struck in the shoulder, letting out a pained cry as his dagger clattered to the ground. The young man advanced, pressing the tip of his sword against the assassin's throat. With cold determination, he demanded, "Why are you pursuing me?" The assassin, filled with fear and resentment, replied, "You possess a precious treasure I wish to claim." The young man scoffed. "To covet treasure, you would endanger the lives of others. Such a person is truly despicable." With that, he rendered the assassin unconscious. In the temple, the young man discovered the antidotes he desperately needed and consumed them, gradually restoring his body to normalcy. After resting briefly, he resumed his flight. He understood that in this perilous and enigmatic realm, countless challenges and dangers awaited him, yet he no longer felt fear. His eyes gleamed with determination and courage, for he believed he would not only survive in this land, but also unveil the truth behind his family's plight and clear his name. Chapter 7. A desperate flight in the vast, unfathomable, and mystical continent. The young man's figure appeared particularly solitary and beleaguered as he embarked on a heart-pounding journey of escape through myriad predicaments, like a leaf swaying uncertainly in a tempest. Unaware of where peace might be found, once a celebrated prodigy within his family, fate's cruel gears had turned against him, entangling him in a web of internal power struggles and a grand conspiracy. Wrongly accused of treachery, he became the target of scorn, forced to tread this perilous path of flight into the unknown. Initially, as he fled the family territory, he was relentlessly pursued by a cadre of elite warriors from his clan. Each was formidable, their resolve unwavering as they vowed to capture him and bring him back for judgment. Knowing he could afford no respite, he employed every ounce of his skill to dart through the mountains and hills. Wherever he passed, the rustling of foliage echoed in the wake of the fierce winds he stirred, and the ground beneath him stirred up clouds of dust from his swift strides. Upon traversing a dense forest, he encountered his first significant obstacle. A peculiar mist pervaded the woodland, obscuring vision and seemingly disrupting spiritual perception. Not long after entering, he felt the very space around him distort, losing all sense of direction. Yet, relying on his extraordinary willpower and acute awareness of danger, he endeavored to remain composed. He attempted to discern direction by observing the growth patterns of trees, the distribution of moss, and the subtle variations in airflow. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant against any lurking threats within the forest. Suddenly, several beasts resembling leopards but armed with sharp fangs leapt from the underbrush, their eyes glinting with a ghostly green light as they emitted low, menacing growls, regarding him as an intruder in their territory. Drawing his sword with lightning speed, he slashed through the mist, the blade gleaming coldly. With a swift movement, he charged at the beasts, employing the phantom sword technique. Where shadows of the sword flickered like blooming silver flowers amid the fray, the beast retaliated fiercely, agilely leaping and lunging, attempting to rend him with their fangs and claws. After a fierce struggle, he managed to repel the beasts, though he sustained multiple injuries, his clothes stained with blood. Finally breaking free from the forest, he found himself at the edge of a wide river. The river surged with tumultuous waves, its thunderous roar echoing through the air. The surface was riddled with swirling eddies and treacherous undercurrents, a clear indication of the lurking dangers beneath that moment. The shouts of his family's pursuers grew alarmingly closer behind him. Outyan, consumed by urgency, desperately searched for a means to cross the river. Not far from the riverbank, he discovered a dilapidated little boat, its hull ravaged by the passage of time and riddled with holes. Yet it represented his sole glimmer of hope. Outyan sprinted towards the vessel, but just as he was about to board, a colossal water beast erupted from the depths of the river. The creature's massive form resembled a small hill, covered in slick scales, its gaping maw lined with razor-sharp teeth, unleashing a powerful torrent of water that surged directly towards him. With no time to evade, Outyan braced himself against the onslaught. He anchored his feet firmly to the ground, channeling his internal energy to its utmost limit, forming a protective shield that barely withstood the beast's assault. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped into the air, employing his wind blade technique to deftly evade the creature's attack range. Landing securely on the little boat, gripping the oar, he paddled with all his might, the boat rocking violently in the torrential currents, on the verge of capsizing at any moment. Gritting his teeth, Outyan drew upon his indomitable will and exceptional rowing skills, ultimately managing to reach the opposite shore. Once ashore, he dared not linger. Hastening onward in his flight, he ventured into a desolate expanse of desert. The sun blazed high in the sky, the heat unbearable, while the sand beneath his feet scorched like embers. Each step feeling as though he treaded upon fiery coals. Outyan's stamina dwindled rapidly, yet he understood that to pause would mean risking capture by his family's relentless pursuers. As he traversed the desert, a fierce sandstorm descended upon him. The winds howled violently, and the air filled with swirling yellow dust, engulfing the world in an instant. Outyan was swept up in the tempest, the abrasive grains slicing against his skin like sharp blades. He could only shield himself with his energy, struggling to navigate through the storm. Fortunately, amidst the chaos, he stumbled upon an ancient cave hidden behind a dune. He hastily sought refuge within, momentarily escaping the storm's fury. However, even in the cave, Outyan remained vigilant. He was acutely aware that, despite the apparent tranquility of the desert, countless unseen perils lurked within. Indeed, deep within the cave, he detected a faint rustling sound. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he cautiously approached the source of the noise. In a shadowy corner of the cavern, he beheld a colossal sand serpent, its body blending seamlessly with the desert hues. Nearly undetectable without careful scrutiny, the serpent, sensing Outyan's presence, launched an abrupt attack, its form striking like a flash of lightning. Outyan swiftly sidestepped, swinging his sword towards the serpent. The creature, agile and serpentine, evaded his strike and coiled around him. Outyan felt the constriction tighten around his body, making it difficult to breathe. Focusing his energy, he gathered his strength into his arms, forcefully breaking free from the serpent's grip, then unleashed the wind blade technique. Piercing the serpent's vulnerable spot, the creature writhed in agony before collapsing to the ground. After exiting the cave, Outyan pressed onward through the desert. After days of arduous travel, he finally emerged into a bustling town. Yet he was acutely aware that this town was not without its own dangers. His family had eyes and influence in every corner, and he risked being discovered here. Disguising his appearance, Outyan blended into the throngs of townsfolk, searching for allies or means to extricate himself from his predicament. In a tavern, he overheard whispers of a mysterious organization rumored to oppose the dark forces of the noble families, perhaps offering him sanctuary. Outyan resolved to seek out this enigmatic group. However, in his quest for the organization, he encountered new troubles. Some local bullies, drawn by the treasures on his person, set their sights on him. These ruffians, infamous for their reign of terror in the town, dispatched henchmen to track Outyan down, cornering him in a secluded alley. Armed with an array of weapons, they glared menacingly at him, demanding he relinquish his valuables. Outyan, unwilling to cause a scene but equally resolute not to yield easily, attempted to reason with them, yet the thugs paid no heed and lunged at him. Left with no choice, Outyan drew his sword in self-defense. He unleashed his agile sword techniques, engaging in a fierce battle against the bullies in the narrow alleyway. Although outnumbered, their strength paled in comparison to his. Outyan easily repelled their advances, yet the commotion drew the attention of the town guards, who mistook him for the instigator of the chaos. He had no choice but to employ his wind blade technique once more. making a hasty escape from the town. After leaving the town behind, Outyin continued his flight, finding himself amidst a treacherous mountain range. The peaks towered like sentinels, and jagged cliffs loomed ominously at every turn. The paths were perilous, often strewn with loose rocks. Outyin climbed cautiously, his fingers grazed by sharp stones, blood flowing freely, yet he pressed on with determination. During his ascent, he encountered a band of mountain bandits who lay in wait on the vital routes. Preying upon unsuspecting travelers, spotting Outyin alone, they mistook him for easy prey and blocked his path, brandishing knives and clubs with malicious intent. Outyin knew reasoning would be futile. Only strength could compel them to relent. Drawing his sword, he met their gaze with unwavering resolve. The bandits charged, their numbers overwhelming, but Outyin swiftly countered with a fusion of his phantom blade and wind blade techniques, weaving through their assaults and delivering powerful retaliatory strikes. After an intense skirmish, the bandits lay defeated, begging for mercy. As he pressed further into the mountains, Outyin discovered a hidden ancient ruin nestled within a valley. The entrance was sealed by a formidable barrier. Intrigued, Outyin sensed that within this ruin lay treasures or secrets that could enhance his strength or aid him in evading his family's pursuit. He resolved to attempt to unlock the barrier and enter the ruin. Drawing upon his knowledge of formations and energy, he began to dismantle the protective seal. After considerable effort, he succeeded in breaching the barrier, stepping into the enigmatic interior. The atmosphere was thick with ancient and mysterious energy. Outyin explored carefully, uncovering numerous ancient murals and inscriptions that seemed to narrate a long-lost tale intertwined with the history and mystique of this land. Deep within the ruin, he found a luminous spirit pearl pulsating with extraordinary energy. He could feel the potent force within, promising immense benefits for his cultivation. As he reached for the pearl, an alarm suddenly blared throughout the ruin. It turned out that the pearl served as the guardian treasure of the site. Disturbing it triggered the defensive mechanisms. In an instant, various traps and mechanisms activated, shooting beams of energy toward Outyin that he swiftly dodged, utilizing his wind blade technique to navigate through the ruin while deflecting the energy beams with his sword. Amidst evading the traps, he uncovered clues leading to secret passages and hidden chambers within the ruin. Following the clues, he hoped to discover a way out or uncover more treasures. After a harrowing exploration and fierce battles, Outyin ultimately located the exit of the ruin, successfully escaping with the spirit pearl in hand. He understood the significance of the pearl. It could prove to be a vital asset in his flight. Yet, he was acutely aware that his family's pursuit would not relent. He needed to remain ever more cautious. Continuing his escape, Outyin arrived at a mysterious swamp. The ground was riddled with treacherous quagmires and toxic gases, posing a constant threat of entrapment. Treading carefully along the swamp's edge, he used a branch to probe for safe footing. However, the swamp was also home to a fearsome creature known as the toxic crocodile. Large and formidable, its skin was as tough as iron, lined with razor-sharp teeth that harbored potent venom. As Outyin navigated the swamp, a deep, resonant roar echoed in the air. He looked up to see several toxic crocodiles gliding toward him. Outyin's heart raced. Knowing a fierce battle was imminent, he swiftly drew his sword, infusing it with energy, causing its blade to shimmer faintly. The crocodiles launched their assault, jaws agape, as they lunged at him. Outyin executed his phantom blade technique, the sword's shadow flickering among the reptiles, attempting to thwart their advance. Yet, the crocodiles, emboldened by their thick hides, pressed on undeterred. One crocodile lashed out with its tail, catching Outyin off guard and sending him sprawling toward a nearby mire. In a split second, he drove his sword into the ground, stabilizing himself. Enduring the sharp pain in his leg, he unleashed the wind blade technique, striking the crocodile in its eye. The creature roared in agony, thrashing wildly. The other crocodiles, enraged by their companion's injury, intensified their assault on Outyin. Engaged in a desperate struggle, his strength waned rapidly, yet he resolutely fought on. Just as despair threatened to overtake him, he suddenly recalled the spirit pearl he had acquired in the ruins. He retrieved the spirit pearl and endeavored to merge the potent spiritual energy within it with his own. During this process of fusion, Outyin felt his strength steadily augmenting. He once again unleashed the combined technique of the phantom swordplay and the windbreaker swordplay. This time, the shadows of his sword became even more formidable, and the power of his attacks significantly increased. He successfully repelled the swamp-poison crocodile and staggered out of the mire. After countless harrowing trials, Outyin found himself fleeing across this fantastical continent, his experiences akin to a living nightmare, yet continuously honing his will and strength. He remained oblivious to the challenges that lay ahead. but in his heart. He harbored a singular conviction: to unveil the truth behind his family's conspiracy, clear his name, and reclaim his lost glory and dignity. With this belief, he resolutely forged ahead on the unknown path. Undeterred by the encroaching darkness and peril, Chapter 8. The heartlessness of his betrothed within the resplendent and intricately adorned hall of the Ling family. The atmosphere was as frigid as the depths of winter. Suffocatingly cold, Aotian, once the promising prodigy of his family, now stood there in utter disarray, clad in tattered garments, his hair disheveled, his face etched with fatigue and weariness. Yet, the fire of defiance still blazed in his eyes. Opposite him stood his former fiancée, Suyao, with whom he once shared vows of eternal fidelity. Today, she donned a magnificent satin gown, embellished with exquisite golden embroidery that sparkled under the hall's radiant lights. Exuding an air of nobility and extravagance, her beauty remained ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial being. However, at this moment, her gaze was as frigid as an unyielding glacier, devoid of any trace of the tenderness and affection that had once characterized their bond. Her crimson lips curled into a cold, disdainful smile, as if she regarded him as nothing more than a lowly insect. Aotian gazed at this familiar yet unfamiliar woman before him, his heart a tumult of emotions. The sweet memories of their past crashing upon him like waves. Once, they had strolled through the family's garden. Suyao nestled in his embrace, softly sharing her dreams for the future. The breeze had been gentle, the flowers vibrant, and they had believed they would be companions for life, unwavering in their devotion. Yet now, all of that had crumbled into mere phantoms, thoroughly shattered by Suyao's heartlessness. Suyao, why must you treat me thus? Were our past affections mere illusions? Aotian's voice trembled with disbelief and profound anguish. Suyao let out a chilling laugh that reverberated through the vast hall, grating harshly on the ears. Aotian, cease your self-deception. Perhaps in the past I was naive, entranced by your so-called talent, but now I have seen through your true nature. You are nothing but a traitor to the family, a sinner scorned by all. How could I, Suyao, ever share my life with someone like you? Her words pierced Aotian's heart like a dagger. I am innocent. Do you not know me? How could I betray my family? Aotian cried out in fury, his eyes aflame with rage, fists clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly. Humph, you claim innocence, yet who can vouch for you? The elders of the family have already condemned your crimes. What further defense do you have? Suyu replied dismissively, her head held high, her eyes filled with contempt. Suyao, how can you so easily believe the accusations of others, disregarding our years of affection? Aotian's voice carried a note of desperation as he sought to awaken the love that once resided in Suyao's heart. Affection, in the face of family interest and honor, what value does affection hold? As a vital member of the family, I must stand with them. And you bring only shame and disaster to me and my kin. Suyao's tone remained icy, unwavering. At that moment, a cacophony of voices erupted from outside the hall. The family's pursuers had arrived. Armed and formidable, they stormed into the hall, encircling Aotian. Aotian, you have nowhere left to run. Surrender and return with us to face the family's judgment, and perhaps we might leave you with your life, one of the family's experts stated coldly. Aotian glanced at the encircling pursuers. Then at Suyao, his heart engulfed in despair. He realized that escape was no longer an option, yet he refused to be wronged without a fight. He would battle for his innocence. Suyao, since you are so heartless, I have no further words to say, but I will prove my innocence, even at the cost of my life. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he slowly drew his sword, its blade gleaming ominously in the light. Watching him unsheath his sword, Suyao exhibited no sign of trepidation, coldly stating, do you think you can resist the power of the family? You are merely courting death. Ignoring her, Aotian focused entirely on the encroaching pursuers. He unleashed the phantom swordplay, the shadows of his sword blossoming like silver flowers within the hall, weaving through the chaos. The pursuers, alarmed, brandished their weapons and charged at him. In an instant, the hall was a maelstrom of flashing blades and the clamor of battle cries. Aotian weaved through the throng, his swordplay ferociously sharp, each strike infused with his wrath and defiance. He alternated between the windbreaker swordplay and the swift windsteps, evading their assaults with agility. However, outnumbered and facing formidable foes, Aotian gradually felt overwhelmed. Amidst the fray, memories of his time with Suyao flooded his mind, moments of shared training, nights spent under the moonlight. Those beautiful recollections now felt like daggers in his heart. He could not comprehend how Suyao had become so callous. Was love truly so fragile under the weight of familial pressure? Suyao, you will regret this, Aotian roared, channeling all his spiritual energy into his sword, executing his mightiest technique, the sword shadow breaking the firmament. Countless sword shadows erupted from his blade, cascading like stars upon his foes. The pursuers were momentarily stunned by this overwhelming assault, retreating in disarray, though many still fell wounded to the ground. Yet, the exertion had drained Outyin of his energy, rendering him weak, and he sank to one knee. Gasping for breath, Suyu regarded the weakened Outyin with no hint of compassion, coldly remarking, "This is the fate that awaits those who oppose the family. Seize him." The pursuers surged forward once more, intent on capturing Outyin. In that instant, Outyin recalled the spirit pearl he had acquired during his flight. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he retrieved the pearl and endeavored to merge its potent energy with his own. As the fusion occurred, he felt his power revitalizing and amplifying. Rising to his feet, he gripped his sword once more, a renewed fervor igniting in his gaze. "I will not let you prevail," he bellowed, plunging into the fray once again. This time, his swordplay was even more ferocious, his strikes more relentless. With the spirit pearl's energy, he began to turn the tide of battle, forcing the pursuers to retreat. Seeing Outyin grow so formidable with the pearl's aid, Suyu was taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure. Deciding to intervene personally, she advanced slowly, brandishing a long sword that emanated a soft glow. This sword was the family heirloom, imbued with extraordinary power. "Outyin, today marks your end," Suyao declared coldly, thrusting the sword towards him. The strike appeared gentle, yet concealed immense spiritual force, moving with such speed that evasion seemed impossible. Outyin sensed the potency of her strike and dared not underestimate it. That he concentrated, executing the combined technique of the phantom swordplay and the windbreaker swordplay in an attempt to fend off Suyao's assault. However, her strength far exceeded his expectations. Although he managed to parry her blade, he was forcefully pushed back by the overwhelming spiritual energy. "Suyao, do you truly intend to kill me?" Outyin gazed at her. Anguish and despair etched across his face. "You must die," Suyao replied without a hint of hesitation, launching another fierce assault with her sword. Outyin understood that a life-or-death confrontation with Suyao was inevitable. Drawing a deep breath, he maximized his spiritual energy, bracing himself to face her onslaught. And no longer did pain and despair linger in his eyes. Instead, determination and resolve took their place. He resolved that, even in death, he would do so with dignity. In this fierce battle, Outyin and Suyao's figures danced through the hall, each strike infused with powerful spiritual energy, wreaking havoc on the surrounding architecture. The hall's walls bore deep gashes from the sword winds, and pillars trembled under the force of their clashes. As the battle raged on, Outyin began to discern flaws in Suyao's swordplay. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a variant of the sword shadow breaking the firmament, concentrating his energy at the tip of his blade before lunging towards the chink in Suyao's defenses. Suyao sensed the imminent danger but was too late to evade. She could only barely parry Outyin's strike with her blade. Yet the tremendous energy sent her hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. As Outyin looked at the fallen Suyao, a sense of victory eluded him, replaced instead with a profound bitterness. He approached her slowly, gazing down at her as he spoke. "Suyao, why? We once loved each other so deeply. Why must you treat me this way?" Suyao raised her head to meet Outyin's gaze, her eyes still devoid of any warmth. "I once remarked that, in the face of familial interests, emotions are rendered utterly worthless." Outyin silently shook his head, fully aware that no matter what he said, he could not alter Suyao's convictions. He turned to survey the pursuing soldiers, his gaze rife with provocation. "Come at me. Even if I must perish today, I shall take a few of you down with me." The pursuers, momentarily daunted by Outyin's fierce demeanor, hesitated to advance. Just then, an elder from the family arrived at the grand hall. This elder, possessing formidable strength and immense prestige within the clan, surveyed the battlefield with a furrowed brow. "Outyin, cease your delusions. Lay down your weapons and return with me to the family. Perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope." The elder spoke slowly. "Elder, I am innocent. I shall not return with you unless you restore my honor," Outyin declared resolutely. "You still dare to be defiant. It seems that only by enforcing some consequences will you learn obedience." The elder scoffed, raising his hand as a powerful surge of spiritual energy coalesced within it. Outyin sensed the elder's overwhelming power and recognized that he was no match for him. Yet, he did not falter. He braced himself for the elder's impending attack. Just as the elder was about to strike, a hauntingly ethereal melody of a flute wafted through the air from outside the hall. The sound was mystical and serene, imbued with a potent force that calmed the spirit. As the melody resonated, The pursuing soldiers ceased their movements, their expressions turning blank and dazed. The elder, too, was momentarily disturbed by the enchanting tune, furrowing his brows as he exclaimed, "Who dares to disrupt the Lin family's grand hall?" Before his words could settle, a mysterious figure clad in a flowing white robe stepped into the hall. His handsome visage was captivating, his eyes deep and enigmatic, holding a jade flute that emanated a peculiar glow. "Who are you?" the elder inquired warily. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you cannot harm him." The mysterious figure pointed at Outyin. "Why do you protect this traitor?" the elder demanded angrily. "Whether he is a traitor remains to be seen. Do you not fear wrongfully condemning an innocent by pursuing him without discernment?" The mysterious figure replied coolly. "This is a matter for our family. It is not for an outsider to meddle in," the elder retorted. "Having intervened, I shall not easily withdraw," the mysterious figure asserted, his tone calm yet resolute. At that moment, Suyo rose, addressing the mysterious figure. "Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you, lest you become an enemy of the Lin family." "The Lin family? I harbor no fear. I stand only for the truth," the mysterious figure declared. Outyin gazed at the enigmatic figure, his heart swirling with confusion that he could not fathom why this stranger would assist him, yet he understood that this might be his sole opportunity for redemption. "Why do you wish to help me?" Outyin asked. "Because I know you are wrong, that I have been investigating this matter in secret and have uncovered some clues," the mysterious figure revealed. "What clues?" Outyin pressed eagerly. "Now is not the time. First, accompany me away from here, and I shall slowly divulge the details," the mysterious figure instructed. Outyin glanced at the surrounding pursuers and then at Suyu before shifting his gaze back to the mysterious figure. Hesitating momentarily, ultimately he resolved to trust the stranger, nodding as he said, "Very well, I will follow you." The mysterious figure smiled faintly, playing the jade flute once more. A powerful wave of spiritual energy enveloped Outyin, and together they exited the grand hall, vanishing from the sight of all present. Suya watched Outyin's departing figure, her heart stirred with conflicting emotions. She was uncertain if her decision today was the right one. Yet she understood that there was no turning back. She could only continue to stand with her family, confronting the challenges that lay ahead. Meanwhile, Outyin, with the mysterious figure's aid, embarked on a new journey in search of the truth. Determined to clear his name, he was unaware of what awaited him, but his conviction grew stronger. He was resolute in his quest to unveil the hidden machinations and bring the truth to light. Chapter 9. Heart like ashes. Outyin's heart lay in desolation as he stood within the once glorious grand hall of the Lin family, where the smoke of battle gradually dissipated, leaving behind only devastation and silence. He stood alone amidst the ruins, his figure appearing so forlorn and insignificant, as though abandoned by the entire world. His garments lay tattered, the ragged strips fluttering gently in the breeze, mirroring his precarious fate. His bloodied face bore hollow eyes that stared vacantly ahead, fixated on the direction in which Suyao had departed. Once, those eyes sparkled with fervent light, brimming with aspirations for the future, loyalty to family, and an unwavering devotion to love. Yet now, all brilliance had extinguished, leaving only boundless darkness and despair. Memories surged forth like a relentless tide, completely engulfing Outyin. He recalled the moment he first met Suyao. During a grand banquet hosted by the family that time, Suyao wore a delicate pink gown, her steps light and graceful, as if she had stepped from a painting. Her smile, radiant as the sun in spring, instantly illuminated Outyin's heart. From that day forward, they often strolled together in the family garden, surrounded by a riot of blooming flowers. Sharing their innermost thoughts, Suyao would gently pluck a vibrant blossom and place it in Outyin's hair. Stifling her giggles, her laughter ringing like crystal chimes, Outyin would clasp Suyao's hand tightly, vowing to walk through life together, savoring the splendor of the world and weathering the passage of time. Those days spent in cultivation together became Outyin's most cherished memories. They discovered a tranquil spot on the family's back mountain, where each morning, as the first rays of sunlight cascaded down, they dedicated themselves to diligent practice. While Outyin honed his swordsmanship, Suya would quietly observe, occasionally offering insightful commentary that greatly benefited him. Conversely, when Suyao practiced her spells, Outyin remained vigilant, ensuring her safety against any lurking threats. During their breaks, they would sit side by side on the grass, sharing their insights and dreams of a future where they stood as pillars of the family. In those moments, they firmly believed that love and familial honor could coexist, destined to become the envy of all on this mystical continent. However, fate's cruel twist shattered their dreams. The maelstrom of familial power struggles ensnared Outyin, who was falsely accused of treachery, overnight transforming him from the family's favored son into a target of scorn. And Suyao, the woman who once vowed eternal allegiance to him, under familial pressure, unhesitatingly severed their ties. Her gaze turned from warmth to coldness, her words shifted from sweetness to cruelty, each syllable piercing Outyan's heart like a sharp dagger, obliterating his cherished illusions of love. Why, Suyao? Why have you so easily relinquished our love? Outyan's lips trembled, his voice hoarse and dry, as if he had expended every ounce of strength to utter those words. Yet, all he received in response was an abyss of silence. Suyao had long departed, leaving him to confront the frigid reality alone. At that moment, the clamor of the pursuing soldiers echoed once more in his ears. Their shouts and footsteps akin to death knells, provoking within Outyan a profound weariness and annoyance. He slowly lifted his gaze to the blazing sun hanging high in the sky, the blinding light causing him to squint. Under this radiant glare, he suddenly felt insignificantly small and powerless, like an ant futilely struggling against the grip of fate. Enough, enough, Outyan murmured to himself, his voice heavy with resignation and despair. He gradually released the sword that had accompanied him through countless battles. Its blade struck the ground with a dull thud, reminiscent of his shattered heart's final sigh. He no longer harbored any desire to resist, nor did he cling to any hope. To him, having lost the family's trust and Suyao's love rendered life devoid of meaning. The family's pursuers swiftly encircled him, their gazes devoid of compassion, only reveling in the triumph of completing their task. One soldier stepped forward, roughly binding Outyan's hands behind his back and forcefully pushing him forward. Outyan stumbled a few steps but offered no resistance, mechanically following their lead, step by step toward the family's place of judgment. As he was escorted, Outyan remained lost in the echoes of past memories. He recalled the glorious achievements he had secured for the family, the days of fierce battles against external foes, during which he had never wavered. He had once bravely infiltrated enemy lines, wielding his sword with skill and relentless determination, vanquishing enemy leaders and securing victory after victory for his clan. In those moments, he had been a source of pride for the family, a hero revered by all. Yet now, all of that had faded into mere memories. The family no longer acknowledged his contributions. Fixating solely on his unfounded accusations, he reminisced about the tender moments shared with Suyao. Those gentle embraces, sweet kisses, and deep gazes. He had believed these beautiful moments would last forever, that they would stand side by side until the end of time. But reality proved to be merciless. Love crumbled like dust before the weight of family interests. Suyao's heartlessness extinguished his faith in love. He no longer believed in the existence of true love in this world. The garden of warmth and hope that once flourished in his heart had withered into a desolate wasteland. As his steps continued, Outyan was led to the family's judgment square. In the square, numerous family members had long since gathered, casting indifferent glances at Aotian, as if he were a heinous criminal deserving of contempt. Aotian slowly lifted his head, surveying the crowd around him, yet he could find not a single familiar and friendly face among them. Once, those who had called him brother now hid in the throng. Unwilling to meet his gaze, that a profound sorrow surged within him, for in his moment of despair, he realized that the so-called friendships were but ephemeral illusions. Upon the judgment platform, the elders of the family sat high above, their expressions grave and solemn, their eyes betraying an undeniable authority. One elder rose and loudly proclaimed Aotian's crimes, each word striking him like a heavy hammer upon his heart. Yet, Aotian felt no strength left for anger or rebuttal. He merely stood there in silence, his gaze hollow as he stared ahead, as if all of this were unrelated to him. When the elder finished reading, a chorus of voices demanding severe punishment for Aotian erupted from the crowd. Family members brandished their weapons, chanting for the execution of the traitor. Their voices roared like tumultuous waves, crashing relentlessly against Aotian's spirit. His body trembled slightly. He knew his life was nearing its end. In that moment, fear had dissipated, leaving only profound fatigue and disappointment towards the world. The instant the executioner raised his blade, a strange rumbling sound echoed from. Nevertheless, what perpetually tormented him was the betrayal of his family and the fading of love. Oh, fate, what manner of invisible hands do you wield, so wantonly manipulating the course of my life? Aotian gazed up at the moon that hung high in the sky, tears shimmering in his eyes. He reminisced about the countless full moon nights spent within his family, surrounded by loved ones, his heart brimming with joy and contentment. Yet now, he found himself alone in this desolate wilderness, confronting the chilling moonlight. Filled with lamentations over the capriciousness of fate to be a stroke of chance, Aotian learned of an ancient and enigmatic temple of destiny at the edge of this continent. Legend had it that within this temple lay the power to unveil the mysteries of fate, accessible only to those truly fated and courageous enough to enter. To seek the truth of destiny, that a flicker of hope ignited within Aotian's heart. He resolved to embark on a journey to the Temple of Destiny. Undeterred by the lurking dangers and challenges ahead, in pursuit of answers to why fate had treated him so. Thus, Aotian bid farewell to his friends and set forth on the arduous journey to the Temple of Destiny. He traversed scorching deserts where the searing heat threatened to consume him, each step upon the blistering sands akin to walking on burning coals. He scaled treacherous snow-capped mountains, where the biting winds and swirling snow posed a constant threat of avalanches. Throughout this arduous trek, he encountered myriad dangers and obstacles, yet he persevered without faltering. Finally, after enduring countless trials and tribulations, Aotian stood before the majestic Temple of Destiny. The temple loomed grandly, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. The entrance stood resolutely closed, adorned with bizarre runes and patterns that seemed to narrate the enigmatic tales of fate. Taking a deep breath, Aotian approached the temple's entrance. The moment his hand brushed against the door, a radiant beam of light erupted from it. Enveloping him in its brilliance, Aotian felt his body grow weightless, as if he had entered a peculiar realm. In this space, visions flashed before his eyes. He witnessed the origins and evolution of his family, observing its gradual descent into corruption under the temptations of power and greed. That he discerned that his own fate had long been manipulated by certain factions within his family, who sacrificed everything, including him, to achieve their own ends. That he also saw Su Yao, compelled by familial pressure, grappling with her inner turmoil and struggles, ultimately choosing the family's interests over her love for him. These revelations began to unravel the mysteries that had plagued Aotian's heart, yet simultaneously filled him with anguish and fury. It became clear that all of this was orchestrated by fate. But he would never succumb to such a destiny. Aotian roared. A fierce determination ignited in his gaze. He resolved to no longer be a pawn of fate. He would shatter the shackles of destiny through his own strength, reclaiming justice for himself and reshaping his life. Emerging from the Temple of Destiny, Aotian's mindset underwent a profound transformation. No longer was he the confused and tormented fugitive. He had evolved into a vengeful warrior. Imbued with unwavering conviction and formidable power, he understood that the road ahead remained fraught with peril, yet he was unafraid, for he had grasped the truth of fate, and he would challenge those who had betrayed and harmed him, ensuring they paid a heavy price for their actions. Chapter 11. Injustice in the realm of the Ling family. Where splendor intertwined with glory, one would expect order and justice to prevail. Yet, for Aotian, this place had morphed into a veritable inferno, brimming with unending darkness and injustice. Aotian, once a young prodigy who had distinguished himself through exceptional talent and relentless effort, was now ruthlessly cast into the abyss of fate. He stood within the family's grand and austere council hall, surrounded by a chorus of cold and disdainful gazes, piercing his soul like daggers. The hall's lofty ceiling was adorned with murals depicting the family's illustrious history. Those very images that had once inspired him now served as the cruelest mockery. The elders of the family sat upon their elevated platform, their expressions grave and unyielding, devoid of compassion or fairness. Resolute in their condemnation of the so-called family traitor. Aotian, the evidence of your crimes is irrefutable. Do you dare to defend yourself here? An elderly elder bellowed, his voice echoing ominously within the spacious hall, leaving Aotian's ears ringing. I am innocent. A master of the family sneered coldly, brandishing his sword as he lunged toward Aotian. Undaunted, Aotian unleashed his ultimate technique, the Aotian divine sword art, with sword shadows resembling blooming lotus flowers, effortlessly neutralizing the enemy's attacks. Meanwhile, Shingo cast her starlight magic, gathering countless beams of celestial radiance into powerful energy rays that shot toward the adversaries. Yinfeng, wielding a fiery long knife, charged into the fray like a flame-wreathed warrior, engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the foes. Despite their valiant resistance, the overwhelming number of family masters gradually pushed them into a dire predicament. In this life-and-death moment, an intense sense of indignation surged within Aotian. Was there truly no justice in this world? They fought for righteousness. Why must they endure such persecution? He roared inwardly. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, a peculiar beam of light suddenly descended from the heavens. Within this illumination appeared a venerable elder with flowing white hair. The elder's countenance exuded kindness and tranquility, his gaze revealing profound wisdom. Cease this at once, His voice, though not loud, resonated with authority, compelling all to halt their actions. "Who are you? Why do you intervene?" The family masters inquired warily. "My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that you are committing a grave error. Yin is wrongfully accused. What you pursue is merely a scheme devised by those who have truly betrayed the family." The elders spoke slowly. The family masters exchanged glances, their skepticism toward the elder's words palpable. Yet, the powerful aura emanating from him deterred them from acting rashly. "You claim I am wrongfully accused. What evidence do you possess?" Yin asked, a glimmer of hope rekindling in his eyes. The elder smiled faintly, gently waving his staff as a radiant light flickered, revealing images before the gathered crowd. These images vividly portrayed the collusion between the family's elite and external malevolent forces, unveiling the truth of how they had framed Yin. Shock and regret washed over the faces of the family masters as they grasped the deception that had led them to wrongfully accuse an innocent man. "Yin, we were mistaken. Please forgive us," they implored in unison. Yin gazed at them, his heart a maelstrom of emotions. He had endured immense suffering and injustice. Though resentment lingered, his greater concern lay with the family's future. "I can forgive you, but we must act swiftly to halt the family's dealings with these evil forces and rescue our clan from peril," Yin declared. Thus, Yin, along with his friends and the family masters, joined forces to devise a meticulous plan to avert the impending disaster. They understood that the path ahead remained fraught with danger and challenges, yet fear no longer gripped them, for they believed that as long as justice and fairness resided in their hearts, they could triumph over any adversity, bringing light and hope to their family and this wondrous continent. Chapter 12. Former glory. In the vast, enigmatic expanse of the wondrous continent, the Ling family shone like a radiant star, towering above the multitude of clans, exuding an awe-inspiring brilliance. Yin, as the exceptionally gifted and spirited youth of the Ling family, once basked in unparalleled glory, his name echoing like a legend, revered and envied by countless souls. From a tender age, Yin exhibited astonishing talent and cultivation, as if the heavens themselves had bestowed upon the Ling family a prodigious gift, while other children stumbled through their first steps and babbled their first words. Yin was already demonstrating fundamental martial skills in the family training grounds. His eyes reflected a determination and focus beyond his years. Each punch and kick embodied a yearning for strength and an understanding of martial essence. At merely 5 years of age, he successfully consolidated spiritual energy, becoming the youngest spiritual practitioner in the family, a feat that caused a stir throughout the clan. The elders marveled at him, viewing him as the beacon of hope for the family's future. Harboring boundless aspirations for his potential. In every martial competition organized by the family, Yin was undeniably the focal point. His physique was agile, resembling a cheetah racing across the arena. His movements flowed seamlessly, each strike appearing to harmonize with the ethereal energies of the universe. During a grand internal tournament, Yin triumphed over numerous formidable opponents with ease. His Alfing sword technique manifested sword shadows like blooming azure lotuses, shimmering under the sun's embrace. The sword wind howled past, tearing the air asunder, producing piercing cries. Opponents fell one after another, powerless against his fierce onslaught. Ultimately, Yin clinched the championship title without contest as he stood on the podium, cradling the trophy symbolizing the highest honor. The thunderous applause from the attendees resonated like a storm, with family members expressing their respect and admiration. In that moment, Yin's heart brimmed with pride and fulfillment, envisioning a future where he would stride across the wondrous continent, achieving greatness. Beyond his martial prowess, Yin played an indispensable role in the family's administrative affairs. His quick wit and exceptional intelligence granted him unique insights and keen discernment regarding various clan matters. Whenever the family faced significant decisions, Yin consistently emerged from the myriad of convoluted opinions, proposing the most rational and feasible solutions. During a negotiation concerning resource disputes with external forces, the adversaries sought to impose harsh conditions to suppress the Ling family and maximize their own gains. The atmosphere at the negotiation table was tense and oppressive, with both sides locked in a stalemate. In a critical moment, Yin stepped forward, leveraging his astute grasp of the situation and exceptional negotiation skills to methodically analyze the pros and cons. Deftly countering the opposition's provocations, his words were sharp and powerful, each statement striking at the heart of the matter. Ultimately, through Yin's efforts, the family successfully secured a highly advantageous agreement. safeguarding their core interests while acquiring additional resources and opportunities for growth. This event elevated Outyan's standing within the family to new heights, with members marveling at his leadership and wisdom, rendering him an indispensable figure in the family's decision-making hierarchy. In social settings, Outyan was also the center of attention. With an elegant demeanor and striking presence, he exuded an air of nobility in every gesture. His smile was as warm as a spring breeze, effortlessly drawing others closer, whether at family banquets or interactions with other clans. Outyan navigated various social etiquettes and interpersonal dynamics with finesse. He was adept at listening to others' opinions and ideas, fostering good communication and cooperation with individuals of diverse personalities and backgrounds. During a gathering with other prestigious families, Outyan charmed the attendees with his vast knowledge, witty conversation, and graceful demeanor, endearing himself to all present. He exchanged insights on cultivation and discussed family development, establishing a positive image for the Ling family and laying a solid foundation for future collaborations with other clans. However, the twists of fate often arrive unexpectedly. Catching one off guard, the tempest of internal power struggles engulfed the family, like a surging tide of darkness, mercilessly dragging Outyan from the pinnacle of glory into the abyss of despair. Those who once flattered and followed him, succumbing to the temptations of greed and the pressures of power, turned against him, becoming his foes. Some malevolent forces within the family, in pursuit of their objectives, resorted to unscrupulous means, framing him as a traitor, fabricating seemingly flawless lies. They forged evidence, bribed witnesses, inciting a storm of public opinion against Outyan. Those once regarded as brothers, now compelled by familial pressure, were forced to sever ties with him. Their gazes, once filled with camaraderie, were replaced by coldness and estrangement. Outyan, I do not wish to be your enemy. Take care of yourself. A brother's words pierced Outyan's heart like a chilling dagger, instilling within him an unprecedented sense of betrayal and anguish. Even his fiancée, Su Yao, the woman who once vowed eternal love and sweet promises, became lost in the turmoil of familial strife. Her gaze, once tender and affectionate, turned frigid, her unwavering support transformed into heartless abandonment. Outyan, you are no longer the favored child of the family. Our engagement is hereby dissolved. Su Yao's voice was as frigid as a winter wind, dispersing the final remnants of warmth and hope within Outyan's heart. He watched her departing figure, emotions swirling within him. The sweet memories of their past felt like daggers, repeatedly tearing at his heart, leaving him in unbearable pain. In the family's tribunal, Outyan stood alone before the numerous elders and clansmen, his figure appearing so solitary and helpless. Familiar faces had morphed into strangers, their expressions cold and unyielding. The elders sat high upon the judgment seats, their eyes devoid of compassion or fairness, only a resolute determination to condemn the so-called traitor. Outyan, the crimes you have committed are unforgivable. The family will show you no mercy. The elder's voice resonated like a thunderclap on a clear day, shattering Ao Tian's final illusions with a deafening impact. Ao Tian attempted to defend himself, his voice hoarse and trembling with rage and despair. I am wronged. I have never betrayed the family. This is all a conspiracy by certain members of the clan. Yet, to the eyes of the family, his pleas were merely the desperate gasps of a traitor. No one was willing to believe him. No one inclined to heed his words. Under the overwhelming pressure from the family, he was sentenced to a severe punishment, stripped of his identity as a family member, reduced to a prisoner within his own household. The glory he once knew vanished like smoke, leaving no trace behind. Ao Tian found himself imprisoned in the dark, damp confines of the family's dungeon, surrounded by a putrid stench, while rats scurried in the corners, emitting chilling squeaks. His body was shackled by heavy iron chains, which dug deep into his flesh. Each struggle brought forth agonizing pain. Yet, within his gaze burned an indomitable flame, for he firmly believed that one day, the truth would emerge, and he would reclaim the glory and dignity that rightfully belonged to him. In the confines of his prison, Ao Tian continuously reflected on his plight, seeking clues within the power dynamics and interpersonal relationships of the family to unveil the conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. He recalled fragments of evidence he had previously encountered within the family, seemingly trivial details that began to weave together in his mind. Forming a hazy outline, he realized that the power struggle within the family was far more intricate and brutal than he had ever imagined. Cloaked in vast interests and unspeakable secrets. By a stroke of fate, Ao Tian met an elderly man, also imprisoned in the dungeon. The old man, with his white hair and haggard visage, exuded a profound wisdom and tranquility through his eyes. Claiming to know many secrets of the family, he felt compassion for Ao Tian's plight and resolved to assist him. Under the elder's guidance, Aoteon commenced training in an ancient and mysterious martial art, one that would bolster his strength amidst adversity while fortifying his spirit. Day and night, he practiced relentlessly, undeterred by the oppressive conditions of his cell or the agony that plagued his body. Gradually, his spiritual energy burgeoned, and his understanding of martial techniques ascended to new heights. He learned to unleash formidable attacks within confined spaces, to conceal his presence and movements using the environment to his advantage. Throughout his training, he also grasped numerous life philosophies, transforming his initial fury and despair into a steadier, more serene demeanor. That he understood that only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he survive in this cruel world and vindicate himself. As time passed, Aoteon's strength significantly increased. He resolved to seek an opportunity to escape the confines of his cell and uncover the truth behind the family's conspiracy. At last, on a moonless night, he seized a moment during the guard's shift change to employ his newfound skills, breaking free from his iron shackles before stealthily infiltrating the family's secret passage. The passage was dark and damp. Imbued with an aura of mystery, Aoteon proceeded cautiously, relying on his memory and keen intuition to evade the various traps and mechanisms hidden within it. At the end of the passage, he stumbled upon a hidden chamber. The door was adorned with intricate runes and patterns, radiating a powerful aura of restriction. After considerable effort, Aoteon successfully unraveled the wards and entered the chamber. Inside lay a trove of precious ancient texts and treasures, among which he discovered a diary chronicling the family's history and secrets. The diary detailed evidence of collusion between high-ranking family members and external malevolent forces, as well as the machinations that led to Aoteon's wrongful accusation. Holding the diary, Aoteon's heart swelled with a mix of fury and elation. He had finally unearthed proof of his innocence, yet he was acutely aware that his situation remained perilous. He had to escape the family swiftly and reveal this evidence to the world to clear his name entirely. Thus, clutching the diary, he quietly departed the family's domain, embarking on a perilous journey fraught with uncertainty. During his flight, Aoteon faced relentless pursuit from the family. They dispatched wave after wave of skilled fighters in a frenzied manhunt. However, the Aoteon of today was not the same as before. He adeptly transformed peril into opportunity. Utilizing the fruits of his training and his steadfast resolve, he engaged in fierce battles with the family's elite in the forests. His figure darting through the trees like a bolt of lightning. He unleashed the upgraded version of his Alfing sword technique, the Aoteon Divine Sword Break, with strikes as powerful as shooting stars cleaving through the night sky towards his foes. The family's experts fell back, injured, under his relentless assault. In one encounter, Aoteon unexpectedly crossed paths with a woman named Xing, who had once shared a fleeting encounter with him within the family. Xing was a kind-hearted and brave girl. Upon learning of Aoteon's tribulations, she felt a deep sense of sympathy and resolved to assist him, possessing a unique ability to sense danger and hidden presences. She helped Aoteon evade multiple attempts on his life, and together they embarked on a quest to uncover the truth and vindicate him. As time progressed, Aoteon and Xing gradually uncovered that the conspiracy within the family extended beyond mere power struggles. It was intricately linked to the very safety of the entire fantastical continent. They discovered that those within the family colluding with external dark forces were plotting a grand scheme to overturn the order of the fantastical realm and establish a dark world under their control. To thwart this conspiracy, Aoteon and Xing resolved to unite all possible allies. They traversed vast distances, seeking out righteous individuals and those persecuted by the family. Along the way, they encountered many like-minded companions, including powerful warriors, enigmatic sorcerers, and sagacious strategists. Together, they formed an organization named the Justice League, committed to opposing the malevolent forces within the family and the external darkness. Through the endeavors of the Justice League, they gradually unveiled the truth behind the family's conspiracy and made the evidence public. The entire fantastical continent was thrown into uproar as the evil forces within the family became the targets of widespread condemnation. Under the onslaught of righteous forces, the evil factions within the family were ultimately eradicated, and with Aoteon and the Justice League's assistance, the family underwent profound reform, embarking on a path of justice and light once more. Aoteon, having endured countless trials and tribulations, reclaimed his rightful glory. His name once again shone brightly across the fantastical continent, heralded as a hero in the hearts of the people. Yet, he understood that such glory was hard-won, and he would cherish it dearly. vowing to protect the peace and justice of this land with his own strength, ensuring that past tragedies would not be repeated. Chapter 13. Happiness in that tranquil little town. Gently caressed by the passage of time, the sunlight spilled like shards of gold upon the ancient streets, while a soft breeze wafted through, carrying with it the faint fragrance of flowers and freshly turned earth. Leisurely weaving between the whitewashed walls and dark tiles, here lay the haven of happiness for Ao Tian and Su Ran, a seemingly ordinary place yet infused with warmth and sweetness at every turn. In the early morning, the first playful rays of sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting dappled shadows upon the wooden floor of the bedroom. Ao Tian stirred awake in this gentle light, while Su Ran remained lost in her sweet dreams, her serene expression resembling a bloom in spring. Her long eyelashes cast delicate shadows on her cheeks, and the corners of her mouth held a trace of an elusive smile. Ao Tian gazed at her quietly, his heart brimming with boundless tenderness and affection, as if the entire world had come to a standstill, leaving only the woman he adored before him. That he rose softly, careful not to disturb her sweet slumber, and tiptoed out of the bedroom into the kitchen. The kitchen, though small, was impeccably organized, with cookware gleaming in the morning light. Ao Tian deftly tied on an apron, opened the refrigerator, and retrieved fresh ingredients to prepare a heartfelt breakfast for Su Ran. His movements were light and fluid, akin to a silent performance of art. Before long, the eggs in the pan began to sizzle joyfully under the gentle caress of oil, while the bread in the toaster gradually turned golden and crisp, filling the air with an enticing aroma. As Su Ran awoke to this delightful scent and stepped out of the bedroom, she beheld Ao Tian diligently at work at the dining table. The table was set with exquisite plates, brimming with steaming fried eggs, toasted bread, and glasses of freshly squeezed orange juice. Hearing her stir, Ao Tian turned, a gentle smile illuminating his face, his eyes filled with affection. "Good morning, my dear. Come have breakfast." A warm current surged within Su Ran as she quickly approached Ao Tian, wrapping her arms around his waist and resting her head against his back. "My dear, having you is truly wonderful." These simple words resonated like the most enchanting confession of love, filling Ao Tian's heart with a profound sense of happiness. After breakfast, they strolled hand in hand through the streets of the town. Shops along the roadside began to open, and the proprietors greeted them with warmth. They ventured into a flower shop, vibrant with a riot of colors as blossoms competed for attention. Ao Tian carefully selected a bouquet of Su Ran's favorite pink tulips and presented them to her. "This bouquet is as beautiful as you." Su Ran accepted the flowers, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, her eyes sparkling with joy. They lingered for a moment in the flower shop, enveloped by the fragrant blooms and ethereal beauty, as if time itself paused to honor their love. Upon exiting the shop, they made their way to a park on the outskirts of the quaint town. The park was a verdant paradise, with lush grass and flourishing trees, where a crystal-clear brook babbled gently and weeping willows swayed gracefully in the breeze. They strolled leisurely along the path beside the stream, occasionally stopping to admire the playful fish darting beneath the surface. Ao Yin retrieved some breadcrumbs from his pocket and scattered them into the water, causing the fish to gather eagerly, competing for the morsels and sending sparkling droplets flying. Su Ran, captivated by this delightful scene, couldn't help but burst into joyous laughter, her voice ringing like silver bells, echoing through the air. Ao Yin gazed at her, his heart brimming with joy. He gently took her hand, drawing her close, and placed a tender kiss upon her forehead. As noon approached, they arrived at a beloved little restaurant. The familiar aroma of delectable dishes filled the air, and upon seeing them, the owner greeted them warmly. Su Ran, it's been a while. What would you like to have today?" They ordered several signature dishes and settled into a window-side table, quietly anticipating the arrival of their meal. The restaurant was not crowded, offering a serene and cozy ambience, with sunlight streaming through the windows, draping them in a golden glow. Soon, the dishes began to arrive, each a feast for the senses. As they savored the exquisite flavors, they exchanged anecdotes from their lives, their laughter and conversation intertwining, creating a melody of happiness that filled the restaurant. In the afternoon, as the sun took on a languid quality, they returned home. Su Ran settled onto the sofa in the living room, opening a cherished book and immersing herself in its pages. Meanwhile, Ao Yin brewed her a rich cup of coffee, then picked up his guitar and sat opposite her, strumming gently. The guitar's melodious notes flowed through the room like a clear spring, harmonizing with the soft rustle of pages turning. Occasionally, Su Ran would glance up at Ao Yin, her eyes filled with affection and admiration. In that moment, They were enveloped in a tranquil and beautiful atmosphere, relishing the bliss of each other's company. As evening descended, they made their way to the town square. The square was aglow with lights, as people gathered to dance, stroll, or chat. Ao Tian and Su Ran joined the throng of dancers, moving gracefully to the lively rhythm of the music. Ao Tian's steps were light yet firm, while Su Ran fluttered around him like an elegant butterfly. Their gazes met, conveying a profound love and unspoken understanding. Those around them were captivated by their happiness, casting envious glances in their direction. When night fully enveloped the world, they walked hand in hand along the path home. The moonlight bathed them like water, outlining their figures in a silvery hue. They walked in silence, savoring the moment's tranquility and the warmth of their closeness. Upon returning home, they washed up together, then lay in each other's embrace on the bed. Ao Yen held Su Ran tightly, whispering softly in her ear, "My dear, today was a joyous day. I love you." Su Ran nodded gently in his arms. "I love you too. Good night." In that warm atmosphere, they gradually drifted into sweet slumber, dreaming of the happiness they shared. However, blissful moments are not always untroubled. One day, a significant crisis loomed over Ao Yen's company, threatening his job security. This news cast a shadow over their hearts, like a dark cloud. Ao Yen found himself engulfed in deep anxiety and worry, fearing he would be unable to provide Su Ran with a stable life and that their happiness would be compromised. Observing Ao Yen's haggard visage, Su Ran felt a pang of sympathy. She grasped his hand firmly, offering encouragement. "My dear, do not fret. No matter what happens, we will face it together. As long as we are together, no obstacle is insurmountable." Bolstered by her support, Ao Tian rallied, diligently seeking solutions to the crisis, tirelessly collaborating with colleagues to devise strategies. During this challenging period, their lives became somewhat strained. Yet they never complained. Su Ran learned to budget carefully, cooking delicious and economical meals for Ao Yen. They reduced their outings for entertainment, opting instead to spend cozy evenings at home. They watched movies, chatted, and played games together, their bond growing even stronger in adversity. After a period of hard work, Ao Tian ultimately succeeded in steering the company through the crisis. Not only did he retain his position, but he also received a promotion. When he shared this joyous news with Su Ran, she excitedly leaped into his arms, tears of joy glistening in her eyes. "My dear, I knew you could do it." In that moment, they experienced a profound happiness akin to a rainbow after a storm. A joy more precious and unforgettable than ever. As time passed, their lives gradually regained tranquility and happiness. They began to envision their future, yearning for a child of their own to create a more complete family. Together, they selected furniture for their future home, decorated rooms, and imagined their child growing up in that warm environment. Every detail was imbued with their hopes and dreams, each discussion filling their hearts with sweet happiness. On a sun-drenched day, Su Ran discovered she was pregnant. This revelation sent them into a state of ecstatic joy, and Ao Yen excitedly lifted her, spinning her around the room several times. They immediately began preparing for the arrival of their baby, purchasing infant supplies and setting up the nursery. Each task undertaken with tender care and love. Su Ran's belly grew day by day. Ao Yen showered her with even greater affection. He accompanied her on walks, gave her massages, and told jokes to keep her spirits high. Su Ran reveled in this special care, her face always radiating happiness, a smile that seemed to embody the most beautiful scenery in the world. Finally, on a hopeful and joyful morning, they welcomed the fruit of their love, a precious little life. When Ao Yen first cradled the baby in his arms, his hands trembled slightly, tears of excitement and happiness welling in his eyes. He looked at Su Ran, his heart overflowing with gratitude and love. "My dear, thank you for your hard work." Su Ran, exhausted yet blissful, smiled back. "My dear, this is our happy creation. It was all worth it." From that day forward, their lives were adorned with new colors and happiness. They cared for their baby, witnessing each milestone, rolling over, sitting up, crawling, walking, and talking. Every moment of growth filled them with immeasurable joy and pride. They strolled through the town with their baby, allowing the child to experience the beauty of nature. They told stories, sang lullabies, and cherished every delightful evening together. In this little family, happiness blossomed like spring flowers, becoming ever more vibrant and fragrant. They knew this was the happiness they had always sought. Simple yet pure, ordinary yet grand, it would accompany them through every season of their lives, becoming the most treasured treasure in their hearts. Chapter 14. Ao Yen's escapes from pursuit in the vast wilderness of that mystical realm. Where fierce winds howled and sand whipped like blades, Out figure appeared particularly disheveled, yet undeniably resilient. Each pursuit from his family felt like a nightmare, and he struggled to survive within this relentless dream. The first encounter with the elite assassins dispatched by his family found him hiding deep within an ancient forest. The towering trees loomed ominously, their dense foliage obscuring much of the sunlight and creating a stifling atmosphere. Out crouched behind a massive tree, pressing his ear against the trunk, striving to catch any sound in the vicinity. He heard the faint footsteps of the assassins, each sound like a countdown to death, growing ever closer. His heart raced, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, yet his gaze remained resolute. He gripped his sword tightly, its blade trembling not from fear but from the thrill and tension of impending battle. As the assassins entered his perceptual range, he suddenly sprang into action, employing the phantom gale step, his form flitting through the trees like an apparition. His sword flickered in the interplay of light and shadow, each strike imbued with unwavering determination. As he engaged in a breathtaking duel with the assassins, branches were severed by the force of his strikes. Leaves swirling through the air, blood splattering upon the mottled ground, staining the earth crimson. Ultimately, leveraging his familiarity with the terrain and executing unexpected attacks, he successfully repelled the assassins, though he sustained grave injuries, forcing him to painstakingly search for medicinal herbs to treat his wounds, each step a tormenting reminder of his pain. On another occasion, he fled to a perilous mountain range. The mountains were rugged and craggy, with steep cliffs looming everywhere, and the narrow paths were treacherous, threatening to plunge any careless soul into the abyss. Out cautiously traversed the cliffside, his fingers gripping the rocky crevices, his body pressed against the mountain wall. As the fierce winds threatened to send him tumbling, just as he was struggling to climb, his family's pursuers appeared atop flying beasts. They circled in the sky, launching attacks from their elevated position. Waves of sharp magical blast rained down like a deluge, detonating against the mountain face and sending shards of rock flying. Out was left with no choice but to evade their onslaught while seeking refuge. He beheld a narrow cave and, summoning all his strength, leapt towards it in midair. A spell struck his back, sending a jolt of excruciating pain coursing through him. Yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the agony, and successfully tumbled into the cave. Inside, the atmosphere was dim and damp, permeated by a foul stench. He concealed himself deep within the cave, tightly clutching his wound, striving to suppress any sound, while listening to the shouts of his pursuers and the roars of the beasts outside, silently praying for their swift departure. In the midst of an expansive desert, the sun blazed overhead, the heat unbearable, with the sand so scalding it seemed capable of melting the soles of his shoes. Out trudged through the desert, a long trail of dust rising behind him. The family's hunters rode upon sand beasts, their speed formidable, closing in relentlessly. Out was acutely aware of the futility of escaping across the flat expanse and began to scan his surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a sandstorm brewing in the distance. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely sprinted towards it. The sandstorm roared like an enraged giant, sweeping the yellow sands with a deafening howl. Out plunged into the tempest, the fierce winds and swirling sands instantly engulfing him. He shut his eyes tightly, relying on his heightened instincts and indomitable will to forge ahead through the chaos. The sand and stones lashed against his body, tearing at his skin and causing blood to seep forth. Yet he pressed on without faltering. Meanwhile, the majority of his pursuers, daunted by the ferocity of the storm, chose to retreat, with only a handful recklessly charging in. Within the storm, Out engaged them in a desperate struggle, utilizing the turmoil as his cover, launching surprise attacks on his foes, ultimately managing to evade capture. However, he found himself lost in the vast desert, forced to navigate by the guidance of the stars, step by step seeking a way out. On another occasion, he fled to a bustling town, where the streets teemed with people, buildings towered, and the air was filled with a cacophony of shouts and noise. Out attempted to blend into the crowd, altering his appearance and demeanor to masquerade as an ordinary passerby. He entered a tavern and settled in a corner, vigilantly observing his surroundings. Yet, the family had eyes within the town. Soon enough, a cadre of skilled hunters encircled the tavern. The atmosphere within shifted to one of palpable tension, patrons scattering in panic. Out rose, slowly drawing his sword, its blade glinting with a cold light. He understood that this would once again be a brutal battle. That he charged towards the foes at the entrance, unleashing the windbreak sword technique, the gusts of his strikes forcing the enemies back. However, they continued to flood in, and he fought while retreating, skillfully using the tavern's tables and benches as obstacles in his skirmish. In the chaos, he overturned a barrel of wine, the liquid mingling with blood, creating a treacherous, slippery floor. Amidst the disarray, he sought an escape and suddenly noticed a small door in the tavern's rear courtyard that he fought his way through, bursting towards the door and escaping the tavern. Yet, the town was riddled with traps set by his family, and he continually encountered ambushes in the streets, breaking through time and again, darting through narrow alleys like a trapped beast, desperately seeking any opening to flee. With each narrow escape from his pursuers, Outyen danced on the precipice of life and death, both body and spirit enduring immense torment. Yet these trials only served to forge him into a stronger individual. His swordsmanship became more formidable, his perception of danger sharpened, and the desire for survival blazed within him like an unquenchable fire. Chapter 15. On the edge of life and death in the depths of an ancient forest shrouded in darkness and mystery. Sunlight struggled to pierce through the layers of intertwined branches, casting down faint and mottled beams, akin to the feeble hands of a dying man reaching out for help. Outyen, once the pride of his family, now resembled a wounded lone wolf, fleeing for his life in this eerie environment, each step perilously teetering on the brink of death. His garments were soaked with sweat, clinging to his back, stained with splotches of blood, both his own and that of his enemies. Disheveled strands of hair hung limply against his cheeks, obscuring a once handsome face now etched with fatigue and resolve. His breathing was rapid and labored, reminiscent of a bellows, echoing starkly in the quiet forest, each breath accompanied by sharp pains from the wounds inflicted during his fierce battles with the family pursuers, the sounds of their cries following him like a shadow, each shout a death knell. The ground trembled slightly beneath the weight of their footsteps, the snapping of twigs resonating ominously in Outyen's ears, a countdown to his demise. He understood that should they catch up to him, he would plunge into an abyss from which there would be no return. Enduring the agony and exhaustion, he propelled himself forward, his eyes reflecting a fierce determination and unwillingness to yield. The thick layer of decaying leaves underfoot made his steps unsteady. Yet through sheer willpower, he maintained his balance, refusing to relent. Suddenly, a wide, torrential river appeared before him, its waters surging like a mad beast, relentlessly rushing eastward. The surface roiled with waves, white froth spraying high, crashing against the rocks along the shore. Producing a deafening roar, Outyen's heart sank. He recognized this river as a formidable barrier to his escape. Yet, the hunters pursued him ever closer, leaving him no time to seek alternative means of crossing. He resolved to take the plunge. Outyen bellowed in his mind, gritting his teeth as he dashed towards the riverbank. As he stepped into the frigid water, an icy chill enveloped him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. The turbulent current grasped at his legs like unseen hands, fiercely pulling him backward, attempting to drag him beneath the surface. Outyen struggled to take a step forward, only to be swept back half a step. Every inch gained demanded monumental effort. His body swayed precariously in the water, the risk of being swept away ever present. As Outyen grappled with the river's ferocity, the family pursuers arrived at the riverbank. Spotting Outyen's struggle, they halted, drawing their bows. In an instant, a storm of arrows rained down upon him. With no refuge in the water, Outyen wielded his sword, desperately parrying the incoming projectiles. The clattering of metal echoed across the river, sending up small plumes of water. Despite his fervent efforts, several arrows grazed his body, tearing through skin and causing blood to seep into the water around him. At the brink of despair, Outyen felt his foot land on a solid stone beneath the churning surface. Elation surged within him as he pushed off with all his might, propelling himself forward through the water. After a grueling struggle, he finally reached the opposite shore. Once ashore, he could not afford to rest. Dragging his weary body, he continued to sprint forward. He knew danger still lurked, and he must quickly find a secure hiding place. After running for a distance through the forest, he stumbled upon a concealed cave nestled within a valley. The entrance was obscured by thick vines and weeds, rendering it nearly undetectable without careful inspection. Outyen cautiously parted the vines and entered the cave. The air was heavy with moisture, droplets clinging to the walls and falling to the ground, creating small puddles. Finding a secluded corner within the cave, Outyen sat down to steady his breath and tend to his wounds. He retrieved some herbs from his pocket, chewed them, and applied the bitter mixture to his injuries. The acrid taste spread across his tongue, prompting a grimace. After tending to his wounds, he leaned against the cave wall, closing his eyes in an attempt to recuperate some strength. However, his nerves remained taut, ever alert to the sounds outside. Time slipped away, and Ao Yin eventually dozed off. In his dreams, he found himself back with his family, surrounded by familiar faces, his parents' loving gazes, his brother's laughter, and his fiancée's gentle warmth. All so beautiful that he felt intoxicated by the memories. Yet, a sudden commotion of footsteps jolted him awake from his reverie. He opened his eyes wide, gripping his sword tightly. Rising to his feet, "Search this cave. He must be here," came the voices of the family pursuers from outside. Ao Yin's heart raced. He knew he was once again cornered. Scanning the cave, he realized there were no other exits. With no options left, he concealed himself behind a massive boulder, preparing for a desperate fight. The family hunters entered the cave cautiously, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. As they reached the center of the cave, Ao Yin surged forth from behind the stone, employing the phantom sword technique. His sword's shadow blossomed like silver flowers, enveloping the pursuers in an instant. Taken aback by Ao Yin's sudden assault, the hunters flailed in confusion, scrambling to defend themselves. The cave erupted into chaos, the flashes of swords and the cries of battle resonating through the air. Ao Yin recognized he was outnumbered. He needed to break free quickly. Spotting an opportunity, he executed the swift wind step, his form a blur as he dashed towards the exit. However, the family pursuers were not to be underestimated. They swiftly regrouped, forming a tight circle to ensnare him. "Ao Yin, you have nowhere to run. Come back with us willingly," one of the family experts said coldly. "I will never return. I am wronged," Ao Yin retorted fiercely. Determination gleaming in his eyes, the standoff ensued, neither side daring to make the first move. At that moment, a faint buzzing sound suddenly emanated from within the cave. Initially, the noise was so subtle it was nearly imperceptible. But as time passed, it grew increasingly louder, resembling a swarm of bees flitting about his ears. What could this sound be? A flicker of terror crossed the faces of the family pursuers. Ao Yin too sensed that something was amiss. He observed his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Suddenly, he noticed a multitude of tiny holes appearing on the cave walls, from which countless black venomous bees surged forth, crashing towards them like a relentless tide. "It's the venomous bees? Everyone, be cautious," Ao Yin shouted. The bees were diminutive yet astonishingly swift, their stingers glinting with a deadly sheen, indicating their potent toxicity. Chaos immediately ensued among the family pursuers as they frantically swung their weapons, attempting to fend off the onslaught of bees. However, the sheer number of the creatures overwhelmed them, making resistance futile. Seizing the opportunity, Ao Yin unleashed the wind-breaking sword technique, carving a bloody path through the encirclement. He dashed towards the cave's exit, disregarding everything behind him. The cacophony of battle cries and the incessant buzzing of the bees. Upon escaping the cave, Ao Yin continued his frantic flight through the forest. His body was utterly exhausted, yet a singular conviction resided in his heart. To survive, to uncover the truth, and to clear his name, he was oblivious to how much longer he could endure. Each step felt like a tug-of-war with death as he ran. He arrived at the edge of a swamp. A pungent odor wafted from the marsh, which appeared deceptively calm on the surface, yet Ao Yin knew that countless dangers lurked within. He hesitated briefly, glancing back to see the silhouettes of the family pursuers reappearing in his line of sight. There was no time for further delay. Gritting his teeth, Ao Yin cautiously ventured into the swamp. The moment his foot touched the surface, he felt a powerful suction pulling him downward. He hastily withdrew his foot and continued to wade forward with great difficulty. With each step, he treaded carefully, fearful of sinking into the swamp's depths. The family pursuers halted at the swamp's edge, watching Ao Yin struggle through the mire with a mix of hesitation and concern. Yet, at their captain's command, they resolved to take the risk. "Follow me, but tread lightly," the captain ordered. The pursuers stepped into the swamp, their movements even more cautious than Ao Yin's. Nevertheless, the perils of the swamp were omnipresent. Suddenly, one of the pursuers unwittingly fell into a pit of mud, thrashing desperately but only sinking deeper with each struggle. The others, witnessing this, reached out to help, yet they too found themselves ensnared in danger. The chorus of cries for help erupted from the swamp. Hearing the desperate calls behind him, Ao Yin felt a pang of empathy. However, he understood that he could scarcely save himself, let alone others. He pressed on, hoping to escape the marsh as swiftly as possible. After laboring through the swamp for what felt like an eternity, Ao Yin finally glimpsed the edge of the mire. Joy surged within him as he quickened his pace. Upon emerging from the swamp, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. His body had reached its limit, yet he knew rest was not an option. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he rose and continued onward. By this time, twilight had descended, shrouding the forest in an even more sinister ambience. Outyan's vision was significantly impaired. He could only navigate by instinct and memory, feeling his way forward. Suddenly, his foot slipped, sending him tumbling down a steep slope. His body rolled down the incline, crashing against rocks and trees, pain coursing through him with each jolt. When he finally reached the bottom, he was battered and bruised, his consciousness wavering. Was this how he would meet his end? Outyan silently pondered, despair flickering in his eyes. Just as he felt himself slipping away, he caught sight of a faint glimmer of light in the distance. With renewed determination, he expended his final ounce of strength to crawl towards the light. Upon reaching the source, he discovered a hunter's modest cabin. The door was tightly shut, yet warm light spilled from within. Outyan struggled to his feet and knocked on the door. After a moment, it creaked open, revealing a bearded hunter who, upon seeing Outyan's battered state, expressed surprise. "Who are you? How did you come to be in such a predicament?" The hunter inquired. "I am a fugitive being hunted by my family. I beseech you, please help me," Outyan implored weakly. The hunter hesitated momentarily before assisting Outyan into the cabin. The interior was simply furnished yet exuded a cozy warmth. The hunter guided Outyan to a bed, then retrieved herbs and tools to tend to his wounds. Under the hunter's careful ministrations, Outyan's injuries gradually began to heal. After resting for several days in the cabin, he regained some strength. Gratefully, he said to the hunter, "Thank you. Had it not been for your kindness, I might have perished." The hunter smiled and replied, "It was a trivial matter. However, why are you being pursued by your family?" Outyan sighed, recounting his harrowing tale in detail. The hunter frowned upon hearing his story. "It appears you have been wronged. What do you intend to do?" "I will uncover the truth and clear my name," Outyan declared resolutely. "That will not be an easy task. You must contend not only with your family's pursuit but also with many unknown dangers," the hunter cautioned. "I understand, yet I have no other choice." Outyan clenched his fists. With the hunter's assistance, Outyan departed the cabin. Embarking once more on his arduous journey, he recognized that the road ahead remained fraught with trials and peril, yet fear no longer gripped him, having danced on the edge of death so many times. His resolve had only grown stronger. He believed that as long as he persevered, the truth would eventually emerge, and he would reclaim his honor and dignity within his family. Chapter 16. Vigilant amidst surrounding movements in that perilous, ancient forest, every rustle of leaves and whisper of wind concealed potential threats. Outyan, the hunted fugitive, now concealed himself amidst the thick foliage of a towering tree, his form melding seamlessly with the shadows of nature. Only his keen, bright eyes betrayed his presence, glinting with vigilance as they scrutinized every subtle shift in the environment. The first rays of dawn struggled to penetrate the dense canopy above, casting faint light upon the forest, which was shrouded in a delicate mist, rendering everything elusive and enigmatic. Outyan had remained hidden in the tree for an entire night, refusing to allow even the slightest relaxation, despite his body being utterly drained and his muscles aching from prolonged tension. He recognized that a moment's inattention could lead him into the trap set by his family's pursuers. He lay quietly on the branch, like a poised leopard ready to pounce, prepared to confront any imminent danger. His breath was steady and barely audible, each inhalation and exhalation meticulously controlled to avoid disturbing the seemingly tranquil forest. His garments were drenched with dew, clinging to his skin and bringing a chill. His hair was tousled and adorned with leaves and twigs from his hasty evasion the previous night. Though his face bore the marks of fatigue, his gaze remained resolute, akin to a deep, still pool, calm yet exuding an unsettling coldness. He narrowed his eyes, peering through the gaps in the leaves to scrutinize the movements below. His field of vision was limited, yet he missed no potential hiding spots for enemies. He spotted a wild rabbit darting from the underbrush, swiftly pursued by a fox from another direction. This seemingly mundane scene heightened Outyan's alertness. He understood that unusual behavior among animals often heralded the approach of danger. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed from afar, so subtle they were almost imperceptible. Yet in the suffocating silence of the forest, they thundered in Outyan's ears. His body tensed instantaneously, muscles taut as bowstrings, his hand instinctively gripping the hilt of his sword at his waist. He held his breath, fully concentrating on the direction and rhythm of the approaching footsteps. The sounds were delicate and irregular, making it impossible for Outyan to ascertain the number or identity of the newcomers. His heart raced, blood coursing through his veins as if attempting to break free from its confines. He contemplated his next move. If these were the family pursuers, how could he escape? Should he engage them directly or utilize the forest terrain to conceal himself once more? As the footsteps drew nearer, Aotian finally discerned the figures approaching. They were a group of strangers clad in dark attire, their expressions grim and eyes brimming with lethal intent, armed with an array of weapons. They meticulously scoured the forest, evidently searching for someone. To Aotian's heart sank. He was uncertain whether these individuals were dispatched by his family, but he could not afford to take any chances. Silently, he adjusted his position. Pressing his body tightly against the branch to evade detection, his gaze remained fixed on the strangers, carefully observing their every motion. They halted beneath the tree, scanning the area as if seeking some clue. One individual crouched down to inspect the footprints on the ground, then stood and pointed in Aotian's direction. Aotian's heart leaped into his throat. He realized he had been discovered, without the slightest hesitation. He leaped from the tree, akin to a bolt of black lightning, hurtling towards the group of strangers. In midair, he drew his sword, its blade glinting with a chilling radiance under the sun's embrace. He unleashed the phantom sword technique, the sword's shadows blossoming like silver flowers, enveloping the strangers in an instant. Clearly unprepared for Aotian's sudden assault, the strangers were caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. However, being seasoned experts themselves, they quickly regained their composure, raising their weapons to fend off Aotian's onslaught. In an instant, the forest was alive with flashing sword shadows and the cacophony of battle cries. Aotian dashed through the crowd, his swordplay as sharp as a razor, each strike laden with lethal intent. His form moved like a wraith, effortlessly weaving through the encircling foes, making him elusive and difficult to pin down. At times, he leaped high into the air to launch an attack. At other times, he crouched low to strike at the enemy's lower defenses. Utilizing his agile footwork and exquisite swordsmanship, he gradually gained the upper hand. Yet, these strangers were no mere pushovers. They swiftly stabilized their formation and began to organize a counterattack. They coordinated with one another, forming a tight encirclement, attempting to trap Aotian within. Amidst the fierce battle, Aotian remained acutely vigilant. While assaulting his foes, he remained aware of his surroundings, wary of any potential ambush from other enemies. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, could detect even the slightest movement from his adversaries. He spotted one enemy stealthily maneuvering behind him, intent on launching a surprise attack. Without turning, he relied on his keen intuition and thrust his sword backward. The blade streaked through the air like a meteor, finding its mark in the enemy's chest with pinpoint accuracy. The foe let out a pained cry before collapsing to the ground. As the battle raged on, Aotian gradually felt his strength waning. He knew he could not sustain this for much longer and had to break free. Seizing an opportunity, he executed the Windwalker step, his form darting like lightning towards a weak point in the encirclement. He moved with such speed that the enemies could scarcely react in time. Successfully breaking through the encirclement, he sprinted deeper into the forest. The strangers pursued him relentlessly, but Aotian, familiar with the terrain, gradually increased the distance between them. He ran through the forest for what felt like an eternity, only stopping when he was certain no one followed. Leaning against a large tree, he gasped for breath. His body utterly fatigued, drenched in sweat. The wounds he bore throbbed painfully from the exertion, yet he paid them no heed. Acutely aware that danger still loomed, he retrieved some herbs from his pocket, hastily tending to his injuries before continuing on his path. As night fell, the forest grew increasingly eerie. Darkness enveloped everything like a colossal shroud. Aotian cautiously advanced through the shadows, his eyes now adjusted to the dimness. Yet he dared not let his guard down. He relied on the faint light of the moon and stars to discern his direction. His steps were light, each footfall carefully tested for safety. He listened intently for any sounds around him, fearful of lurking foes in the dark. Suddenly, a faint buzzing reached his ears. Initially subtle, the sound intensified, resembling a swarm of bees buzzing nearby. Aotian's heart raced. He recognized it not as bees, but as a venomous creature known as the shadow bee. Small in size yet potent in toxicity, a sting from one could lead to paralysis or even death. He halted, scanning his surroundings with heightened alertness. The swarm of black venomous bees was approaching, their bodies shimmering with a cold metallic sheen in the moonlight. Aotian dared not linger. He turned and fled in another direction. The bees pursued him, their speed formidable and their numbers overwhelming. As he ran, he swung his sword in a desperate bid to fend them off, but the bees remained undeterred, pressing on. Anxiety surged within him. He knew he had to find shelter from the relentless swarm. Scanning the forest, he finally spotted a cave. Its entrance was small, accommodating only one person at a time. Without a moment's hesitation, Aotian dashed inside. The cave exuded a damp atmosphere, with water droplets clinging to the walls and falling rhythmically. He found a corner within the cave to sit, vigilantly watching the entrance. The bees circled outside momentarily, seemingly reluctant to abandon their pursuit, before slowly dispersing. Aotian exhaled in relief, knowing he was safe for the time being. Yet, sleep eluded him. He feared other dangers might arise. He sat in the cave, listening intently to the sounds beyond. He could hear the rustling leaves in the wind, the call of an owl, and the distant sound of flowing water. These noises resonated with unsettling clarity in the stillness of night, amplifying his unease. He remained in the cave throughout the night, waiting until dawn before emerging. He continued his journey through the forest, his vigilance undiminished. He understood that danger could strike at any moment in this wilderness, and he had to remain alert to seize any chance of survival. Uncertain of how long he would linger in this forest or whether he would ultimately escape his family's pursuit, one steadfast belief resided in his heart: to survive, uncover the truth, and vindicate himself. Chapter 17. Relentless vigilance in the mysterious forest shrouded by twilight. Every breath of air seemed thick with tension and peril. Aotian, the fugitive relentlessly hunted by his family, moved like a startled bird, cautiously navigating through the dense woods, every action as light as a feather, unwilling to relent even a fraction, as if any misstep might lead to the engulfing shadow of death. Clad in a tattered, blood-stained black cloak, garments once emblematic of honor and status now served as a testament to his tragic fate. The cloak fluttered gently in the night breeze, creating a faint rustle that, in the silence, felt magnified, further tightening his already fraught nerves. His face, gaunt yet resolute, bore eyes like deep, cold pools, reflecting boundless fatigue while still glimmering with vigilance, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Ever observant of the surroundings, strands of disheveled hair, damp with sweat, clung to his forehead and the sides of his cheeks, yet he remained oblivious, his entire focus honed on the seemingly tranquil yet treacherous environment. The ground beneath his feet was soft and damp, littered with a thick layer of decaying leaves. Each step felt as though it would swallow his foot whole, relying on years of honed agility. Aotian deftly controlled his center of gravity in the rhythm of his steps, striving to make no sound. He understood that in this forest, even the softest sound of a falling leaf could betray his presence, inviting a lethal strike from his family's pursuers. His breathing was even and slow, nearly imperceptible. Each inhalation and exhalation was meticulously calculated, wary that any slight fluctuation might create ripples in the serene atmosphere. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the branches to sway and the leaves to rustle, producing a sound that made Aotian tense up like a drawn bowstring. He swiftly halted, kneeling on one knee and concealing himself behind a sturdy tree. His right hand instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword, fingers trembling slightly as they rested upon it, ever ready to draw and confront any imminent danger. His eyes, keen as a hawk's, peered through the gaps in the leaves, scanning the surroundings for any potential hidden foes. The tension and focus emanating from his gaze seemed capable of piercing through the layers of darkness, revealing any unknown threats lurking nearby. In this forest, time appeared to lose its significance. Each minute and second felt like an eternity of torment. Aotian remained crouched behind the tree, resembling a frozen statue, save for the incessant movement of his eyes, which betrayed his heightened alertness. His ears were attuned to the faintest sounds around him. Even the softest chirp of an insect or the hoot of an owl was meticulously captured and analyzed by his acute auditory senses. At that moment, a wild rabbit darted from the nearby underbrush, quickly scurrying past and rustling a pile of leaves. Aotian's heart raced, his grip on the sword hilt tightening, knuckles whitening from the strain. Yet, he soon recognized it was merely a false alarm, slowly relaxing his grip and exhaling a sigh of relief, though his vigilance remained unwavering. Moments later, a faint yet discernible sound of footsteps echoed in the distance. The footsteps were so light that they resembled the sound of leaves falling to the ground, yet in the tranquil forest, they boomed like thunder in Aotian's ears. His body tensed once more. Muscles coiled like tightly wound springs, each sinew brimming with latent power, poised to explode into action. He gradually rose, pressing his body against the tree trunk, blending into the shadows, his gaze fixated on the direction of the footsteps. Striving to pierce through the darkness to discern the identity of the approaching figure, as the footsteps drew nearer, Aotian finally discerned the silhouettes of his pursuers. The band of family hunters clad in black attire emerged, their expressions grim, eyes glinting with a cold, murderous intent. Armed with an array of sharp weapons, They shimmered ominously in the moonlight, resembling messengers from the depths of hell. The pursuers spread out in a fan shape, meticulously scouring the forest for any potential hiding place of their target. Their movements were light and agile, clearly the result of rigorous training. Each step was taken with utmost caution, fearful of triggering the traps hidden within the woods or alarming their quarry. A tightness gripped Ao Yan's heart as he realized he was facing a life-or-death trial. His mind raced, contemplating his next course of action. Should he confront them head-on, relying on his exceptional martial skills to carve a bloody path? Or should he cleverly evade their pursuit by utilizing the forest's intricate terrain? A flicker of hesitation crossed his gaze, but it was swiftly replaced by resolve. He understood that, regardless of the path he chose, he could afford no carelessness. The slightest misstep could lead to his utter ruin. In this critical moment, Ao Yan made a decisive choice to first conceal his movements by leveraging the forest's geographical advantages. He executed the phantom gale step, his form transforming into a specter-like shadow, darting swiftly between the trees. His footsteps were as light as if he were gliding upon water, each step crushing twigs and leaves without a sound. Skillfully using the trees for cover, he constantly shifted his position, rendering the pursuers perplexed as to his whereabouts. However, the family's hunters were no ordinary foes. They quickly sensed Ao Yan's intent. They hastened their search, their coordination growing increasingly seamless. One of the pursuers caught sight of Ao Yan moving through the woods and immediately emitted a sharp whistle to alert his comrades. Upon hearing the whistle, the other hunters converged rapidly toward Ao Yan's direction. Realizing his cover had been compromised, Ao Yan's heart sank. He knew he had to escape the encirclement swiftly. No longer hiding his prowess, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the Ao Yan Divine Sword ART. In an instant, the sword in his hand erupted with a dazzling brilliance, its blade shimmering like blooming lotus flowers against the night sky. He charged toward the pursuers, each swing of his sword infused with immense energy, capable of tearing through the very in an instant. The forest was alive with flashing swordplay and the thunderous cries of battle. Ao Yan weaved through the throng, his swordsmanship unparalleled, each strike aimed precisely at the enemy's vital points. He leapt high into the air to launch fierce attacks, then crouched low to deliver unexpected blows to their lower defenses. Like a bolt of lightning, he darted through the encircling foes, leaving them struggling to keep up. Yet, the family's hunters, numerous and well-trained, swiftly formed a tight perimeter, attempting to ensnare Ao Yan within. Throughout the intense combat, Ao Yan remained acutely vigilant. While he unleashed his full force against the enemies, he remained alert to his surroundings. Wary of any potential ambush, his eyes shone like searchlights, scanning for any lurking dangers beyond the encirclement. He noticed one enemy stealthily maneuvering behind him, poised to strike a lethal blow. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun around and thrust his sword backward. The strike was as swift as lightning, perfectly aimed, piercing the enemy's chest. The foe let out a wretched cry before collapsing to the ground. As the battle raged on, Ao Yan gradually felt his strength waning. He understood that he could not continue in this manner. He had to break free. Spotting an opportunity, he executed the gale-piercing cloud step, propelling himself like a cannonball toward a weak point in the encirclement. His speed was blinding, leaving the enemies unable to intervene. He successfully burst through the perimeter and sprinted deep into the forest. The family's hunters pursued him relentlessly, but Ao Yan, familiar with the forest terrain and driven by indomitable will, gradually widened the distance between them. He ran through the woods for an extended period, only stopping when he was certain he was no longer being followed. Leaning against a large tree, he gasped for breath, his body utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat as if he had just emerged from water. His wounds throbbed painfully from the intense exertion, yet he paid them no heed. He knew he was not yet free from danger. He retrieved some herbs from his pocket, tending to his wounds with a few hasty motions before continuing his flight. In the days that followed during his escape, Ao Yan traversed countless treacherous mountains and rivers, enduring various hardships. Neither steep cliffs nor raging torrents could deter his advance. He foraged for food and water in the desolate wilderness, often finding himself hungry and parched, his lips cracked from thirst. Yet, he dared not allow the slightest relaxation. At every rest, he would choose a concealed spot, setting up rudimentary traps to guard against sudden enemy attacks. Once, while seeking refuge from a torrential downpour in a cave, he unexpectedly encountered a ferocious bear. The bear, massive and incredibly strong, glared at Ao Yan with fury as it perceived an intruder in its territory, letting out a thunderous roar. Without hesitation, Ao Yan drew his sword, and engaged in a harrowing battle with the beast. He skillfully used the cave's confined space to evade the bear's assaults while searching for an opening. After a fierce struggle, Outyin finally found his chance, striking the bear's vital spot and successfully driving it back. As he crossed a marshy area, Outyin was particularly cautious. The marsh exuded a pungent odor, appearing calm on the surface while concealing countless dangers beneath. With each step, he tested the ground with a branch. Fearful of plunging into the abyss of mud, his eyes remained fixed on the ground while he remained alert to any movement around him, wary of sudden attacks from poisonous creatures lurking in the marsh. Despite enduring innumerable trials and perils, Outyin clung to a steadfast belief. To survive, to uncover the truth, and to clear his name, that he knew that as long as he lived, there was hope. Therefore, regardless of how dire his circumstances became, he dared not let his guard down, remaining ever watchful as he fiercely battled his fate. Chapter 18. Crisis. In that ancient land shrouded in mystery and danger, crises loomed like shadows, poised to devour lives at any moment. Outyin, once the pride of his family, had now been mercilessly cast into an endless abyss of peril by fate, each step seeming to tread upon the precipice of death, a harrowing ordeal. The tale began in the solemn assembly hall of his family. Beneath the towering dome, the elders gathered, yet the atmosphere was exceedingly grave. What had once symbolized the family's glory and heritage now stood as the arena for Outyin's judgment. Outyin, you are accused of betraying the family and colluding with external enemies. The evidence is irrefutable. What do you have to say for yourself? The voice of the family's elder was deep and authoritative, his gaze icy and unyielding. Outyin's eyes widened in disbelief and fury. Elder, I am utterly loyal to the family. I have never committed treachery. Someone must have conspired against me. Please see the truth. His voice echoed in the hall, tinged with a desperate plea. Yet, the surrounding family members cast scornful and disdainful glances in his direction. Those who once flattered him now turned into accomplices, reveling in his downfall. They whispered among themselves, filled with contempt for him. Humph, all this time pretending to be virtuous, yet he is so treacherous. The family placed great hopes upon him. Yet he has committed such heinous acts. He deserves death 1,000 times over. Outyin's heart brimmed with grievance and helplessness as he sought the eyes of those who had once fought by his side, hoping they would speak on his behalf. Yet, they all averted their gazes, retreating into the crowd, remaining silent. Even his once beloved brother could only lower his head, unable to meet his eyes. In this forsaken predicament, Outyin's only glimmer of hope lay with his fiancée, Zhao. He gazed at her with pleading eyes, yearning for her belief. However, Suyao's expression was filled with disappointment and indifference. Outyin, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. Our engagement is hereby annulled. Her words pierced Outyin's heart like a chilling arrow, shattering the last vestige of warmth and hope within him. At that moment, the family enforcers began to close in. Clad in black uniforms and wielding glinting weapons, their eyes radiated a cold, murderous intent. Outyin knew that if he did not resist, his only fate would be death. Slowly drawing his sword, its blade glimmered faintly in the light, seemingly narrating its master's unwillingness and fury. If you wish to condemn me, then present true evidence. Outyin roared, charging first toward the enforcers. He unleashed the family's ultimate technique, the Alfing sword art, with sword shadows dancing like blooming blue lotuses within the hall. The enforcers, undeterred, coordinated to form a tight encirclement, aiming to trap Outyin. The battle erupted instantaneously, cries of war and the clash of weapons intertwining, resonating throughout the hall. Outyin surged through the throng, his swordplay extraordinarily fierce. Each strike imbued with his rage and despair. He leapt high to launch aerial assaults, attempting to break the encirclement. At other times, he crouched low, delivering unexpected strikes to disrupt their formation. However, the enforcers, numerous and well-trained, gradually steadied their ranks and began to organize a counterattack. In the midst of a fierce battle, Aotian gradually found himself overwhelmed. His body bore multiple wounds, his garments stained with blood. Yet, he continued to resist with unwavering determination. His heart fueled by a singular conviction: he could not perish unjustly. Just as Aotian seemed to be on the brink of despair, a mysterious shadow surged into the hall like a flash of lightning. The shadow moved with astonishing speed, and before anyone could react, it had reached Aotian's side. Grasping a black staff, the shadow waved it gently, sending the surrounding law enforcers staggering back. Come with me. The shadow whispered to Aotian, its voice laced with an undeniable authority. Although Ao Tian was filled with doubt, he recognized that this was his only chance for survival. Without hesitation, he followed the shadow as they swiftly fled the council chamber. The shadow guided Ao Tian through the family estate, deftly evading guards and patrols. It became evident to Ao Tian that the shadow was intimately familiar with the terrain, suggesting a meticulous plan had been devised for his rescue. "Who are you? Why are you rescuing me?" Ao Tian could not contain his curiosity. The shadow did not answer, merely quickening its pace toward the rear mountain of the estate. When they reached a concealed cave at the back, the shadow finally halted. Slowly, it turned, removing the black mask from its face to reveal a countenance that, though marked by time, bore a resolute strength. "I am an old subordinate of your father. He once bestowed kindness upon me, and I cannot stand idly by while you are wrongfully condemned to death," the shadow explained. Ao Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this figure was connected to his father. A complex mix of emotions surged within him, encompassing both nostalgia for his father and gratitude towards this stranger. Yet, he pressed on. "But why would the family suddenly frame me? Who is orchestrating this behind the scenes?" The shadow furrowed its brow, a hint of concern evident in its gaze. "This situation is intricate. It seems to conceal a vast conspiracy. To my knowledge, some within the family are willing to collude with external malevolent forces in their quest for the position of family head. Using you merely as a pawn, they fabricated evidence to accuse you of betraying the family, all to eliminate rivals and clear their path to power." With these revelations, Ao Tian's heart ignited with clarity. Clenching his fists, he felt a blaze of fury within his eyes. "I will uncover the truth, clear my name, and ensure those who have wronged me pay dearly." The shadow nodded in agreement. "I believe in you. But your current situation is perilous. The family will not relent. They will dispatch more skilled fighters to hunt you down. You must leave swiftly and seek a safe refuge." Realizing the urgency of the matter, Ao Tian inhaled deeply and replied, "I understand. I shall set forth at once." The shadow produced a map along with provisions and medicinal supplies, presenting them to Ao Tian. "This map marks safe routes and hidden locations. Follow its guidance. Take these provisions and medicines with you. Be cautious on your journey." Ao Tian accepted the map, provisions, and medicines, gazing at the shadow with gratitude. "Thank you. Your kindness shall not go unacknowledged. Once I have cleared my name, I will return to repay you." The shadow offered a faint smile. "Go now, my child, and may success be with you." Bidding farewell to the shadow, Ao Tian followed the map's directions into the depths of the rear mountain. He understood that the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and peril, but retreat was not an option. He must confront every challenge with courage to seize a glimmer of hope amidst this overwhelming crisis. As he traversed the rear mountain, Ao Tian encountered various dangers. First, he stumbled upon a pack of ferocious wolves. Under the moonlight, their sharp fangs glistened as they growled menacingly, encircling him. Drawing his sword with haste, Ao Tian remained vigilant. The wolves launched their assault, attempting to overpower him. Employing the Ao foam sword technique, he engaged in a fierce struggle with the wolves. Though his swordsmanship was formidable, the sheer number of wolves and their cunning tactics left him on the defensive. During the fray, one wolf bit into his arm, blood streaming forth. Yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain to continue fighting. After a grueling battle, Ao Tian finally repelled the wolves, though he emerged utterly exhausted and wounded. Next, he fell into a trap. As he crossed a patch of grass, the ground gave way beneath him, plunging him into a bottomless pit. The pit was littered with sharp wooden stakes, and as he descended, his body was grazed by them. He landed heavily at the bottom, feeling as if his bones might shatter. Struggling to rise, he searched for an escape. The slick walls of the pit made climbing nearly impossible. However, in one corner, he discovered a hidden passage. Cautiously navigating the passage, he eventually found his way out of the trap. After a harrowing journey, Ao Tian finally emerged from the family's rear mountain into a dense forest. A mysterious aura enveloped the forest, with towering trees obscuring the sunlight, casting the interior into shadow. As he cautiously advanced, he sensed that greater dangers lurked within. In the heart of the forest, he encountered a mysterious elder. Clad in a flowing white robe, the elder's hair was as white as snow, and his eyes radiated profound wisdom. Sitting beneath a grand tree, he appeared to be in deep meditation. "Young man, what has driven you to wander so recklessly into this forest?" the elder inquired, opening his eyes to regard Ao Tian. Startled, Ao Tian was uncertain whether the elder was friend or foe. Nevertheless, he chose to speak truthfully. "Elder, I have been wrongfully accused by my family and am being hunted, which is why I fled here. The elder nodded slightly that I can sense the injustice that clings to you. However, this forest is not a sanctuary. It houses numerous powerful beasts and mysterious forces. Should you tread carelessly, peril could swiftly follow. Tensing at the elder's words, Aotian asked, "What should I do?" The elder rose, approaching Aotian, "That I can assist you. But you must agree to one condition." "What condition?" Aotian queried. "I need your help to find a lost spirit pearl. This pearl is of great importance to me and is hidden deep within this forest. If you can retrieve it for me, I shall not only help you evade your family's pursuit, but also aid you in enhancing your strength, granting you the capacity to uncover the truth and vindicate yourself." The elder stated. After a moment of hesitation, Aotian understood that seeking the pearl would undoubtedly be fraught with danger, yet he had no other choice. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Very well, I accept your terms." The elder smiled faintly. "Excellent, then let us set forth at once." Thus, Aotian followed the elder into the depths of the forest on a quest to find the spirit pearl. They traversed a winding path flanked by an array of peculiar flowers and vines. Along the way, the elder shared insights about the forest and cautioned Aotian about the formidable beasts that resided within. This forest is home to many powerful creatures, each with unique abilities. Some can breathe fire, others manipulate ice and snow, while some can unleash toxic substances. When confronted, exercise caution and avoid provoking them. The elder advised. Aotian listened attentively, cultivating a sense of vigilance within him. He realized he was on the brink of unprecedented challenges, yet he felt prepared. After a long journey, they finally reached the heart of the forest. The atmosphere here was even more mysterious and dangerous. Pulsating with an immense energy, the spirit pearl lies within the valley ahead, but it is guarded by a formidable beast. We must proceed with caution. The elder cautioned. Aotian nodded, gripping his sword tightly as they cautiously entered the valley. The valley was eerily silent, their footsteps echoing in the stillness. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated from deep within the valley, and a colossal beast emerged before them. Its massive form resembled a small hill. Covered in tough scales that gleamed like metal, its eyes were like two huge lanterns, radiating a fierce light. Its maw was lined with razor-sharp fangs, dripping with green venom. This was the flame demon giant beast, the guardian of the spirit pearl. Its strength is formidable. We must be cautious, the elder warned. As Aotian faced the flame demon giant beast, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Yet he knew he could not falter. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed the Ao foam sword technique, charging toward the beast. The flame demon giant beast, noticing Aotian's advance, opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of searing flames. The flames surged like a raging wave toward Aotian that he swiftly sidestepped, the flames narrowly missing him and incinerating a nearby grove. The elder, undeterred, formed hand seals and began to chant. The white light emerged in his hands, gradually coalescing into a radiant sword. With the light sword in hand, the elder launched an attack against the flame demon giant beast. The beast swung its massive claws at the elder, who nimbly evaded the assault. Counterattacking with a thrust aimed at the beast's eye, the flame demon giant beast howled in pain, its body convulsing violently, shaking the ground beneath them. Seizing the opportunity, Aotian executed the ultimate move of the Ao Feng sword technique. The Ao Feng breaking cloud slash. He leaped high into the air, his sword bursting forth with a dazzling light, resembling a colossal blade of radiance as it descended upon the beast's head. The inferno beast sensed a looming threat above, raising its head to shield itself with its formidable forehead against Aotian's assault. The clash between the radiant blade and the beast's forehead erupted with a resounding bang, sending sparks flying in all directions. Under the combined onslaught of Aotian and the elder, the inferno beast began to exhibit signs of fatigue. Yet, it persisted in its valiant resistance, refusing to relinquish its duty of guarding the spirit pearl. We must swiftly conclude this battle. If it unleashes a more powerful attack, we will be in grave peril, the elder remarked. Aotian nodded in agreement, concentrating his energy and channeling all his spiritual power into his sword. The blade's radiance intensified, resembling a blazing sun. Alfing destruction's sword, Aotian bellowed, unleashing his mightiest technique. Grasping the sword, he charged at the inferno beast with all his strength. The sword, imbued with formidable spiritual energy, pierced toward the heart of the beast like a streak of lightning. The inferno beast attempted to evade, but its colossal form hindered its movement. The sword struck true, piercing the beast's heart, eliciting a pained roar that echoed through the air as its massive body slowly collapsed. Stirring up a cloud of dust, we have succeeded, Outyin exclaimed with exhilaration. The elder, wearing a satisfied smile, replied, Indeed, you have shown great bravery. Now, let us seek the spirit pearl. They discovered the lost spirit pearl nestled within the lair of the inferno beast. The pearl emitted a gentle glow, resembling a beautiful gemstone. The elder took the pearl, his face reflecting a sense of fulfillment. Young one, you have aided me immensely today as per our agreement. I shall help you evade your family's pursuers and assist in enhancing your strength. The elder stated. Outyin gazed at the elder with gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder. The elder led Outyin to his abode hidden within the forest. The dwelling, a quaint cottage nestled in a secluded valley, was surrounded by numerous defensive formations. Ensuring its safety, the elder instructed Outyin to rest within the cottage while he began concocting elixirs to bolster Outyin's strength. With the elder's guidance, Outyin experienced a remarkable enhancement in his abilities. He not only mastered several new sword techniques and spells, but also gained a deeper understanding of spiritual energy utilization. However, this promising period was short-lived. The family's pursuers eventually tracked them to the forest. They scoured the area, gradually closing in on the elder's residence. They are coming. Are you prepared for battle? The elder inquired, eyeing Outyin. Outyin nodded, gripping his sword with unwavering resolve. I am ready. This time, I will not evade. I will make them aware of my innocence. The elder smiled subtly. Very well. Let us confront the enemy together. Outyin and the elder stepped out of the dwelling, awaiting the arrival of the family as pursuers. Soon, the pursuers appeared before them, their faces contorted into sinister grins upon spotting Outyin. Outyin, do you think you can escape? Today is your doomsday, one of the pursuers shouted. Outyin remained silent, launching himself at the pursuers with the Alfing sword technique. The elder simultaneously cast spells to support Outyin in battle. The skirmish erupted once more, the sounds of clashing weapons, cries of battle, and explosive spells intertwining, echoing throughout the forest. Outyin exhibited his formidable prowess in combat. His swordsmanship sharp and precise, each strike repelling a pursuer. The elder's spells were equally potent, casting a radiant barrier that shielded Outyin from enemy attacks. Amidst the fierce conflict, Outyin identified a leader among the pursuing family members. This leader's strength was evidently superior to that of the others, his swordsmanship exemplary and his strikes fierce. Outyin resolved to defeat the leader first to disrupt the enemy's formation. He unleashed the Alfing cloud-splitting slash. Charging at the leader with all his might, the leader, noticing Outyin's approach, swiftly raised his weapon to defend. Their weapons collided with a thunderous sound, sparks flying. In the heated exchange, Outyin gradually gained the upper hand. Seizing an opportunity, he executed the Alfing destruction sword, successfully vanquishing the leader as the leader fell. The remaining pursuers, witnessing their leader's defeat, faltered in disarray. Thinking of fleeing, not so easily, Outyin shouted. Together with the elder, they repelled the remaining pursuers. Following this battle, Outyin successfully drove off his family's pursuers. He understood that his crisis was not yet over, but he was no longer afraid. He believed that as long as he persevered, he would uncover the truth and clear his name. Upon the elder's suggestion, Outyin decided to leave the forest in search of more allies and clues. He bid farewell to the elder and embarked on a new journey, uncertain of what awaited him. He was filled with hope and courage. He believed he would emerge from the depths of this crisis, stepping into the light that was rightfully his. Chapter 19. The vast power of the family in the vast and enigmatic realm of the fantasy continent. The Ling family undoubtedly stands as a titan, their influence akin to a towering ancient tree, with roots deeply embedded in every inch of the land, its branches sprawling widely enough to obscure half the sky. The family's power is astonishingly formidable, wielding significant sway over numerous affairs across the continent. The history of the Ling family is rich and profound, tracing back to the ancient times thousands of years ago. Legend has it that the family's progenitor was a being of extraordinary abilities, who, through unparalleled strength, established a territory for the Ling family on this primordial continent, gradually laying the groundwork for the family structure with iron-fisted methods and exceptional wisdom. Throughout the ages, descendants of the Ling family have adhered to ancestral teachings, diligently striving to expand the family's dominion and influence. They either conquered neighboring weaker families and factions through sheer force or forged alliances with other powerful entities through astute diplomatic strategies, facilitating mutual growth and exchange. Geographically, the Ling family's territory spans majestic mountains, vast plains, and flowing rivers. The core fortress, Lingfeng City, is situated in the heart of a fertile plain, resembling a dazzling pearl that radiates endless majesty and glory. The city walls of Lingfeng are towering and robust, constructed from a hard mineral known as Xian iron rock, fortified with various defensive mechanisms and magical prohibitions, capable of withstanding the onslaught of thousands for months on end. Within the city, the architecture exudes solemnity and grandeur, with wide, clean streets lined with numerous shops bustling with merchants. Exotic treasures, formidable weapons, and rare materials from all corners of the continent can be found here. Besides Lingfeng City, the Ling family governs numerous towns and villages within their territory, overseen by officials and skilled guardians dispatched by the family, ensuring that the populace lives in peace and prosperity. Remaining loyal to the Ling family. The economic strength of the Ling family is astonishingly robust. They control multiple rich mineral veins across the continent, teeming with gold, silver, precious gems, and rare magical materials. The wealth extracted from these veins each year is sufficient to enrich a small nation in an instant. Moreover, the Ling family has established extensive operations in agriculture, commerce, and handicrafts. They cultivate vast stretches of fertile farmland, employing advanced agricultural techniques and magical irrigation methods, yielding abundant harvests that not only satisfy the family's needs but also generate substantial wealth through trade with other regions. In commerce, the Ling family's caravans traverse the continent, dealing in a wide array of goods, from everyday necessities to precious luxuries. Their commercial network is vast and intricately intertwined with various factions across the continent, enabling the Ling family to garner immense profits while efficiently controlling the economic lifelines of different regions that lie in the realm of handicrafts. The Ling family boasts a plethora of skilled artisans and magicians, adept at forging high-quality weapons, magical artifacts, and exquisite artworks. The weapons crafted by the Ling family are renowned for their sharp blades, sturdy construction, and powerful magical attributes, making them highly sought after by warriors and adventurers alike. These weapons not only serve the family's military and elite, but are also exported extensively, yielding considerable profits for the family that in terms of military might. The Ling family commands a formidable army that instills fear in its adversaries. The family's military is divided into various branches, including infantry, cavalry, mage units, and specialized troops. The infantry forms the backbone of the Ling army, well-equipped and clad in heavy armor crafted by the family's blacksmiths. Wielding sharp spears and swords, trained rigorously and disciplined, they excel in close combat and defensive warfare, capable of forming impregnable formations on the battlefield to withstand fierce assaults from enemies. The cavalry serves as the striking force of the Ling army. Mounted on powerful steeds, with riders clad in lightweight scale armor, wielding lances or bows, the cavalry is swift and highly mobile, capable of maneuvering swiftly across the battlefield to launch surprise attacks on enemy flanks and rear, causing significant chaos and panic among foes. The mage units represent the Ling army's elite force, comprised of mages who have undergone stringent selection and training. They possess formidable magical prowess, capable of casting various offensive, defensive, and supportive spells on the battlefield. The mage troops possess the formidable ability to launch long-range assaults against their foes, unleashing powerful magical storms that can obliterate enemy defenses in an instant. They can also employ defensive magic, conjuring a robust magical shield to protect their allied forces from enemy spells and arrows. Furthermore, they wield supportive magic to enhance their army's combat prowess, augmenting attributes such as strength, speed, and endurance, or healing injured soldiers. The specialized units within the Ling clan's forces represent elite combatants, including assassins, spies, and beast tamers. Assassins excel in covert operations and assassination techniques, capable of infiltrating enemy camps undetected to eliminate key adversaries, thereby inflicting significant damage on the enemy's command structure. Spies are tasked with intelligence gathering and subversion, embedding themselves within various factions to provide the Ling clan with critical information that aids in strategic decision-making and crisis management. Beast tamers have the unique ability to tame powerful magical beasts, training them as combat companions to fight alongside soldiers on the battlefield. These magical creatures possess immense strength and special skills, such as breathing fire, releasing toxins, or flying, delivering unexpected blows to the enemy. The Ling clan boasts a plethora of talented individuals, comprising numerous formidable warriors and mages. Among the warriors, the clan has cultivated many top-tier experts, each specializing in diverse martial arts techniques that are profound and distinctive. Some are masters of fierce and overpowering fist techniques, capable of shattering mountains with a single strike. Others excel in agile and ethereal swordplay, moving with a swiftness akin to lightning, while some are adept in the enigmatic and unpredictable art of knife fighting, their blades flashing in a manner that renders them nearly impossible to defend against. These warriors have achieved remarkable success in major martial arts competitions across the continent, garnering countless honors and prestige for the Ling clan that in the realm of magic. The Ling clan is equally endowed with a cadre of extraordinarily powerful mages, each possessing an unparalleled mastery over magical elements, capable of casting a wide array of formidable spells. Some mages specialize in fire manipulation, summoning roaring flames to incinerate their enemies. Others command water, skillfully controlling currents to create formidable water shields or unleash devastating floods. Some harness the power of wind, enabling swift flight or launching razor-sharp wind blades, while others manipulate earth, invoking tremors or erecting sturdy earthen walls. These mages have also made exceptional contributions to magical research and innovation, continually delving into the mysteries of magic and developing numerous new spells and magical artifacts, significantly enhancing the clan's magical prowess. Beyond their considerable influence in their homeland, the Ling clan extends its reach across the continent, establishing diplomatic relations with many other powerful families, sects, and empires, whether as allies, partners, or rivals. In terms of alliances, the Ling clan has forged close-knit ties with like-minded families and sects, collaboratively confronting external threats and challenges. These allies support one another, engaging in extensive cooperation in resource sharing, intelligence exchange, and military collaboration. As partners, the Ling clan has formed relationships with various commercial organizations, magical guilds, and adventurer teams, collaborating in trade, magical research, and exploratory ventures for mutual benefit. However, the Ling clan also faces competition from other equally formidable families and sects, engaging in fierce contests over territorial expansion, resource acquisition, and talent competition, which drives the clan to continually enhance its strength and competitiveness. The family system of the Ling clan is both comprehensive and stringent, with a clear hierarchy and division of responsibilities within the clan. The supreme authority resides with the clan patriarch, chosen from among the venerable and powerful elders, who oversees all clan affairs and formulates development strategies and major decisions. Beneath the patriarch lies the Elder Council, composed of the clan's elders who serve as advisors and decision-makers, assisting the patriarch in managing various clan matters and reviewing significant decisions. The clan's younger members are classified into different ranks and tiers based on their talent, strength, and achievements, receiving varying degrees of treatment and resource allocation. The clan provides a conducive environment for training and educational resources, nurturing their martial skills, magical abilities, and various forms of knowledge and expertise from a young age. Additionally, the clan has instituted a stringent reward and punishment system, bestowing generous rewards and promotion opportunities to those who excel and contribute to the clan, while imposing severe penalties, including expulsion, on those who violate regulations or harm the clan's interests. In terms of cultural heritage, the Ling clan boasts a unique family culture and tradition. The clan emphasizes the cultivation of moral integrity and a sense of family honor among its members, instilling values of loyalty, respect for elders, care for juniors, and unity. The clan also possesses its own guiding principles, family rules, and historical texts, which serve as vital vessels of its cultural legacy. These guiding principles and rules govern the behavior and moral standards of the clan's members, while the historical texts chronicle the clan's development, glorious achievements, and the heroic deeds of its ancestors, enabling members to understand their heritage and perpetuate the clan's spirit. Furthermore, the Ling clan has made distinctive strides in the realms of art, literature, and music, nurturing many exceptional artists, writers, and musicians whose works resonate throughout the continent, enhancing the clan's cultural influence. Nevertheless, the vast power of the clan has brought about certain challenges and dilemmas. The clan continues to grow. Internal power struggles have intensified. Various branches and factions within the clan vie for resources and power, often engaging in overt and covert conflicts that consume substantial energy and resources, undermining the clan's unity and stability. In their external expansion efforts, the Ling clan has also made numerous enemies, fostering resentments with other families and factions. These adversaries frequently unite to launch attacks against the Ling clan, posing significant threats to its development. Moreover, the clan's extensive enterprises and complex affairs necessitate a large pool of talent for management and operation, making the selection and cultivation of capable managerial personnel a pressing concern. Despite these myriad challenges, the Ling clan remains steadfast, buoyed by its rich history, robust economic strength, formidable military might, numerous skilled experts, and a well-structured family system complemented by a unique cultural heritage. It continues to stand resilient on this fantastical continent. Its influence so vast that it captures the attention of the entire realm, establishing itself as a formidable force that cannot be overlooked. Chapter 20. A perilous predicament in the depths of the fantastical continent. Shrouded in darkness and chaos, Outyen, once the pride of his family, now finds himself ensnared in an unprecedented predicament, his situation growing increasingly dire, as though he were plunged into an endless abyss with no glimmer of hope in sight. From the moment he was falsely accused of treason by his family, Outyen's life was irrevocably transformed. He lost the protection and trust of his kin, while those who once flattered and followed him rapidly morphed into indifferent passers-by or even ruthless foes. He was forced to flee the family's territory, embarking on a long and arduous journey of evasion. Initially, he sought refuge in a dense and ancient forest, where shadows loomed and the air was thick with decay. The dense foliage obscured much of the sunlight, rendering the forest dim as night. Outyen concealed himself within the hollow of a massive ancient tree, the cramped confines forcing him to curl up. Enduring both physical discomfort and mental anguish, the occasional roars of wild beasts and the eerie sounds of unknown creatures heightened his anxiety, each noise tightening his already frayed nerves. He dared not light a fire for warmth, nor venture out to seek sustenance, relying solely on a few morsels of dried provisions he had managed to carry, each bite necessitating careful deliberation, as he could not predict when or where his next meal might come. However, the family's pursuers soon tracked him to this forest, akin to hounds with an acute sense of smell, leaving no potential hiding place unexplored. Peering through the crevice of the tree hollow, Outyen glimpsed familiar yet alien figures weaving through the trees. Clad in the clan's specially made black attire and wielding sharp weapons, their eyes betraying a cold, murderous intent, Outyen understood that should they discover him, a fate worse than death awaited. Gripping his sword tightly, the very blade that had once brought him glory in clan competitions, now his sole instrument of survival, he meticulously devised an escape plan, scrutinizing every detail, for he was acutely aware that this was a contest against death itself, where even the slightest misstep could prove fatal. Seizing the opportunity while the pursuers had yet to scour his vicinity, Outyen resolved to take the risk and break free. He executed the phantom windstep, his form darting like a specter through the forest. The crunching of withered leaves and twigs beneath his feet echoed painfully in the stillness, each sound jarring in the oppressive silence. He strained to minimize the noise, yet the tension coursing through him rendered his movements somewhat frantic. The family's pursuers quickly sensed the disturbance, converging towards the source of the sound. "Outyen, you have nowhere to escape. Surrender at once," a pursuing soldier bellowed, his voice echoing through the forest, imbued with an undeniable authority. Aotian remained silent, his heart consumed by a singular conviction. To survive, he quickened his pace, deftly utilizing the cover of the trees, continuously altering his position. Occasionally, he leapt high, grasping at branches, propelling himself through the air for a brief distance. At other times, he crouched low, crawling through the dense underbrush. His gaze was fixed intently on the path ahead, while he remained acutely aware of his surroundings, fearful of an ambush from his pursuers. In the midst of this frantic chase, Aotian unwittingly stumbled into a swamp. The swamp exuded a noxious odor, appearing deceptively calm on the surface, yet concealing immense peril beneath. The moment one of his feet touched the marshy ground, he felt an overwhelming suction pulling him downward. Startled, he attempted to extricate his foot, only to have the other leg sink deeper into the mire. He struggled, his body swaying precariously in the swamp. The more he fought, the faster he sank. At that moment, his family's pursuers had arrived at the edge of the swamp, witnessing Aotian's plight, their faces alight with triumphant grins. "Ha! Aotian, this is your grave," one of the pursuers taunted. A wave of despair washed over Aotian, yet he refused to surrender. Drawing in a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself. He recalled an ancient tome he had once perused in his family's library, detailing survival techniques in swampy terrain. Following the instructions, he gradually laid his body flat on the surface of the swamp, maximizing his contact area to mitigate his descent. Cautiously, he began to feel around with his hands, searching for a more solid foothold. After considerable effort, he finally grasped a sturdy branch, clinging to it with all his might, slowly pulling himself free from the swamp's clutches. emerging from the mire, his body caked in mud and utterly fatigued. Aotian understood that rest was a luxury he could not afford. He continued to flee deeper into the forest, the relentless footsteps of his family's pursuers echoing behind him. His clothes were torn by branches, his skin lacerated by thorns, bloodied and battered, yet he paid no heed to his wounds, fixated solely on the thought of evading his pursuers. After several days of flight through the forest, his provisions had long since dwindled, and he faced the looming threat of starvation. He was compelled to seek out wild fruits and vegetables to stave off hunger. However, many plants in the forest were toxic, and he dared not sample them recklessly. Drawing upon the herbal knowledge he had acquired within his family, he carefully distinguished which plants were safe for consumption. Each attempt felt like a gamble for his life, for a single misstep could lead to his demise. After numerous trials, Aotian finally discovered some edible wild fruits and vegetables. He devoured them ravenously, though their taste left much to be desired. To him, they were the most exquisite delicacies the world had to offer. Having satiated his hunger, he regained some strength, yet he knew he remained in grave danger. As time passed, the search radius of his family's pursuers expanded, and Aotian's situation grew increasingly dire. He was forced to abandon the forest, entering a desolate desert. Under the blazing sun, the desert's heat was unbearable, the sand so scorching it felt as though it could melt the soles of his shoes. Aotian trudged through the desert, each step requiring immense effort. His lips cracked, his throat parched as if on fire, and his body weakened from dehydration. His vision blurred, relying solely on instinct and memory to navigate deeper into the arid expanse. In the desert, Aotian encountered a fearsome sandstorm. The storm raged like an enraged beast, sweeping up clouds of yellow sand that obscured the sky. The howling winds whipped the sand like blades against his face and body, inflicting excruciating pain. He sought shelter from the wind, but the desert offered no refuge from the relentless onslaught. He could only wrap his clothing tightly around his head and huddle on the ground. At the mercy of the tempest, the storm raged on for what felt like an eternity, and when it finally subsided, Aotian found himself nearly buried beneath a mound of sand. He struggled to claw his way out, his appearance now unrecognizable, his body injured in multiple places, and his ability to move severely compromised. Yet, fate seemed unwilling to relent. Before he could recover from the storm's ravages, a band of desert bandits set their sights on him. These marauders, notorious for preying on travelers in the desert, were ruthless and wicked. Spotting Aotian, solitary and weakened, they perceived him as an easy target. "Boy, hand over anything of value, or today shall be your last," growled the bandit leader. Brandishing a long knife menacingly, Aotian felt a bitter laugh bubble within him. He was utterly destitute, with no valuables to offer, yet he knew these bandits would not take his word at face value. Summoning his remaining strength, he stood upright, gripping his sword tightly, and declared, "I possess nothing of worth. Do not force my hand." The bandits erupted in raucous laughter. "Nothing of value? Then your life will suffice." With that, they charged at Aotian. Left with no choice, he engaged in a desperate battle against the bandits. He unleashed the Ao Feng sword technique. Despite his weakened state, his swordplay remained sharp. He wielded his blade, clashing with the bandits amidst the desert. However, outnumbered and still recovering, he gradually found himself on the defensive. The bandits intensified their assault, and his wounds multiplied, just as Aotian was on the brink of collapse. A distant sound of galloping hooves reached his ears. The bandits, alarmed by the sound, feared it heralded the approach of a military force or another powerful entity. Without a moment's hesitation, they abandoned their attack on Aotian. Scrambling onto their camels to flee the scene, Aotian exhaled in relief, knowing he had narrowly escaped once more. Yet he realized his predicament had not improved. Gazing into the distance, he was filled with confusion and helplessness. He was uncertain how many more trials he would endure on this path of flight, nor could he foresee whether he would ever clear his name and return to his family. Nonetheless, he harbored a resolute belief, regardless of the challenges ahead. However, amidst this endless darkness and hardship, a fervent and unquenchable flame of resolute belief blazed within Aotian's heart. It shone like a brilliant star, guiding him through the pitch-black night sky, imbuing him with fearless courage and tenacious strength, enabling him to persevere in adversity and forge ahead with unwavering determination. Aotian hailed from the Ling family, a lineage that once boasted a distinguished status and unparalleled glory in the realm of fantasy. The family's territory was vast and boundless, with towering castles and a plethora of formidable masters, their influence spreading far and wide. From a young age, Aotian underwent rigorous training under the family's strict tutelage. He was gifted with extraordinary talent, possessing a profound comprehension of martial arts and spells. Even at a tender age, he exhibited astonishing aptitude for cultivation, becoming the focal point of attention within the family. His elders held high hopes for him, aspiring for him to inherit the family's legacy and elevate the Ling family's glory to new heights. In the family's training grounds, Ao Tian diligently practiced day after day. Regardless of the scorching summer sun or the biting winter winds, his figure could be seen drenched in sweat. He focused intently on mastering various martial techniques. From the fundamentals of hand-to-hand combat to the intricate arts of swordplay and boxing, meticulously refining each movement in pursuit of perfection, he cultivated spiritual energy, striving to communicate with the myriad elements of nature, feeling their power and integrating it into his own techniques. Through numerous martial competitions and training assessments organized by the family, Ao Tian distinguished himself with exceptional performances, his name gradually spreading throughout the family, establishing him as a paragon among the younger generation and filling him with confidence and aspirations for the future. Yet, the gears of fate ruthlessly turned towards a dark abyss. The internal power struggles within the family surged like a relentless undercurrent, quietly eroding the family's foundation. Some unscrupulous family members, driven by greed for the position of family head, colluded with external malevolent forces, attempting to eliminate rivals through cunning plots and seize control of the entire family. Ao Tian, the family's beacon of hope, became an impediment to their schemes due to his upright character and exceptional talents. In a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy, Ao Tian was falsely accused of betraying the family. Overnight, he transformed from the family's favored child to a target of universal disdain. Those who had once greeted him with smiles and flattery now wore disdainful expressions, hurling malicious words at him. The family's enforcers relentlessly pursued him, and no matter how he pleaded his innocence, no one was willing to believe him. During his flight from the family's pursuit, Ao Tian encountered countless trials and tribulations. He fled through dense forests, with the sounds of pursuers' footsteps and shouts echoing behind him. The thorns in the forest tore at his clothes and skin, blood streaming down, yet he paid no heed to the pain. Running desperately forward, he traversed treacherous mountains, the steep paths leaving him with little footing, where a moment's lapse could lead to a plummet into the abyss. The howling winds threatened to cast him into the valleys below. But he clung tightly to the rocks on the cliff face, climbing painstakingly step by step to eye in the frigid darkness of night. He curled up in a cave's corner, enduring hunger and cold, yet his resolve to clear his name remained steadfast. In a fierce confrontation, Ao Tian found himself surrounded by the family's elite warriors. They unleashed a barrage of powerful martial techniques and spells against him. Alone and outnumbered, Ao Tian faced the onslaught without fear. He executed his most formidable sword technique, the Ao Tian Divine Sword Art, where sword shadows bloomed like blossoming lotuses around him. His gaze was unwavering and focused, fueled by a singular belief: to break through the encirclement and survive. He deftly navigated the enemy's attacks, dodging and countering, each strike infused with his anger and defiance. Despite sustaining numerous injuries, he refused to yield, and through sheer willpower and exceptional swordsmanship, he ultimately tore a path through the encirclement and escaped. On his journey, Ao Tian forged bonds with like-minded companions. There was Lin Yu, a skilled assassin adept at stealth, who left the family due to his disdain for its dark forces. Su Yao, a compassionate healer, who tended to Ao Tian's wounds, and Hu Li, a stalwart warrior of immense strength, whose loyalty and sense of justice compelled him to fight alongside Ao Tian. Together, they wandered the continent, confronting various dangers and challenges. During an exploration of ancient ruins, they stumbled upon a mysterious stone tablet inscribed with ancient runes and patterns, seemingly concealing a monumental secret. Drawing on his knowledge from the family, Ao Tian diligently studied the tablet, and after considerable effort, he deciphered part of its content, discovering that at the end of the continent lay a legendary temple, within which resided the crucial evidence to prove his innocence. However, the path to the temple was fraught with peril, guarded by formidable magical beasts and various mysterious traps and restrictions. Yet, Ao Tian was undeterred by these challenges. His conviction only grew stronger. He declared to his friends, "No matter how many hardships lie ahead, I must reach that temple. This is my only chance, my hope for vindication. I believe that as long as we unite our efforts, we can overcome any obstacle." His unwavering belief inspired his companions, who readily agreed to accompany him on this quest. Thus, they embarked on their journey to the temple. As they traversed a scorching desert, the sun blazed high above, the heat was unbearable, and the sand burned as if it could melt their souls. Their water supply quickly dwindled, leaving them weakened from dehydration. Yet Ao continuously encouraged them. "Hold on. We will surely find our way out of this desert." They supported one another, and with indomitable perseverance, they eventually discovered an oasis, replenishing their water and food, restoring their strength. Upon entering a mysterious valley, they encountered a horde of powerful magical beasts. These creatures were enormous and ferocious, launching a fierce assault against them. Ao led his friends into a desperate battle against the beasts. He unleashed an upgraded version of his sword technique, the Ao chaotic sword, with powerful sword energy weaving through the air. Repelling the beasts, Lin Yu utilized his stealth skills to stealthily maneuver behind the beasts and launch a surprise attack. Su Yao cast healing spells to tend to the wounded companions, while Hu Li wielded his massive battle axe. Confronting the beasts head-on, each strike infused with tremendous power that commanded respect. Through their collective efforts, they ultimately triumphed over the magical beasts and continued their march toward the temple. As they drew closer to the temple, the dangers they faced intensified. They encountered a terrifying magical storm, a tempest brimming with elemental power, where lightning, fire, and frost intertwined, posing a severe threat to them. Ao, with his acute sensitivity to elemental forces, guided his companions to navigate safely through the storm. He directed them to utilize the terrain and their skills to evade and counter the tempest. Persevering despite the arduous process. They arrived at the legendary temple. The temple loomed grand and majestic, exuding an air of mystery. However, the entrance was obstructed by a formidable barrier. Ao meticulously examined the runic structure of the barrier, seeking a means to break it. After countless attempts and failures, he finally discerned a flaw in the barrier and successfully dismantled the entrance's restrictions. Upon entering the temple, they discovered an ancient tome deep within its recesses. The tome detailed the truth behind the internal power struggles of the family and the entire saga of Ao wrongful accusations. It revealed that an elder within the family, driven by personal greed, had colluded with external malevolent forces to orchestrate this series of conspiracies, aiming to eliminate Ao as a rival and seize the position of family head. Clutching the tome, Ao was filled with a mix of anger and joy. Anger at the lengths to which someone within his family would go to ensnare him. Joy at finally obtaining the evidence to prove his innocence. He knew that his suffering was nearing its end, for he would return to the family with this evidence, expose the conspirators, restore justice, and realign the family's course. Having endured this series of tribulations, Ao gained a profound understanding of the power of belief. It was this unwavering conviction in clearing his name that empowered him to persist through countless dire situations until the very end. This faith not only sustained him through his arduous journey, but also inspired his friends to unite in the pursuit of justice. Now, armed with hope and evidence, he set forth on the path back to his family, confident that righteousness would ultimately triumph over evil, and that his belief would once again shine brightly within the family. Chapter 22. Guardian of his daughter. In that forgotten, mysterious little town, there lived a man named Ao. Once a fearless adventurer, he roamed the perilous and fantastical continent, enduring countless life and death trials that forged his indomitable character. Now, he had shed his former brilliance, leading a tranquil and serene life in the town, with the most cherished person in his life being his beloved daughter, Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian was an innocent and lively 6-year-old girl. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her tender shoulders. Her eyes twinkled like bright stars, sparkling with endless curiosity and yearning for the world around her. The delicate nose and rosy lips are perpetually adorned with a sweet smile, as if capable of dispelling all the shadows of the world. Her laughter is a melodious chime, echoing through the air like silver bells, filling the hearts of those who hear it with joy. Ao is acutely aware that this world harbors innumerable hidden dangers. Despite the seemingly tranquil and harmonious nature of the small town, he has never allowed himself a moment of complacency, always regarding the protection of his daughter as the most significant mission of his life. Each morning, when the first gentle rays of sunlight softly illuminate the room, Ao rises early to prepare a nutritious breakfast for Xiaoxian. He meticulously selects fresh ingredients, pouring his heart into the preparation of each dish. and watching as his daughter enjoys her meal with delight, his heart brimming with happiness and warmth. After breakfast, Yin takes Xiaoxian by the hand and escorts her to the town schoolhouse. Along the way, he patiently regales her with various captivating stories, whether they be tales of ancient heroes from old legends or lesser-known historical anecdotes about the town. Xiaoxian listens with rapt attention, her curious eyes sparkling with wonder as she occasionally poses innocent questions, to which Yin responds thoughtfully, their laughter resonating through the streets of the town. At the school, Yin earnestly reminds Xiaoxian to study diligently and to interact kindly with her classmates. He stands at the school gate, watching her skip joyfully into the classroom until her figure fades from sight, after which he departs with a sense of reassurance. During Xiaoxuan's classes, Yin does not remain idle. He strolls through the town, engaging in casual conversations with neighbors while remaining vigilant for any unusual occurrences. He inspects the town's defensive measures, ensuring that they can respond promptly should danger arise. As evening descends, painting the entire town with the golden hues of the setting sun. Yin appears punctually at the school gate to await Xiaoxuan's dismissal. Upon seeing her father, Xiaoxian rushes towards him, leaping into his embrace. Yin gently lifts his daughter, feeling the warmth and reliance emanating from her small frame. Before they make their way home together, once home, Yin assists Xiaoxian with her homework, patiently guiding her through challenging problems. When she faces setbacks and contemplates giving up, Yin encourages her, reminding her that perseverance will ultimately lead her to overcome difficulties. Under Yin's patient tutelage, Xiaoxuan's academic performance flourishes, and she grows increasingly confident and resilient. Beyond academics, Yin places great emphasis on nurturing Xiaoxuan's interests and hobbies. Noticing her keen passion for painting, he procures an array of artistic tools and invites a talented local artist to mentor her. Xiaoxian displays remarkable talent in her artwork, her creations brimming with imagination and creativity, often earning praise from both Yin and her instructors. Yin cherishes Xiaoxuan's paintings, hoping they will serve as precious memories of her growth. During weekends, Yin takes Xiaoxian to explore the natural beauty surrounding the town. They catch small fish and shrimp by the creek, feeling the cool water flow over their fingers. They forage for wild fruits in the forest. Savoring nature's bounty, they fly kites on the grass, watching them soar amidst the blue sky and white clouds, with Xiaoxuan's laughter dancing through the in these joyful moments. Yin not only introduces Xiaoxian to the wonders of nature, but also deepens their bond. However, the tranquility of their lives is abruptly shattered by unforeseen events. One day, a group of mysterious individuals clad in black appears in the town. Their movements are furtive, and their eyes exude an aura of malevolence. Yin swiftly senses the looming danger, acutely aware that these individuals are no benign presence and could pose a threat to both the town and his daughter. Without delay, Yin returns home with Xiaoxian. Securing all doors and windows and setting up rudimentary defensive mechanisms, he reassures Xiaoxian, telling her not to fear, for he will protect her. Although young, Xiaoxian trusts her father implicitly, snuggling closely to him, her eyes reflecting a mixture of anxiety and reliance. The group of black-clad figures soon begins to scour the town, searching every house and leaving no stone unturned. When they approach Yin's home, his heart races. He grips his sword tightly. This weapon, once a companion in countless battles, is now drawn to safeguard his daughter once more. Yin stealthily hides behind a window, observing the black-clad individuals as they ransack his neighbors' homes, stealing valuables and even harming those who resist. Fury surges within him. Yet he understands that he must remain calm and composed to protect Xiaoxian. Suddenly, one of the black-clad figures discovers Yin's defensive setup. Shouting for his companions, the throng of dark figures swiftly converges upon Yin's home. Attempting to breach the defenses, Yin realizes that a confrontation is imminent. He takes a deep breath to steady himself, gently concealing Xiaoxian in a hidden corner, instructing her to remain silent and stay put. No matter what unfolds, stepping out into the yard, Yin faces the group of black-clad intruders, his gaze resolute. "Who are you? Why do you bring your villainy to this town?" he demands loudly. The leader of the black-clad figures sneers contemptuously. "We seek an object that is said to be hidden within this town, that if you are wise, surrender it now, or today shall mark your demise. I know not of the object you speak. Depart from here at once, or I shall not hold back." Yin retorts fearlessly. Refusing a cordial invitation invites punishment. "Attack," the leader commands. and the group lunges toward Outyin. With swift precision, Outyin draws his sword and meets the attackers head-on. His mastery of swordsmanship manifests as his blade dances like blooming lotuses, slicing through the air with deadly grace. Each strike is executed with precision and force, aimed at the enemy's vulnerabilities. Although outnumbered, the assailants underestimate Outyin's prowess. He weaves through their attacks, deftly evading while delivering lethal counterstrikes. Throughout the fierce battle, Outyin maintains his composure, driven by a singular conviction: to protect Xiaoxian. He continually adapts his tactics, utilizing the terrain and defensive mechanisms of the yard, gradually gaining the upper hand. Yet, the black-clad figures are not to be trifled with. They soon discern Outyin's strategy and shift their approach, launching a coordinated assault against him. Outyin begins to feel the strain, his body sustaining numerous injuries, blood staining his garments. Yet his resolve remains unshaken at that moment. An enemy seizes the opportunity to stealthily flank him from behind, preparing to strike. "Daddy, watch out!" just as the assailant is about to launch their attack. Xiaoxian bolts from her hiding place, calling out loudly. Outnin's heart leaps in alarm. He swiftly pivots, parrying the attack with his sword. However, the distraction exposes a vulnerability, and another assailant strikes his arm, gritting his teeth against the pain. Outyin pulls Xiaoxian behind him. "Xiaoxian, why did you disobey me? Did I not tell you to stay hidden?" Outyin scolds, a hint of anger in his voice. "Daddy, I cannot bear to see you hurt," Xiaoxian replies tearfully. Outyin's heart swells with emotion. He gently ruffles her hair. "Brave daughter, do not fear. Your father is here. I shall not allow them to harm you." At that moment, upon spotting Xiaoxian, the black-clad figure's eyes gleam with interest. "So, you have hidden the object within this little girl. Hand her over," the leader demands. "Never." Outyin vows, clutching Xiaoxian protectively. His heart aflame with rage, he comprehends that these individuals are gravely mistaken, yet he will not allow them to lay a finger on her. Determined to unleash his full strength, Outyin employs his ultimate technique, the phantom sword dance. In an instant, his figure transforms into countless phantoms. The sword strikes akin to a tempest, surging towards the black-clad adversaries. Caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, the assailants find themselves injured and collapsing to the ground. The leader, sensing the tide turning, hastily retreats with the remaining members of his crew. As Outyin watches the black figures flee, he exhales a sigh of relief. Slowly sheathing his sword, he kneels before Xiaoxian. "Are you unharmed? Did they hurt you?" he inquires with deep concern. Xiaoxian shakes her head. "Daddy, I am fine, but you are injured. Let me help you bandage it." Outyin gazes at his daughter's understanding demeanor, his heart swelling with pride that he realizes that this danger was merely the beginning. He must exercise even greater caution to safeguard Xiaoxian. From that day forth, Outyin intensifies his efforts to protect Xiaoxian. He teaches her simple self-defense techniques, equipping her with the means to safeguard herself in perilous situations. He also organizes a group of residents within the town, forming a self-defense unit to collectively ensure the safety of their community. Through Outyin's steadfast endeavors, the town gradually returns to its former tranquility. Yet, Aotian was acutely aware that danger could descend upon them once more at any moment. He vowed to remain steadfastly by Xiaoxian's side, dedicating his very life to safeguard her, ensuring she could flourish in a secure and joyful environment, regardless of the myriad challenges and adversities that the future might hold. His conviction would remain unshaken, for in his heart, his daughter was his everything. Chapter 23. The most important person. Aotian deeply understood that his daughter was the most significant person in his life. Amidst the tumultuous winds and clouds of that fantastical continent, Aotian, a man once cast into the depths by the treachery and betrayal of his family, now shone with the most brilliant and precious light in his life, his daughter. Ling Er. Aotian could never forget the moment Ling Er was born. It occurred deep within a remote valley, in a humble wooden cabin, where his wife, Su Yao, endured hours of excruciating pain and torment. Through the intertwining of sweat and blood, she summoned all her strength and finally brought Ling Er into the world. When the faint yet vibrant cries echoed, Aotian's heart was instantaneously filled with an unprecedented emotion. Trembling, he carefully cradled the tiny, delicate form, gazing at her wrinkled little face, tightly shut eyes, and breath as gentle as a wisp of silk, tears blurring his vision. In that moment, he silently vowed that no matter how treacherous the path ahead, he would devote everything to protect this small life, for she was his most treasured gem in this world. the sole ray of hope in his dark existence. From an early age, Ling Er exhibited remarkable intelligence and agility. Even as she learned to take her first wobbly steps, she could keenly sense the subtle changes in her surroundings. Whenever a stranger approached, a flicker of caution would flash in her bright eyes. Instinctively retreating behind Ao Tian, her small hand clutching his garment tightly, as if in her innocent heart, her father was her strongest support, believing that as long as he was present, nothing could harm her. When alone with Ao Tian, however, she transformed into a lively and adorable little angel. She would joyfully sprint across the lush green meadow, chasing after colorful butterflies, her laughter ringing like silver bells, resonating throughout the valley. Each time she fell, she would bravely rise, dusting herself off and continuing to laugh and play, her stubbornness and optimism causing Ao Tian both heartache and pride. As Ling Er grew, her curiosity about the world intensified. She would often pester Ao Tian to regale her with legendary tales of the fantastical continent. Ao Tian would sit beneath the old tree in front of their wooden cabin, gently holding Ling Er in his embrace, narrating the rise and fall of ancient families, the heroic adventures of valiant knights among perilous peaks, and the wondrous feats of mysterious sorcerers wielding elemental powers. Ling Er would listen, enraptured, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and yearning, her mind brimming with boundless imaginings of the outside world. Occasionally, she would pose innocent yet profound questions that left Ao Tian pondering, such as why good people suffer misfortunes and why conflicts arise within families. These inquiries often left him at a loss for answers, yet he understood that this was Ling Er beginning to contemplate life and comprehend the world. He must guide her in establishing the right values and worldview. On Ling Er's 5th birthday, a sudden illness nearly snatched her fragile life away. For several days, she endured a relentless fever, her small face flushed, slipping in and out of consciousness, occasionally murmuring in pain. Ao Tian, frantic with worry, cradled Ling Er, racing through the stormy winds and torrential rain for miles in search of a doctor in town, soaked to the skin and traversing the treacherous, muddy path. He stumbled yet persevered, never daring to pause. Upon finally locating a physician, Ao Tian was utterly exhausted, yet his eyes retained a fierce determination and urgency. Throughout Ling Er's illness, Ao Tian kept a vigilant watch by her bedside, never allowing his gaze to stray from her small face. He personally prepared her medicine, meticulously concocting each bowl with care. Gently, he would lift Ling Er, cooling the medicine before patiently feeding it to her. His eyes filled with tenderness and love. Under his devoted care, Ling Er gradually recovered. In that moment, Ao Tian profoundly realized that his daughter's health and happiness constituted the very essence of his existence. If he could, he would willingly trade everything for Ling Er's safety. However, Ao Tian was acutely aware that the world was fraught with peril. Although his family had once wronged him, their power remained formidable. With spies scattered across the continent, he feared that one day, they might discover his and Ling Er's whereabouts, bringing harm to her. To protect his daughter, he resolved to teach her some self-defense techniques. In the tranquil valley, Ao Tian dedicated time each day to instruct Ling Er in cultivating her spiritual energy. He began with the most fundamental breathing techniques, patiently guiding her in sensing the spiritual energy in the air and channeling it within herself. Ling Er approached her training with utmost seriousness. Every morning, she would rise early to meditate in the valley, her eyes tightly closed, her small face taut as she diligently controlled her breathing and the flow of her energy. Despite the arduous and monotonous nature of her practice, she never entertained thoughts of giving up. She understood that only by becoming strong could she protect herself in this dangerous world and alleviate some of her father's worries. In addition to cultivating her spiritual energy, Ao Tian also taught Ling Er the art of swordsmanship. He fashioned a petite, exquisite sword for her, its hilt adorned with a crystal-clear gem that shimmered enchanting hues under the sunlight. Holding the sword himself, Ao Tian demonstrated the fundamental movements of swordplay to Ling Er, who, with her small sword in hand, mimicked his actions with focused determination, although her movements were youthful and unrefined. Each stroke was imbued with strength and resolve. Ao Tian observed her closely, correcting her missteps as they arose. He imparted to her that swordsmanship was not merely a combat skill, but also a spiritual discipline. In the face of adversaries, one must possess a calm mind, unwavering conviction, and fearless courage. Ling Er etched her father's words deeply in her heart, practicing relentlessly, even when her arms grew sore and her clothes soaked with sweat. In their daily lives, Ao Tian attended to Ling Er's every need. Each morning, he would lovingly comb her silky long hair, fashioning it into an intricate bun adorned with a vibrant flower. He would sew beautiful garments for her, each stitch infused with his love for her. Together, they would venture to the stream in the valley to fish, rolling up their pant legs and stepping into the cool water. Ao Tian, armed with a spear, would fixate intently on the surface, ready to strike at the first sign of fish. Ling Er would cheer excitedly from the side, reveling in her father's every catch. They would bring their haul back to the wooden cabin, where Ao Tian would skillfully prepare a delicious meal, watching Ling Er relish every bite, his heart swelling with happiness and contentment. On Ling Er's 8th birthday, Ao Tian meticulously orchestrated a surprise for her. He adorned the valley with a breathtaking scene, decorating the surrounding trees with vibrant flowers and colorful ribbons. He crafted a beautiful birthday cake, topped with 8 candles representing Ling Er's ag and as night fell and the stars twinkled. Ao Tian led Ling Er to this enchanting place. Ling Er stood in awe at the sight, tears of joy and emotion sparkling in her eyes. Illuminated by the candlelight, she made a birthday wish, hoping her father would always be by her side and that they could forever dwell in this serene and beautiful valley. Ao Tian gazed at her, his heart heavy with guilt. He knew he could not provide Ling Er with a complete family nor allow her to enjoy a carefree life in the bustling city like other children. Yet, he would strive with all his might to create a safe and happy little world for her. However, fate seemed to revel in its cruel twist. One day, while Ao Tian and Ling Er were in town purchasing supplies, a familiar and ominous sensation washed over Ao Tian. Alarmed, he instinctively pulled Ling Er behind him, scanning their surroundings with heightened vigilance. That moment, a group of men clad in dark attire appeared before them. These were assassins sent by Ao Tian's family, tasked with eliminating him and his daughter. Ao Tian, did you believe you could escape? Today marks the end for you and your daughter, the leader of the assassins coldly declared. A flicker of anger and resolve flashed in Ao Tian. Thus, he seized an opportunity, executing the Ling Fang step, his form darting like lightning towards a vulnerable point in the encirclement of assassins. Caught off guard by Ao Tian's sudden maneuver, the assassins momentarily opened a gap. Ao Tian seized the chance, grasping Ling Er's hand, and they dashed frantically towards the outskirts of the town. The assassins pursued relentlessly behind them, their speed formidable, closing the distance to Ao Tian and Ling Er with alarming rapidity. Ao Tian's heart raced with anxiety. He understood that if the assassins caught up, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, they reached the edge of a dense forest. Without a moment's hesitation, Ao Tian pulled Ling Er into the woods. The thick trees and complex terrain provided them with a measure of concealment. Ao Tian navigated through the forest with Ling Er, skillfully using the trees for cover while constantly altering their escape route. The assassins lost their target amidst the foliage, forced to search aimlessly. After a protracted flight through the woods, Ao Tian and Ling finally evaded their pursuers. They hid within a secluded cave, where Ao Tian held Ling Er tightly. Feeling her rapid heartbeat, his heart brimmed with guilt and dread. Had it not been for his negligence, Ling Er would not have found herself in such perilous circumstances. From that moment on, Ao Tian vowed to protect Ling Er with utmost vigilance. He knew that the family's pursuit would not cease, and they must remain ever watchful to survive in this treacherous world. In the days that followed, Ao Tian and Ling Er evaded the relentless hunt of their family. They sought refuge in desolate mountains and wild terrains, living a life of constant upheaval. Yet, no matter how arduous their circumstances, Ao Tian never wavered in his mission to guard his daughter with his love and resilience. He created a haven for Ling Er. He reassured her that regardless of the challenges they encountered, they must confront them bravely, for they were each other's most vital support in this world. Under her father's watchful protection, Ling Er gradually blossomed into a strong and courageous girl. She understood that as long as her father was by her side, she had nothing to fear in this realm fraught with peril and trials. The bond between Ao Tian and Ling Er shone like radiant stars, illuminating the dark night sky with an eternal glow, becoming their steadfast anchor in turbulent times. Chapter 24. Who dares to harm her in that mystical land shrouded in mystery and danger? Ao Tian, a resolute man who had endured countless trials and tribulations, found his sole precious beacon of hope amidst the shadows of life. His daughter, Xiaoyu. Her birth was akin to a brilliant star quietly illuminating his dark world. becoming the softest and most cherished presence in Outyan's heart, the embodiment of warmth and hope in an otherwise frigid existence. From a young age, Xiaoyu exhibited a brightness and innocence reminiscent of the warm spring sun. Her sparkling eyes mirrored the clarity of a pristine lake, reflecting the beauty of the world around her, filled with endless curiosity and kindness. Whenever she laughed, her melodious giggles resonated like silver bells in the air. As if dispelling all gloom and darkness, on a spring afternoon of her 5th year, sunlight gently bathed their small courtyard. Xiaoyu, adorned in a pink floral dress, joyfully chased vibrant butterflies among the blossoms. Her petite figure danced like a flower swaying in the breeze. Light and spirited as the butterflies fluttered about, Xiaoyu excitedly called out, "Butterfly, wait for me." Her cheeks flushed from running, tiny beads of sweat forming on her brow. Yet her eyes sparkled with an undeniable brilliance. Outyan sat quietly on a stone bench, watching his daughter play, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth, his gaze filled with affection and tenderness. In that moment, he felt as though all the suffering and torment of the world dissipated in the sound of her laughter. As Xiaoyu grew, her thirst for knowledge about the world intensified. She often beseeched Outyan to recount legendary tales of the mystical realm, the enigmatic magic, and the valiant heroes. Thus, on tranquil nights, when the moonlight spilled like water upon the windowsill, Outyan would gently hold Xiaoyu in his arms. Sitting by the warmth of the hearth, his deep, magnetic voice weaving enchanting narratives, he spoke of ancient sorcerers mastering elemental powers, creating breathtaking miracles, of brave knights charging fearlessly into battle, safeguarding their homes and honor, of the mysterious elven kin coexisting harmoniously with nature in the lush forests. Xiaoyu listened raptly, her eyes locked onto her father's face, sometimes widening in tension at the thrilling moments, and at other times lighting up with joy at the hero's victories. Through these stories, seeds of courage and kindness were sown in Xiaoyu's young heart. She yearned to possess the strength of the heroes, to explore this wondrous world, and to aid those in need. However, Outyan was acutely aware of the harsh realities and dangers that lurked in this world. His family, once united, had cruelly cast him out due to betrayal and conspiracy, plunging him into an enduring life of flight. The family's influence loomed like a colossal beast concealed in darkness, vast and threatening, with eyes watching from every corner of the continent. Outyan constantly feared that his family would discover his and Xiaoyu's whereabouts. Endangering her life to protect his daughter, he resolved to impart self-defense skills and survival techniques to her, in the serene valley. Each morning as the first rays of sunlight pierced the mist, Outyan would take Xiaoyu to a wide expanse of grass to begin their training. He started with the fundamentals of physical conditioning, teaching Xiaoyu how to enhance her strength and agility through running, jumping, and climbing. Though still young, Xiaoyu was remarkably diligent, completing every task her father assigned with utmost seriousness. She gritted her teeth, persisting through lap after lap, sweat soaking her clothes without a word of complaint. In addition to physical training, Outyan meticulously guided Xiaoyu in cultivating her spiritual energy. He patiently explained the mysteries of spiritual power, teaching her how to sense the ambient energy and channel it within herself for her own use. During her training, Xiaoyu often encountered various challenges and setbacks that at times she felt disheartened and defeated when unable to sense the spiritual energy. Yet, Outyan was always there to encourage her, reminding her not to lose heart, for every practitioner faced such phases, and perseverance would surely lead to success. With her father's encouragement, Xiaoyu rallied her spirits and committed herself to her training even more fervently. She would rise early each day, retreating to a tranquil corner of the valley to concentrate and strive to perceive the existence of spiritual energy. After much dedication, Xiaoyu finally succeeded in channeling the energy into her body. In that moment, she excitedly ran to Outyan, tears of joy sparkling in her eyes, exclaiming, "Daddy, I did it! I can feel the spiritual energy." Outyan gazed at his daughter, his heart swelling with pride and contentment. On Xiaoyu's 8th birthday, Outyan prepared a special gift for her. He took her to a mysterious ancient ruin, suffused with an air of antiquity and enigma, the walls etched with peculiar runes and designs, whispering tales of a distant past. Outyan informed Xiaoyu that within the ruins lay a powerful magical force. If she could uncover and comprehend it, her strength would significantly increase. Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation as she eagerly began to explore the ruins. Deep within, She discovered a grimoire emanating a faint glow. Upon grasping it, a surge of immense power coursed through her, and her mind flooded with various mystical spells and incantations, following the book's guidance. Xiaoyu attempted to cast her first spell. She closed her eyes, focused intently, and murmured the incantation. Suddenly, a gentle light burst forth from her hands, illuminating the entire ruin. Outyin beamed with pride as he witnessed his daughter's successful spellcasting. Fully aware that she was gradually maturing into a formidable individual, however, he also understood that with her growth came ever-increasing dangers. One day, Outyin took Xiaoyu to a small town to procure supplies. The town buzzed with activity, throngs of people bustling about and stalls brimming with wares. Xiaoyu navigated the crowd with excitement, her curiosity piqued by her surroundings. Yet, Outyin remained vigilant, his gaze scanning the area for any potential threats. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar yet perilous aura drawing near. Alarmed, he instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword and swiftly pulled Xiaoyu behind him. That moment, a group of men clad in dark attire emerged before them. These were the assassins dispatched by Outyin's family, their eyes cold and weapons drawn, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Outyin, how long do you think you can hide? Today marks the end for you and your daughter. The leader of the assassins declared, his voice laced with malice and mockery. Outyin's expression hardened into an icy glare, sharp as stars on a frigid night. He fixed his gaze upon the assassins, gritting his teeth as he declared, "You dare come here to threaten us? Whoever seeks to harm her shall pay a grievous price." With that, he drew his sword without hesitation, its blade glinting with a fierce radiance in the sunlight. The assassins, sensing his resolve, surged forward, weapons raised, charging towards Outyin and Xiaoyu. Outyin shielded Xiaoyu behind him, standing resolutely against the multitude of foes that he unleashed his unparalleled skill, the Outyin divine sword technique, causing sword shadows to bloom around him like a myriad of blossoming lotus flowers. Each stroke of his sword was imbued with formidable power and unparalleled speed, the blade's wind howling past, as if it could rend the very air. The assassins found it difficult to approach. Yet their numbers were overwhelming, and they continuously altered their tactics in an attempt to breach Outyin's defenses. Amidst the fierce battle, Outyin gradually began to feel overwhelmed. He realized that if this continued, both he and Xiaoyu would be plunged into grave danger. He needed to devise a means of breaking through. Seizing an opportunity, he executed the wind-cleaving step, his form darting like lightning towards a vulnerable point in the circle of assassins. Taken aback by Outyin's sudden maneuver, the assassins created a gap in their formation. Outyin seized the moment, grasping Xiaoyu's hand, and they dashed toward the outskirts of the town. The assassins pursued relentlessly, their speed formidable, closing the distance between them and Outyin and Xiaoyu. Outyin's heart raced with anxiety. He understood that should the assassins catch up, the consequences would be dire. Just then, they reached the edge of a dense forest. Without a moment's hesitation, Outyin pulled Xiaoyu into the woods. The forest, with its thick trees and intricate terrain, provided them with a measure of concealment. Outyin navigated through the woods with Xiaoyu, skillfully utilizing the cover of the trees to continually alter their escape route. After what felt like an eternity of running through the forest, they finally managed to shake off their pursuers. They hid within a secluded cave, where Outyin held Xiaoyu tightly, feeling her rapid heartbeat. His heart was filled with guilt and fear. Had it not been for his negligence, Xiaoyu would not have found herself in such a perilous situation. From that moment on, Outyin became even more vigilant in protecting Xiaoyu. He knew that the family's pursuit would not cease, and they must remain ever watchful to survive in this treacherous world. In order to enable Xiaoyu to better defend herself, Outyin resolved to take her to seek out a reclusive master who dwelled deep within the mountains. This master was renowned across the continent for his extraordinary martial prowess and profound magical skills. Under his guidance, Xiaoyu's abilities would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. After a long journey, they finally located the master's abode. It was a quaint courtyard perched atop a mist-laden peak, surrounded by lush bamboo groves, the atmosphere serene and tranquil. Outyin and Xiaoyu respectfully approached the master, conveying their intentions. The master regarded Xiaoyu with a glimmer of approval in his eyes. He decided to take Xiaoyu as his disciple, imparting to her the deeper arts of martial and magical combat. In the days that followed, Xiaoyu diligently studied under the master. Every morning, she practiced her swordsmanship in the bamboo grove, striving for precision in every move. Under the master's tutelage, her sword technique steadily improved, gradually developing into her own unique style. Simultaneously, She delved into various magical disciplines, mastering numerous powerful spells. She learned to manipulate the element of fire, unleashing fierce flames to assault her enemies, to wield the element of water, creating robust water shields for defense, and to harness the element of wind, achieving rapid movement and flight. Xiao Yu's strength surged. Yet she understood that all she learned was for the purpose of safeguarding herself and her father. In order to endure within this perilous realm that as time passed, Xiao Yu blossomed into a formidable young woman. She not only possessed exceptional martial skills and extraordinary magic, but also embodied a resilient and courageous spirit. However, the threat from her family loomed ever closer. When Xiao Yu turned 15, the family dispatched an even more powerful team of assassins to pursue them. This time, the assassins were not only numerous but also exceptionally skilled, each one an elite fighter from the family. When the assassins appeared before them, Outyin and Xiao Yu showed no signs of retreat. Outyin gripped his sword tightly, his gaze revealing unwavering resolve. Xiao Yu, do not be afraid. We shall face them together. Xiao Yu nodded, and a magic staff radiating blue light appeared in her hand. Taking a deep breath, she channeled her spiritual energy into the staff, preparing to confront the impending battle. The assassins launched their assault first, unleashing a barrage of formidable martial techniques and spells upon Outyin and Xiao Yu. Outyin executed the most powerful technique of the Outyin Divine Sword, the Outyin Chaotic Sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that surged forth like an overwhelming flood towards the enemy. Xiao Yu, wielding her magic staff, recited incantations, releasing a series of powerful magical attacks. Fire, frost, and lightning intertwined under her control, forming a dazzling yet deadly magical tempest. The battle raged fiercely, each side refusing to yield. Through their seamless cooperation and immense strength, Outyin and Xiao Yu gradually gained the upper hand. However, the assassins were undeterred. They began to cast a nefarious formation, attempting to ensnare Outyin and Xiao Yu within its grasp. Once activated, the formation warped the surrounding space, an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them. Father, what should we do? Xiao Yu asked anxiously. Outyin remained calm, contemplating a strategy as he scrutinized the formation for weaknesses. Suddenly, he spotted a flaw in the formation. Xiao Yu, concentrate your power and strike the northeast corner of the formation, he shouted. Obeying her father's command, Xiao Yu channeled all her strength into her magic staff, launching a powerful attack at the formation's vulnerable point. A brilliant light shot across the sky like a meteor, striking the weak spot with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the formation shattered, sending the assassins tumbling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Outyin and Xiao Yu unleashed their final assault, vanquishing the remaining assassins. After the battle, Outyin and Xiao Yu embraced, tears streaming down their faces. They understood that this was merely one of many confrontations against their family's pursuit, yet they were resolute. Together, as father and daughter, they would face any challenge that lay ahead. Anyone who dared to harm either of them would pay a grievous price for their audacity in this perilous and challenging mystical realm. Their bond as father and daughter would become an indelible legend, eternally recounted. Chapter 25. The heavy price to pay. In the depths of a mystical continent shrouded in mystery and danger, there lay an ancient and magnificent city known as Lingyang City. Within its walls, the Ling family once stood as an unassailable dominion, their power vast, with experts aplenty, and their enterprises sprawling across every corner of the continent. The family head, Ling Alfeng, was a renowned top-tier powerhouse. His name enough to instill fear in countless hearts. Ling Alfeng had a son named Ling Xian. From a young age, Ling Xian exhibited astonishing talent and cultivation, regarded by the family as a beacon of hope for the future. In the expansive and opulent training grounds of the Ling family, the 10-year-old Ling Xian could effortlessly execute the basic Ling family sword technique, his sword shadows flashing with a fierce momentum. He trained diligently every day, never once slacking off, be it under the scorching sun of summer or the biting cold of winter. His eyes sparkled with determination and persistence, as if proclaiming to the world that he would become a legendary figure upon this continent. As the years progressed, Ling Xian's strength grew even more formidable. During a martial arts tournament held for the younger generation, he triumphantly advanced through the ranks, easily defeating numerous family members, ultimately claiming the championship. Standing centrally on the martial stage, sword in hand, his posture was upright, and his confident smile shone brilliantly in the sunlight. The elder members of the family nodded in approval, placing greater expectations upon him. Yet, unbeknownst to him, The gears of fate began to turn, and a significant conspiracy loomed on the horizon. One of the family elders, Ling Jintian, had long coveted the position of family head and secretly colluded with external malevolent forces. They set a cunning trap, falsely accusing Ling Xian of attempting to betray the family and steal the family's treasured artifact, the spirit source Holy Crystal. This Holy Crystal, a legacy of the Ling family for millennia, was said to possess mysterious and powerful abilities, capable of aiding individuals in breaking through cultivation bottlenecks to reach higher realms. Overnight, Ling Xian transformed from the pride of the family into a pariah. Hunted down mercilessly by family enforcers, filled with indignation and disbelief upon learning of the false accusations, Ling Xian attempted to clarify his innocence to the family elders, yet no one was willing to believe him. As he fled, he was beset by the family's elite enforcers. Deep within a dense forest, Ling Xian found himself cornered by the enforcers, surrounded by towering trees that cast dappled shadows as sunlight filtered through their leaves. The enforcers spread out in a fan formation, enclosing Ling Xian. Each bore a grim expression, their eyes glinting with cold, murderous intent. Ling Xian gripped his sword tightly, warily surveying his surroundings. Ling Xian, your betrayal of the family has been exposed. Surrender quietly. One of the enforcers bellowed that I did not betray the family. This is all a setup against me. Ling Xian shouted in fury. Humph, at this point, you still dare to argue. Attack, commanded the leader of the enforcers. And they all surged toward Ling Xian. Ling Xian executed the Ling family's sword techniques, engaging in a fierce battle with the enforcers. His swordsmanship was extraordinarily fierce, each stroke accompanied by immense power and precise angles as he fought through the crowd, striving to carve out a path to safety. However, the law enforcers, numerous and coordinated, gradually constricted Ling Xian's sphere of activity. During the battle, Ling Xian was inadvertently struck in the back by one of the enforcers, causing a spray of blood to erupt from his mouth. His body swayed, yet he bore the pain and continued to fight. He understood that if he were captured, his demise would be inevitable. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, he executed the Phantom Gale step, his figure darting like lightning towards a weak point in the encirclement. The enforcers were caught off guard by his sudden maneuver, allowing Ling Xian to successfully break through the encirclement and flee deeper into the forest. In the course of his flight, Ling Xian encountered a woman named Yizi. Yizi was a kind-hearted and courageous healer, proficient in utilizing various herbs and spells to mend wounds. Upon seeing the injured Ling Xian, a surge of compassion welled up within her. Disregarding his identity and the inherent dangers, she resolutely decided to assist him in healing his injuries. Under Yizi's attentive care, Ling Xian's wounds gradually improved. Why are you helping me? Are you not afraid of being implicated by my family? Ling Xian inquired gratefully. That I trust only my eyes and my heart that I can see that you have been wronged. I cannot stand idly by while a good person is harmed, Yizi replied gently. Ling Xian was profoundly moved by Yizi's words, a warm current flowing through his heart. From that moment onward, he silently vowed to uncover the truth, clear his name, and protect Yizi from any harm that as time passed. Ling Xian and Yizi wandered across the continent, evading the relentless pursuit of the Ling family. They sought evidence to prove Ling Xian's innocence while striving to enhance their own abilities. By a stroke of fortune, they learned of an ancient ruin hidden deep within the distant Misty Mountains. Legends spoke of a mysterious power concealed within that ruin, capable of revealing all truths of the world. Thus, Ling Xian and Yizi resolved to venture into the Misty Mountains in search of the ruins. The Misty Mountains were shrouded in dense fog, rendering visibility perilously low. The rugged paths were fraught with steep cliffs and unfathomable valleys. They tread cautiously through the mountains, ever vigilant of looming dangers. Within the mountains, they encountered various ferocious magical beasts, colossal rock titans, whose every step sent tremors through the ground, flame demons, whose searing fire could reduce all to ashes, and shadow leopards, swift and adept at ambush. Elusive amidst the mist, Ling Xian and Yizi fought side by side against these beasts. With his formidable swordsmanship and combat skills, Ling Xian drew the beast's attention, creating opportunities for Yizi to heal and cast supportive spells. From a distance, Yizi bolstered Ling Xian with various enhancement spells, elevating his combat prowess and providing timely healing for his wounds. During a fierce battle with a flame demon, the creature unleashed a particularly violent fire attack. In dodging the flames, Ling Xian was struck in the leg by a massive, burning boulder, injuring him severely and hampering his mobility. Without hesitation, Yizi rushed forward, casting healing spells to mend Ling Xian's wounds. Her eyes shone with determination and concern, the magic in her hands flickering brightly. Through Yizi's efforts, Ling Xian's injuries were stabilized, yet they found themselves in a perilously precarious situation. The Flame Demon, seizing the opportunity, launched a more ferocious assault, unleashing a colossal pillar of fire towards Ling Xian and Yizi. Aware of the attack's devastating potential, Ling Xian disregarded his own injuries, forcing himself to stand and shield Yizi behind him. He unleashed the ultimate technique of the Ling family swordsmanship, the Ling Tian Divine Sword Break, channeling all his spiritual energy into the sword, which erupted in a dazzling radiance that he charged towards the pillar of flame. Slashing with his sword, the powerful sword energy collided with the pillar of fire, creating a thunderous explosion, eyeing Ling Xian's valiant resistance. The flame demon's fiery assault was momentarily repelled. However, Ling Xian, overwhelmed by his injuries and the depletion of his spiritual energy, staggered precariously. Yizi rushed to support him, tears glistening in her eyes. Ling Xian, why must you be so foolish? I cannot allow you to be harmed. If I cannot even protect you, what kind of man am I? Ling Xian weakly replied. After a grueling battle, Ling Xian and Yizi triumphed over the flame demon. They pressed onward through the misty mountains, enduring countless hardships, until they finally discovered the ancient ruins. The ruins were fraught with mysterious mechanisms and traps. They cautiously explored the site, deciphering one mechanism after another. Deep within the ruins, they stumbled upon a massive crystal orb, emanating a soft glow. As Ling Xian approached the orb, it suddenly flickered to life, revealing a series of vivid images. The images clearly depicted Ling Zhentian colluding with external malevolent forces to frame Ling Xian. At last, I found it. I can finally prove my innocence, Ling Xian exclaimed with fervor. However, just as they prepared to leave the ruins, Ling Zhentian arrived with a cadre of skilled fighters. It turned out that Ling Zhentian had been secretly tracking them. Fearing that Ling Xian would uncover evidence, and thus resolved to eliminate them within the ruins. Ling Xian, did you really think you could find evidence? Today marks your demise. Ling Zhentian spat venomously. Ling Xian glared at Ling Zhentian, his eyes ablaze with fury. Ling Zhentian, your schemes will not succeed. With that, Ling Xian and Yizi engaged in a life-and-death battle against Ling Zhentian and his cohorts. Ling Xian unleashed his most powerful sword techniques, clashing fiercely with Ling Zhentian. Yizi, in turn, cast spells to support Ling Xian in combat. The battle raged intensely, with neither side yielding an inch. Ling Xian understood that the outcome of this fight hinged on his life and innocence. He could not afford to retreat. He pushed his internal spiritual energy to its limits, each strike imbued with his anger and resolve. Ling Zhentian refused to back down, employing nefarious tactics to try to defeat Ling Xian. During the fray, Yizi was struck by one of Ling Zhentian's minions while attempting a cascade of lustrous ebony hair danced in the wind, shimmering softly under the sun's gentle caress. His eyes, profound and luminous, resembled the twinkling stars in the night sky, ablaze with a fervent flame, a testament to his intense yearning for the unknown and an unwavering resolve to explore it. Yin Feng was born into an ordinary family, yet from a tender age, he harbored a profound fascination for tales of adventure. Whenever the village's seasoned adventurers returned, regaling the townsfolk with their extraordinary exploits across the continent, Yin Feng would listen, enraptured. Stories of enigmatic ruins, formidable beasts, and arcane magic nestled deeply within his heart, like seeds taking root, nurturing his boundless dreams of a life filled with adventure. At the age of 10, he fortuitously stumbled upon a tattered adventure journal at an old bookstall in his town. The pages were yellowed and the handwriting somewhat blurred, yet to Yin Feng, it was a treasure beyond measure. He eagerly purchased the journal with his meticulously saved pocket money and hurried home to pore over its contents. The journal chronicled the author's escapades within an ancient forest populated with talking sprites, mysterious caverns concealing vast treasures, and fraught with perilous traps and fierce beasts. Captivated by these tales, Yin Feng silently vowed to become a great adventurer, destined to explore uncharted territories and unveil the mysteries of the world. To realize his aspirations, Yin Feng embarked on a regimen of rigorous training from a young age. Each morning, he would rise with the dawn, making his way to the hills beyond the town for physical conditioning. He would sprint up the steep slopes, drenched in sweat, yet never allowing a moment of complacency to deter him. He also engaged in strength training, lifting heavy stones to build his muscle. Throughout his training, Yin Feng faced numerous challenges and setbacks. His family, lacking in wealth, could not afford the luxury of quality training resources. Without expensive weaponry or equipment, he was left to practice with a worn iron sword. Moreover, the absence of professional training mentors in his town forced him to rely solely on his intuition and insights to refine his methods. Undeterred by these obstacles, Yin Feng forged ahead with steadfast determination and unyielding conviction towards his goals. At the age of 16, Yin Feng finally set forth on his long-anticipated adventure. Bidding farewell to his family and friends, he shouldered a modest pack and grasped his aged iron sword, departing the town in pursuit of the continent's depths. His first destination was a dense forest, steeped in the legends of the Xingyao Empire, rumored to conceal powerful beasts and rare herbs. Upon entering the forest, Yin Feng was enveloped by a rich tapestry of natural aromas. Towering trees loomed overhead, casting dappled shadows as sunlight filtered through the leaves that a delicate mist hung in the air, rendering everything shrouded in an air of mystery. As he cautiously navigated the forest, his vigilant eyes scanned the surroundings while his ears attuned to any potential sounds. Within this perilous realm, Yin Feng encountered numerous dangers. He stumbled upon a pack of ferocious wolves, their eyes glinting with a menacing green hue, baring their sharp fangs as they lunged at him. With swift reflexes, Yin Feng unsheathed his iron sword. Engaging in a fierce battle, he executed the fundamental sword techniques he had mastered, and though his skills were somewhat rudimentary, his agility and indomitable spirit enabled him to repel the wolves. Sustaining a bite on his arm, he merely bandaged the wound and pressed on, aware that retreat was not an option in this treacherous forest. In addition to the threats posed by the beasts, Yin Feng also faced a myriad of traps lurking within the woods. Once, he inadvertently triggered a hunter's trap that clamped tightly around his foot, causing excruciating pain. Yet, maintaining his composure, he deftly utilized his wits and strength to extricate himself from the snare. While traversing the forest, he also discovered several rare herbs, drawing upon the knowledge gleaned from the adventure journal. He meticulously harvested these medicinal plants, which not only served to heal wounds, but could also be exchanged for gold coins in the market, thereby financing his journey. As Yin Feng delved deeper into the forest, he encountered an even graver challenge. He uncovered a hidden cave nestled within a valley, emanating potent waves of magical energy. The surge of curiosity ignited within him, compelling him to venture inside. Upon entering the cave, he found himself enveloped in dim light. With the walls adorned with peculiar runes, the pungent odor permeated the air, inducing a sense of discomfort. In the depths of the cave, Yin Feng confronted a colossal spider beast. Its massive frame covered in a tough exoskeleton, its 8 eyes glimmering with an eerie light. Upon spotting Yin Feng, it lunged at him, unleashing a barrage of resilient webs in an attempt to ensnare him. Aware of the spider beast's formidable nature, Yin Feng concentrated and unleashed his most formidable sword techniques. His blade glimmered with an icy sheen as he severed the spider's threads, inching closer to the beast. The spider, undeterred, retaliated with its razor-sharp claws. Yin Feng adeptly evaded its attacks. Searching for an opening to in the heat of battle, he discerned that the creature's abdomen was its Achilles heel. Seizing the opportunity, he leapt high and delivered a powerful thrust to the spider's vulnerable underbelly. The beast emitted a pained shriek before collapsing under its own weight. Victorious, Yin Feng continued his exploration of the cave, where he stumbled upon a gem radiating a mysterious luminescence. This gem, imbued with potent magical energy, coursed through his veins, promising to aid him on his adventurous journey. That he carefully stowed the gem away before exiting the cave. Upon leaving the forest, Yin Feng arrived in a bustling city, the commercial heart of the Xingyao Empire. The streets thrummed with life, a cacophony of people and vehicles bustling about. In this vibrant metropolis, Yin Feng beheld sights previously unknown to him. Towering edifices, exquisite goods, and an eclectic mix of humanity. He lingered for a time, exchanging the herbs and gem he had gathered for gold coins and superior weaponry. In the city, he also forged connections with fellow adventurers, sharing tales and insights from their respective journeys. Amidst the urban clamor, Yin Feng heard whispers of a legend concerning the Flame Mountains, a realm engulfed in fire and magma. revered as the sacred ground of the fire element, harboring a powerful flame energy. Yet, this perilous terrain, fraught with intense heat, molten lava, and formidable fire beasts, deterred many adventurers. Nevertheless, the fire of exploration burned brighter within Yanfeng's heart. Resolute, he set his sights on the Flame Mountains, eager to unearth the fabled flame power. Upon reaching the base of the Flame Mountains, Yanfeng was met with a wave of searing heat. The mountains erupted with molten lava, and thick smoke veiled the sky, transforming the landscape into an infernal hellscape. Undeterred by the daunting scene, Yanfeng pressed onward into the fiery depths. Within the mountains, he faced the relentless trial of extreme temperatures. The scorching air made each breath a labor, sweat evaporating instantaneously. His skin reddened by the heat. Yet, fueled by his indomitable will, he persevered in the Flame Mountains. Yanfeng encountered numerous formidable fire beasts. There were fire lizards capable of spewing flames, their scorching breath incinerating all in its path. A fire phoenix, ablaze and soaring through the sky, emitting piercing cries as it launched attacks, and a colossal fire giant, whose heavy footsteps trembled the ground, wielding a massive flaming hammer. Yanfeng engaged in thrilling battles against these fire beasts, employing the sword techniques he had honed throughout his adventures, augmented by the power of the flame gem, as he fought fiercely for survival. In his encounter with the fire phoenix, Yanfeng harnessed the gem's power to conjure a protective shield of flames around him. Deflecting the phoenix's fiery onslaught, seizing the moment, he unleashed a decisive strike, piercing the phoenix with all his might. The creature screeched in agony before retreating into the skies. However, during his clash with the fire giant, Yanfeng found himself cornered. The giant's overwhelming strength rendered his attacks almost futile, and each swing of its fiery hammer forced Yanfeng to evade with great difficulty. Realizing his predicament, he calmly devised a strategy, recognizing the giant's legs as its pivotal weakness. With resolve, he opted for a daring approach, employing the phantom gale step to dart toward the giant's legs as the fire giant swung its hammer in an attempt to crush him. Yanfeng nimbly evaded its blows. Successfully closing the distance, he unleashed a powerful strike against the giant's knee, delivering a crushing blow that sent the massive creature crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Throughout his trials in the Flame Mountains, Yanfeng continually challenged himself, overcoming one hardship after another. His prowess surged amidst the battles, and his comprehension of flame energy deepened significantly. Deep within the mountains, Yanfeng finally discovered the fabled source of the flame power. It was a vast pool of flames, ablaze with a roaring fire that harbored immense energy. Yanfeng felt the flames beckoning him, and he slowly approached the pool. As he stepped into the fiery depths, a powerful surge of flame energy coursed through his body. It felt as though he had been ignited, with every drop of blood boiling within him. He experienced unprecedented agony, yet the spirit of exploration and the pursuit of strength burned within him like an unquenchable fire, urging him to persevere. He diligently practiced within the flames, merging the flame power with his own body and swordsmanship. After extensive training, Yanfeng successfully mastered the flame power. An enveloping layer of searing flames radiated around him, and his sword techniques grew ever more fierce, each strike infused with the potency of fire, amplifying their might. Departing the fiery mountains, Yanfeng carried with him the formidable flame power, and his renown gradually spread throughout the stellar empire. He became a legendary adventurer in the eyes of the people, inspiring many young souls who aspired to embark on their own journeys of adventure. Yet, Yanfeng remained humble, aware that his path of exploration was far from over, with countless unknown realms awaiting his discovery. The fervent belief that burned within him would continue to guide him across this vast and mysterious fantasy continent, allowing him to carve out his own legendary tale. Chapter 27. Plummeting off the cliff in that boundless and enigmatic fantasy realm. The night descended like a vast black satin, heavily draping over the ancient and dense shadow forest. The moonlight struggled to pierce through the layers of leaves, casting a few mottled glimmers, yet failing to dispel the inky darkness and foreboding atmosphere. Deep within the forest, a heart-stopping chase was silently unfolding. Tian, a tall and composed young swordsman clad in dark attire, wielding a sharp sword that emanated a chilling blue light, was desperately fleeing for his life. His face bore the pallor of extreme anxiety and exhaustion, yet within his profound eyes burned an indomitable flame. Behind him, a cadre of mysterious assassins clad in black robes, their faces obscured, pursued him like phantoms. Their speed was astonishing, the rustling of the fallen leaves beneath their feet echoing sharply in the stillness of the forest. Ao Tan was an esteemed disciple of the righteous Qingyun sword sect, and had inadvertently uncovered a shocking secret that threatened the safety of the entire continent, drawing the attention of a malevolent organization intent on world domination. This organization dispatched its most elite assassins, vowing to silence Ao Tian and eliminate any future threats. Understanding the gravity of his responsibility, Ao Tian knew he could not succumb so easily. He had to relay this secret, for otherwise, the entire continent would plunge into unending darkness and calamity. As he sprinted through the forest, the terrifying secret replayed in his mind. This sinister organization had been secretly searching for a long-lost ancient artifact known as the Chaos Demon Crystal. Legend had it that the Chaos Demon Crystal possessed the power to annihilate worlds. Should it fall into the hands of evil, it could unlock the gates to the demon realm, unleashing countless fiends upon the earth. During a past expedition, Ao Tian had stumbled upon clues regarding the whereabouts of the Chaos Demon Crystal within an ancient ruin. Aware of the significance of this discovery, he intended to report to his sect leader, but was unfortunately detected by the organization's spies, leading to this deadly pursuit as Ao Tian dashed through the forest. He sought refuge among the trees to evade his relentless pursuers. He executed the phantom step technique, moving like lightning through the underbrush. However, the assassins were equally formidable, well-trained, and working seamlessly together. One of the assassins produced a black sphere from within their robes and hurled it into the air. The sphere erupted, releasing a cloud of black smoke that rapidly enveloped the surrounding woods. Ao Tian instantly lost his sense of direction. The smoke obscured his vision, forcing him to rely solely on instinct. Taking advantage of the cover, the assassins quickened their pursuit, gradually closing the distance between them and Ao Tian. Their weapons glimmered ominously, poised to deliver fatal blows. Panic surged within Ao Tian. He realized he could not continue fleeing blindly. He halted, inhaling deeply to regain his composure. Closing his eyes, he summoned his inner energy, striving to sense his surroundings. Moments later, he opened his eyes, determination flickering within them, and bolted towards a specific direction guided by his energy. Before him loomed a towering cliff, its depths obscured by thick mist, rendering the view below incomprehensible. As Ao Tian reached the cliff's edge and peered down, despair welled within him. Yet, he quickly regained his senses. Turning to face his approaching assailants, the assassins emerged from the smoke, encircling him at the cliff's precipice. Ao Tian, you have nowhere left to run. Surrender the secrets you hold about the Chaos Demon Crystal, and we may grant you a swift death, the lead assassin declared coldly, a hint of cruelty and satisfaction lacing their voice. Ao Tian gripped his sword tightly, gritting his teeth as he retorted. You vile wretches will never extract any information from me. Even in death, I shall not allow your schemes to succeed. Humph, a stubborn fool. Then do not blame us for being ruthless, the assassin leader signaled. And the group surged towards Ao Tian. Ao Tian unleashed the Qingyun sword sect's ultimate technique, the Qingyun sword art, with sword shadows blooming around him like blossoming azure lotuses. His swordplay was ferociously sharp, each strike infused with potent energy aimed at the assassins. The assassins, undeterred, unleashed a myriad of strange techniques, engaging Ao Tian in a fierce life-and-death struggle. During the battle, although Ao Tian momentarily managed to fend off the assassins' attacks with his exceptional swordsmanship, he was acutely aware of his isolation against overwhelming odds, and the long flight had sapped much of his strength. His movements began to slow, and his swordplay lost its initial ferocity. The assassins, sensing his fatigue, intensified their assaults. Eager to conclude the battle swiftly, an assassin seized the opportunity to attack Ao Tian from the side. With no time to evade, Ao Tian barely managed to deflect the blow with his sword. The assassin's weapon struck hard against Ao Tian's shoulder, sending a jolt of excruciating pain through him, nearly causing him to lose his grip on his sword, gritting his teeth against the pain. He staggered back, his back pressed against the cliff's edge. At that moment, the assassin leader launched a decisive strike. Leaping high, their weapon glimmered with a sinister black light as it descended upon Ao Tian's head. With no means of escape, Ao Tian braced himself for the impact. Gripping his sword with both hands, he thrust it upward in a desperate defense. A deafening crash resounded, as Ao Tian was propelled backward by the overwhelming force. His feet slipping, and he plummeted over the cliff's edge. As he fell, a torrent of regret and despair flooded Ao Tian's mind. He thought of his master, his fellow disciples, and the mission left unfinished. He could not accept death in this manner. He yearned to survive, to reveal the secrets of the chaos demon crystal to the world. Yet, reality was cruel, his body akin to a falling star. Plummeting swiftly into the abyss below, time passed in a blur before Ao Tian slowly opened his eyes. To his astonishment, he found himself alive, having landed amidst a dense thicket at the cliff's base. He attempted to move, pain radiating throughout his body, a clear indication of his injuries. Struggling to stand, he surveyed his surroundings. The space below the cliff was far larger than he had anticipated, with towering stone walls covered in vines and moss. Not far from him flowed a crystal-clear stream, its waters gurgling melodiously. With great effort, Ao Tian dragged his injured body towards the stream. Kneeling beside its edge, he cupped his hands to wash his face. Seeking clarity, he then retrieved some healing elixirs from his robe and swallowed them. The elixirs dissolved instantly, sending a warm current through him, alleviating some of his injuries. Ao Tian understood he was momentarily safe. But lingering here was not an option. The assassins would undoubtedly descend to seek him out. He had to find a way to escape swiftly. That he followed the stream, remaining alert to his surroundings while searching for a potential exit. As he progressed, Ao Tian discovered a cave hidden behind a massive rock, its entrance shrouded in vines and underbrush, making it difficult to spot unless one was attentive. Cautiously, he entered the cave, where the air was thick with moisture. Droplets cascading from the walls, he explored the cave, but found no immediate dangers, though an exit remained elusive. Deciding to rest for a while within the cave to recuperate, Ao Tian found a dry spot and sat down. Commencing his recovery through meditation, as he cultivated his energy, he noticed the cave's spiritual energy was remarkably rich, even more so than in the training grounds of his sect. That a thought crossed his mind. This could very well be an excellent place for cultivation. That he resolved to harness the ethereal energies present in this place to expedite his healing process and enhance his strength. Consequently, Ao Tian calmed his mind and devoted himself wholeheartedly to his training. Following the cultivation techniques of the Qingyun sword sect, he guided the spiritual energy within his body to circulate through his meridians, continuously mending his damaged channels and organs. As time passed, his injuries gradually improved, and his power saw a modest increase. During his training, Ao Tian also uncovered ancient sword manuals and martial arts tomes hidden within the cave. These texts contained long-lost sword techniques and martial arts skills, which Ao Tian cherished as treasures. He began to diligently study these manuals. Absorbing the swordplay and combat skills within, he understood that in order to survive in this perilous world and fulfill his mission, he must perpetually elevate his abilities. After a period of rigorous training and study, Ao Tian experienced a significant enhancement in his strength. Not only had his injuries fully healed, but he had also mastered several formidable sword techniques and martial arts. Filled with confidence in his future, he believed that through hard work, he could evade the relentless pursuit of assassins, unveil the secrets of the chaos demon crystal, and ultimately save the entire fantasy continent. Emerging from the cave, Ao Tian continued his quest to find a way out of the abyss. That he cautiously traversed the rocky wall and eventually discovered a narrow path concealed behind creeping vines. This path was steep and rugged, allowing passage for only one person at a time. Ao Tian gingerly ascended the narrow trail, gripping the rocks and vines tightly, progressing step by arduous step during his climb. He encountered several dangers. At one point, he slipped, nearly plummeting into the abyss once more. However, with indomitable will and remarkable agility, he managed to stabilize himself and continued his ascent. After considerable effort, Ao Tian finally emerged from the precipice. Standing atop the cliff, he gazed upon the familiar yet foreign forest before him. His heart awash with emotions, he recognized that his trials were far from over, but he was no longer the beleaguered Ao Tian who had been relentlessly hunted. His strength had increased, and his resolve was firmer than ever. Clutching his treasured sword, he strode toward the forest's edge, determined to seek out the lair of the nefarious organization, thwart their schemes, and fight for the peace and tranquility of the entire fantasy continent. Chapter 28. A fierce pursuit in that realm shrouded in mystery and peril. The dawn's light struggled to penetrate the dense foliage of the shadow forest, casting a few feeble and hazy rays that failed to dispel the ink-like darkness. Within this seemingly tranquil forest, a heart-pounding and life-threatening chase erupted like a tempest, ruthlessly shattering the existing calm. Yin, a tall and stern-faced young warrior clad in black, sprinted desperately through the woods, gripping a long sword that emanated a chilling glimmer. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, trickling down his cheeks, his eyes betraying a profound tension and fatigue. Yet, deep within the depths of his gaze burned an unwavering flame, a beacon of resilience that shone defiantly amidst the shadows. Hot on his heels were a cadre of enigmatic assassins, clad in blood-red garb and wearing menacing masks. They moved with lightning speed, their footsteps echoing like a death knell through the stillness of the forest. Each step heralding the approach of doom. Yin was originally an esteemed disciple of the reputable Lingyun sect, gifted and diligent, drawing attention within his sect that a chance encounter during an expedition led him unexpectedly to an ancient ruin hidden deep in the mountains. This ruin exuded an aura of mystery and antiquity, its walls etched with intricate and bizarre runes and patterns, seemingly whispering tales of a long-lost and enigmatic history. Armed with the extensive knowledge acquired at the Lingyun sect and his keen insight, Yin cautiously navigated the ruins. After considerable effort, he gradually deciphered the meanings of some runes and stumbled upon a shocking secret that could alter the balance of good and evil across the continent. Crucial clues regarding the long-lost ancient artifact. The Chaos Demon Crystal. The Chaos Demon Crystal, said to possess world-altering power, could, if seized by evil forces, open the gateway to the demon realm, unleashing endless malevolence and plunging the world into despair. Yin understood the gravity of this matter and, in a state of urgency, resolved to return to his sect to report this pivotal discovery to the sect leader. However, misfortune struck as his movements were detected by the spies of the Blood Demon Palace. Igniting the commencement of a brutal pursuit, Yin fled through the forest. Images of the secret he had uncovered flashed vividly through his mind. He recalled the oppressive and mysterious atmosphere of the ruins and the shock and exhilaration he felt upon deciphering the runes. At that moment, he believed he had made a monumental contribution to his sect and the entire continent, never anticipating that this would become the catalyst for his relentless pursuit, dodging and weaving through the trees. Yin attempted to utilize their cover to evade the assassins that he employed the Lingyun sect's ultimate technique, the Phantom Gale Step, known for its rapid speed and elusive form. His figure flickered like lightning, darting through the woods as if he were a shadow, momentarily evading his pursuers. With each light step, he utilized the elasticity of the branches, continuously altering his direction midair. Each leap seemed to meld him with the forest, skillfully employing the natural environment to obscure his enemy's line of sight. However, the assassins of the Blood Demon Palace were no ordinary foes. They were well-trained and coordinated. Seasoned from countless battles, One assassin swiftly retrieved a black sphere from his attire and, without hesitation, hurled it into the air. The sphere exploded instantly, releasing a dense cloud of black smoke that surged forth like a tide, enveloping the surrounding woods in an instant. This was no ordinary smoke. It was a meticulously crafted obscuring mist from the Blood Demon Palace, infused with a unique toxin capable of severely impairing one's senses and spiritual perception. Yin found himself in dire straits. The smoke completely obscuring his vision, rendering everything before him a blur. He could only rely on his vague feelings and memories to propel him forward. His breathing became rapid and labored, each inhalation filled with a pungent scent that pierced his lungs like a sharp blade, making it increasingly difficult to breathe and move. Taking advantage of the smoke, the assassins accelerated their pursuit. They resembled a pack of hungry wolves, gradually closing the distance between themselves and Yin, their weapons glinting ominously. Eager for blood, Yin felt a surge of urgency. He knew he could not continue to flee blindly, or he would surely meet his demise. He made a swift decision, halting his flight and striving to calm himself. Closing his eyes tightly, he concentrated all his mental energy, summoning the spiritual power within him to pierce through the smoke's interference and sense his surroundings, despite the tumultuous energy roiling within him. The formidable obstruction of the obscuring mist left him with only a vague awareness of the assassin's general positions, rendering him profoundly vulnerable. After a brief pause, Yin suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of determination and resolve flashing within. Guided by the faintest hint of spiritual energy, He recklessly charged in a specific direction. As he ran, he continually adjusted his breathing pattern and footfall frequency, striving to minimize the consumption of his spiritual energy. He understood that in this life and death struggle, his spiritual energy was his lifeline. Should it be depleted, he would lose all capacity for resistance, becoming a lamb waiting for slaughter before Outyin lay a broad river. Its turbulent waters swirling chaotically, murky and filled with debris, occasionally revealing massive whirlpools that spun violently, akin to gaping maws eager to consume. As he reached the riverbank and peered down, despair washed over him. Yet, he quickly shook off the despondency, turning swiftly to face the approaching assassins, his back against the river. This moment, the assassins had burst through the smoke, surrounding Outyin like a tide of darkness. Forming an impenetrable encirclement, Outyin, you have nowhere left to run. Surrender the knowledge you have regarding the Chaos Demon Crystal, and we may grant you a swift death, the leader of the assassins spoke coldly. His voice laced with cruelty and triumph, as if Outyin were already meat on their chopping block. Outyin gripped his long sword tightly, his teeth clenched. You vile scoundrels will never extract any information from me. Even in death, I will not allow your schemes to succeed. His gaze radiated unwavering determination, as unyielding as steel. Humph, a fool who does not know his place. Then do not blame us for being uncivilized. With a wave of his hand, the assassin leader commanded, and the assassins lunged at Outyin like ravenous wolves. Outyin unleashed the Lingyun sect's clear wind sword technique, the sword shadows blooming around him like azure lotuses in the dark, dazzling in their brilliance. Though this clear wind sword technique was a basic sword art of the Lingyun sect, in Outyin's hands, it unleashed extraordinary power. His swordsmanship was fierce and vigorous, each stroke infused with formidable spiritual energy. Akin to a nimble serpent striking swiftly at the assassins, undeterred, unleashed a variety of sinister and treacherous martial arts techniques, like phantoms in the darkness, engaging Ao Tian in an intense battle for survival. Initially, Ao Tian relied on his exceptional sword skills and agile movements to withstand the relentless onslaught of the assassins. Yet, he was acutely aware that he was outnumbered, and the prolonged escape had drained much of his stamina, making his body increasingly heavy and his movements less nimble than at the onset. The assassins, keenly sensing Ao Tian's fatigue, exchanged glances filled with ruthless intent and intensified their assault, aiming to swiftly conclude this confrontation and put Ao Tian to death. One assassin seized the moment, darting towards Ao Tian from the side like a wraith. Due to his exhaustion, Ao Tian's reaction was sluggish. He could only barely deflect the blow with the blade of his sword. The assassin's weapon struck heavily against his shoulder, sending a jolt of searing pain coursing through his body, nearly causing him to drop his longsword. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he staggered backward, his back pressing firmly against a large tree by the riverbank. At that moment, he found himself with no retreat, ensnared in a dire predicament. In that critical instant, the leader of the assassins recognized his chance and unleashed a lethal strike. He leaped high into the air, resembling a cannonball hurtling towards Ao Tian, his weapon glinting with a sinister crimson light, reminiscent of the scythe of death from the underworld, aimed mercilessly at Ao Tian's head. With no means of evasion, Ao Tian understood the might of this strike and had no choice but to brace himself for the impact. He gripped his longsword tightly, channeling all his remaining strength to fend it off. A thunderous sound erupted, akin to a clap of thunder, as Ao Tian was jolted backward by the overwhelming force, his feet slipping, sending him uncontrollably plummeting into the river below. As he fell, his heart was filled with reluctance and despair. Memories of his master's teachings, the bonds with his brothers, and his unfinished mission flashed through his mind. He was unwilling to perish in such a manner, repeatedly shouting within himself, I must survive. I must unveil the secret of the Chaos Demon Crystal to the world. Yet, reality was cruel. His body fell like a meteor into the tumultuous waves of the river, gradually succumbing to the encroaching darkness of the water. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, until Ao Tian slowly opened his eyes. To his astonishment, he found himself alive, swept downstream to a sandy riverbank. He attempted to move, but sharp pain coursed through his body, a clear indication of severe injuries. Struggling to rise, he surveyed his surroundings. The riverbank was littered with stones of various sizes and mud, and not far from him lay a dense thicket, from which faint birdsong emanated. seemingly narrating the vitality and tranquility of the land. With great effort, Aotian dragged his injured body toward the forest. Once inside, he found a concealed corner and sat down slowly, beginning to cultivate to heal his wounds. During his meditation, he was pleasantly surprised to discover the rich spiritual energy within the grove, far surpassing that of his sect's training grounds. That a thought struck him. This could be a divine opportunity for cultivation. He resolved to fully utilize the abundant spiritual energy here to hasten his healing and strive to enhance his strength. Thus, Aotian dismissed all distractions, calming his mind to immerse himself entirely in his cultivation. Following the cultivation methods of the Lingyun sect, he guided the spiritual energy within him to circulate gently through his meridians, mending his damaged channels and organs like a gentle stream. As time passed, his injuries gradually healed, and his strength increased to a notable extent. During his training, Aotian unexpectedly discovered hidden ancient sword manuals and martial arts texts within the grove. These tomes contained exquisite sword techniques and powerful martial arts long thought lost to time. Filling Aotian with exhilaration and delight, he carefully picked up the manuals, studying their contents with fervor. Eagerly absorbing the sword techniques and martial skills within, he understood that to survive in this perilous world and fulfill his mission, he must continuously elevate his strength and master more formidable powers. After a period of diligent training and focused study, Aotian's prowess significantly improved. Not only had his injuries completely healed, but he had also successfully mastered several powerful sword techniques and martial arts, instilling him with newfound confidence for the future. He firmly believed that with unwavering effort, he could elude the assassin's pursuit and unveil the secret of the Chaos Demon Crystal, contributing to the peace and tranquility of the entire fantasy continent. Emerging from the grove, Aotian continued his journey in search of the Blood Demon Hall. He proceeded cautiously along the river, attentively observing his surroundings while contemplating strategies to counter the Blood Demon Hall's relentless pursuit. He was acutely aware that the Blood Demon Hall would not easily relinquish their hunt. They would undoubtedly lay traps and spies in various locations, weaving an invisible net, waiting for him to walk right into it. During his travels, Aotian encountered an elderly man, dressed in a flowing white robe, his hair white as snow, with deep, wise eyes that seemed to pierce through the fabric of existence. He sat quietly on a stone by the river, fishing in tranquil solitude, seemingly untouched by the world around him. Aotian, on high alert, tightened his grip on his longsword, cautiously approaching the elder, ever ready to face potential danger. "Young man, why do you appear so anxious?" the elder inquired slowly, lifting his gaze to meet Aotian's with calmness. After a moment's hesitation, Aotian recounted his plight, detailing the relentless pursuit by the Blood Demon Hall. The elder nodded thoughtfully and replied, "The secret of the Chaos Demon Crystal bears great significance for the entire continent. You have acted wisely. However, to confront the Blood Demon Hall, you will need greater strength." With that, the elder slowly produced a tome from his robes and handed it to Aotian. "This book is the culmination of my years of effort, containing a powerful sword technique known as the Tai Chi sword technique. That it emphasizes the principle of overcoming rigidity with flexibility, the harmony of yin and yang. It may prove beneficial to you." Gratefully accepting the tome, Aotian expressed his heartfelt thanks. The elder smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Go forth, young man. May you find success." After bidding farewell to the elder, Aotian resolutely resumed his challenging journey. He understood that his path was long and fraught with peril, filled with unknown dangers and arduous trials. Yet, a steadfast belief burned within him like an unquenchable flame. No matter the obstacles he faced, he would not yield in this fierce pursuit. He would continually grow and transform until he ultimately triumphed over evil, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of the entire fantasy continent. Chapter 29. Aotian driven to desperation in the fantasy continent. In this realm shrouded in mystery and peril, the night draped like a massive black satin over the ancient and dense shadow forest. The moonlight struggled to penetrate the thick canopy, casting dappled shadows that failed to dispel the ink-like darkness and ominous atmosphere. Deep within this forest, a breathtaking struggle for life and death unfolded silently. As Aotian, once a spirited young sword cultivator, found himself cornered like a wounded lone wolf, Grappling desperately in the dark, Ao Tan was originally a standout disciple of the esteemed Qingyun sword sect. Boasting an exceptional innate spiritual vein and an extraordinary comprehension of swordsmanship, from a young age, he aspired to reach the pinnacle of the sword path. On the sword peak of the Qingyun sword sect. Regardless of the biting cold or scorching heat, he could always be seen training alone, pouring sweat into his practice. Starting with the most fundamental sword techniques, he painstakingly honed every movement to achieve perfect precision, fully concentrating on each flow of spiritual energy. Over time, his swordsmanship flourished, allowing him to integrate the various techniques of the sect while innovating based on his insights. His name gradually resonated within the sect, becoming an object of admiration and emulation among numerous disciples. However, fate's twists are often unforeseen. An expedition organized by the sect irrevocably altered the course of his life. In an ancient ruin, Ao Tian stumbled upon a staggering secret capable of upheaving the balance of good and evil across the continent. He uncovered that the nefarious Blood Demon Hall was secretly seeking the long-lost ancient artifact, the Chaos Demon Crystal. Legend spoke of the crystal's cataclysmic power, and should it fall into evil hands, it could unleash a gateway to the demon realm, allowing countless demons to invade the world, plunging it into endless disaster and chaos. Ao Tian recognized the gravity of the situation and, filled with urgency, prepared to return to the sect to report to the sect leader. Unfortunately, the Blood Demon Hall spies had already set their sights on him, initiating a brutal pursuit. The assassin team dispatched by the Blood Demon Hall consisted of highly trained, ruthless individuals. They pursued Ao Tan relentlessly, like leeches, ensuring he could not evade them no matter how skillfully he concealed his whereabouts. Throughout his extended flight, Ao Tian faced countless trials and tribulations in the desolate desert. He fell prey to an ambush by the assassins, as scorching sands whipped through the air, obscuring his vision and making it nearly impossible to discern his foes' locations. Assassins surged forth like a relentless tide from all directions, their gleaming blades glinting with a chilling radiance, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves converging upon him. Unfazed by the impending peril, Ao Yin swiftly drew his treasured sword, unleashing the unparalleled technique of the Qingyun sword sect, the Qingfeng sword art. Amidst the intertwining shadows of his swordplay, it resembled blooming azure lotuses amidst the yellow sands, exuding a piercing sword aura. Each strike he delivered was imbued with formidable spiritual energy, valiantly resisting the onslaught of his foes. Yet, outnumbered and with their coordination impeccable, the assassins gradually encircled him. In the throes of intense combat, despite Ao Din's tenacious resistance, he sustained numerous injuries. His garments stained crimson with blood. At a critical juncture, enduring the searing pain, he executed the phantom displacement step, leveraging his remarkable agility to pinpoint the vulnerabilities in the encroaching circle of enemies, breaking free like a flash of lightning to continue his desperate flight. Later, amidst the treacherous mountains, he found himself once again intercepted by the assassins. The steep peaks thrust skyward, the rugged path fraught with peril, with an abyss looming perilously close on one side, where a moment's misstep could spell utter destruction. Ao Yin trudged along the narrow mountain trail, the assassins relentlessly pursuing him from behind. Suddenly, a massive rock golem loomed several feet high, its entire form composed of unyielding stone, each step it took reverberating through the ground beneath. Its eyes gleamed with a fiery red light, as if ignited by an inner blaze of fury, and without uttering a word, it swung its massive stone arms toward Ao Yin. Ao Yin's heart raced with alarm. But he quickly regained his composure. Drawing forth his sword with haste, the blade shimmered with a chilling brilliance under the sun's rays. He unleashed his renowned sword technique, the Gale Blade, where the sword's shadow whirled around him like a tempest. Ao Yin's figure flickered, akin to a black lightning bolt, charging at the rock golem. Each strike he aimed was precisely directed at the creature's vital points, yet the golem's body was too resilient, leaving only shallow marks from Ao Yin's assaults. Infuriated by Ao Yin's onslaught, the rock golem let out a thunderous roar, its arms flailing to create a formidable storm of attack. Ao Yin was caught off guard, struck by the golem's blow, and sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. In that critical moment, his body plummeted toward the abyss of souls. As he fell, his heart brimmed with reluctance and despair. He watched helplessly as the cliff's edge receded, revealing a chasm of unfathomable darkness below. Memories of his homeland flooded his mind, along with thoughts of his comrades who had once adventured by his side, and the dreams he had yet to fulfill. Unwilling to succumb to death in such a manner, he attempted to grasp the vines or protruding rocks along the cliff face, but the speed of his descent rendered his efforts futile. Time became an indistinct blur, and at long last, Outyin crashed heavily into a dense jungle beneath the abyss of souls. A sharp pain coursed through his body. As if every bone in him had shattered, he struggled to open his eyes, realizing he had been caught by branches and vines, preventing a direct fall to the ground. Yet, he understood that his situation remained perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to another fall. Enduring the agony, Outyin began to assess his injuries. He discovered that his left leg was fractured, his right arm severely wounded, and numerous abrasions and bruises marred his body. From his robe, he retrieved some healing herbs and elixirs, gathered during his previous adventures. That he crushed the herbs to apply them to his wounds, swallowed the elixirs, and commenced his recovery. In the midst of his healing, Outyin sensed the jungle was suffused with rich spiritual energy, far denser than what he had encountered in the outer world. A flicker of realization sparked within him. This could be a prime location for cultivation. Though gravely injured, he resolved to harness the local spiritual energy to expedite his recovery and enhance his strength. Thus, Outyin calmed his mind and immersed himself in the art of cultivation. Following the techniques he had learned, he guided the spiritual energy within him to flow gently through his meridians, repairing the damage to his channels and organs. That as time passed, his injuries gradually healed, and his power saw a modest increase. During his cultivation, Outyin also uncovered various ancient ruins and treasures hidden within the jungle. These relics contained formidable magical powers and invaluable resources for cultivation. Cautiously, he explored these sites, discovering ancient tomes of magic and powerful weapons. The tomes detailed long-lost spells and cultivation methods, while the weapons boasted tremendous offensive capabilities and unique attributes. Outyin felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure trove. Dedicating himself to the study of these magical texts and the mastery of their spells and techniques, he understood that to survive in this perilous world and realize his adventurous dreams, he must continually elevate his prowess. After investing considerable time and effort, he finally mastered several potent spells and cultivation methods. Simultaneously, Outyin undertook the study and enhancement of the ancient weapons, utilizing his intellect and skills. He maximized their performance. Ultimately, he forged a brand new sword for himself, one that was not only extraordinarily sharp, but also capable of absorbing and releasing spiritual energy, amplifying its destructive power. After a period of rigorous training and preparation, Outyin's strength had significantly increased, his injuries had completely healed, and he had acquired formidable spells, cultivation techniques, and a powerful weapon. Filled with confidence about his future, he believed that through hard work, he would surely emerge from the jungle, continue his adventurous journey, and one day find the sacred fruit of spiritual source to fulfill his dream. Outyin began his search for a way to exit the jungle. As he explored, he discovered a secret passage hidden behind a waterfall. This passage was narrow and treacherous, fraught with various dangers and challenges. Yet, Outyin did not waver. He resolutely stepped into the passage. Within, he encountered a myriad of traps and monsters. There were mechanisms that shot poison needles, magical traps capable of unleashing devastating spells, and small yet ferocious creatures. Utilizing his wisdom and strength, Outyin deftly navigated the traps and vanquished the monsters. After considerable effort, Outyin finally emerged from the passage. Standing on the opposite side of the abyss of souls, observing the landscape before him, he felt a surge of emotions. He realized he had undergone a trial of life and death, but had emerged with immense growth and rewards. Gripping his sword tightly, he set forth into the distance, continuing his quest for the legendary sacred fruit of spiritual source, and embracing the myriad of unknown mysteries and challenges ahead. Chapter 31. The End of Life. Outyin gazed upon the precipice of existence. In that mysterious and vast realm of fantasy, the flames of war raged, smoke billowed, and various factions were embroiled in endless conflict and slaughter over scarce resources and supreme power. Outyin, once a legendary powerhouse whose name resonated across the land, now found himself ensnared in dire straits, perceiving the shadows of death creeping ever closer upon this land shrouded in darkness. Born into an ancient and illustrious martial arts family, Outyin displayed extraordinary talent from a young age. While other children frolicked in play, he tirelessly trained in his family's martial arts arena day after day. Neither the sweltering heat of summer nor the biting cold of winter could deter his unwavering pursuit of martial excellence. Mastering various weapons, his skills in boxing, swordsmanship, and spear techniques wielded astonishing power. However, it was the windbreaker blade technique, renowned for its ferocity, that he excelled in most. This technique, a family heirloom, featured ever-changing moves that struck like lightning, each slash seeming to rend the very air, invoking dread in his adversaries. With his exceptional talent and relentless dedication, Yin quickly gained notoriety in the martial world. He single-handedly infiltrated the layers of nefarious forces, vanquishing numerous villains and liberating countless innocents from captivity and persecution. His name became synonymous with justice and strength, celebrated far and wide. Heroes from across the realm sought his companionship or guidance, and Yin generously shared his knowledge and experiences, inspiring a new generation of virtuous warriors committed to maintaining peace and order in the martial world. Yet, such prosperity was not to last as Yin's fame grew. It attracted the attention of a mysterious and malevolent organization known as the Shadow Sect. This sinister force, lurking in the depths of darkness, sought to dominate the entire realm of fantasy, bringing all under their control. Aware that Yin's existence was a significant obstacle to their ambitions, they meticulously orchestrated a conspiracy to eliminate him. The Shadow Sect conspired with Yin's enemies and envious rivals, spreading malicious rumors in the martial world, accusing him of treachery and inciting hostility among various factions against him. Simultaneously, they dispatched elite assassins to carry out a relentless series of assassination attempts on Yin. Each assassin, highly skilled and adept in various techniques, was ruthless and unscrupulous, laying traps along Yin's path, employing poisons, hidden weapons, and ambushes in an attempt to eliminate him in one fell swoop. Initially, Yin took these assassination attempts lightly, relying on his superior martial prowess and keen instincts to repeatedly avert danger. However, as time passed, he noticed the frequency and treachery of these attempts escalating. Gradually, he came to realize that he had fallen into a vast conspiracy, one concealed behind a formidable and sinister force. During one of his journeys, Yin fell victim to a meticulously arranged ambush by the Shadow Sect. While traversing a dense forest, he was suddenly surrounded by a cacophony of sinister laughter. Instantly, countless shadows emerged from the trees, encircling him, clad in dark, stealthy attire and masked. Only their cold, piercing eyes were visible. They wielded glistening blades that shimmered menacingly under the moonlight. Yin, today marks your end, the lead assassin declared coldly, a hint of cruelty and triumph lacing their voice. Yin's heart tightened, and he gripped his long knife firmly. Warily surveying the hostile encirclement, he was acutely aware that an exceedingly arduous battle awaited him. Yet he felt no fear. In his eyes blazed the flames of righteous indignation, a denunciation of the enemy's despicable deeds and a steadfast conviction in his own commitment to justice. "You insignificant wretches dare to take my life?" Yin proclaimed, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, echoing through the forest. With that, he was the first to launch an assault. He unleashed the initial stance of the Gale Blade technique, and as a tempest arose, his long blade swept forth, sending forth a fierce blade aura that spiraled toward his foes like a whirlwind. The assassins, taken aback, scattered in haste. However, they soon regrouped, converging upon Yin from all directions. They executed a variety of bizarre martial arts techniques. Some skilled in close-quarters combat attempted to close the distance for a lethal strike, while others excelled in ranged attacks, launching concealed weapons at him like a torrential downpour. Yin weaved through their onslaught, his swordplay flowing with the grace of a revered. He parried the close-range assaults with deft strokes of his long blade and deflected the incoming projectiles with precise bursts of blade aura. In the moonlight, his form darted among the enemies like a streak of black lightning, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Yet, the sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming, and their coordinated efforts gradually constricted Yin's movements. Amidst the fierce combat, he began to feel a growing sense of exhaustion. His stamina waned, and numerous wounds marred his body. He understood that if things continued this way, he would inevitably succumb to their relentless assault. He needed a strategy to break free. Seizing an opportunity, he employed the Mirage Steps, a profound lightness technique he had acquired by chance. In an instant, his figure became ethereal, akin to a wisp of smoke. As he surged toward a weak point in the encirclement, The assassins were caught off guard by Outyen's sudden maneuver, creating a fleeting gap. Outyen seized the moment to burst forth, fleeing deeper into the forest. However, the Shadow Cult's assassins were relentless in their pursuit, and fresh reinforcements arrived from all directions. Outyen sprinted desperately through the woods, his heart brimming with anger and indignation. He could not fathom why these individuals pursued him with such unyielding ferocity. He was merely a warrior of justice, striving to protect the weak and innocent with his own strength, yet he had drawn the ire of such lethal foes. During his frantic escape, Outyen arrived at the base of a steep mountain peak. He gazed upward. The summit towered into the clouds, shrouded in mist, obscuring any view of the top. He realized he had no path of retreat. If he pressed onward, he would likely be overtaken by his pursuers. If he turned to confront them, in his current state, he would be no match for them. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to ascend the mountain. He hoped to find a concealed refuge atop the peak, a temporary sanctuary from the relentless pursuit, or perhaps discover a new escape route. Outyen climbed the mountain with great difficulty, his hands gripping the rocks and vines tightly as he ascended step by step. His wounds bled profusely, and his strength swiftly dwindled. Yet, driven by indomitable will, he refused to yield. However, the assassins of the Shadow Cult quickly caught up to him, ascending along the same path he had taken. Moving with ghostly swiftness, when Outyen reached the edge of a precipice, he found himself with no way forward. The chasm below was unfathomably deep. Enveloped in mist that exuded a chilling aura, he turned to face his pursuers, who had encircled him at the cliff's edge. "Outyen, you cannot escape. Submit to your fate," the leader of the assassins declared, a triumphant note lacing his voice. Outyen gazed at his enemies, his heart heavy with despair. He understood that his chances of survival were slim. His life was poised to reach its conclusion here. Thoughts of his family and friends flooded his mind, along with memories of the joyous moments he had experienced in the martial world. A profound sense of reluctance welled up within him. Yet, he also recognized that he could not simply surrender as a warrior. Even in the face of death, he would die with dignity. "You wicked fiends. Even if I perish here today, I shall not allow you to succeed," Outyen bellowed, his voice resonating through the valley as a defiant stand against fate. With that, he mustered every ounce of strength he possessed, unleashing the most powerful strike of the Gale Blade technique, the Gale-Shattering Void. This move encapsulated a lifetime of martial comprehension and all of his spiritual energy, delivering his most formidable blow. With a sweeping motion of his blade, a colossal wave of blade aura surged forth, akin to a brilliant beam of light, charging toward his adversaries. The assassins, sensing the overwhelming force of the strike, recoiled in terror. Yet, the might of the blade aura was such that several assassins were struck, instantly slain. However, Outyen, too, had expended all his stamina and spirit energy in that moment. His body swayed precariously, and the world around him began to blur. He knew his life was drawing to a close. Slowly, he closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. As his consciousness faded, he envisioned himself as a child, diligently training in his family's martial arts arena, and saw his heroic figure traversing the martial world, as well as the smiling faces of friends and family who had fought alongside him. But a faint smile graced his lips, a hint of solace amidst the impending end. Though he was on the brink of death, he had lived a life true to his beliefs, deserving of the names justice and chivalry. Chapter 32. A daughter's longing. Outyen's thoughts were consumed by his daughter. In that realm torn asunder by war and strife, Outyen, the once mighty hero of the martial world, now found himself ensnared in a dire predicament, his heart heavy with longing for his distant daughter. Outyen's family was renowned throughout the martial realm, a distinguished lineage that had produced martial prodigies for generations. From a young age, Outyen had embarked upon the arduous path of martial training under the strict tutelage of his family. Each day, he rose with the dawn, sweating profusely in the training grounds. Whether mastering the fierce and powerful fist techniques, the unpredictable swordplay, or the cunning staff techniques that dismantled strength with skill, he diligently pursued mastery in all. After countless days and nights of relentless training, Outyen finally honed his unparalleled martial prowess, emerging as a leading figure among the younger generation of his family, carving out his own niche in the martial world. His daughter, Ling'er, was born on a sunlit spring day. The moment Outyen cradled that delicate, rosy infant in his arms, his heart overflowed with an unprecedented sense of tenderness and love. Ling'er inherited her mother's sparkling eyes, clear and bright, as if they contained the vastness of the stars and the sea. She also bore Yin's resolute features, exhibiting a hint of her future prowess even at such a tender age. Throughout Linger's upbringing, Yin endeavored to remain by her side as much as possible. He would take her on leisurely walks through the floral expanse of the family's back mountain, sharing tales of the martial world's wonders, legendary heroes, and various mysterious techniques and artifacts, planting the seeds of boundless curiosity about the outside world within her young heart. He would also guide Linger through the basics of martial arts, his heart swelling with pride and anticipation as he watched her diligently mimic each move. Yet, the tranquility of their days was not destined to last. The sudden tempest of bloodshed erupted within the martial world, as an insidious force stealthily rose, intent on dominating the entire fantastical continent, ruthlessly eliminating all obstacles in their path. Yin, as a champion of justice, naturally became a thorn in their side to protect his family and the peace of the martial world. Yin had no choice but to step forth, engaging in a heart-stopping contest of life and death against this malevolent force. On the eve of his departure, he entered Linger's room, gazing upon her tranquil, sleeping visage, a tumult of emotion swirling within him. He tenderly placed a kiss upon her forehead, his eyes brimming with reluctance and concern. Linger, your father must attend to a matter of great importance. I may be away for some time. You must be good and listen well to your mother and elders. Yin spoke softly, his voice trembling with emotion. The following dawn, Yin resolutely embarked on his journey. He fought alongside various heroes and through a series of intense battles. His exceptional martial skills and indomitable will enabled him to repel his foes time and again. Yet, the malevolent force was cunning, continually dispatching stronger adversaries and laying intricate traps that Yin won fierce confrontation. Yin was lured into a mysterious, illusionary array. Within the array, dense fog engulfed him, and phantoms assailed from all sides. Yin struggled desperately within the confines of the array. Despite his utmost resistance, he gradually found himself ensnared. Simultaneously, his concern for Linger intensified, fearing he might not return alive and that his daughter would be heartbroken at the loss of her father. Linger, your father will never abandon you. You must hold on. Yin silently vowed, enduring the pain and fatigue as he sought a way to break free from the array. After countless attempts and struggles, Yin finally discerned a flaw in the illusionary array. Drawing upon his profound understanding of martial arts and unwavering belief to successfully escape, however, he emerged grievously injured and in a state of extreme weakness. During his recovery, Yin received news from home. Learning that Linger had gone missing during an outing, this news struck him like a thunderbolt, igniting a frenzy of anxiety within him. Ignoring his still healing wounds, he immediately set forth on a quest to find his daughter. Inquiring about her whereabouts and traversing towns and villages, questioning countless passers-by, his gaze was filled with anxiety and fatigue, yet he never relinquished a glimmer of hope. Throughout his search, he encountered numerous formidable obstacles. On one occasion, he found himself besieged by a pack of ferocious beasts in a desolate mountain range. The beasts lunged at him with bared fangs and claws, and though he bore wounds, he persevered through the pain, driven by the urgency to find his daughter. Linger, where are you? Father has come for you, he called out repeatedly amid the fray, as if her name were the very source of his strength. After a fierce struggle, he managed to repel the beasts, but at the cost of further injuries. Dragging his weary body onward, he continued his quest. Finally, in a secluded village, he caught a whisper of a clue regarding Ling. Someone had seen a girl resembling her being taken by a group of mysterious figures towards the northern mountains. Without hesitation, he set forth toward the northern peaks. The mountains loomed steep and treacherous, the weather harsh, with frigid winds howling and snow blanketing the terrain. Yet, a singular thought consumed him. To locate his daughter, he trudged through the mountains, scaling steep cliffs, traversing deep ravines, overcoming one challenge after another. Deep within the mountains, he stumbled upon a hidden cave nestled in a valley. An eerie aura emanated from within, and with caution, he stepped inside. At the cave's end, he beheld a gathering of malevolent individuals encircling Linga. Terror and helplessness marred her features, but upon seeing her father, a flicker of joy ignited in her eyes. Father, she cried out. In that instant, his fury ignited like a blazing inferno, and he charged at the wicked adversaries with the ferocity of a lion. Unleashing his formidable skills, he engaged in a fierce battle. He disregarded his own safety, solely focused on liberating his daughter. Each strike he executed brimmed with power and resolve, forcing his foes to retreat under his relentless assault. Ultimately, he emerged victorious, rescuing Linger, whom he held tightly in his embrace as tears streamed down his face. "Do not fear, my dear Linger, for father is here. I shall never allow you to leave my side again," he choked out. This ordeal deepened his appreciation for the moments spent with Lingard. He understood that in this tumultuous and fantastical realm, her safety was his utmost concern, regardless of the challenges and dangers that lay ahead. He would safeguard her with his very life, accompanying her as she grew, nurturing her beneath the warmth of love's embrace. Chapter 33. Reluctance to surrender in that perilous and enigmatic land of the Linghuan continent. Every inch of terrain seemed to conceal untold secrets and dangers. In the farthest northern reaches of this land lay the formidable Frostbite Mountains, perpetually blanketed in ice and snow. Not only was the climate harsh, with biting winds slicing through the air like sharp blades, but the topography was treacherous, with towering peaks piercing the clouds and abysses as deep as a beast's gaping maw, ready to consume any life that dared venture too close. Moreover, powerful and ferocious ice beasts roamed freely, turning this frozen expanse into a nightmare for countless adventurers. Linyu, a young and tenacious explorer, embarked resolutely on the journey to uncover the mysteries of the Frostbite Mountains. Driven by an insatiable thirst for the unknown and an unwavering pursuit of glory, his stature was upright, akin to a resilient pine standing steadfast against the storm, with deep-set eyes ablaze with the fire of adventure. Clad in specially crafted cold-resistant leather armor, though weathered by the elements, it clung closely to him, offering some measure of protection against the biting cold. The intricate patterns on the armor seemed to whisper tales of the countless trials it had witnessed alongside its master. Born in an ordinary mountain village, Lin Yu harbored boundless dreams of the world beyond its confines. Each time the village elders recounted mysterious legends and tales of adventure from distant lands, he listened with rapt attention, his eyes shimmering with yearning. When disaster unexpectedly struck his village at the age of 10, a band of ruthless bandits ravaged the community, seizing the villagers' food and valuables while mercilessly taking innocent lives. Lin Yu stood helplessly by as his loved ones suffered, vowing in that moment to become powerful enough to protect everything he held dear. To fulfill this promise, he devoted himself to rigorous training. Rising early each morning, he practiced swordsmanship in the woods beyond the village, tirelessly repeating the fundamental techniques until each movement was executed with precision and fluidity. He employed the trees as obstacles to hone his agility and reflexes. Throughout this arduous process, fatigue never deterred him. Even when his arms ached to the point of immobility and sweat drenched his garments, he never entertained the thought of surrender. As he matured, Lin Yu's strength continued to flourish. He ventured beyond the village to nearby towns, seeking stronger opponents to spar and learn from. In these towns, he encountered many like-minded adventurers, sharing experiences and insights, encouraging one another along their journeys. By chance, he learned of a legend surrounding the Frostbite Mountains. Deep within their recesses lay a mysterious ice crystal, imbued with immense icy power, granting its possessor the ability to command ice and snow and possibly transcend their cultivation limits to reach an entirely new realm. This legend captivated Lin Yu, prompting him to set out for the Frostbite Mountains in search of the elusive crystal. Aware of the dangers and challenges that awaited him, he pressed on, the flames of adventure roaring within him. Unstoppable, upon entering the Frostbite Mountains, Lin Yu immediately felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Chill enveloped him like a tidal wave, threatening to encase his body in ice. Yet he did not falter. Gripping his sword tightly, he pressed forward. Within the mountains, he faced numerous perils, including fierce ice bears, massive creatures clad in impenetrable icy armor, capable of shattering colossal ice blocks with a swipe of their paws. Upon spotting Lin Yu, the ice bear let out a deafening roar and charged at him. Lin Yu quickly composed himself, employing his signature Gale sword technique, with sword shadows swirling around him like a tempest. He deftly evaded the bear's attacks while searching for its vulnerabilities. Amidst the fierce combat, he discovered that the bear's underbelly was its weak point. Seizing the moment, he leaped high, delivering a powerful thrust to the bear's abdomen. The creature let out a pained roar before collapsing, sending snow and ice flying in all directions. In addition to the ice bears, Lin Yu encountered snow spirits capable of wielding ice magic. Graceful in form and striking in appearance, their hearts, however, were as cold and unyielding as the ice itself. They danced through the air, wielding azure wands and chanting incantations, unleashing a barrage of sharp icicles that rained down upon Lin Yu. Instantly, he activated the phantom step, his form becoming a fleeting shadow as he weaved through the ice projectiles. As he dodged the onslaught, he advanced on the snow spirits. Upon closing the distance, he unleashed the Windbreaker sword technique. Shattering their magical shields with a powerful gust, the spirits shrieked in terror, attempting to flee, but Lin Yu would not allow them to escape so easily. With a flurry of strikes, he dispatched them all. As Lin Yu delved deeper into the mountains, he encountered an even graver challenge. A hidden ice cave radiating powerful waves of ice magic. Curiosity surged within him, urging him to explore the cave further. Upon entering, he found the dimly lit chamber adorned with shimmering azure runes. Deep within the cave lay a colossal ice crystal, emanating a brilliant light, the very crystal he had sought for so long. However, as he approached it, a formidable ice guardian materialized before him. Towering and composed entirely of ice, its eyes glimmered with a blue hue, and it wielded a massive ice sword. Without uttering a word, the guardian charged at Lin Yu. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lin Yu focused intently, unleashing his most potent sword techniques. His blade shimmered with cold light as it clashed with the guardian's ice sword, producing a series of sharp, resonant sounds. During the fierce confrontation, Lin Yu discerned that while the guardian's attacks were powerful, its movements were relatively sluggish. Utilizing his speed advantage, he circled behind the guardian, launching attacks from unexpected angles. The guardian, infuriated by Lin Yu's relentless strikes, unleashed a devastating ice magic spell, instantly encasing the cave in frost. Lin Yu felt himself partially immobilized by the ice, his movements growing sluggish as his strength waned. Yet he refused to concede, continually rallying his spirits. Summoning his inner energy, he endeavored to break free from the icy shackles. After considerable effort, he finally managed to escape the freezing grip of the ice. Rejuvenated, he launched a renewed assault against the guardian. That he unleashed a self-created sword technique known as the ice-shattering swordsmanship, a style that intertwined his comprehension of the ice element's power with his insights into swordsmanship. Each strike left a profound scar upon the guardian's form. The guardian, unwilling to concede defeat, intensified his assaults, wielding the ice sword with even greater ferocity. At a pivotal moment in the battle, Lin Yu discerned that the guardian's head was his core target. Resolute and daring, he decided to take a risk, employing the phantom evasion step to swiftly dash towards the guardian's head. The guardian attempted to retaliate with his ice sword, yet Lin Yu adeptly evaded the strikes. He successfully approached the guardian's head and unleashed a powerful thrust aimed at his foe. The guardian emitted a colossal roar as his body began to disintegrate. Lin Yu triumphed over the guardian and approached the ice crystal. His heart brimming with joy, he extended his hand, yearning to touch the crystal, but just as his fingers were about to make contact, an unexpected surge of power erupted from the crystal, casting Lin Yu away. He crashed heavily to the ground, a wave of pain coursing through his body. Struggling to rise, he gazed at the ice crystal, a sense of frustration swelling within him. He could not fathom why. After enduring countless hardships to find the crystal, he was unable to claim it. Refusing to surrender, he resolved to attempt once more. He steadied himself and advanced towards the crystal. As he drew near, the crystal unleashed another wave of energy, attempting to thwart him. However, this time Lin Yu was prepared. He executed a defensive sword technique. Mitigating part of the crystal's force, he pressed forward, each step laden with immense pressure. Throughout this arduous endeavor, Lin Yu's body reached its limits, yet his gaze remained resolute. He recalled his village, the suffering endured by his loved ones, and the arduous journey he had undertaken. He reminded himself that he could not give up, no matter the cost. After a grueling effort, Lin Yu finally touched the ice crystal. A powerful surge of ice energy flooded into him, transforming his being. His spiritual power surged, enhancing his mastery over ice magic. With the crystal in hand, Lin Yu exited the icy cavern, a smile of contentment gracing his face. He understood that his efforts had not been in vain. He had surmounted immense challenges to achieve his goal. He believed that in his future adventures, he would not easily yield to adversity, for the flame of adventure within him would eternally blaze. Chapter 33: Rapid Descent in the Vast and Enigmatic Spirit Illusion Continent. The Cloud Peak stood majestically, unparalleled in its grandeur and steepness. Its cliffs, steep as a knife's edge, plunged almost vertically into the earth, resembling a colossal barrier that abruptly rose between heaven and earth. The mist swirling around the peak floated like gossamer, at times dense enough to engulf the entire mountain, and at others so thin that only wisps remained, adding an ethereal touch of mystery. Yet beneath this enchanting facade lurked boundless peril. Xiao Feng, a young adventurer, shone like a blazing star, radiating courage and an insatiable curiosity for exploration. He had heard whispers of the spirit illusion sacred artifact, the starry divine stone, hidden atop Cloud Peak, a legendary object said to possess the power to upend the universe and reshape the order of the world. Without hesitation, he embarked on this treacherous journey into the unknown. His movements were agile and sprightly, each step taken with unwavering determination, his deep and bright eyes ablaze with a fervent desire for discovery and a relentless pursuit of adventure. Xiao Feng began his ascent along the winding, treacherous mountain path. Sharp rocks jutted out like fangs, and loose gravel threatened to tumble down at any moment, demanding he tread carefully in search of stable footholds. The wind howled like a ferocious beast, its immense force seemingly intent on tearing him from the mountainside. Xiao Feng clung tightly to the nearby vines, his fingers whitening from the strain, while he secured himself against protruding stones to steady his precarious stance. Amidst this arduous climb, he encountered a flurry of fierce avian beasts that a massive griffin, its wings spread wide like a dark cloud, circled above, its sharp claws glinting in the sunlight like blades of ice. It let out a chilling screech and swooped down at him with the speed of an arrow, threatening to tear through the air itself. Xiao Feng reacted swiftly, drawing his sword from his waist, its blade gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight, akin to a flash of lightning piercing the darkness. He executed the fluid and dynamic phantom sword technique, and in an instant, sword shadows danced like silver flowers blooming in midair. Vibrant and lethal, he evaded the griffin's relentless attacks with the agility of a wraith, then countered fiercely, each thrust aimed with precision at the creature's vital points, his movements seamless and fluid. After a heart-pounding and grueling battle, Xiao Feng, through sheer willpower and exceptional swordsmanship, repelled the griffin's onslaught. Exhausted, he leaned against the mountain wall, catching his breath and regaining his strength before pressing onward towards the summit. As he ascended, the air grew increasingly thin, each breath becoming a struggle against the sparse atmosphere, while the cold intensified, seeping through his garments like a chilling specter that mercilessly pierced his very marrow. Yet, there was no hint of retreat in Xiao Feng's gaze. He gritted his teeth and resolutely advanced step by step towards his goal. Approaching the mountain's apex, he encountered a precarious suspension bridge spanning a bottomless chasm. Below, a tumultuous sea of clouds roiled like waves, obscuring the depths and hinting at a terrifying unknown. The bridge's ropes, worn and frayed by time, showed signs of wear and decay, creaking ominously in the howling wind, as if heralding death's countdown. Gazing at the perilous bridge before him, hesitation crept into Xiao Feng's heart. Yet he understood that to obtain the starry divine stone, he must traverse this bridge, the sole path to his objective. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself against the rising tide of fear and doubt, summoning every ounce of courage as he cautiously stepped onto the bridge. His footsteps were as light as feathers, each step taken with utmost care, fearful that his weight might be the final straw to collapse the bridge. However, fate often plays cruel tricks. As he reached the center of the bridge, a fierce gust of wind, roaring like a demon, swept through. The bridge trembled violently, akin to a fragile life struggling helplessly against the storm. Xiao Feng lost his balance, his feet sliding desperately on the smooth planks, seeking any support to steady himself. But it was all in vain. In that critical moment, his body plummeted rapidly. Terror and despair flooded his mind, a barrage of thoughts flashing through his consciousness like lightning that he envisioned his distant warm homeland, his elderly parents with their silver hair and gentle smiles, and his innocent, youthful siblings, alongside the unfulfilled dreams of adventure and the mysterious corners yet to be explored. How could he accept dying so easily? He flailed his arms, grasping at anything within reach, even a gossamer thread, but the only thing surrounding him was the empty, frigid air, mocking his desperation. Xiao Feng's body descended like a meteor engulfed in flames of despair, plunging into the abyss of darkness. His hair whipped wildly in the wind, his clothes rustling as if heralding death's horrific symphony. He shut his eyes tightly, unable to bear the sight of the terrifying depths below, which seemed capable of devouring his very soul. Just a glance would plunge him into an abyss of unending fear. As he fell, his body collided violently with the rocks, and he discovered that his left leg was fractured, with broken bones piercing through flesh, a sight too gruesome to behold. His right arm was also gravely injured, hanging limply by his side, while his body bore multiple abrasions and contusions, the mottled blood staining his garments. Trembling, he extracted from his bosom the precious medicinal herbs and rare elixirs he had painstakingly gathered during his perilous journey. He laboriously chewed the herbs, applying them to his wounds, the bitter taste mingling with the excruciating pain contorting his visage. Then he swallowed the elixir and began to channel his energy for healing. During this process, Xiaofeng was pleasantly surprised to discover that the forest was suffused with a rich, almost palpable aura, far denser than what he had experienced in the outside world. That a realization struck him. This could be a divinely bestowed opportunity, an exceptional place for cultivation. Despite his grievous injuries, he resolutely decided to harness the ambient energy to expedite his recovery and thereby enhance his strength. Thus, Xiaofeng cast aside all distractions, calming his mind and immersing himself wholly in his practice. Following the techniques he had learned, he guided the energy within him to flow gently through his meridians, nourishing the damaged pathways and organs, gradually mending his physical traumas. As time passed, his condition improved, and his strength began to augment. During his cultivation, Xiaofeng unexpectedly discovered ancient and mysterious relics and treasures hidden within the forest. These relics and treasures were imbued with formidable magical power capable of shaking the world, as well as invaluable resources for cultivation. With a heart filled with awe and curiosity, he cautiously explored these relics and treasures. In a secluded corner, he uncovered ancient tomes of magic and weapons. The tomes contained long-lost spells and unique cultivation methods, the words seemingly imbued with a mysterious enchantment that beckoned Xiaofeng to delve deeper. The weapons emanated a powerful aura and unique attributes that both intimidated and intrigued him. Overjoyed, Xiaofeng began to voraciously study these magical texts, losing himself in learning the spells and cultivation techniques within. He understood that in this perilous world, only by continually enhancing his strength could he survive and pursue his adventurous dreams. After expending considerable time and effort and enduring numerous attempts and failures, he finally mastered several potent spells and cultivation methods. Simultaneously, Xiaofeng utilized his wisdom and skills to conduct in-depth research and meticulous modifications on the ancient weapons. Through his unique understanding of weaponry and exquisite craftsmanship, he maximized their potential. He forged a brand new sword, its blade shimmering with a chilling light, razor sharp enough to sever steel, while possessing the miraculous ability to absorb and release energy, greatly amplifying its destructive power in battle. After a period of diligent training and careful preparation, Xiaofeng experienced a remarkable enhancement in his strength. Not only had his injuries fully healed, restoring his body to its original state, but he had also acquired several powerful spells and cultivation methods. Along with an extraordinary weapon, renewed hope and confidence ignited within him for the future. He firmly believed that as long as he persevered, he would surely emerge from this forest, continue his adventurous journey, and one day find the starry divine stone to fulfill his grand aspirations. Xiaofeng began actively seeking a way out of the forest, exploring every corner without overlooking any detail. At last, he discovered a hidden passage behind a waterfall. This passage was narrow and rugged, its walls flickering with eerie light, fraught with various dangers and challenges. Yet, Xiaofeng was undeterred by the obstacles ahead. He resolutely stepped into the passage. Within the passage, Xiaofeng encountered a myriad of traps and monsters. There were mechanical traps that shot poisonous needles, glimmering with a sinister green hue, clearly laced with deadly toxins. There were magical traps capable of unleashing formidable magical assaults, where triggering them resulted in a torrent of magical energy crashing towards him. And there were small yet ferocious monsters, agile and swift, with razor-sharp teeth and claws, darting through the shadows to launch unexpected attacks. Relying on his wisdom, courage, and increasingly potent abilities, Xiaofeng calmly navigated the traps and vanquished the creatures with his exceptional swordsmanship and powerful magic. After enduring a grueling struggle, Xiaofeng successfully emerged from the passage, finding himself on the other side of Cloud Peak. Standing on this new land, he gazed at the scene before him, filled with profound emotions. He realized he had just undergone a severe test of life and death, yet had thus gained immense growth and invaluable rewards. Gripping the sword imbued with formidable power, he fixed his determined gaze on the horizon and continued on his adventure. Pursuing the legendary starry divine stone and the myriad mysteries and challenges concealed within the depths of this enchanted continent. Chapter 34. The Whispers of the Wind in that distant and mysterious realm of fantasy. There lies a place known as Gale Valley. The terrain here is elongated, flanked by towering, steep peaks, the jagged rocks resembling the fangs of colossal beasts, piercing the heavens. Within the valley, fierce winds rage year-round, never ceasing, as if nature itself were unleashing an endless fury. Aotian, a young and courageous adventurer, had heard tales of a rare treasure, the Heart of the Wind. Hidden deep within Gale Valley, it is said that the Heart of the Wind possesses miraculous powers, granting its bearer the extraordinary ability to manipulate wind elements and significantly enhancing the practitioner's spiritual prowess, allowing for remarkable progress on the martial arts path. Driven by a thirst for power and an adventurous spirit, Aotan resolutely stepped into Gale Valley. As he entered the valley, a powerful gust of wind met him head-on, nearly knocking him off his feet. He quickly steadied himself, pressing his feet firmly against the ground, leaning slightly forward to counteract the force of the gale. In that moment, the wind howled in his ears, its sharp and piercing sound akin to 1,000 blades slicing through the air, resembling the roar of a demon attempting to shatter his resolve. Aotan advanced slowly along the valley, each step a considerable challenge. The relentless winds battered his body, making him feel as though he were rowing against a fierce current. Exerting tremendous effort to move even an inch, his clothes whipped wildly in the gusts, his hair dancing freely, obstructing his vision. To see the path ahead, he had to frequently brush his hair aside, only for the wind to promptly return it to its place. During his journey, Aotan encountered numerous dangers. The fierce winds rendered the paths within the valley treacherous. The ground was strewn with rocks of various sizes and deep pits, and a moment's inattention could lead to a fall. On one occasion, his foot slipped into a deep hole, sending a jolt of pain through his ankle. Yet, he gritted his teeth against the pain, pulling his foot free and pressing onward. In addition to the treacherous paths, Aotan had to remain vigilant against falling rocks from the peaks flanking the valley. The winds continuously battered the rocky surfaces, causing loose stones to threaten to tumble down at any moment. These rocks, plummeting from such heights, carried immense force, and being struck by one could yield dire consequences. Aotan treaded carefully, ever watchful of the movements above him. Whenever he heard the sound of stones tumbling, he would swiftly seek a safe spot to evade danger. As he delved deeper into the valley, the wind's roar intensified, nearly drowning out his sense of hearing. He had to rely solely on his sight and acute perception to navigate his surroundings. However, the turbulent winds significantly hampered his awareness, making it difficult to detect hidden threats, thus heightening his peril. Suddenly, Aotan sensed a powerful presence emanating from ahead. Alarmed, he halted and cautiously observed the direction of the aura. Amidst the howling winds, he faintly discerned a colossal figure materializing. It was a wind element beast known as the Gale Lion. The Gale Lion was immense, its body cloaked in gray fur that fluttered with the wind, blending seamlessly with the storm. Its eyes glimmered with a green light, exuding a ferocious and savage aura. Its claws, razor-sharp, left deep gashes in the ground with every swipe. Upon spotting Aotan, the Gale Lion let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the tempest, causing Aotan's ears to ring. In an instant, it lunged towards him. With swift reflexes, Aotan drew his sword, its blade gleaming coldly in the wind. He unleashed his learned technique, the clear wind sword style, the sword shadows blossoming like azure lotuses. Swaying gracefully amidst the gales, he attempted to use the sword shadows to block the Gale Lion's assault, but the beast was too swift, effortlessly evading his strikes, its sharp claws aimed at Aotan's chest. Aotan swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the Gale Lion's attack. Seizing the moment while the beast was momentarily off guard, he retaliated. Employing the illusory shadow step, he moved like a fleeting specter, rapidly circling behind the Gale Lion. Then, he leapt high into the air, thrusting his sword towards the back of the Gale Lion. The Gale Lion, sensing the impending attack from behind, swiftly turned around and lashed out with its tail at Aotan. Caught off guard, Aotan was struck by the Gale Lion's tail, sending him flying like a kite with a severed string that he crashed heavily to the ground, pain radiating through his body, struggling to rise. He noticed blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. That moment, The Gale Lion lunged at him once more. Aotion realized he could not simply wait for his demise. He took a deep breath, channeling his inner spiritual energy, and concentrated it into his sword. Instantly, the sword blazed with a brilliant light, emanating a formidable aura. He unleashed his ultimate move, the wind-breaking sword. This strike embodied his highest comprehension of swordsmanship and all his spiritual energy. The sword, aglow with dazzling light, cleaved towards the Gale Lion. The Gale Lion, sensing the immense power of the strike, attempted to evade, but it was too late. The sword struck fiercely against the Gale Lion, which let out a pained roar before its massive form slowly collapsed. Aotion had successfully defeated the Gale Lion, but the victory came at the cost of significant spiritual and physical exhaustion. He sat on the ground, gasping for breath. The wind howled in his ears, seeming to cheer for his triumph, yet it also reminded him of the greater dangers that lay ahead. After a brief respite, Aotion stood and continued deeper into Gale Valley. As he advanced, the winds grew more ferocious, their howls threatening to scatter his very soul. He felt his body growing heavier, each step demanding tremendous effort. Yet, his desire for the heart of spiritual wind remained unwavering. He knew he could not surrender to last. Aotion arrived at the heart of Gale Valley. In a vast clearing, he beheld a crystal radiating a blue luminescence. It was the heart of spiritual wind. Suspended in midair, it was surrounded by a powerful current of air, fiercely guarding it. As Aotion cautiously approached the heart of spiritual wind, an overwhelming force suddenly erupted from it, sending him hurtling backwards. He crashed heavily to the ground, confusion and frustration swirling within him. He could not comprehend why, after such a difficult journey to find the heart of spiritual wind, he was unable to claim it. Rising once more, he ventured towards the heart again, only to be repelled by that same potent force each time he drew near. After numerous attempts, Aotion finally discerned the nature of the challenge. To obtain the heart of spiritual wind, one must pass its trial. It would unleash a powerful force of wind elements. Only those who could withstand its onslaught would earn its recognition. Aotion resolved to accept the trial of the heart of spiritual wind. He steadied himself, channeling his spiritual energy, preparing to face the imminent challenge. Suddenly, the winds intensified, and countless blades of wind surged towards Aotion. He executed the clear wind sword technique, attempting to deflect the blades with his sword shadow. However, the sheer number of blades overwhelmed him, and his defenses were swiftly breached. The blades struck Aotion's body, tearing his clothes and lacerating his skin, blood staining his garments. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered. His eyes reflecting unwavering determination, he continuously adjusted his swordplay, striving to decipher the pattern of the wind blades' attacks. After a fierce struggle, Aotion finally identified their rhythm. He began to counter the blades' assaults with precision, his swordplay growing increasingly fierce, each strike successfully blocking the oncoming wind blades. As time passed, the onslaught of wind blades gradually diminished, and Aotion sensed that success was within his grasp. Ultimately, the wind blades ceased their assault, and the heart of spiritual wind gently floated before him. Aotion extended his hand, carefully grasping the heart. He felt a surge of powerful energy entering his being, elevating his spiritual level in an instant. He had successfully obtained the heart of spiritual wind, becoming its master. With the heart in hand, Aotion departed Gale Valley. As he exited the valley, the wind still howled in his ears, but now his heart brimmed with joy and pride. He understood he had endured a grueling trial, yet in doing so, he had acquired immense power. He believed that in the adventures that lay ahead, he would wield this strength to explore the unknown and confront new challenges. Chapter 35. Despair and Resentment. Filled with despair and resentment, in the desolate wasteland cloaked in darkness and chaos, the once thriving city lay in ruins, with dilapidated structures teetering on the brink of collapse amid the swirling sands. The sky was shrouded in thick clouds, blocking out any rays of sunlight, save for the occasional eerie lightning that briefly illuminated this lifeless world before plunging it back into darkness. Lin Yin, a resolute survivor harboring dreams of rebuilding their home, led a small band of equally brave companions through this perilous wasteland, searching for hope and resources to revive humanity. They had endured countless brutal battles, fighting ferociously against terrifying mutated beasts and seizing precious supplies from marauding bandits. Each victory came at a cost, with comrades injured or even lost, yet they never wavered in their determination. This time, they had heard whispers of a high-tech research facility left over from before the war, hidden deep within the Shadow Ruins, said to house core technological data capable of purifying radiation and restoring Earth's ecology. Lin Yin understood this could be humanity's last hope, and so he resolutely set forth on the journey to the Shadow Ruins. The path to the Shadow Ruins was fraught with challenges and trials. They traversed the vast Death Desert, where the scorching sands, whipped by fierce winds, sliced mercilessly at their skin. Water was exceedingly scarce, each drop was precious, and they often endured the torment of thirst. Their lips cracked and their throats parched as if set ablaze. In the desert, they also encountered massive sandworms, capable of swiftly burrowing through the ground and erupting suddenly with gaping maws and sharp fangs, ready to devour anyone in their path. Through tight-knit teamwork and unyielding combat spirit, Lin Yin and his companions repelled the sandworms' assaults time and again, though several comrades were tragically swept away, forever lost to the desert. Having finally emerged from the Death Desert, they entered the toxic swamp. Here, a nauseating stench pervaded the air, and the marsh exuded lethal gases that could poison anyone who ventured too close. The ground was soft and muddy, with every step posing the risk of being swallowed by the mire. They cautiously navigated by stepping on exposed stones and deadwood, progressing slowly. Within the toxic swamp, they encountered a swarm of mutated scorpions. These scorpions, large and with exoskeletons as hard as iron, bore stingers that glimmered with a sinister green light. A single sting could spread venom throughout the body, leading to agonizing death. Lin Yin and his companions engaged in a harrowing battle against the scorpions, employing flamethrowers and makeshift weapons to resist. Yet some comrades were stung, teetering on the brink of death. Despite their utmost efforts to save them, it ultimately proved futile. After enduring countless hardships, Lin Yin and his team finally reached the Shadow Ruins. The scene before them filled them with shock and despair. That a thick aura of darkness enveloped the ruins, with twisted and deformed buildings, as if ravaged by a colossal force. Eerie mists swirled around, obscuring the path ahead. Occasional chilling whispers and strange sounds sent shivers down their spines. Lin Yin took a deep breath, suppressing his inner fear, and led his companions cautiously into the ruins. They meticulously explored every possible corner that might conceal technological data. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy emanated from deep within the ruins, and a horde of mechanical puppets emerged from all directions, launching a ferocious assault. These mechanical puppets, towering and crafted from robust metal, bore an arsenal of advanced weaponry. Laser cannons and missile launchers unleashed a torrent of firepower, instantly transforming their vicinity into a sea of flames. Lin Yin and his companions swiftly sought cover. Retaliating fiercely, with only a few energy guns and homemade explosives, they faced off against the mechanical puppets. Lin Yin, wielding an energy sword, dashed into the fray like a bolt of lightning, executing masterful swordplay that left deep gashes on the mechanical foes. Yet, the sheer number of puppets and their formidable defenses rendered their strikes largely ineffective. In the heat of battle, one by one, Lin Yan's companions fell. Some were vaporized by laser blasts, while others were mangled by missile explosions. Lin Yin watched in agony as his comrades perished before his eyes, his heart heavy with sorrow and rage. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards the puppet leader, a colossal and heavily armed super-mechanical puppet. Its eyes glimmered with a chilling crimson light, as if mocking Lin Yan's audacity. Lin Yin engaged in a breathtaking duel with the super-mechanical puppet. He unleashed his most formidable technique, channeling all his strength into his energy sword. Striking the puppet with a flurry of blows, the super-mechanical puppet, in turn, defended itself with its colossal metallic arms, launching powerful energy beams in retaliation. As the battle raged on, Lin Yin gradually found himself fatigued. His body marred by numerous wounds, his attire was scorched by the energy beams, and his skin was lacerated, blood ceaselessly flowing from his injuries. Ultimately, Lin Yin summoned his last ounce of strength to sever one of the puppet's arms. Yet, just as he prepared to deliver a fatal blow, the super-mechanical puppet unexpectedly activated its self-destruct sequence. Terrified, Lin Yin watched as the light emanating from the puppet intensified, realizing he had no time to evade. With a deafening explosion, the super-mechanical puppet detonated. The immense shockwave hurled Lin Yin away, crashing him to the ground, his body feeling as though all his bones had shattered. That he struggled to rise. But his body refused to obey, his vision blurred, revealing a scene of devastation around him, the bodies of his comrades strewn about, while the legendary high-tech research base was reduced to nothingness in the explosion. Despair and bitterness filled Lin Yan's heart. He gazed hopelessly at this once promising land, now transformed into a desolate wasteland, all their efforts dissipating in an instant. He could not accept that he and his companions had paid such a heavy price, yet ultimately failed to realize their dream of rebuilding their homeland. Memories of fallen comrades flooded his mind, recollections of shared laughter and battles, and visions of a hopeful future. Unwilling to surrender so easily, he attempted to rise once more, but the excruciating pain forced him back down. Lying on the ground, he stared at the dark, ominous clouds above, tears streaming down his cheeks. He knew he might be one of humanity's last hopes. Yet now, everything had come to an end. His heart brimmed with helplessness and resentment towards fate, questioning why it had to be so cruel, why it chose to snatch everything away just as they were on the brink of hope. In the final moments of his life, images of the once beautiful earth danced in his mind, the blue skies and white clouds, the green mountains and clear waters appearing as a distant dream. He hoped that even in death, humanity would not face total extinction, that one day, someone would discover a true means to save the earth, rejuvenating this land with life and vitality. Chapter 36. A vast white expanse in that distant land of the far north. There existed a mysterious realm dominated by ice and snow. It was the kingdom of frost, where the biting cold winds raced like untamed wild horses across the boundless terrain, emitting a chilling howl. The sky loomed like a massive leaden plate, perpetually shrouded in gloom, banishing sunlight to the farthest reaches. As far as the eye could see, everything was draped in a blanket of silver white. Towering snow-capped mountains undulated like a slumbering white dragon. Its colossal form sprawled between heaven and earth, with jagged peaks piercing the sky, their sharp summits appearing somewhat menacing under the onslaught of the fierce winds. The snow atop the mountains remained frozen year-round, accumulating in layers, each snowflake a meticulously crafted masterpiece of nature, clustering together to form a hard yet smooth ice layer that sparkled with an icy glint in the feeble light. The vast ice plains resembled a colossal mirror, stretching infinitely in all directions, devoid of impurities, pure enough to evoke a sense of solitude. The snow on the ice plains was swept by the raging winds, forming snowdrifts of various shapes, some resembling enormous mushrooms, others like serpentine pythons, scattered throughout the monotonous white expanse, adding a touch of peculiarity to the landscape. Amidst this icy wilderness lived a resilient tribe known as the Ice Plains people. They were tall and robust, their skin as pale as snow, with eyes reflecting determination and courage. They survived through hunting and fishing in this harsh environment. Among them was a brave young warrior named Aktu. From a young age, he learned the ways of hunting and survival from the elders of his tribe, honing remarkable skills. He was adept with the ice spear, a weapon he had crafted himself from the hardest ice blocks of the plains. Its tip sharp and glistening with a dazzling blue hue under the sun. One day, Aktu set out on a hunting expedition as he always did, clad in a heavy fur coat, carrying a bow and arrows along with his ice spear. He ventured into the vast ice plains alone. The howling wind cut across his face like a blade, yet he had long grown accustomed to it, his steps resolute and powerful. After searching for a considerable time, he finally discovered the tracks of a herd of snow deer. The snow deer were among the swiftest creatures of the ice plains, their graceful forms moving with incredible speed, their white coats blending seamlessly with the snow, making them difficult to spot. Aktu cautiously approached the herd, hiding behind a snowdrift, his eyes fixed intently on his target, gripping his ice spear tightly, not daring to breathe. When he was close enough, he suddenly sprang up and hurled his ice spear with all his might. The spear sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, aimed at a larger snow deer. However, the snow deer seemed to sense the impending danger, leaping gracefully just as the spear was about to strike. Aktu did not lose heart. He quickly drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and with a swift motion, released it, the arrow shooting like a meteor toward the snow deer. Yet, the snow deer's speed was too great, and the arrow merely grazed its body, embedding itself in the snow beside it. Startled, the herd scattered in all directions. Unwilling to return empty-handed, Aktu pursued them relentlessly. He sprinted across the snow, the surface crunching beneath his feet. His figure appeared diminutive against the vast white expanse, but his gaze was filled with determination. As he chased, Aktu unwittingly entered an unfamiliar territory. Here, the snow was deeper, the winds more ferocious, and the sky darker. He halted, surveying his surroundings, realizing he had lost his way. All around him was a sea of white, devoid of any distinguishing features to guide his path. A wave of unease crept into Acta's heart. But he quickly steadied himself, knowing that panic would only lead to greater peril in this icy realm. He resolved to find shelter from the raging winds before devising a plan to navigate back home. Scanning the landscape, he finally spotted a cave. The cave lay concealed at the foot of a snow-covered mountain, its entrance partially obscured by snow, making it difficult to detect without careful observation. Acta entered the cave, which was dim and damp, with icicles hanging from the walls. Dripping water rhythmically, he found a dry spot to sit and began contemplating his predicament. He understood that his supplies of food and water were limited, and if he did not find his way home soon, he could become trapped here. Just as Acta pondered his next move, a low growl echoed from outside the cave. Startled, he immediately rose, seizing his ice spear. Vigilantly watching the entrance, the growling grew louder, and through a crack in the cave's opening, he glimpsed a massive white polar bear approaching. The polar bear was the dominant force of the ice plains. Its size formidable, with incredible strength, and its sharp claws and teeth capable of easily tearing apart prey. Acta realized he was in grave trouble. Gripping his ice spear tightly, his body trembled not from fear, but from exhilaration. He was a warrior, and he never shied away from a challenge. Silently motivating himself, he prepared to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the polar bear. The bear entered the cave, eyeing Acta with a hint of wariness. It opened its massive jaws and let out another roar, attempting to intimidate him. Undeterred, Acta shouted defiantly, brandishing his ice spear and charging at the polar bear. Enraged by Acta's provocation, the bear lunged at him. Acta sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the bear's attack, and seized the opportunity to thrust his ice spear toward the bear's abdomen, but the bear's thick fur merely left a shallow scratch on its hide. The polar bear pivoted and lunged again. This time, Acta did not evade. He gripped the ice spear with both hands, forcefully stabbing it toward the bear's chest. The polar bear swiped its paw, knocking the spear aside, then delivered a powerful blow to Acta. Struck by the bear's paw, Acta was sent crashing against the cave wall, pain coursing through him. Yet, he endured the agony. Struggling to rise, he saw the polar bear charging at him once more. And knowing he was unarmed, he had no choice but to confront the bear with his own body. Taking a deep breath, he charged at the polar bear, wrapping his arms around its massive form. Exerting all his strength to bring it down, the bear thrashed, attempting to rise, but Acta mounted it, relentlessly pummeling its head with his fists. After an intense struggle, Acta finally subdued the polar bear. Exhausted, he collapsed on the ground. Gasping for breath, his body bore numerous wounds, blood staining his garments, yet a victorious smile illuminated his face. After resting for a moment, Acta rose. He knew he could not linger here for long. He exited the cave and continued his search for a way home. At this moment, the sky began to cascade with heavy snow, vast flurries of snowflakes swirling downwards, swiftly engulfing his figure in a blanket of white. Yet, Acta's gaze remained resolute. He believed wholeheartedly that he would navigate through this frozen expanse and return to his homeland. Chapter 37. A boy is born in a tranquil and harmonious little town. The gentle dawn light spilled over the quaint rooftops, bestowing a delicate golden sheen upon each brick and tile. A soft breeze caressed the weeping willows lining the streets, their tender green branches swaying gracefully, as if dancing in celebration of the arrival of new life. The melodious chimes of the church bells resonated from the town center, their clear tones echoing throughout the village, proclaiming the advent of a momentous occasion to the world. On the outskirts of the town, in an ancient abode, a young woman lay in a warmly decorated delivery room. Her countenance appeared slightly pale from the agony she endured, beads of sweat matting her hair at the forehead. Yet, her eyes radiated unwavering determination and anticipation. She bit her lower lip tightly, gripping the bed sheets with fervor. Each contraction brought waves of excruciating pain, yet she steadfastly refrained from uttering a single cry. Beside her, her husband held her hand tightly, his eyes filled with concern and urgency. He softly murmured words of comfort, his voice trembling slightly. The midwife busied herself nearby, preparing various items necessary for the delivery. Steaming hot water bubbled on the stove, while clean towels lay neatly folded at hand. The seasoned midwife's face bore a serious expression as she methodically went about her preparations, periodically checking on the mother's condition. As time progressed, the atmosphere in the delivery room grew increasingly tense. The woman's breaths became rapid and labored. She could distinctly feel the little life within her striving to break free into this world. Suddenly, a resounding cry shattered the heavy silence. Its clarity and vigor akin to a ray of light piercing through the darkness. It was a boy. A smile of relief graced the midwife's face as she gently cradled the newborn. Tenderly wiping his tiny body with a soft towel, the infant's skin was rosy and wrinkled, reminiscent of a ripe peach. His little face flushed from wailing. His eyes remained tightly shut, yet his mouth opened wide in a cry that reverberated within the room. Seemingly narrating his initial experience of this unfamiliar world, the husband, overwhelmed with emotion, felt tears welling in his eyes as he tremblingly received his son, gazing at the fragile life in his arms with a heart full of mixed emotions. He placed a gentle kiss upon the infant's forehead, the touch as tender as if he were caressing the most precious treasure in existence. "My dear, look, our son is so beautiful," he turned to his wife. His voice brimming with affection. The wife managed a weak smile, her eyes sparkling with love and happiness. She reached out to touch her son, and her husband promptly brought the baby closer to her. Her fingers softly grazed the infant's cheek, feeling the exquisite softness of his skin, tears cascading from the corners of her eyes. "That we must protect him well, nurturing him to grow up healthy and happy," she whispered, her voice soft yet filled with conviction. Thus, the newborn boy entered this world enveloped in the love and anticipation of his family. His arrival ushered in boundless joy and hope for the household. In the days that followed, he became the focal point of the entire family. His father meticulously crafted a warm and cozy little cradle for him, adorned with exquisite carvings that evoked a miniature fairy tale realm. His mother devotedly stayed by his side day and night, nursing him, changing his diapers, and cherishing every subtle change in his expressions as if they were the most beautiful occurrences in the world. As the boy gradually grew, his curiosity blossomed. He became fascinated by everything around him. The clouds drifting through the azure sky, the vibrant flowers blooming in the yard, and the tiny insects scurrying through the grass, all captivated his attention, causing him to gaze in wonder for extended periods. During these moments, his parents patiently explained things to him. Although he could not comprehend the words yet, their gentle voices resonated like a soothing lullaby, accompanying him through countless joyful times. Once he learned to walk, the entire world transformed into his playground. He dashed around the house, unperturbed by falls. Picking himself up to resume his play, he delighted in chasing after the family's cats and dogs, frolicking with them in the yard. His innocent laughter, ringing like silver bells, echoed throughout the garden, infusing the home with vitality and joy. He also developed a profound love for stories. Each night, he would nestle in his parents' embrace, listening to them recount ancient and enchanting tales, from valiant knights slaying dragons to kind fairies aiding impoverished children. Each narrative planted a seed within his young heart, igniting his imagination and yearning for beauty. In the local school, the boy embarked on his academic journey. Intelligent and eager to learn, he possessed an insatiable thirst for knowledge. In class, he attentively listened, his eyes locked on the teacher, fearful of missing any crucial points. He particularly adored reading. The books in the library became his dearest companions. Immersed in the world of literature, he adventured alongside protagonists, exploring uncharted territories and experiencing varied emotions and encounters. As he matured, the boy's artistic talents began to shine. With his paintbrush in hand, he depicted the world through his eyes, the picturesque landscapes of his quaint town, the loving faces of his parents, and the charming antics of his friends sprang to life under his brush. His artwork frequently graced the school exhibitions, garnering accolades from teachers and peers alike. Nevertheless, the boy's path to growth was not without challenges. At the age of 10, the town faced an unprecedented flood. The deluge surged forth like a ferocious beast, submerging streets and homes, trapping many in its wake. The boy's family was not spared, compelled to evacuate to safety. Amidst the calamity, the boy witnessed the helplessness and fear in people's eyes. Yet he also observed many courageous rescuers braving danger to save those in peril. In that moment, he planted a seed of bravery and responsibility in his heart. After the flood receded, the town lay in ruins. The boy willingly joined the ranks of those rebuilding the town, helping to clear the mud from the streets and transport relief supplies. Though his strength was still meager, his enthusiasm and dedication inspired everyone around him. When the boy turned 15, his family faced another upheaval. His father suffered an injury in an accident, rendering him unable to work, and the weight of the household responsibilities fell squarely on his mother's shoulders. Observing his mother's increasingly weary visage filled him with sorrow that he resolved to study harder, aspiring to shoulder the family's burdens and provide them with a happier life. Thus, the boy dedicated himself to his studies with renewed vigor. He rose early each day to memorize vocabulary and lessons, continuing to study late into the night after completing his homework. His academic performance consistently ranked among the top in his class. Yet he remained unsatisfied. He actively participated in various extracurricular competitions, constantly challenging himself to enhance his abilities in addition to his studies. The boy utilized his spare time to work part-time, but he assisted at a local grocery store, hauling goods and organizing shelves. Though the work was arduous, he never complained that he meticulously saved every penny he earned, hoping to alleviate some of the family's burdens. Throughout his growth, the boy also faced trials of friendship. He had a very close friend, with whom he attended school and shared everything. However, during an exam, he discovered his friend cheating. The boy found himself in a dilemma. He did not wish to lose this friend, yet he felt cheating was wrong. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose to report the incident to the teacher. Consequently, his friend harbored resentment towards him and severed ties. Though the boy felt sadness, he did not regret his choice. He understood that true friendship should be founded on honesty and trust. As time passed, the boy blossomed into a handsome and upright young man. Through his efforts and talents, he gained admission to a prestigious university. There, he encountered a broader world and acquired a wealth of knowledge and skills that he joined the university's volunteer association, frequently participating in various charitable activities to assist those in need. His kindness and enthusiasm earned him recognition and respect among his peers, and he forged many like-minded friendships along the way. After graduating from university, the boy faced a pivotal decision in life. He received a lucrative job offer from a major city, yet he could also choose to return to his hometown to aid in its development. After careful contemplation, he ultimately decided to return to the town. He felt a deep connection to his roots there, where his family, friends, and cherished memories resided. He aspired to leverage his acquired knowledge to contribute to the town's progress. Upon his return, the boy actively engaged in various developmental initiatives within the town. Utilizing the knowledge he had gained in university, he assisted in developing specialty agriculture, introducing advanced planting techniques and management practices to enhance the yield and quality of agricultural products. He also organized numerous cultural activities, enriching the spiritual and cultural lives of the townspeople. Through his efforts, the town gradually radiated newfound vitality and vigor in matters of the heart. The boy also encountered his true love. She is a gentle and kind-hearted girl, serving as a teacher in a quaint school in the town. They met during a cultural event and fell in love at first sight. Together, they strolled through the charming streets of the town, sharing their dreams and joys. With the blessings of family and friends, they ventured into the sacred realm of marriage. Now, the boy has matured into a composed and steadfast man that he and his wife have been blessed with a lovely daughter, into whom he pours all his love that he wishes for his daughter to grow up in a loving environment, embodying courage, kindness, and responsibility, just as he does as he gazes upon his daughter's innocent smile. His heart brims with happiness and contentment that he understands that although his life has encountered setbacks and challenges, it is also filled with love and hope. He will continue to strive, working towards a brighter future for his family and the town. Chapter 38. Reborn as a boy in that chaotic and enigmatic realm of reincarnation, time and space intertwine in disarray, and the soul drifts like a solitary boat in the boundless void. In Xian, a soul that has weathered the storms of life and harbors deep regrets from his past existence, unexpectedly finds himself granted a chance at rebirth by the whims of fate. After a dizzying whirl, his soul is drawn by an inexplicable force, racing towards an entirely new world. Upon regaining consciousness, In Xian discovers himself in a room adorned with ancient charm. The air is infused with a delicate scent of sandalwood. An exquisite calligraphy and paintings grace the walls. He lies as an infant upon an intricately carved bed. Instinctively, he attempts to move, only to realize that this diminutive body is frail and powerless, allowing him to emit only feeble cries. In Xian's heart is flooded with shock and bewilderment. He vividly remembers the myriad experiences of his past life, those pains and joys, failures and triumphs, clear as if they had transpired yesterday. Yet now, he is reborn into a brand new life. and everything must start anew. He strives to recollect the process of his rebirth, seeking the reason behind it, but his mind is shrouded in a haze of indistinct light. As if a mysterious force is preventing him from delving deeper in this unfamiliar world, Yin gradually learns that he has been born into the illustrious Yin family, which boasts profound heritage and formidable power on this continent. The scions of the Yin family are all exceptionally gifted, excelling in martial arts or scholarly pursuits. His father, Yin Tianxiao, is a formidable martial artist renowned throughout the land, possessing unfathomable skills and a stellar reputation within the martial world. His mother, Lin Wanqing, is a graceful and serene woman from a distinguished lineage, proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, who dotes on Yin Xian. He is acutely aware that this is a precious opportunity bestowed by fate, and he is determined to seize this life to rectify the regrets of his past and carve out his own brilliance. Even as an infant, he demonstrates an extraordinary intelligence and sensitivity. When family members playfully tease him, he instinctively picks up on their emotional shifts and responds with his lively eyes, as if he comprehends their words. As he matures, Yin Xian begins to exhibit a profound interest and innate talent for martial arts. At the age of 3, his father holds a modest apprenticeship ceremony, officially accepting him as a disciple and imparting the ancestral martial arts of the Yin family. Every morning, Yin Xian rises early to accompany his father to the family training grounds. The training area is expansive, its surface paved with solid bluestone, surrounded by various weapon racks displaying an array of weapons, swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks, all present. Under his father's guidance, Yin Xian starts with the fundamentals, practicing stances and punches. Although the basic stance seems simple, it demands immense endurance and focus. Standing in the center of the training ground, his small frame with feet shoulder-width apart and knees slightly bent, he sinks his center of gravity, fists resting at his waist. Initially, he can only endure for a few minutes before his legs begin to tremble, yet he harbors a resolute belief that he will not easily give up. As time progresses, his stamina gradually increases, allowing him to sustain his practice for longer periods. While practicing punches, Yin Xian meticulously mimics every movement of his father. His father's strikes are fierce and powerful, each punch cutting through the air with a whoosh. Though lacking in strength, Yin Xian relies on his agile body and keen reflexes to execute the techniques with precision and fluidity. He understands that only by establishing a solid foundation can he journey further along the path of martial arts. In addition to martial arts, Yin Xian does not neglect his cultural education. His mother, Lin Wanqing, personally teaches him to read, write, compose poetry, and paint. In the study, she holds a scroll, patiently explaining the principles within to him. Sitting at the desk, Yin Xian attentively gazes at the scroll, listening intently to his mother's teachings, occasionally posing his own questions. His quick-thinking mind and strong capacity for knowledge absorption often lead him to draw insightful connections. Delighting his mother at the age of 6, Yin Xian serendipitously discovers an ancient manual titled Lingfeng Ju in the family's library. This manual records an exceptionally profound internal cultivation method, said to grant mastery over the wind element, significantly enhancing the practitioner's speed and strength upon successful cultivation. Captivated by this manual, Yin Xian recognizes it as an unparalleled opportunity to augment his abilities. However, the cultivation of Lingfeng Ju is notoriously challenging, requiring high comprehension and unwavering determination. Undeterred by the difficulties, Yin Xian resolves to attempt its cultivation. Each night, he secretly ventures to a secluded cave on the family's mountain, diligently practicing the internal techniques as described in the manual. The cultivation process is arduous. Yin Xian must direct the energy within his body along specific pathways, each cycle of energy causing excruciating pain. Yet he grits his teeth, enduring the discomfort, and persists in his practice. Simultaneously, he does not slacken his training in the family's martial arts. By merging the family techniques with Lingfeng Ju, he creates his own unique martial skills. His strength continues to rise, gradually distinguishing him among the younger generation of the family. Nevertheless, Yin Xian's path of growth is not without obstacles. At the age of 10, the family faces an unforeseen crisis that a mysterious malevolent force covertly targets the Yin family, seeking to seize their treasures and martial arts manuals in a bid for supremacy in the martial world. This evil force dispatches numerous skilled fighters to launch a surprise attack on the Yin family. The family rises in defiance, but the enemy's onslaught is fierce, leaving many skilled members injured in battle. Witnessing his family in peril, In Xian is consumed by anger and a sense of injustice. Despite his youth, he resolutely joins the fray, employing the martial skills he has acquired to engage in a life-and-death struggle against the adversaries. Though his strength is still insufficient, his agility and indomitable spirit enable him to repel several foes, granting his family a momentary respite. Through this crisis, In Xian gains a profound understanding of his limitations. He realizes that to truly protect his family and those he loves, he must continuously enhance his strength. Therefore, once the crisis subsides, he decides to leave the family and venture out for training. Although his parents feel reluctant, they understand that only through facing more trials can In Xian genuinely grow. In Xian embarks on a journey rife with uncertainty and danger. He traverses dense forests, where fierce beasts and mysterious traps lie in wait. He has faced a pack of ravenous wolves, their eyes gleaming with hunger as they lunge towards him. Undaunted, In Xian unleashes Lingfeng Ju, summoning a whirlwind that sends the wolves tumbling. Seizing the opportunity, he strikes with his sword, repelling the wolves one by one. He has also scaled treacherous peaks, where the harsh climate and biting winds rage, compounded by blizzards. During one ascent, he encounters a sudden avalanche. Swept away by the snow, his body tumbles within the icy deluge. Striving to remain conscious, he channels his internal energy to carve a path through the snow, ultimately escaping the avalanche's grasp. Throughout his journey, In Xian forges bonds with like-minded companions, each hailing from different backgrounds and harboring distinct goals, yet all share a fervent desire to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Together, they face various challenges and adversities. In their camaraderie, In Xian learns the value of teamwork, trust, and friendship. As time flows, In Xian's prowess surges significantly. His mastery of Lingfeng Ju reaches a commendable level, allowing him to wield the wind element with ease. His martial skills become increasingly refined, each move imbued with formidable power. He gradually carves out a reputation in the martial world, emerging as a noteworthy young master. Yet, In Xian remains humble, aware that his aspirations are far from realized. He continues to train diligently, relentlessly exploring the higher realms of martial arts. He seeks out renowned masters, absorbing the essence of various martial arts schools, integrating them into his own system. At the age of 20, In Xian uncovers a secret regarding his past life. It turns out that his previous existence is intricately intertwined with this world. In his former life, he was a great protector who sacrificed himself in a fierce battle to safeguard this realm. His soul lingered in the cycle of reincarnation, ultimately granted a chance at rebirth, all for the purpose of once again safeguarding this world. Upon learning of this secret, In Xian's resolve was further solidified. He resolved to undertake the mission of his previous life, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of this world. He began to traverse the land, uniting the righteous individuals of the martial realm to collectively combat the forces of evil. His actions garnered the support of many, and a formidable alliance of justice gradually took shape. In the climactic confrontation with the malevolent forces, In Xian led the Justice Alliance into a breathtaking battle against the enemy. The battlefield was ablaze, the cries of battle resounding deafeningly. In Xian unleashed his most potent martial skills, engaging the enemy's leader in a one-on-one duel. His figure darted across the battlefield like a dazzling meteor, causing foes to fall in his wake. After an intense struggle, In Xian ultimately triumphed over the enemy leader, resulting in the disintegration of the evil forces. Through his effort and wisdom, he preserved the peace and tranquility of this world. His name became a legend, widely celebrated by the people. His life, though fraught with hardships and challenges, was also filled with countless honors and happiness. He successfully rectified the regrets of his past life, creating a glory that belonged solely to him. Chapter 39. Memories of a previous life. In that distant and enigmatic realm of Linghuan, there lived a young woman named Su Yao. She resided in a tranquil town, leading a mundane yet fulfilling life each day. However, an unforeseen accident acted as a key, silently unlocking the door to her sealed past. On a sunlit afternoon, Su Yao, as per her routine, ventured into the forest at the edge of town to gather herbs. The forest was perfumed with the fresh scent of foliage, and sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled shadows. She hummed a tune, her spirits exceptionally high, entirely oblivious to the impending danger. Suddenly, a ferocious beast leaped from the underbrush. This creature was massive, its body bristling with sharp spikes, its eyes glinting with a fierce light. It opened its gaping maw, emitting a chilling roar as it lunged towards Su Yao in sheer terror. Su Yao attempted to flee but stumbled and fell. As the creature's claws descended upon her, a mysterious light surged from within her, instantly repelling the beast. Trembling, she rose to her feet, astonished as she gazed at her hands. Unable to comprehend the recent events at that moment, a torrent of unfamiliar yet familiar images flooded her mind. These visions crashed into her consciousness like waves, causing her head to throb painfully. She beheld a prosperous ancient dynasty, where she adorned resplendent attire, standing within a grand palace. Her identity was that of a princess, possessing noble status and boundless wealth. Yet, her life was far from the happiness it seemed to portray. The palace was rife with intrigue and schemes, requiring her to navigate a myriad of dangers with utmost caution. Among the memories of her past life was a man named Ling Yu. He was a talented general, tall and handsome. He had known Su Yao since childhood, and their bond was profound. They often strolled through the palace gardens, sharing their innermost thoughts. Ling Yu would pluck a blooming flower for Su Yao, gently placing it in her hair, smiling at her with eyes full of affection. As they matured, their feelings blossomed into love. They vowed to be together for eternity, wishing to remain by each other's side. However, their love faced jealousy and opposition from others in the court. Some treacherous ministers falsely accused Ling Yu of treason, and the emperor, swayed by their deceitful words, ordered Ling Yu's imprisonment. Su Yao was frantic, pleading desperately for Ling Yu's release. She knelt before the emperor, tears streaming down her face as she recounted Ling Yu's loyalty and innocence. Yet, the emperor remained unmoved, believing Su Yao to be blinded by love and devoid of reason. During Ling Yu's incarceration, Su Yao visited him daily, bringing food and clothing, urging him to hold on to hope. Ling Yu, witnessing Su Yao's waning beauty, felt a deep sense of guilt and gratitude. He assured her that, regardless of what transpired, he would never regret loving her. Nevertheless, their fate remained unchanged. On a fateful dark night, Ling Yu was secretly executed. Upon learning this devastating news, Su Yao was consumed by grief. Her world shattered instantaneously, and life lost all meaning. She mourned by Ling Yu's grave for 3 days and nights, refusing nourishment, ultimately collapsing at his tomb. When Su Yao regained consciousness, she found herself back in the modern world. Initially believing it to be a mere nightmare, the vivid memories of her past life revealed the truth of what had transpired. Her heart was filled with regret and resentment towards her previous fate, questioning why destiny had been so cruel to them. From that moment onward, Su Yao's life underwent a profound transformation. No longer carefree, she became withdrawn and often lost in thought. She began diligently seeking clues about her past life. Yearning to unravel the mysteries within her heart, she perused numerous historical texts and ancient manuscripts, attempting to uncover traces of that bygone dynasty. During this journey, she encountered a historian named Lin Yu, who possessed a profound understanding of history. Captivated by Su Yao's tale, he resolved to assist her in uncovering the truth of her past. Together, they traversed museums and archaeological sites, hoping to discover artifacts and remnants related to the ancient dynasty. In one excavation, they unearthed an ancient jade pendant, adorned with peculiar symbols and patterns. Su Yao immediately recognized them as identical to those she had seen on various objects within the palace of her past life. Elated, she grasped the pendant and examined it closely, as though gazing upon her former self and Ling Yu. Lin Yu also became fascinated by the pendant, taking it back to his laboratory for further study. After thorough analysis, he discovered that the symbols and patterns inscribed on the pendant comprised an ancient script, chronicling a legend of love and fate. The tale spoke of two lovers separated by the whims of destiny. Yet their love moved the heavens. The heavens decided to grant them a chance at rebirth, allowing them to reunite in a future life. Upon hearing this legend, a glimmer of hope ignited within Su Yao. She began to believe that her love for Ling Yu had not ended, and that they might yet find each other in this life. Resolute, she vowed to release the burdens of her past pain and regret. Choosing to face life with optimism, she believed that as long as she persevered in her search, she would eventually find Ling Yu. In the days that followed, Su Yao continued to explore the secrets of her previous life alongside Lin Yu. Their bond gradually deepened, with Lin Yu moved by Su Yao's strength and determination. while Su Yao found herself developing a unique reliance on Lin Yu. Yet, the memory of Lin Yu lingered in her heart, leaving her uncertain whether her feelings for Lin Yu were rooted in love or friendship, until one fateful day, when she encountered a man named Chen Yu, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Yu. His eyes, smile, and demeanor mirrored those of her former beloved. The moment Su Yao laid eyes on him, it felt as though she had gazed upon her past love. Her heart swelled with excitement and joy, yet was simultaneously fraught with confusion and unease. Su Yao began to draw closer to Chen Yu, eager to learn everything about him. Chen Yu, too, found himself captivated by Su Yao's beauty and gentleness. They began to date frequently, sharing many delightful moments together. However, as time passed, Su Yao realized that despite Chen Yu's physical similarity to Lin Yu, their personalities diverged significantly. Chen Yu was an optimistic and cheerful individual, fond of jesting, while Lin Yu was composed and reserved, silently protecting Su Yao. Conflicted, Su Yao grappled with the dilemma of whether to pursue a relationship with Chen Yu or to continue her quest for the true Lin Yu. She found herself engulfed in profound anguish, feeling ensnared in yet another romantic quandary. During one of their outings, Su Yao could no longer contain her emotions and confessed her memories of the past and her love for Lin Yu to Chen Yu. Startled, yet understanding, Chen Yu responded with compassion rather than anger or retreat. He assured Su Yao that he comprehended her feelings and was willing to grant her the time and space needed to seek her truth. Grateful, Su Yao recognized that she had encountered someone who genuinely loved her. Nevertheless, she remained unable to sever ties with her past love, deciding to temporarily part ways with Chen Yu to embark on her search for Lin Yu's whereabouts. She believed that as long as love resided in her heart, she would eventually find him. Thus, Su Yao embarked on a lengthy journey in search of her beloved, traversing the nation and even venturing abroad. She faced numerous challenges and setbacks, yet never wavered in her determination. Finally, in a remote town, she stumbled upon a clue linked to Ling Yu. In this town stood an ancient temple, housing a statue that bore a striking resemblance to Lin Yu. As Su Yao entered the temple and beheld the statue, tears streamed down her face unbidden. She felt as though she had finally found Lin Yu, though he was no longer the man of her past life. She believed their love endured. Kneeling before the statue, Su Yao silently prayed, hoping that Lin Yu could sense her longing and affection. That moment, a fresh wave of memories from her previous life surged into her mind. These memories enlightened her to the realization that her love for Lin Yu was fated, an inextricable bond that could not be severed by the passage of countless lifetimes. Su Yao resolved to return to Chen Yu's side. Understanding that she could no longer betray his affection, she believed that a unique destiny also linked her to Chen Yu, allowing them to craft their own happiness together. Upon her return, Chen Yu, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced her tightly. He confided in Su Yao that he had been awaiting her return all along, certain that she would ultimately discover her truth. Gazing at Chen Yu, Su Yao's eyes brimmed with love and gratitude. She recognized that she had relinquished the anguish and regrets of her past life, stepping into a fresh chapter of existence. From that moment onward, Su Yao and Chen Yu embarked on a journey of blissful living. Together, they experienced countless moments of joy while also confronting numerous hardships and challenges. Though remnants of her past lingered in Su Yao's heart, she was no longer shackled by it. Instead, she bravely ventured toward the future. Chapter 40. The obsession with her daughter. In that bustling and vibrant metropolis, towering skyscrapers loomed like a forest of steel, slicing the sky into irregular fragments. The streets were a torrent of vehicles and pedestrians, each individual immersed in the relentless pursuit of livelihood. Nestled in a corner of the city stood a somewhat dilapidated apartment building, home to a man named Lin Chong. His countenance bore the marks of exhaustion, and his eyes reflected profound weariness and sorrow, all stemming from an indelible obsession with his daughter. Lin Chong once enjoyed a blissful family life. His wife was gentle and virtuous, and his daughter, sweet and endearing, represented the very essence of hope and motivation in his existence. However, fate cruelly orchestrated a tragic twist. One summer evening, when his daughter was merely 5 years old, the setting sun painted the sky a blood-red hue. As if foretelling impending doom, Lin Chong took his daughter to the park, where lush trees and vibrant flowers flourished, and the laughter of children filled the air. His daughter flitted about like a jubilant bird, frolicking on the grass and chasing after colorful butterflies. Lin Chong sat on a nearby bench, smiling as he watched her, his heart swelling with happiness and contentment. Yet, in a fleeting moment of distraction, his daughter's figure vanished from his sight. That a jolt of panic surged through him as he sprang to his feet. Frantically searching, he called out his daughter's name, his voice echoing through the park. But met with silence. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as his heart raced. Engulfed by an unprecedented terror, he scoured every corner of the park, every thicket, leaving no stone unturned. Yet, as time slipped away, darkness enveloped the sky, and his daughter remained missing. From that day forth, Lin Chang's life plunged into an abyss of despair and suffering. That he reported her disappearance to the authorities, who initiated a large-scale search, distributed posters, reviewed surveillance footage, and interviewed witnesses, but to no avail. Lin Chang remained by the phone daily, yearning for any news of his daughter, even the faintest clue. He was unable to eat or sleep, haunted by visions of her smiling face and that final vanishing silhouette. Often, he wandered alone in the park where his daughter had disappeared, calling her name into the darkness as if it might summon her back. As time wore on, Lin Chang's wife, unable to bear the anguish of losing their daughter and the weight of life's pressures, ultimately chose to leave him. For Lin Chang, this was yet another blow. He had lost his daughter and now his wife, shattering the once harmonious home into fragments. Yet, his obsession with his daughter remained unwavering. In pursuit of her, Lin Chang resigned from his stable job. He traversed the country, his footsteps echoing across various locales. He visited remote villages, where transportation was scarce and information scarce, yet he persistently inquired at every door, seeking anyone who might have seen his daughter. He spent nights in rundown inns, enduring mosquito bites and harsh conditions. He also ventured into bustling cities, navigating the crowded streets, posting missing person flyers in malls, stations, and schools, recounting his daughter's features to passers-by in hopes of garnering useful information. Throughout this arduous search, Lin Chang faced countless obstacles and setbacks. He encountered swindlers who claimed to know his daughter's whereabouts, only to deceive him for money. He was misunderstood by others, branded as a deranged lunatic, met with scorn and even driven away. Yet he bore it all in silence. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, he would not yield. On one occasion, he received a lead that a girl resembling his daughter had been spotted in a border town. Without hesitation, Lin Chang embarked on the journey to the border town. That he endured days and nights on a long-distance bus, the bumpy ride exhausting his body. Upon arriving in the town, he found it in turmoil, with rampant crime and danger lurking. Nevertheless, he pressed on, inquiring and searching throughout the town, wandering the unfamiliar streets. The language barrier proved to be his greatest challenge, yet he endeavored to communicate with the locals using simple gestures and drawings. After several days of searching, he finally located the girl believed to resemble his daughter. However, the moment he laid eyes on her, his heart sank in disillusionment. But the girl bore some resemblance. She was not his daughter. Despondent, Lin Chang sat by the roadside, tears streaming down his face. He felt an overwhelming sense of despair and helplessness, yet he understood that he could not simply give up. For years, Lin Chang's life revolved solely around the quest for his daughter, leaving little room for anything else. His physique grew increasingly gaunt, and his health deteriorated. Yet within him burned an unyielding conviction. He would find his daughter, no matter the cost. He carried her photograph with him everywhere, pulling it out to gaze upon it as if it could bolster his resolve. With the advancement of technology, Lin Chang learned to harness the internet in his search. He disseminated information about his daughter across various social media platforms and missing person websites, hoping to leverage the internet's reach to raise awareness of her plight. He dedicated countless hours online, sifting through information, responding to messages and leads from netizens. At times, a seemingly promising lead would ignite his enthusiasm, only to culminate in disappointment. During this journey, Lin Chang also forged connections with others who were similarly searching for their loved ones. They offered mutual encouragement and support, sharing their experiences and insights. These friends became his companions in the lonely pursuit, providing a measure of warmth. Despite the passage of time etching deep wrinkles on Lin Chang's face and turning his hair gray, his obsession with his daughter remained a blazing flame. Undiminished, he recognized that the road ahead might be long, and the ultimate outcome could still result in disappointment, but he was willing to devote his entire life to pursue that glimmer of hope. Simply to reunite with his daughter, to hold her tightly in his embrace, and to mend the years of longing and pain. Chapter 41. a new life in that enigmatic and fantastical land known as Dawn Continent. Magic and might intertwined, where mysterious relics coexisted with formidable beasts. Towering mountains rose like the spine of the earth, while rushing rivers flowed as the lifeblood of the land, and dense forests adorned it like a verdant cloak. In a secluded corner of this continent lay a tranquil town called Greenwood. Eric, an ordinary yet destined to be extraordinary youth, resided in this quaint settlement. Born into a humble family, his father was a diligent blacksmith, while his mother was a gentle homemaker. From a young age, Eric was filled with an insatiable curiosity about the world around him, his bright eyes always sparkling with a thirst for the unknown. As a child, his favorite pastime was to listen to the village elders narrate ancient legends and tales of heroism. Each nightfall, he would rush to the village square, gathering with other children around the elders. Captivated by their stories, tales of brave knights slaying dragons, powerful sorcerers sealing demons, and mysterious elves safeguarding the forest's planted seeds of adventure and heroism deep within his young heart. However, Eric's life was not devoid of trials. At the age of 10, a sudden plague swept through Greenwood, claiming many lives, including that of his father. The loss plunged their already struggling household into dire straits, watching his mother grow increasingly frail under the weight of grief and hardship. Eric silently vowed to become strong, to protect her, and to change the family's fate. Thus began his relentless pursuit of various skills. By day, he apprenticed under the town's seasoned hunter, learning the arts of tracking prey, setting traps, and wielding a bow and dagger. He navigated the forest, outsmarting various beasts. His skin bronzed under the sun, and calluses formed on his hands, yet he never uttered a word of complaint. By night, he labored in his family's blacksmith shop, learning the craft from his father's apprentice. He swung the heavy hammer, molding the glowing iron into various shapes. Amidst the flying sparks, his resolve grew ever more steadfast. When he turned 15, Eric stumbled upon a mysterious cave in the forest. A faint glow emanated from within, accompanied by an aura of enigma. His curiosity piqued. He cautiously ventured inside. Deep within the cave, he discovered an ancient tome of magic. The pages of this tome had yellowed with age, inscribed with peculiar symbols and incantations. Although Eric could not decipher their meaning, he recognized this as a rare opportunity to alter his destiny. He returned home with the magical book, fervently dedicating himself to its study. In his quest for understanding, he sought out individuals capable of interpreting these enigmatic symbols and spells, ultimately finding guidance from a venerable scholar in the town. Under the scholar's tutelage, Eric gradually grasped the fundamentals of magic and incantations. He began to experiment with spellcasting. Despite initial setbacks and frequent mishaps, he remained undeterred. As time passed, Eric's innate talent for magic began to flourish. He adeptly performed basic spells such as illumination, healing, and wind blade techniques. These magical abilities significantly impacted his life, aiding him in hunting and providing assistance to the townsfolk in their ailments, earning him their recognition and respect. However, Eric was not content to rest on his laurels. He understood that to truly transform his fate, he must continually enhance his skills. Thus, he resolved to leave Greenwood Town and pursue further studies at a magical academy on the continent. This decision met with his mother's disapproval, as she feared for his safety in the outside world. Yet, Eric reassured her that he would return unharmed and ensure a better life for her. With determination, he embarked on his journey to the magical academy. Along the way, he encountered numerous dangers and challenges. He traversed a forest teeming with magical beasts, engaging in fierce battles against ferocious wolves, cunning foxes, and colossal bears. Utilizing his acquired magical knowledge and hunting skills, he repeatedly turned peril into safety. He also crossed a tumultuous river, nearly swept away by its raging waters. Nevertheless, through sheer willpower and a calm demeanor, he ultimately reached the opposite shore. At last, Eric arrived at the illustrious Starshine Magical Academy, situated within a magnificent castle surrounded by formidable magical barriers. The academy attracted exceptional students from across the continent, all possessing remarkable magical talent and potential. Within these hallowed halls, Eric felt immense pressure, yet his resolve to study diligently only strengthened. He embarked on a systematic exploration of various magical theories, histories, spell constructions, and casting techniques. He participated in diverse practical courses, including magical duels, experiments, and defensive magic. In the dueling classes, he engaged in one-on-one battles with fellow students, continuously honing his combat experience and adaptability. During the experimental courses, he endeavored to create new spells and magical artifacts, fostering his innovative thinking and magical creativity. In the defensive magic classes, he learned to withstand various magical attacks and traps, enhancing his survival skills. In addition to his studies, Eric forged bonds with like-minded friends at the academy. Together, they learned, trained, and explored the academy's mysteries. They supported each other through challenges and celebrated each other's achievements. These friendships became a vital pillar for Eric, imbuing him with the warmth and strength of camaraderie. When Eric turned 20, he faced a significant test at the academy, the Apprentice Mage Advancement Examination. This examination comprised theoretical and practical components. The theoretical portion required students to answer questions on magical knowledge, while the practical segment demanded completion of a series of magical tasks, such as casting specific spells, disarming magical traps, and defeating simulated magical beasts within a set time frame. Eric dedicated himself to rigorous study and training in preparation for this examination. He meticulously reviewed and summarized his knowledge and skills, targeting his weaknesses with focused practice. That on the day of the exam, he performed at his peak. In the theoretical section, he answered questions flawlessly, demonstrating a solid foundation in magical theory. In the practical segment, he executed a series of impressive spells, successfully completing all tasks and earning the unanimous praise of the judges. Ultimately, Eric passed the Apprentice Mage Advancement Examination with flying colors, officially becoming a mage. This marked a significant milestone in his life, symbolizing his firm step along the path of magic. His name began to circulate within the academy, becoming a model for other students to emulate. After graduation, Eric chose not to remain at the academy as an instructor or join a magical organization. Instead, he opted to return to his hometown of Greenwood. He aspired to apply his knowledge and skills to contribute to the development of his community. Upon returning, Eric discovered that Greenwood remained impoverished and underdeveloped. He resolved to commence with improvements to the town's infrastructure. Utilizing his magic, he assisted the townsfolk in constructing new homes, roads, and bridges. He also established a magical school in the town, offering free lessons in magical knowledge and skills to the local children. He hoped that through their studies, these children could transform their destinies and help Greenwood flourish. Under Eric's tireless efforts, Greenwood gradually began to change. The standard of living improved, and children gained better opportunities for development. Eric became a hero in Greenwood, and his name was forever etched in the hearts of the people. However, Eric's new life was just beginning. He understood that many tasks lay ahead and numerous challenges awaited him. He would continue to strive, wielding his wisdom and strength to forge a brighter future. Chapter 42. Miraculous Rebirth. The Legend of Outyan's Rebirth, a turning point in destiny and the path to renewal in the endless darkness and chaotic abyss. Time seemed to lose its original meaning, becoming vague and elusive. Uncertain of how long he had endured this tormenting passage of time, Outyan, a once pitiful soul, ravaged by the storms of fate, with his spirit nearly extinguished, was unexpectedly graced by a mysterious and powerful force. Miraculously granted a precious opportunity for rebirth. Like a star on the verge of extinguishing in the dark, he reignited with a dazzling brilliance, embarking on a new journey filled with unknowns and challenges. Henceforth standing proudly in this world under a new identity, as Outyan's nascent consciousness gradually awakened from the endless darkness, he slowly opened his eyes to behold an entirely unfamiliar world. Gentle sunlight streamed through wispy clouds, tenderly illuminating his youthful face, offering a warm embrace, as if this world were greeting him with the utmost kindness. He found himself lying upon a lush, verdant meadow, surrounded by undulating hills, where verdant trees flourished and vibrant flowers blossomed. Various unknown birds sang cheerfully from the branches, seemingly celebrating his rebirth. A soft breeze rustled the grass, releasing a refreshing and pleasant fragrance that invigorated his spirit. Outyan slightly lifted his head, curiously examining his body. He beheld his delicate and slender hands, skin as pale as snow, as if sculpted from the finest mutton fat jade. He attempted to move his fingers, feeling an unfamiliar yet vibrant energy coursing through his fingertips, evoking both novelty and excitement. His body was light and agile, seemingly brimming with boundless potential, awaiting his exploration and discovery. Gradually rising to his feet, he felt the solid earth beneath him, an inexplicable sense of emotion swelling within him. This was an experience he had never known, Once, he had been battered by the trials of fate, his body riddled with wounds, and his spirit utterly exhausted. Yet now he possessed a brand new, vibrant body, filling him with boundless anticipation and hope for the future. However, as his awareness continued to sharpen, fragmented memories began to surface in Ao Yin's mind. He seemed to glimpse the tragic fate of his past life, betrayed by kin, sold out by friends, ruthlessly suppressed in the power struggles, ultimately meeting a wrongful death. Those painful memories sliced through his heart like a sharp blade, igniting a flicker of anger and hatred in his gaze. Yet, he quickly recognized that these were mere remnants of the past. He now had a chance to start anew. He could no longer be shackled by the shadows of his former life, but must bravely confront the future and wield his strength to reshape his destiny. Ensuring that those who had wronged him would face the consequences of their actions to in the days that followed, Ao Yin diligently endeavored to adapt to this new world, acquiring various survival skills and knowledge. He discovered that this realm was filled with mystical magic and formidable martial skills, where individuals could cultivate these arts to gain extraordinary powers and seize control of their fates. Ao Yin understood that in this perilous and challenging world, only by possessing formidable strength could he protect himself and achieve his aspirations. Thus, he resolved to embark on the path of cultivation. Delving into the mysteries of magic and martial arts, he began to seek resources and mentors for his training. In an ancient mountain range, he stumbled upon a hidden cave shrouded in mist. The cave was suffused with rich spiritual energy, its walls adorned with ancient runes and insights on cultivation that lie in the depths of time's long river. There lie fragments of a past long sealed away, shimmering like brilliant yet sorrowful stars, casting their unique glow in the twilight of memory. For certain souls, the recollections of past lives serve as either mysterious treasures or heavy shackles, profoundly influencing the trajectory of their current existence and the direction of their spirits. In an ancient and serene town, there resided a young woman named Xiaoxian. From a tender age, she was enveloped by an inexplicable sense of solitude, as if an invisible veil separated her from the world, preventing her from truly integrating into it. Her gaze often reflected a depth and melancholy beyond her years, as if she were peering into a distant and unattainable realm. Xiaoxian frequently found herself wandering into an extraordinary world within her dreams. That it was an era rife with conflict, where she transformed into a valiant female warrior, adorned in armor and wielding a longsword. Galloping across the smoke-filled battlefield, beside her stood a group of equally fervent comrades who, in their quest to defend their homeland and protect their loved ones, were willing to sacrifice their lives and shed their blood. Amidst the fierce clashes, Xiaoxian became acutely aware of the fragility and transience of life, while also experiencing the formidable power that faith and courage could bestow. She watched helplessly as her comrades fell one by one, her heart brimming with sorrow and rage. Yet she could only stifle her tears and continue to fight valiantly. In this world of past lives, Xiaoxian harbored a love that was profoundly etched into her heart. She encountered a general named Zishuan, and together they supported one another amidst the ravages of war, their souls gradually intertwining. Beneath the moonlight, they confided their innermost thoughts and vowed to stand by each other through life and death. Yet, fate played a cruel trick on them. During a decisive battle, Zishuan tragically sacrificed himself to protect Xiaoxian. Cradling his gradually cooling body, she was engulfed by inconsolable grief. In that moment, her world shattered irreparably. As the war drew to a close, Xiaoxian returned home alone, only to find that her hometown had transformed beyond recognition. Ruins and debris littered the landscape, with most of her kin lost to the ravages of conflict. Gazing at the land that once echoed with laughter and joy, her heart brimmed with endless sorrow and despair. Tormented by isolation and anguish, Xiaoxian eventually closed her eyes amidst her memories, concluding a life filled with both legend and tragedy. Upon awakening from these dreams, tears often streamed down her face, her heart a tumult of emotions. The memories of her past life were vividly clear and tangible, as if she had just lived through them. She began to feel lost in her current existence, questioning why she possessed these memories and how to confront this sudden emotional upheaval in her daily life. These recollections subtly influenced her. She developed a profound interest in history, particularly ancient warfare, often losing herself in the dusty tomes of the library, seeking traces related to her previous life. Her innate aptitude for martial arts became evident. While studying swordsmanship, she effortlessly mastered various techniques, as if guided by a memory deep within her being. However, these past life memories also brought Xiaoxian considerable distress. She often appeared somewhat aloof in social interactions, as her heart was perpetually occupied by the emotions of her former existence. Opening herself to new feelings proved challenging. Whenever a young man professed his love, she would involuntarily recall her love for Zixuan, leading her to retreat. She feared reliving the pain of loss, terrified that her heart would once again be mercilessly trampled. By a stroke of fate, Xiaoxian met an elderly man named Lingyin. His gaze was profound. As if he could see through the fabric of existence, he immediately sensed something amiss with Xiaoxian and, during their conversation, astutely discerned her turmoil surrounding her past life memories. With a gentle smile, Lingyin said to her, "The memories of your past life are both a gift and a trial. They grant you unique experiences and insights, yet they may also bind you in this life. You must learn to find balance between the past and the present to release the burdens of yesteryears, so that you may truly embrace the future." Upon hearing his words, Xiaoxian felt a sudden clarity. She began to confront her past life memories, refusing to allow them to dominate her existence. She endeavored to adjust her mindset, actively participating in various social activities, seeking to forge new friendships and expand her horizons. Throughout this journey, she gradually discovered that this life also held many beautiful things worthy of her appreciation and pursuit. Yet, destiny seemed reluctant to relinquish its grip on Xiaoxian. During a journey, she found herself at an ancient battlefield site. The moment she stepped onto that land, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over her. The memories of her past life surged forth like a tide, completely engulfing her. She envisioned the harrowing scenes of war, heard the cries and wails of comrades, and felt Zixuan's warm embrace. Tremors coursed through her body, and tears flowed uncontrollably. In that battlefield, Xiaoxian encountered a mysterious man whose features bore a striking resemblance to Zixuan. His gaze was filled with deep affection and compassion as he regarded her. Xiaoxian's heart fluttered, and she found herself drawn to him, as if an invisible force compelled her. The man introduced himself as Yuxuan, a historian specializing in ancient warfare. He shared her keen interest in the battlefield. Having come to uncover historical truths, together, they explored the mysteries of history, exchanging insights and reflections. As time passed, Xiaoxian found herself developing a unique affection for Yuxuan. Yet this feeling plunged her into profound inner conflict. She struggled to discern whether her feelings for Yuxuan stemmed from his resemblance to Zixuan or if they were genuine stirrings of her heart. Fearful of becoming ensnared in love once more, she dreaded repeating the mistakes of her past life. Yuxuan seemed to sense her turmoil. Gently taking her hand, he spoke tenderly. "Xiaoxian, I understand the concerns and anxieties weighing on your heart, but I am not a mere substitute. I am Yuxuan, a man who truly loves you. The past is behind us. We should cherish the present and boldly pursue the future that belongs to us." As Xiaoxian looked into Yuxuan's sincere eyes, the ice encasing her heart began to thaw. In their time together, she gradually learned to release the burdens of her former life and wholeheartedly invest in her relationship with Yuxuan. She discovered that love in this life was distinct from that of her past. It was purer and more beautiful, and no longer shackled by memories. She could face her past with composure and embrace the challenges of the future with courage. However, their happiness was short-lived. During an archaeological dig, Yuxuan unexpectedly uncovered artifacts linked to Xiaoxian's past life. These relics revealed secrets that caused Yuxuan to question the authenticity of her feelings. Doubts crept in. Was Xiaoxian's love for him genuine, or merely a reflection of her past? His shifting demeanor plunged Xiaoxian into despair as she felt the familiar pang of losing her beloved, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of solitude and anguish. Yet this time, Xiaoxian chose not to surrender. She resolved to demonstrate her sincerity through action, delving deeply into the study of the artifacts to find a way to resolve Yuxuan's doubts. After considerable effort, she unearthed evidence proving that her feelings for Yuxuan were genuine and unrelated to her past life. Presenting this evidence to him, Yuxuan felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He realized he had wronged Xiaoxian, almost losing the love of his life. Embracing her tightly, Yuxuan apologized. "Xiaoxian, I am sorry. I should not have doubted you. I should have believed in our love." Having weathered this emotional tempest, the bond between Xiaoxian and Yuxuan grew stronger. They recognized that while memories of past lives could affect the present, They did not dictate their destiny as long as love and courage resided in their hearts. They could transcend any obstacle and reach the shores of happiness. In the days that followed, Xiaoxian and Yushuan continued to explore the mysteries of history together, their love story becoming a cherished tale in their town. Xiaoxian no longer felt burdened by memories of her past. Instead, she regarded her experiences as invaluable treasures, drawing strength from them to enrich her current life. Yushuan remained steadfast by her side, sharing in every beautiful moment of their lives together. Chapter 44. Outyan's obsession with his daughter. Outyan's obsession, a tapestry of love and fate in that mysterious and vast realm of fantasy. Outyan, a formidable figure revered by many, harbored a unique and steadfast obsession, a profound yearning and affection for his daughter. This obsession shone like a brilliant and fervent star, illuminating the depths of his grand soul, permeating his entire life journey and profoundly influencing every choice he made, every action he took, and even the fate of the world itself. Outyan's life was filled with legendary tales and perilous adventures. Born into a declining noble family, he exhibited extraordinary talent for cultivation and an indomitable spirit from a young age. In a world where the strong preyed upon the weak, he ascended the path of cultivation through relentless effort and wisdom, overcoming countless formidable foes, ultimately rising to become a pinnacle figure at the zenith of the world. His name resonated like thunder, instilling fear across various factions. His power was transcendent, capable of altering the very fabric of reality. Yet beneath his seemingly impenetrable exterior lay a heart imbued with tenderness, and at its core resided his profound obsession with his daughter. The roots of this obsession traced back to a deeply impactful experience in Outyan's youth. During a fortuitous journey, he unwittingly stumbled upon a mysterious ancient ruin. The ruins were shrouded in an ancient, potent aura, concealing countless dangers and unknowns. While exploring the site, Outyan inadvertently triggered a formidable barrier, trapping him deep within the ruins. Amidst the endless darkness and solitude, he teetered on the brink of despair. However, just as he felt utterly despondent, a gentle light suddenly illuminated his surroundings. Emerging from the radiance was a beautiful and enigmatic woman, clad in a flowing white gown, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. Her eyes were filled with warmth and compassion as she gracefully waved a wand, effortlessly dispelling the barrier that confined Outyan, rescuing him from his dire predicament. Outyan was overwhelmed with gratitude towards the woman, yet she merely smiled softly and replied, "The threads of destiny have led us here. There is no need for thanks." From that moment on, the image of the woman was deeply etched in Outyan's heart. In the days that followed, they journeyed together, unraveling the mysteries of the ruins. As they spent time together, Outyan gradually found himself captivated by the woman's wisdom, kindness, and grace, while it seemed that she too held a special fondness for him. Together, they faced the myriad dangers within the ruins, supporting and aiding one another, and their feelings for each other blossomed unbeknownst to them. Eventually, after surviving a life-and-death crisis, Outyan summoned the courage to confess his feelings. The woman blushed slightly and nodded gently, accepting his affection. In that moment, Outyan felt as if he were the happiest person in the world. They held a simple yet solemn wedding ceremony within the ruins. Devoid of lavish decorations and numerous guests, their hearts were nonetheless filled with beautiful aspirations for the future. Not long after, the woman became pregnant with Outyan's child. Upon receiving this news, Outyan was overjoyed. He tenderly cared for the woman, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the new life. He began to plan for the child's future, imagining whether she would resemble him with his handsome charm or inherit the woman's enchanting beauty. He silently vowed to provide the best life for the child, protecting her from any harm. However, fate has a penchant for tormenting. Just as the woman was about to give birth, a sudden calamity struck. A group of malevolent dark forces, having learned of the powerful treasures hidden within the ruins, emerged in full force, seeking to seize the treasures and dominate the world. To protect the woman and their unborn child, Outyan had no choice but to step forward and engage in a harrowing battle against the dark forces. In the midst of the fight, Outyan unleashed all his might, his power sweeping across the battlefield like a tempest. Yet the dark forces were numerous and formidable, their relentless assaults crashing upon him like waves, gradually overwhelming him. Despite this, Outyan steadfastly held his ground, driven by a singular conviction: to safeguard his family. The woman watched anxiously from afar as Outyan battled fiercely. Ignoring her imminent labor, She forced herself to cast a spell to aid him. However, her frail body succumbed to the backlash of her magic, plunging her into immediate peril. Outyin sensed her distress and, distracted, turned to look back. In that fleeting moment, the leader of the dark forces seized the opportunity to strike a fatal blow with every ounce of strength. Outyin managed to deflect the attack, but he sustained grave injuries in the process. Seeing Outyin wounded filled the woman with anguish. She bore the excruciating pain and summoned her last bit of strength to bring their daughter into the world. The child was a lovely girl, her delicate face radiant and angelic. The woman cradled her daughter gently, her eyes brimming with love and sorrow. She knew her life was drawing to a close, and Outyin was trapped in a dire situation. In her final moments, she entrusted their daughter to Outyin, using her remaining strength to implore, "You must protect our daughter." With that, her form slowly dissipated, transforming into glimmers of starlight. Outyin watched helplessly as the woman departed, his heart heavy with grief and fury. He roared to the heavens, his voice reverberating throughout the world as if to obliterate everything in existence. Subsequently, Outyin, holding his daughter, plunged once more into a desperate struggle against the dark forces. He transformed his sorrow and rage into boundless power, feeling his strength surge as if he were an enraged lion rampaging through the dark forces, causing enemies to fall at his feet. Ultimately, Outyin triumphed over the dark forces through his indomitable will and formidable power, but at a terrible cost. His body was left with wounds that were nearly fatal. From that day forth, Outyin's heart was consumed by an obsession for his daughter. He regarded her as the entirety of his existence, vowing to raise her to be the happiest princess in the world. For her sake, he was willing to sacrifice everything. He scoured the land for precious herbs and treasures, seeking to heal his injuries to better care for her. He immersed himself in various parenting knowledge and skills, striving to become a worthy father. He even set aside his pride and dignity, humbling himself before former adversaries, all to ensure his daughter's safety and happiness. As his daughter grew, Outyin noticed she had inherited her mother's wisdom and beauty, coupled with remarkable talent for cultivation. This realization brought him both joy and concern. He was delighted by her exceptional gifts, but apprehensive of the world's dangers and cruelty. He feared for her safety. Thus, he resolved to personally instruct her in cultivation, imparting all he had learned throughout his life. Under Outyin's careful guidance, his daughter made swift progress in her training. She soon mastered various powerful martial arts and spells, her prowess continually ascending. However, she was not content to merely thrive under her father's protection. She yearned to venture into the world, to explore the unknown, to chase her dreams. When she expressed her desire to leave home and seek adventure in the outside world, Outyin's heart was filled with conflict and reluctance. He recognized that his daughter had matured, possessing her own thoughts and aspirations, and he could not bind her to his side forever. Yet, he remained anxious for her safety, aware that the world was rife with peril and uncertainty, fearing she might encounter misfortune. After much contemplation, Outyin ultimately acquiesced to his daughter's request. He prepared various precious treasures and defensive weapons for her, repeatedly urging her to exercise caution. Once she departed, Outyin was consumed by worry and concern. Each day, he would sit in the courtyard, gazing toward the direction in which she had left, silently praying for her safe return. He often reminisced about the memories of his daughter's childhood, those tender moments becoming his sole solace amid solitude and longing. Throughout his daughter's adventures, Outyin remained vigilant. He monitored her every move from the shadows, ready to intervene without hesitation should she face danger. On one occasion, while exploring a mysterious valley, his daughter inadvertently triggered a powerful restriction, trapping her within. Upon learning of her plight, Outyin was frantic. He rushed to the valley, disregarding the peril of the restrictions, and forced his way inside. After arduous effort, he succeeded in unraveling the restriction and rescuing his daughter. Deeply moved by her father's selfless actions, she understood the depth of his love and concern, cherishing their bond even more. During her journey, she diligently honed her skills, forging friendships with like-minded companions, and enduring numerous challenges and setbacks. Yet she never forgot her father's teachings and expectations. She aspired to create her own legend through her strength and wisdom. As time passed, she gradually emerged as a prominent figure in the outside world. Her name began to circulate among various factions, and her deeds became legendary. Upon hearing news of his daughter's accomplishments, Yin felt an overwhelming sense of pride and fulfillment. He knew she had blossomed into an independent, strong, and exceptional woman, capable of confronting the world's challenges on her own. However, Yin's obsession with her did not wane with her growth. On the contrary, as he aged and his health declined, this fixation intensified. He understood that his time was limited and wished to witness his daughter find her own happiness before departing from this world, hoping for someone to continue protecting her in his stead. Thus, Yin began to concern himself with his daughter's lifelong happiness, but he sought suitable candidates far and wide, aiming to find a worthy suitor for her. His standards for a son-in-law were exceptionally high. He required not only strength and integrity, but also genuine affection for his daughter. During his search, Yin faced numerous challenges and setbacks. Some individuals harbored ulterior motives, merely coveting his daughter's beauty and lineage. Others, while powerful, were incompatible with her character. Nevertheless, Yin remained undeterred, steadfast in his belief that he would find the perfect match for his daughter. Finally, through a fortuitous encounter, Yin met a promising young man named Yuxuan. Hailing from a distinguished family, Yuxuan was not only powerful, but also upright, kind-hearted, and responsible. In their interactions, Yin discerned the deep feelings Yuxuan held for his daughter, as well as their compatible personalities. After careful assessment and trials, Yin ultimately decided to entrust his daughter to Yuxuan, but on the day of her wedding, Yin gazed at his daughter's radiant smile, his heart brimming with comfort and contentment that he knew his mission had been fulfilled. Gently placing his daughter's hand in Yuxuan's, tears welled in his eyes as he implored, "You must take good care of her." With those words, his body slowly collapsed. Yin's departure cast a pall of sorrow over the entire world. His legendary tale has become an everlasting myth spoken of by the people, and his unwavering devotion to his daughter has transformed into a heart-stirring saga, echoing throughout this fantastical land for ages, inspiring generations to strive valiantly for love and protection. Chapter 45. Childhood Yin. Tender frame, indomitable spirit. In the vast and enigmatic realm of fantasy, there lived a young boy named Yin. Though still in his youth, he had already begun to shine on the stage of destiny, revealing extraordinary qualities and boundless potential, akin to a nascent star quietly rising in the dawn, its glow still tender but destined to carve a resplendent path across the future sky. Yin was born into an unremarkable yet affectionate family. His parents were kind-hearted and diligent individuals. Although they were not affluent, they bestowed upon Yin an abundance of love and care. Within this household, he was instilled from a young age with the values of integrity, courage, and kindness. These simple virtues took root like seeds in the depths of his innocent heart, gradually sprouting and becoming the most steadfast foundation of his character as time passed. While other children reveled in their parents' embraces, indulging in carefree play, Yin exhibited an uncommon maturity and understanding. In his bright eyes sparkled an insatiable curiosity and a yearning for exploration of the world around him. Whether it was the humble farming tools at home or the flora and fauna in the fields beyond the village, everything captivated his attention, immersing him in contemplation and inquiry. His keen and agile mind often posed questions that left adults in awe, as if he perceived the world as a tapestry woven with countless mysteries awaiting his unveiling. In the village lived a venerable sage, a man of profound knowledge regarding the history, culture, and paths of cultivation of this land. Upon a fortuitous encounter with this elder, Yin found himself irresistibly drawn to the captivating tales and the enigmatic world of cultivation that flowed from the sage's lips. Henceforth, he would rush to the elder's abode daily, sitting at his feet with eager anticipation, absorbing the legends of heroes, the secrets of magic, and various extraordinary methods of cultivation. The elder, charmed by Yin's focused demeanor and thirst for knowledge, generously imparted wisdom and frequently encouraged him to courageously pursue his dreams. In terms of cultivation, although Yin was still young and his body had not yet fully matured, he embarked on a challenging journey filled with hardships and trials, driven by his tenacious will and relentless pursuit of strength. Every morning, he would rise early to greet the first rays of sunlight, engaging in physical training on a small hillside behind the village. Activities such as running, jumping, and push-ups, seemingly simple, were far from easy for him. Yet he never entertained thoughts of surrender. With every drop of sweat that soaked his clothes and every pang of muscle soreness, he gritted his teeth and persevered, for within him burned an unyielding belief. Only by becoming strong could he protect those he cherished and explore the vast unknowns of the world. Beyond physical training, Yin also harbored a profound interest in martial arts and magic. Under the sage's guidance, he began to learn some fundamental martial techniques. Initially, his movements appeared stiff and clumsy, and his wooden sword lacked both power and coordination during practice. Yet, he remained undeterred, repeating the same motions time and again, striving to grasp the techniques and essence within the night. When the villagers had succumbed to slumber, Yin would practice the techniques he had learned during the day under the dim light of the moon. His silhouette, illuminated by moonlight, appeared solitary yet resolute, as if the entire world had been reduced to just him and his sword. Throughout his studies of magic, Yin faced even greater challenges. The cultivation of magic required formidable mental fortitude and a deep perception and mastery of elemental forces. A daunting task for one so young and still developing in spirit. He often spent considerable time in meditation, attempting to sense the elemental energies surrounding him, yet with little success. However, Yin was not one to be vanquished by setbacks. He firmly believed that with unwavering persistence, he would ultimately prevail. He began experimenting with various methods to enhance his mental acuity, such as meditating alone in the tranquil forest, attuning himself to the rhythms of nature, and sitting by the rushing river, listening to the flow of water to cultivate a more serene mindset. As time passed, Yin's efforts began to bear fruit. His physical abilities saw remarkable improvement, his body becoming stronger and more agile. In martial arts, he became adept at executing fundamental techniques and started to experiment with combining them into a unique fighting style. Although his swordsmanship still bore traces of youthfulness, it radiated with agility and aggression. Each swing of his sword was infused with his understanding of power and his yearning for victory in the realm of magic. Yin also achieved groundbreaking progress. He successfully perceived the elemental forces around him and began to guide and wield them with newfound skill. He learned several simple spells, such as Flame and Windblade. When he first succeeded in casting Flame, igniting a small fire in the palm of his hand, his eyes sparkled with excitement and joy. Though the flame was feeble, it symbolized a significant milestone in his magical journey, further solidifying his determination to continue his studies. However, Yin's path of growth was far from smooth. In this fantastical land, danger and challenges lurked at every corner point. One day, a pack of ferocious beasts emerged from the nearby forest, frequently attacking the villagers' livestock and threatening their safety. Upon learning of this, Yin was overtaken by a profound sense of responsibility. Undeterred by his youth, he resolutely decided to accompany the village warriors into the forest to drive away the beasts. Within the forest, Yin experienced the brutal and perilous reality of combat for the first time. The beasts, massive and powerful, roared ominously, sending chills through the air. The warriors engaged in fierce battles with the beasts, swords clashing and magical lights flashing. Although fear gripped his heart, Yin bravely pushed forward, employing the martial arts and magic he had learned to engage in a desperate struggle against the beasts. His flame spell, while not capable of inflicting fatal harm upon the beasts, effectively diverted their attention, creating opportunities for the warriors to strike. Throughout the battle, Yin found himself in perilous situations multiple times. Yet through his agility and calm demeanor, he repeatedly managed to turn danger into safety. After a grueling fight, the warriors ultimately succeeded in driving the beasts away, safeguarding the village. Yin's performance in this battle garnered the villagers' admiration. They marveled at the courage and strength of this young boy, their hearts brimming with anticipation for his future. Through this confrontation, Yin also gained a profound understanding of his own limitations. He recognized that although he had made strides in his cultivation, he remained vastly distant from true power. Upon returning to the village, Yin did not bask in the glory of victory. Instead, he resolved to train even harder. He understood that only through continual enhancement of his strength could he better navigate this perilous world and realize his dreams. He began actively seeking stronger opponents for sparring, learning from each battle to refine his martial skills and magic. In a serendipitous turn of events, Yin learned of an ancient sacred site for cultivation hidden within a distant mountain range. Rumored to harbor powerful cultivation manuals and precious treasures that could expedite a practitioner's strength. However, the journey to this mountain was fraught with challenges, including treacherous peaks, turbulent rivers, and the lurking presence of formidable beasts and malevolent forces. Yet, Yin was undaunted by these obstacles. He resolutely set forth on the path to the sacred site. During his journey, Outyin encountered countless hardships and trials. He traversed dense, primordial forests, facing not only fierce beasts and intricate terrains, but also harsh weather and food shortages. He once struggled through a torrential downpour, drenched and shivering. On another occasion, he endured hunger, subsisting on wild fruits and small creatures to survive. As he scaled mountains, he came upon steep cliffs and bottomless chasms. Drawing upon his exceptional climbing skills and fearless spirit, he cautiously ascended the sheer cliffs, each step fraught with peril, as a single misstep could lead to a catastrophic fall. Yet, he maintained his composure and focus, advancing step by step towards the summit. When he finally traversed the mountains and neared the sacred site, he discovered it guarded by a formidable malevolent force. This evil faction, sensing Outyin's arrival, dispatched minions to attack him. Unfazed, Outyin engaged in fierce combat with these foes. During the battle, he fully unleashed his potential, executing the martial arts and magic he had honed to perfection. His swordsmanship was as fierce as a tempest, while his spells shone like dazzling stars. After a grueling struggle, Outyin ultimately triumphed over his enemies and entered the sacred site. Within the sacred site, Outyin uncovered numerous precious cultivation manuals and treasures. Seizing the opportunity, he immersed himself in studying these texts, delving into the more profound methods of cultivation contained within. His pace of cultivation accelerated significantly, and his strength continued to grow in the days spent cultivating in the sacred land. Aotion not only enhanced his own strength, but also forged bonds with like-minded companions. Together, they practiced diligently, exchanging experiences and advancing collectively. As time passed, Aotion's reputation gradually spread throughout the sacred realm of cultivation. His prowess and talent garnered recognition and admiration from many. Nevertheless, Aotion remained humble, fully aware that his journey of cultivation was far from complete. With numerous unknown challenges awaiting him, he bid farewell to his friends in the sacred land, carrying with him a wealth of knowledge, and embarked on a new journey. Upon returning to his village, Aotion discovered that significant changes had transpired. During his absence, the village had been besieged by a new malevolent force, leaving many villagers injured and the settlement in ruins. Witnessing this scene, Aotion was filled with rage and sorrow that he resolved to avenge his fellow villagers and restore their home through his own strength. Aotion began to organize the villagers for resistance. He imparted simple martial skills and defensive spells to the villagers, enhancing their ability to protect themselves. Simultaneously, he sought allies, hoping to unite greater forces against the encroaching evil. Through his efforts, villagers from neighboring settlements responded en masse, forming a formidable coalition. The alliance engaged in a thrilling battle against the malevolent force. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, and the cries of battle resounded powerfully. Aotion led the charge, his figure darting through the enemy ranks like a bolt of lightning. That he unleashed powerful spells, inflicting tremendous damage upon the foes, while his swordsmanship was nothing short of divine, each strike claiming the life of an adversary. Under his leadership, the morale of the coalition surged as they bravely fought against the enemy. After a grueling and extraordinary battle, the coalition ultimately triumphed over the evil force, restoring peace and tranquility to the village. Once again, Aotion emerged as a hero in the eyes of the villagers, his name becoming a lasting legend in their hearts. Meanwhile, Aotion, this young boy with an indomitable spirit, steadfastly continued on his path of cultivation, striving towards loftier goals despite having weathered countless storms. He understood that his destiny was intricately linked to this fantastical continent, and he would wield his strength to compose a glorious chapter of his own. Chapter 46. The Gaze, the resolute light in his eyes. Aotion's extraordinary soul in a bustling corner of the marketplace. Aotion stood quietly, resembling a steadfast little mountain, though his stature appeared youthful, still bearing the remnants of childhood innocence and frailty. It seemed that a gust of wind could easily topple him. His diminutive frame, juxtaposed against the towering crowd and the myriad of stalls, rendered him increasingly insignificant and overlooked. Clad in a slightly faded cloth garment, the hem fluttered gently in the breeze, whispering tales of simplicity and the passage of time. Yet, when passers-by inadvertently cast their gazes upon him, they were invariably captivated, struck by the profound depth of his eyes. What extraordinary eyes they were! In their clear and luminous depths resided a steadfastness that transcended age, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, unwaveringly twinkling amidst the vast unknown. They resembled a pearl from the abyss, radiating a calm yet resilient glow despite having weathered tumultuous waves. This steadfastness was not born from thin air, but rather forged through Aotion's brief yet arduous life experiences. From a young age, he existed in a world rife with turmoil, where war, famine, and disease loomed like shadows of demons over the land he called home. He witnessed the heart-wrenching separation of loved ones amidst the ravages of war, the ruthless destruction of his homeland, where laughter was replaced by anguished wails and cries of despair. In those endless, dark years, he too had experienced fear, often curling up in a corner at night, silently weeping for the warmth and peace of days gone by. Yet it was these indelible pains and tribulations that, like sharp chisels, sculpted the unwavering patterns upon his tender heart, while other children reveled in the embrace of their parents. Indulging in carefree childhoods, Aotion had already learned to seek hope amidst the ruins, struggling and maturing in solitude. Each day, he traversed the dilapidated streets, scavenging for sustenance and shelter from the elements. In the face of bullying and ridicule, he bit his lip tightly, burying his grievances and anger deep within, responding with silence and strength, for he understood that in this brutal world, tears and weakness would not elicit sympathy or compassion. Only strength and resilience would enable him to survive amidst adversity. As he grew older, Aotion came to realize that mere survival was insufficient. He yearned to alter his fate and aspired to bring peace and tranquility to the weary land. Thus, he embarked on a grueling path of cultivation, undeterred by the dangers and challenges that lay ahead. Throughout his journey, he encountered countless difficulties and setbacks, whether it was the scarcity of resources for cultivation or the obscurity of the techniques. He often found himself in precarious situations. Yet, each time he gazed into the reflection of his own eyes, the unwavering determination within them served as a wellspring of strength and courage. He practiced tirelessly, disregarding his fatigue and injuries, repeating the arduous movements of cultivation endlessly, continuously exploring and comprehending the mysteries therein. On one occasion, while searching for a rare herb deep within the mountains to aid his breakthrough, he found himself ensnared in treacherous terrain, enveloped in thick fog and surrounded by fierce beasts and unknown dangers. Alone in the wilderness for several days, his provisions had long been depleted, and his body was utterly exhausted. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, he was suddenly confronted by a formidable magical beast, towering and exuding a chilling aura. It lunged at him with bared fangs and claws. In that life-and-death moment, Aotion felt no fear. Gripping his rudimentary weapon tightly, he fixed his gaze upon the beast, his eyes brimming with a determination that seemed to transform into a tangible blade. He calmly analyzed the beast's attack patterns, deftly evading its strikes, and at a crucial moment, he discerned its vulnerability, delivering a decisive blow. When he finally succeeded in obtaining the herb and broke through his cultivation bottleneck, a look of contentment graced his weary face. At that moment, the depth of resoluteness in his eyes deepened, for he knew that this was merely a small milestone on his path of growth, with a longer road ahead and more challenges yet to confront. In addition to the challenges of cultivation, Aotion also faced numerous setbacks in his interactions with others. His uniqueness and determination often rendered him an outsider among his peers. Some misinterpreted him as aloof and arrogant. Others, envious of his talent and potential, sought to undermine him from behind. Yet Aotion remained unperturbed by these external disturbances, steadfastly believing in his path, while nurturing an unwavering inner peace. Through his actions and sincerity, he gradually won over a few like-minded friends, who stood by his side to face difficulties and challenges together. During a conflict in the martial world, Aotion's sect became embroiled in a fierce struggle. The sect faced a grave crisis, with the enemy's forces being powerful and treacherous, instilling fear in many disciples who wished to retreat. However, Aotion stepped forward, standing resolutely before the grand hall of the sect. His gaze sweeping over every individual present. He declared loudly, "We cannot falter. What we protect is not merely the dignity of our sect, but also the beliefs in our hearts in the peace of this land. As long as we unite and hold steadfast in our convictions, nothing can defeat us." His words struck like a hammer, resonating within the hearts of all, igniting their fighting spirit. In the ensuing battle, Aotion charged ahead, his gaze serving as a beacon, guiding his fellow disciples on the battlefield. Every movement he made was imbued with power and resolve, instilling fear in his adversaries, despite the fierce intensity of the battle and the heavy toll of casualties. Under Aotion's leadership, the sect ultimately overcame the crisis, earning respect and renown. As time passed, Aotion's name gradually spread throughout the martial world, becoming the stuff of legends. Yet he remained unassuming, fully aware of the weight of his responsibilities and the myriad missions awaiting his completion. He continued to traverse the land, relentlessly honing his skills and broadening his horizons, using his strength to assist those who suffered, bringing justice and peace to the martial world. On one fateful occasion, Aotion uncovered a shocking secret that concerned the fate of all living beings. The malevolent force, hidden deep within the shadows, was quietly rising, attempting to overthrow the entire world and establish its dark dominion. This sinister power employed ruthless methods, leaving chaos and disaster in its wake across many regions. Aotion understood that this would be the gravest challenge he had ever faced, but he resolutely chose to shoulder the burden of saving the world. He began to travel far and wide, uniting just souls to confront the encroaching evil. Throughout this endeavor, he encountered countless adversities. The malevolent force dispatched assassins to eliminate him and set numerous traps in an attempt to thwart his actions. Yet, through his keen insight and age-defying resolve, Aotion repeatedly turned peril into opportunity. He ventured deep into the lair of the tiger, seeking to uncover the weaknesses and conspiracies of the malevolent forces. Preparing meticulously for the ultimate showdown. At last, the moment of reckoning arrived. On the battlefield, the evil forces surged like an overwhelming tide, their magical brilliance intertwining with the cold gleam of their weapons. Instilling a sense of dread, Aotion stood at the forefront of the righteous coalition. Though his figure appeared solitary and diminutive, his gaze radiated like a blazing sun. Exuding boundless light and warmth, he raised his weapon high and proclaimed, "For justice, for peace, for the world we cherish." Then, like a meteor streaking across the sky, he charged into the enemy ranks, the coalition following closely behind, their battle cries resounding like thunder. In the fray, Aotion unleashed the most formidable martial arts and magic he had mastered. Each strike imbued with immense power and unwavering conviction that he maneuvered through the enemy lines with ease, as if traversing uninhabited terrain, causing foes to fall in his wake. Yet the malevolent forces were not to be underestimated. They retaliated fiercely, inflicting substantial casualties upon the coalition. In this critical moment, Aotion's determination intensified. Disregarding his own safety, he penetrated the heart of the enemy ranks, striving to locate and defeat the leader of the evil forces. After a harrowing battle, Aotion finally confronted the Dark Sorcerer, a demon imbued with overwhelming malevolent power, emanating a suffocating aura of evil. The two engaged in a life-and-death duel, the atmosphere shifting dramatically as storms brewed overhead. Aotion sustained injuries during the conflict, yet he never wavered, his eyes fixed on the adversary as if to pierce through the very essence of the foe's soul. A pivotal moment, he discovered a new source of power. Arising from the depths of his unwavering spirit and relentless pursuit of justice, that he concentrated this power into a singular point and unleashed a devastating strike. With a blinding flash of light, the leader of the evil forces was vanquished, leading to the collapse of the malevolent faction. Peace and tranquility returned to the world, as the people rejoiced, hailing Aotion as a hero. However, Aotion merely gazed silently upon the war-torn land. Knowing that this was merely the beginning of a new chapter. In the future, he would continue to safeguard this realm with the steadfastness reflected in his eyes, ensuring that peace and justice endure eternally. Chapter 47. Adapting to the environment. Aotion, the path of adaptation and descendants after rebirth. In that mysterious and fantastical realm, Aotion embarked on a fresh journey of life, carrying with him the memories and spirit of his former existence. He understood that this was yet another precious opportunity bestowed by fate, a chance to reshape himself and pursue greater heights. Although lofty ambitions and grand designs resided in his heart, he was acutely aware that his most pressing task was to adapt to this entirely unfamiliar environment. Akin to a fledgling bird learning to soar in uncharted skies, striving to conquer the vast expanse. Aotion's reborn form resembled that of a mere 10-year-old child. His stature was slight, and though his features bore the innocence of youth, the depth and brightness of his eyes hinted at a maturity and wisdom that transcended his years. The original owner of this body had been an ordinary boy from a tranquil village, leading a simple and carefree life. However, with Aotion's soul now inhabiting it, everything began to change subtly. The village nestled at the edge of an expanse of forest, surrounded by lush trees, forming a natural green barrier that safeguarded this peaceful realm. The houses, primarily constructed of stone and wood, were distributed along narrow streets in an orderly fashion. The villagers lived by agriculture, rising with the sun and resting at dusk, adhering to the rhythms of nature. For them, the greatest joy lay in favorable weather, bountiful harvests, and the safety of their families. Upon his arrival in this village, everything felt alien and wondrous to Ao Tian. He gazed at the humble abodes, the simple villagers, and the laborers in the fields, feeling a surge of complex emotions within. He knew he must integrate swiftly into this environment to avoid unnecessary suspicion and trouble. Thus, he began to keenly observe the villagers' habits, mannerisms, and behaviors, striving to emulate their every action and appear as a native child of the village. In terms of language, although the vernacular of this world differed from that of his previous life, Ao Tian, endowed with a powerful sense of perception and learning aptitude, swiftly grasped the fundamental vocabulary and grammar. He often initiated conversations with the villagers, from daily greetings to discussions about farming, attentively listening and responding earnestly. Each new word and varied expression he silently committed to memory, continuously enriching and refining his linguistic skills. Though his accent initially sounded somewhat awkward and his word choices lacked fluidity, over time, his speech became increasingly smooth and natural, facilitating seamless communication with the villagers. Beyond language, Ao Tian also needed to adapt to the cultural customs of this world. The villagers adhered to an ancient religion, harboring deep reverence for nature's deities. During specific festivals, grand sacrificial ceremonies were held. Ao Tian was filled with curiosity about these rituals and eagerly participated, diligently learning the processes and meanings behind each ceremony. He realized that these rituals were not merely religious observances, but also vital means for the villagers to preserve their culture and unite as a community. Through his involvement in these sacrificial rites, Ao Tian gradually earned the villagers' trust and acceptance, and they began to regard him as one of their own, free from any lingering suspicion or alienation. In terms of practical skills, Ao Tian started from scratch, diligently learning various agricultural techniques such as farming, animal husbandry, and woodcutting. Farming posed a significant challenge for Ao Tian, requiring him to master the art of tilling the soil, sowing seeds, watering, fertilizing, and mitigating natural disasters and pests. Under the blazing sun, he wielded a hoe, laboriously turning the hardened earth, his clothes drenched in sweat, and his hands calloused. Yet, he never entertained thoughts of surrender. Each labor session was a testament to his willpower, and every harvest signified the fruits of his labor. Animal husbandry was no less demanding. Ao Tian was responsible for the care of chickens, ducks, pigs, and other livestock, learning their habits and growth patterns. Each morning, he rose early to feed the animals and clean their enclosures. He learned to discern the health of the livestock and how to prevent and treat common ailments. Under his attentive care, the animals thrived, contributing more to the village's prosperity. Woodcutting tested both physical strength and skill. Ao Tian accompanied the village woodcutters into the forest, learning to select suitable trees, wield an axe for felling, and safely transport the cut timber home. The forest was fraught with dangers, including venomous snakes lurking in the underbrush and wild beasts leaping from the trees. However, Ao Tian remained calm and vigilant in the face of these threats. Utilizing the martial skills and magic from his past life, he adeptly navigated various emergencies, ensuring his safety. During his adaptation to village life, Ao Tian also forged friendships with like-minded individuals. Among them, the closest was a boy named Xiaolin. Xiaolin was cheerful, kind-hearted, and enthusiastic, filled with curiosity and friendliness towards Ao Tian. The newcomer, he guided Ao Tian through every corner of the village, introducing him to its inhabitants. Together they frolicked in the fields, fished and caught shrimp by the riverside, and gazed at the starry sky at night. Sharing their dreams and secrets, Xiaolin's presence enveloped Ao Tian in warmth and camaraderie, further solidifying his resolve to integrate into this new environment. Yet, Ao Tian understood that his aspirations extended far beyond this. In his previous life, he had been a formidable warrior and mage, possessing profound martial prowess and potent magic. Although his reborn body had yet to fully develop, he sensed a latent power within, awaiting his awakening and exploration. Thus, while adapting to village life, Ao Tian began to train in secret. Each night, during the stillness of the dark hours, he ventured alone into the forest beyond the village to practice. The forest, suffused with rich spiritual energy, served as an ideal sanctuary for his training. Ao Tian commenced with the foundational internal cultivation techniques, sitting cross-legged with his palms facing the heavens, clearing his mind of distractions and focusing on the flow of breath within. Initially, his breath was weak and unstable, but with persistent practice, it gradually grew robust and powerful, flowing smoothly through his meridians. Building upon this internal cultivation, Yin began to practice the martial arts he had mastered in his previous life. He started with the most basic forms of boxing and swordplay. Striving for precision in every move. In the forest, he repeatedly executed the same actions. Each punch and sword swing encapsulated his pursuit of strength and skill. As time passed, his martial techniques became increasingly refined. His movement swift and fierce. He began to experiment with combining different techniques, crafting a unique style that augmented his combat effectiveness and agility. Equally paramount was his magical training. Drawing upon his profound understanding of magical elements from his former life, Yin endeavored to reconnect with and master the magical elements of this world. He extended his hands, attempting to establish a rapport with the magical elements in the air. Initially, the elements resisted the presence of this unfamiliar soul. Yet Yin remained undiscouraged. He continually adjusted his mental fortitude, employing sincerity and tenacity to resonate with the magical elements. At last, he successfully sensed their existence and began to guide them to flow and converge according to his will. He initially learned some simple spells, such as illumination and cleaning charms. Although these incantations held modest power, they proved exceedingly practical. Through relentless practice, he gradually mastered the pronunciation, gestures, and techniques of harnessing magical energy. As his magical training deepened, he ventured into more advanced spells, such as flame manipulation, freezing incantations, and wind blades. These spells required greater magical energy and more precise control. Throughout the rigorous training, Yin encountered numerous difficulties and setbacks. Yet, driven by unwavering perseverance and a profound love for magic, he repeatedly overcame obstacles, successfully casting these spells. During his training, Yin also faced dangers and challenges. On one occasion, while honing his skills in the forest, he inadvertently trespassed into the territory of a formidable beast. The creature, sensing his intrusion, lunged at him in fury. Faced with this sudden peril, Yin remained calm and composed. He swiftly summoned his internal magical energy and martial prowess, preparing to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the beast. The creature, massive and powerful, bared its sharp fangs as it lunged toward him. Yin deftly evaded the attack and unleashed the wind blade technique, striking the beast with a sharp gust that splattered blood. The beast, in pain, roared with even greater rage, swinging its colossal claws toward him. Yin leaped into the air and cast a fiery spell, engulfing the beast in raging flames. The inferno quickly surrounded the creature, scorching its fur and causing it to writhe in agony. After a fierce battle, Yin ultimately triumphed over the beast, sitting exhausted on the ground, gasping for breath. Although the encounter had drained much of his magical and physical strength, it allowed him to validate his training and accumulate invaluable combat experience. He understood that in this perilous world filled with challenges, only through continuous training and fighting could he grow stronger. As time passed, Yin made remarkable progress in his training. His internal martial arts reached a higher realm, and the magical energy within him became more robust. His martial skills and magic ascended to unprecedented heights, rendering him unmatched in the village. However, Yin remained unsatisfied. He recognized the vast gap between his abilities and those of the world's top experts. Thus, he resolved to leave the village and venture into the outside world in search of formidable opponents and higher realms to challenge. Before departing, Yin bid farewell to the villagers, who felt a deep sense of reluctance at his leaving. Yet, they understood that he harbored his own dreams and aspirations, and were unable to dissuade him. Shaolin tightly grasped Yin's hand, tears glistening in her eyes, and said, Yin, you must come back to visit us. Yin nodded, assuring her, I will certainly return. He then turned and embarked on an unknown journey toward the distant horizon. His silhouette gradually elongated in the twilight, as if foreshadowing the grand and tumultuous legend he would inscribe in this unfamiliar world. Chapter 48. A significant mission. Yin, the love and tenacity in the quest for his daughter in that fantastical and vast world. Yin, a man of extraordinary experience and resilient spirit, was perpetually driven by a profound and fervent belief to find his lost daughter. He understood that the mission he bore was as weighty as the heavens, a bond woven by fate entwining love and responsibility. Regardless of the formidable challenges that lay ahead, nothing could impede his pursuit of his daughter. The tale of Yin begins many years prior to that time. He was already a well-respected figure in the martial world, his power and wisdom commanding the reverence of various factions. By happenstance, he encountered a gentle, kind-hearted woman of remarkable talent. Their meeting seemed orchestrated by the hands of fate, as two hearts ignited with fervent sparks. drawing them irresistibly together, and they soon fell deeply in love. Shortly thereafter, their love bore fruit in the form of a delightful daughter. Her arrival filled Aotan with unprecedented joy and happiness. Gazing upon her cherubic face, his heart brimmed with love and tenderness. He silently vowed to protect this precious life with all his strength, ensuring she thrived in an environment of love and care. However, the wheels of fate began to turn toward a cruel reality. When his daughter was still young, an unforeseen calamity swept into their lives. An insidious and powerful dark force emerged, seeking to dominate the world. To achieve their nefarious aims, they ruthlessly sought individuals with rare bloodlines or talents to augment their power. Tragically, Aotan's daughter was discovered, targeted for the potent and rare spiritual vein she possessed. On a moonless night, the dark forces launched a sudden assault. Like phantoms, they infiltrated Aotan's dwelling. Despite his valiant resistance, unleashing his most formidable martial skills and magic, he found himself overwhelmed by the sheer number and strength of his adversaries. Amidst the chaos, his daughter was seized by the dark forces. Aotan watched helplessly as she was taken, rage, guilt, and despair flooding his heart. He bellowed to the heavens, the sound echoing across the skies, as if to shatter the injustice and evil that plagued the world. From the moment his daughter was abducted, Aotan's world crumbled. He plunged into profound anguish and self-reproach, tormented by countless nights, regretting why he had not possessed the strength to protect her. Yet, rather than succumbing to despair, an intense conviction ignited within him, a burning resolve that no matter the cost or the hardships faced, he would find his daughter and rescue her from the clutches of darkness. To fulfill this goal, Aotan embarked on a long and arduous quest to find his daughter. He traversed countless treacherous mountains, their peaks soaring into the clouds, their paths rugged and fraught with thorns and traps. He often had to scale steep cliffs, where a moment's inattention could lead to a perilous fall. His hands were bloodied and torn from the rocks. Yet he merely bandaged them briefly before pressing onward. Each step carried with it his deep longing for his daughter and unwavering determination. He also ventured into dense and perilous forests, shrouded in a mysterious and eerie atmosphere, home to fierce beasts and bizarre magical creatures. These creatures, whether titanic and immensely strong or possessing unpredictable and dangerous abilities, posed a constant threat. While navigating the forest, Aotan remained ever vigilant, carefully avoiding their territories. At times, despite his caution, he still found himself confronted by magical beasts. In these battles, his exceptional martial prowess and formidable magic turned the tide in his favor time and again. He executed swift sword techniques, each strike infused with immense power, effortlessly severing the tough hides of the beasts, and employed magic to unleash flames, frost, or lightning, inflicting tremendous damage. Crossing the desert, Aotan encountered unprecedented challenges. The relentless sun scorched the earth, and the oppressive heat transformed the desert into a colossal steam chamber, suffocating him. His water supply rapidly dwindled, and his body weakened from dehydration. His lips cracked, and his throat felt as if it were on fire. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered, searching for any possible water source, leaving no sign overlooked. At times, he would trace the paths of desert plants or animals to ascertain the proximity of water. In the depths of desperation, he even attempted to conjure moisture from the air through magic to quench his thirst. Throughout this protracted journey in search of his daughter, Aotan encountered a myriad of individuals. Kind-hearted villagers, moved by his plight, extended their hands in assistance, providing him with food, shelter, and information. Though their lives were not affluent, their generosity and warmth enveloped Aotan, further solidifying his resolve to find his daughter and uphold justice. He also met spirited heroes who resonated with his cause, admiring his courage and determination, choosing to accompany him on his journey. Together, they supported each other, facing challenges and adversities side by side. Each hero possessed unique skills, be it in swordsmanship, stealthy weaponry, or unparalleled magical prowess, forging deep bonds of friendship through their shared battles. However, Aotan also encountered many with ill intentions. Greedy thieves coveted the treasures and riches he possessed, scheming to ambush him when he was at his most fatigued. These brigands often lay in wait, ready to strike at the opportune moment. Yet, Aotan's keen instincts allowed him to sense their plots in advance. When the thieves revealed themselves, he met them with ruthless force, his strength far exceeding their expectations. With just a few swift moves, he dispatched them effortlessly. Amidst the intricate web of intrigue and enmity in that fantastical realm, there existed a man named Outyen, ensnared by the inexorable wheel of fate, whose heart blazed with an unquenchable fervor to avenge his past self. This obsession, akin to a peerless sword, sharpened by the passage of time, was ever poised to sever the chains of bygone grievances, ensuring that justice and truth would emerge triumphant amidst the tempest of blood and strife that in his previous life, Outyin was a young prodigy of exceptional talent. Replete with ambition, he hailed from an ancient and enigmatic lineage, steeped in the legacy of formidable cultivation techniques. Under the meticulous guidance of his elders, he embarked upon a formidable journey of self-improvement from a tender age. His innate aptitude for cultivation surpassed that of his peers, rendering him a dazzling star within his family, basking in the hopes and expectations of those around him. Yet, the tides of destiny often shift unexpectedly. During a fortuitous expedition, Outyin stumbled upon a staggering secret, an insidious conspiracy potent enough to disrupt the very fabric of the world. In the shadows of the martial world, a mysterious and formidable dark force was stealthily ascending, intent on seizing an ancient and forbidden power. Should they succeed, it would spell ruin and catastrophe for all. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Outyin resolved to divulge this secret to the righteous factions of the martial world, striving to unite their strengths in a concerted effort to thwart the dark machinations. Unfortunately, the shadowy forces detected his intentions and launched a relentless pursuit to silence him, ensuring the unimpeded execution of their nefarious plot. In his desperate flight, Outyin faced myriad perils and challenges. The dark forces dispatched waves of skilled assassins, each more ruthless than the last. Yet, with his exceptional martial prowess and indomitable spirit, Outyin repeatedly evaded their grasp, navigating treacherous mountains and concealing himself within dense forests, cleverly utilizing the terrain to outmaneuver his foes. During one fierce confrontation, Outyin found himself cornered, solitary against a throng of adversaries. Despite his valiant resistance and the full application of his most potent techniques, he was ultimately overwhelmed. With injuries marring his body and blood staining his garments, he teetered on the brink of collapse when a mysterious elder appeared, seemingly unremarkable. The elder exuded an aura of profound wisdom and enigmatic power. With ease, he dispelled Outyin's pursuers, rescuing him from certain doom. Gratefully, Outyin sought to learn the elder's identity, but the elder merely smiled enigmatically, cautioning Outyin against further inquiries, lest he invite his own demise. Yet, Outyin's unwavering sense of justice and duty compelled him to persist. He understood that retreat would plunge the world into darkness. Ignoring the elder's warning, he continued his clandestine investigation into the dark forces' schemes, but as his inquiry deepened, startling revelations began to unfold. It became evident that some seemingly reputable factions within the martial world were covertly colluding with the very darkness he sought to vanquish, seeking to exploit the ensuing chaos for their own gain. Outraged and disillusioned by their treachery, Outyin resolved to expose their true nature, illuminating their vile deeds for the righteous to behold. Thus began his quest for evidence. He traversed the land, seeking those who had suffered under the dark forces, gathering testimonies to unveil the nefarious truth. He infiltrated the sects colluding with dark forces, seeking to uncover their secret strongholds and sinister plots. Throughout this perilous journey, he encountered countless dangers and obstacles. The masters within those sects relentlessly pursued him, often leaving him teetering on the brink of life and death. Yet, he never wavered, armed with his intellect and courage. He eluded his pursuers time and again. At last, Aotion had gathered sufficient evidence. He resolved to expose their conspiracies at the Jianghu Conference, the grandest assembly in the martial world, where heroes from all walks of life would converge. Aotion understood that this was his singular opportunity. Should he successfully unveil the dark forces' schemes at the conference, he could unite the strength of the entire Jianghu to utterly eradicate the malevolent powers. At the Jianghu Conference, Aotion boldly stepped forward to reveal the dark forces' machinations and the sects complicit in their schemes before the gathered crowd. He presented the irrefutable evidence he had collected, leaving all present in stunned disbelief. The exposed sects were thrown into chaos, desperately attempting to defend themselves, but against the weight of undeniable proof, their efforts were in vain. However, the dark forces would not remain passive. They launched a sudden assault during the conference. Igniting a fierce melee, Aotion once again became the primary target of the dark forces, who dispatched their most formidable experts to unleash a lethal onslaught against him. Fearless in battle, Aotion engaged in a fight to the death, wielding his most formidable sword techniques and powerful magic, cutting through the enemy ranks with fervor. Yet, the dark forces' treachery extended far beyond mere physical confrontation. At a critical moment, they secretly enacted a nefarious magical array capable of siphoning the life force and magical energy of those nearby to augment their strength. Aotion sensed the presence of the magical array and endeavored to dismantle it, but he faced relentless opposition from his foes. Under the influence of the array, the dark forces grew increasingly powerful, gaining the upper hand. Witnessing his companions fall one by one filled Aotion with a profound rage and despair. He realized that if he could not swiftly dismantle the array, everyone would perish. Thus, he resolved to risk everything. Aotion concentrated all his might and unleashed a forbidden technique passed down through his family. This technique possessed immense power, but came at a great cost to his own well-being. Undeterred by the pain, he charged toward the magical array, sustaining multiple injuries from enemy attacks, yet persevering with unwavering resolve. At last, he broke through the enemy's defenses and stood before the array. With his final ounce of strength, he activated the forbidden technique, successfully destroying the array. However, he collapsed into a pool of blood. His power spent, and as he closed his eyes, a sense of unfulfilled vengeance and bitterness filled his heart. He lamented his inability to completely annihilate the dark forces and the conspirators, vowing to take revenge in his next life. When Aotion opened his eyes once more, he discovered that he had been reborn. Gazing at his tender hands and newly formed body, a myriad of emotions surged within him. Yet, the hatred from his past life remained a deep-seated tumor in his soul. A constant reminder that his mission remained unfinished. In this reborn existence, though his body was small, his spirit remained resolute. He understood that to avenge his past, he must swiftly elevate his strength. Thus, he embarked on an arduous path of training. He sought out resources for cultivation and studied various new martial techniques and spells. No longer confined to the methods of his family's legacy, he embraced a wide array of practices. Gathering knowledge from diverse sources, throughout his training, he faced numerous difficulties and setbacks. Due to his still developing physique, he was unable to employ many high-intensity training methods. However, he refused to surrender. Through persistent experimentation and exploration, he discovered a training regimen suitable for himself. Leveraging the experiences and wisdom from his previous life, he refined and innovated upon the newly learned techniques and spells, tailoring them to fit his unique combat style. As time passed, Aotion's strength gradually increased. He began to make a name for himself in the Jianghu, his reputation spreading among the people. Yet, he knew that compared to the enemies of his past life, he still had a long way to go. He resolved to leave his hometown and venture into the wider world in search of more formidable opponents and superior cultivation resources. During his travels, Aotion forged bonds with many like-minded companions, some pursuing higher martial realms, others seeking the truth of the world, and still others championing justice. Together, they fought side by side, confronting challenges and adversities. Through his interactions with friends, Aotion learned the value of teamwork and trust. No longer did he fight alone as in his previous life. Instead, he embraced the strength of his comrades, growing together with them. In a serendipitous turn of events, Aotion learned of a lead regarding his past enemies. It was said that they were in search of a mysterious artifact capable of enhancing one's strength. Recognizing this as a golden opportunity for vengeance, he resolved to join forces with his friends to seize this artifact and weaken their foes. Following the clues, they arrived at an enigmatic ruin. The ruin was rife with dangers and traps. Yet Aotion and his friends pressed on without hesitation. They cautiously navigated the ruins, disarming one trap after another. Deep within the ruins, they finally uncovered the coveted artifact. However, as they prepared to claim it, their past enemies materialized. Upon encountering his adversaries, Aotion's resentment surged forth. Without hesitation, he charged at them, unleashing his mightiest techniques and spells. His friends joined the fray, and together they engaged in a fierce battle. In the heat of the conflict, Aotion discerned that although his past enemies remained powerful, they were not invincible. Drawing upon his previous life's experiences and the skills he had acquired in this life, he skillfully maneuvered against them. He identified their weaknesses and dealt them significant blows. After a harrowing battle, Aotion and his companions triumphed over their past enemies, claiming the artifact and diminishing their foe's strength. Yet Aotion understood that this was merely the first step in avenging his previous life. A long road lay ahead, filled with more adversaries to confront. In the days that followed, Aotion relentlessly pursued the traces of his past enemies. He continually enhanced his strength, ever on the lookout for opportunities for revenge. He recognized that the hatred of his past life was akin to a nightmare. Only by vanquishing all his enemies could he truly awaken from this dark dream. Finally, in a decisive battle, Aotion confronted the leader of the dark forces from his previous life. The leader regarded Aotion with disdain and mockery, convinced that even in his rebirth, Aotion was no match for him. Yet Aotion met his gaze with steely determination. Declaring that today would be the day he avenged his past, as the battle commenced, the leader unleashed his most formidable dark magic, shrouding the sky in darkness. Yet Aotion was undaunted. He summoned the techniques and spells he had honed through years of training and innovation. His attacks pierced through the darkness like a radiant beacon, pressing relentlessly toward the leader. Throughout the struggle, Aotion fully utilized his intellect and bravery, deftly dodging the leader's assaults while seeking out vulnerabilities. Aware that this was a fight for his life, he committed himself entirely to achieving victory. After an intense confrontation, Aotion finally discerned the leader's weakness. Gathering all his strength, he unleashed a devastating strike, a culmination of all his hatred and power from both his past and present. As a blinding light flashed, the leader of the dark forces was utterly vanquished, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. Aotion had successfully avenged his former self, gazing upon the scene of victory. A profound sense of reflection washed over him. He knew that the path he had traversed was fraught with countless trials and tribulations, yet he had never faltered. Through unwavering determination and effort, he had fulfilled his vow. From that day forth, Aotion became a legendary figure in the Jianghu. His story spread far and wide, symbolizing courage and justice in the hearts of the people. He imparted to others the lesson that no matter the enormity of the challenges and hatred faced, as long as one harbored faith, they could triumph over all adversities. Chapter 50. Becoming Powerful. Aotion, Armor of Aspiration. Forging the path to strength in a mystical and expansive corner of the world, Aotion, a soul burdened with profound fate and deep emotions, stood alone atop a desolate peak. The biting cold wind sliced across his cheeks like a blade. Yet it could not extinguish the fervent flames within his heart. With unwavering resolve, he gazed into the distance, where unknown challenges intertwined with hope, and deep within him, a vow resonated like a thunderous bell: he must become powerful. Aotion understood that in this world, where strength reigns supreme and danger lurks at every turn, only immense power could serve as his steadfast support, upholding the fragile edifice of his destiny and safeguarding all that he cherished. In his past, he had witnessed too much helplessness and sorrow, personally enduring the cruel jests of fate and the brutal blows of destiny. Those painful memories pierced his soul, serving as constant reminders that to break free from the shackles of fate, to seek justice for himself, his loved ones, and the once shattered past, strength was his sole path forward. Reflecting on the bygone days, a flicker of pain and rage crossed Aotion's eyes. He was born into an unremarkable yet warm-hearted family. Although his parents were not legendary warriors, they bestowed upon him boundless love and care. In that tranquil little village, he enjoyed a carefree childhood, frolicking daily with friends amidst the fields, listening to the elders recount ancient and mysterious legends, and dreaming of the infinite possibilities that the future held. However, the calm of his life shattered like fragile glass during a sudden assault by dark forces. It was a night drenched in blood and chaos. As darkness surged over the entire village, a horde of malevolent practitioners, in search of a legendary artifact, invaded Aotion's home. They slaughtered mercilessly, filling every corner with the terrified cries of villagers and the echoes of their despair. Aotion's parents, in a valiant attempt to protect him and their fellow villagers, stepped forward, engaging in a desperate battle against the dark practitioners. Despite their utmost efforts, their strength appeared insignificant against the formidable foes. Ultimately, they fell amidst a pool of blood, leaving Aotion a helpless witness, tears blurring his vision, his heart overwhelmed with despair and fear. After the village was destroyed, Aotion became a wanderer, embarking on a solitary and arduous journey. Throughout his wanderings, he profoundly experienced the vicissitudes of life and the ugliness of humanity. He once curled up in a dilapidated temple on a cold winter's night, enduring the torment of hunger and cold. He was robbed by greedy mountain bandits, who seized his meager provisions. He was scorned by indifferent passers-by, simply for his tattered clothing and disheveled appearance. Yet, these hardships did not break him. Rather, they tempered his will like a fierce fire, allowing the seed of his desire for strength to take root and flourish. By chance, Aotion encountered an elderly recluse dwelling deep within the mountains. The old man, with his snow-white hair and profound, wise gaze, seemed capable of seeing through the essence of everything. Instantly, he recognized the unyielding spirit and stubbornness in Aotion's eyes. Moved by the boy's resilience, the elder decided to take Aotion as his disciple. Imparting to him the secrets of cultivation, Aotion was overjoyed, fully aware that this was his opportunity to alter his fate, a chance he must seize tightly. Thus began his arduous training under the old man. Every morning, before the first rays of sunlight pierced the morning mist, he would rise early to engage in physical training within the forest. He sprinted along steep mountain paths, drenched in sweat as his legs felt as heavy as lead. Yet he never once entertained the thought of surrender. He practiced the boxing and sword techniques taught by the elder, meticulously refining each move in pursuit of perfection, alongside honing his martial skills. Outyin also commenced the study of internal cultivation methods. Sitting cross-legged, he calmed his mind, feeling the flow of energy within him, guiding the faint currents through his meridians. Initially, his progress was painfully slow, often faltering due to his inability to control his breath, leading him to the brink of madness. However, he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he learned from his failures, continually adjusting his training methods. As time passed, Outyin's strength gradually increased. His body grew more robust, his muscles as hard as steel. His martial arts became increasingly refined, his punches swift as the wind, his swordplay razor-sharp. Yet, he understood that this was still far from sufficient. He yearned for greater power to truly establish himself in this world, to protect himself from harm, and to avenge his parents. Thus, he resolved to leave the elder and venture into the world alone, seeking opportunities to further enhance his strength within the realm of martial arts. Outyin encountered a myriad of formidable adversaries and peculiar cultivation methods. He sparred with other young practitioners, learning from their strengths to compensate for his own shortcomings. He heard whispers of an ancient relic hidden in a distant, mysterious land, said to contain powerful treasures and unparalleled cultivation secrets. Without hesitation, Outyin embarked on a quest to find the relic. Along the way, he faced countless dangers and challenges. He traversed dense primordial forests, enveloped in an aura of mystery and peril. Poisonous snakes lurking in the grass, ferocious beasts leaping from trees, and treacherous traps of toxic mist repeatedly thrust him into dire straits. Yet, with keen perception and exceptional combat skills, he consistently turned peril into safety. He battled ferocious water monsters in raging rivers, dodged falling boulders while climbing steep cliffs, and endured the scorching heat and relentless thirst in desolate deserts. Finally, after a protracted journey, Outyin discovered the fabled relic. An ancient, enigmatic aura pervaded the site, with walls adorned in strange runes and patterns, seemingly narrating long-forgotten histories and powerful secrets. Outyin cautiously explored the relic, solving one mechanism after another. Deep within the relic, he uncovered a tome radiating a golden glow, his long-sought ultimate cultivation manual. Elated, he eagerly began to practice the techniques within. This method was extraordinarily profound and challenging, yet Outyin, armed with unwavering faith and tenacity, overcame numerous obstacles. He secluded himself within the relic for months, enduring countless trials and tribulations. As he practiced the techniques, his meridians felt ablaze, his bones threatened to shatter. Yet he steadfastly persevered. Over time, he gradually grasped the essence of the manual, achieving a significant leap in power. However, Outyin was not content with this alone. He understood that in this world, many formidable and unknown entities awaited him, along with dark forces that needed to be eradicated. He continued to roam the land, seeking ever stronger opponents, constantly refining his abilities. During one encounter with a dark practitioner, Outyin profoundly grasped his own limitations. Despite his formidable strength, he found himself at a disadvantage against the adversary's bizarre magic and insidious attacks. In battle, he narrowly escaped death on multiple occasions. Yet, this defeat did not dishearten him. Rather, it illuminated the gap he needed to bridge. After the battle, Outyin began to reflect on his path of cultivation. He realized that merely relying on powerful martial arts and internal skills was far from sufficient. He also needed to enhance his mental fortitude and mastery over magical elements. Consequently, he began to study various theories of magic, learning to perceive and condense magical elements. He secluded himself in remote areas rich in magical energy, immersing himself day and night in the realm of magic. After extensive effort, he successfully mastered several powerful magical skills, significantly enhancing his mental capacity. As his strength continued to grow, Outyin's reputation gradually spread throughout the martial world. He became a role model for numerous young practitioners, inciting both admiration and envy from nefarious forces. However, Outyin remained undaunted, fully aware that his journey would be fraught with thorns, and he must bravely confront every challenge. During a significant clash between good and evil, Outyin stood resolutely on the side of righteousness. He fought alongside numerous righteous masters, collectively resisting the encroachment of evil forces on the battlefield. He unleashed his most potent martial arts and magic, shining like a brilliant star amidst the darkness. With every strike, he claimed the lives of foes, and with every defense, he shielded his comrades from peril. Through the collective efforts of Outyin and the righteous masters, the evil forces were ultimately repelled, restoring a temporary tranquility to the martial realm. Yet, Yin understood that this victory was but fleeting. The dark forces would never accept defeat. They would undoubtedly rise again. And he, before that time arrived, must grow even stronger. He returned to the place where he had once cultivated. Once again secluding himself in rigorous training, this time he sought to integrate all he had learned, martial skills, internal cultivation, and magic, into a unique system of cultivation of his own. During this period of seclusion, Yin endured unprecedented pain and challenges. His body and soul felt as if they were engulfed in raging flames, continuously forged and reshaped. Yet, he steadfastly held on to his beliefs, never once contemplating surrender at long last. After an extensive period of seclusion, he successfully transcended his limits, creating an entirely new method of cultivation. This method synthesized years of his cultivation achievements, resulting in a comprehensive enhancement of his abilities. Now, Yin was no longer the weak and helpless boy he once was. His strength had escalated to a level formidable enough to establish himself in this world, instilling fear in many foes. Yet, he knew his journey remained long, with many unfinished missions ahead. The hatred within his heart burned like an unquenchable flame, continually motivating him to press forward. He silently vowed that, regardless of the difficulties and costs that lay ahead, he would grow even stronger, until one day, he could completely eradicate the dark forces, avenge his parents, and deliver justice for all who had suffered, illuminating the world with hope and light. Chapter 51. The same village, Holy Soul Village. Yin's starting point and cradle of destiny in the vast and enigmatic Douluo continent. There lies a seemingly ordinary yet intricately mysterious little village known as Holy Soul Village. This village, akin to a pearl covered in dust, quietly conceals itself in the corner of the continent. Emanating a unique and captivating aura, harboring countless stories and legends. It is here, on this land, that Yin commenced his grand journey through life. Nestled at the edge of a lush forest, Holy Soul Village is encircled by undulating mountains, resembling a colossal dragon winding protectively around this serene land. At the entrance of the village stands a magnificent ancient oak tree, its trunk so robust that it requires several individuals to encircle it with their arms. Its lush foliage spreads wide like an immense green umbrella, sheltering the ground beneath it from the sun's rays. This venerable oak has witnessed the rise and fall of Shahan Village, embodying the most sacred and time-honored presence within the community. Villagers often seek refuge beneath its sprawling branches, congregating for gatherings, while children frolic around it, their laughter and joy resonating through the air like a melodious symphony. The houses within the village are scattered with a sense of order. Primarily constructed from stone and timber, although they may appear modest, they exude an air of rustic charm. Wisps of smoke emanate from the chimneys atop the roofs, signaling the villagers' culinary endeavors, as the faint aroma of cooking wafts through the air, evoking a sense of warmth and homeliness. Winding paths meander through the village, paved with slabs of bluestone, each bearing the imprints of time, as if whispering tales of the past. Strolling along these paths leads one to the ancient well at the village's heart. Its crystal-clear waters, sweet and refreshing, have never run dry, regardless of the season. This well serves as the lifeblood of Shanghan Village, providing water for the villagers' daily needs, washing, cooking, and irrigating their fields, silently nourishing generations. At the village's edge lies the dilapidated Wuhan Hall, an edifice of unique architectural style, featuring a lofty dome adorned with exquisite murals. Though time has faded the colors of the murals, remnants of their former glory and solemnity remain. The grand entrance of the hall is securely locked, the copper lock rusted with age, opening only during the annual Wuhuan Awakening ceremony, when children turning 6 are welcome to awaken their martial spirits. For the children of Shahan Village, this moment marks a pivotal juncture in their lives, as the quality and type of their martial spirits will dictate their destinies. Yin, born into a humble family in Shanghan Village, is the son of diligent and kind-hearted villagers who make a living through farming. Despite their modest means, his parents shower him with love and care, allowing him to flourish in a nurturing environment. From a young age, Yin's curiosity about the world around him was boundless, his bright, clear eyes sparkling with a desire to explore the unknown. He often dashed about the village, playing with friends, catching insects, raiding bird nests, and fishing by the river, savoring a carefree childhood. However, at the age of 6, Yin's life underwent a profound transformation. On a sunlit morning, a mysterious and solemn atmosphere enveloped the Wuhuan Hall as the village's 6-year-olds gathered within, their hearts a mixture of anxiety and anticipation for the awakening ceremony. Yin stood among the crowd, excitement and trepidation swirling within him. He wondered what kind of martial spirit he would awaken. Would it be a powerful beast spirit or a mysterious tool spirit? His small hands clutched the hem of his garment tightly. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. With a command from the hall's officiant, the ceremony commenced. One by one, the children stepped forward to stand in the center of the awakening array. When it was Outyan's turn, he took a deep breath and walked slowly to the center. The awakening stone held by the officiant radiated a gentle light, enveloping Outyan in its glow. He felt a warm current surge within him, as if the very blood in his veins were boiling, and he closed his eyes to embrace the transformation. Suddenly, Outyan sensed an immense power stirring within him, instinctively opening his eyes to witness a dazzling beam of light emanating from his palm, revealing a long sword adorned with mysterious runes. This was a tool spirit, and its aura indicated that it was far from ordinary. The onlookers were astounded, and the officiant's eyes widened in disbelief. For the emergence of such a spirit heralded the potential birth of an extraordinary soul master in Shanghan village. Following the ceremony, Outyan became the focal point of the village's admiration. Villagers flocked to congratulate him, their hopes resting upon his shoulders, wishing for him to become a great soul master and bring glory to Shanghan village. His parents were overwhelmed with joy, tears of pride streaming down their faces. Yet, Outyan remained grounded, aware that the awakening of his martial spirit was merely the first step on a long and arduous journey filled with challenges and uncertainties. Determined to become an exceptional soul master, Outyan embarked on a rigorous training regimen. Each morning, he would rise early to train his physique on the hillside behind the village, running repeatedly until his clothes were drenched in sweat and his legs felt like lead. Then, he would practice his swordsmanship, his long sword glinting in the sunlight, each move infused with strength and grace. Although his initial attempts were somewhat clumsy, his unwavering determination and desire to grow stronger propelled him to practice relentlessly, gradually mastering the essence of swordplay. In addition to physical training and sword practice, Outyan delved into the study of martial spirits and the application of soul skills. He frequently visited the Wuhuan Hall to seek guidance from the officiant, who was moved by Outyan's diligence and passion. The officiant imparted his knowledge of martial spirits without reservation, and Outyan absorbed the information eagerly. He learned how martial spirits could gain strength by absorbing soul rings from soul beasts, and that soul skills were vital tools for soul masters in battle. He began to envision his future, yearning to acquire powerful soul rings and formidable soul skills, aspiring to become a true powerhouse. During his time in Shanghan village, Outyan also formed bonds with like-minded companions. They trained together, sparred, and progressed as a group. Among them, Lin Feng, a boy whose martial spirit was a blue-winged wolf, became particularly close to Outyan. Despite possessing a beast spirit, Lin Feng's gentle and kind nature endeared him to all. Their friendship blossomed through their shared love for training and the pursuit of strength. They often ventured into the forest to practice, uncovering its mysteries and seeking ideal training grounds. On one such occasion, while training in the woods, they unexpectedly encountered a formidable soul beast, a flame tiger, its body ablaze with fierce flames, exuding an aura of immense power. Instantly, Outyan and Lin Feng felt a surge of tension, acutely aware that their current abilities could scarcely match the flame tiger's might. However, rather than retreating, they resolved to confront the challenge together. Outyan, wielding his longsword, charged first, unleashing his learned sword techniques, each strike resembling a blossoming flower of blades aimed at the flame tiger. The beast retaliated, opening its massive jaws to unleash a torrent of flames directed at Outyan. He swiftly dodged, his form a blur as he evaded the fiery onslaught, continuing his assault on the flame tiger. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sought an opportunity, invoking his blue-winged wolf spirit to summon a phantom of the wolf, which lunged at the flame tiger. Although the phantom lacked the power of the flame tiger, it successfully diverted a portion of the beast's attention. Under their combined efforts, the flame tiger began to show signs of fatigue. Seizing the moment, Outyan channeled all his strength into his longest strike yet, thrusting his sword toward the beast's vulnerable point. The blade struck true, and with a thunderous roar, the flame tiger collapsed to the ground. Outyan and Lin Feng had triumphed over the formidable foe, and their jubilant cheers echoed through the forest. This experience not only enhanced their strength, but also deepened the bond of their friendship. As time passed, Outyan's prowess grew exponentially. He soon found himself yearning for more than the confines of Shanghan village. He desired to venture into the wider world, to challenge mightier opponents and acquire even stronger soul rings. He understood that true growth and advancement awaited him beyond the village's borders. Thus, he resolved to leave Shanghan village and embark on his own journey. On the day of his departure, the entire village gathered to bid him farewell. Tears glistened in his parents' eyes as they urged him to take care of himself and return safely. The officiant patted his shoulder, encouraging him to bravely pursue his dreams and become a great soul master. Yin gazed at the familiar faces, his heart swelling with emotion and reluctance. He vowed silently to carve out a place for himself in the world beyond, living up to the villagers' expectations, with aspirations for the future and unwavering conviction. Yin set forth from Shahan village, venturing into the unknown. His figure gradually receded in the morning light, disappearing from view, yet the tale of his time in Shahan village would be eternally recounted. Becoming a legend among the villagers, his journey had merely begun, and on the vast expanse of Douluo continent, countless challenges and opportunities awaited him, where he would wield his strength and wisdom to write his own glorious saga. Chapter 52. Tangsan. In the same place, the twin talents of Shahan village, Yin and Tangsan. In the boundless and enigmatic land of Douluo continent, Shahan village shines like a rare gem, radiating a unique and captivating aura. In this unremarkable little village, through the wondrous arrangements of fate, it became the origin of two legendary figures, Aotian and Tangsan, destined to stir up waves upon the Douluo continent. Shahan village is nestled at the edge of a lush forest, surrounded by verdant mountains that seem to embrace the village in nature's gentle arms. At the entrance of the village, an ancient and colossal oak tree stands like a dignified guardian, silently witnessing the passage of time and the transformations of the village. Its sturdy trunk requires several people to encircle it, and its dense foliage forms vast green umbrellas that provide shade during the summer, casting a refreshing coolness. The houses in the village, constructed predominantly of stone and wood, while somewhat rudimentary, exude a sense of simplicity and warmth. The wisps of smoke rising from the rooftops appear to be the villagers' soft whispers about life, and the aroma of cooking fills the air, allowing every visitor to feel the warmth of home. The winding paths of the village are paved with slabs of bluestone, bearing the deep and shallow marks of time, as if silently narrating tales of your. At the heart of the village lies an ancient well, the lifeblood of Shahan village, with its clear waters inexhaustible and unwaveringly providing for the villagers through washing, cooking, and irrigating the fields. At the end of the village stands the Wuhuan temple. Though not as grand and magnificent as those in the larger cities, it possesses a unique solemnity and mystery. Beneath the towering dome, exquisite murals adorn the walls, and despite the ravages of time leaving them somewhat faded, one can still feel the former splendor of the Wuhuan temple. The temple doors are typically shut, only to open slowly during the sacred Wuhuan awakening ceremony each year, welcoming the village's 6-year-old children to embark on their journey to discover their Wuhuan. For the children of Shahan village, the Wuhuan awakening ceremony is undoubtedly the most significant moment in their lives, as the quality and type of Wuhuan will serve as a compass, guiding their future paths. Aotian was born into an ordinary family in Shahan village. His parents were kind and hardworking villagers who toiled daily. Although their lives were not affluent, they showered Aotian with abundant love and care. From a young age, Aotian exhibited extraordinary qualities. His eyes shone brightly, akin to twinkling stars in the night sky, reflecting a profound curiosity and desire to explore the world around him. While other children frolicked carefree, Aotian often found himself alone, pondering questions far beyond his years. That he was fascinated by everything surrounding the village, whether it was the flowers and trees in the mountains or the chirping of insects and birds in the fields, all captivating his attention and drawing him into a world he was reluctant to leave. As time flew by, Aotian reached the age of 6, heralding the arrival of his crucial Wuhuan awakening ceremony. It was a sunny morning, and the Wuhuan temple in Shahan village was enveloped in a solemn and mysterious atmosphere. The village's children gathered in the temple, hearts racing with nervous anticipation, as if their hearts might leap from their chests. Aotian stood among them, appearing calm on the surface, yet his slightly trembling hands betrayed his inner excitement and anxiety. He wondered what kind of Wuhuan he would awaken. Would it be a powerful beast Wuhuan, bestowing him with incredible strength and speed, or a mysterious weapon Wuhuan, becoming his steadfast ally in battle, or perhaps just an ordinary Wuhuan, rendering his path on the Douluo continent fraught with challenges? As the temple steward called forth the ceremony, it officially commenced. The children stepped forward in turn, standing in the radiant awakening array, eyes tightly shut, awaiting the verdict of destiny. When it was Aotian's turn, he took a deep breath and stepped forward, as if each stride bore the weight of his future and hope. Standing within the array, the Wuhuan awakening stone in the steward's hand suddenly emitted a brilliant light, enveloping him. Aotian felt a warm current surge through him, coursing throughout his being, as if awakening a long-dormant power within him. Instinctively, he closed his eyes tightly, concentrating fully to sense the awakening force within. Suddenly, he felt an immense power surging in the palms of his hands, as if it were ready to burst forth. He opened his eyes in shock, witnessing a dazzling light shooting from his palm, amidst which a long sword adorned with mysterious runes flickered into view. The sword, with its elongated blade and intricately carved hilt, radiated an aura of ancient mystery, as if recounting its extraordinary origins. This was indeed a weapon Wuhuan, and judging by its formidable presence, it was far from ordinary. The onlookers were left astounded by this unexpected spectacle, while the steward's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He understood that the emergence of this Wuhuan could very well herald the rise of an extraordinary soul master from Shahan village, a legendary figure destined to leave an indelible mark on the Douluo continent. Following the conclusion of the Wuhuan awakening ceremony, Aotion instantly became the center of attention in Shahan village. Villagers flocked around him, casting envious and admiring glances, showering him with congratulatory words. His parents were moved to tears, embracing Aotion tightly, filled with pride and joy for their son. However, Aotion did not let this sudden honor and praise cloud his mind. He understood that the awakening of his Wuhuan was merely the first step on his path to greatness. And ahead lay a long road fraught with thorns and challenges. Determined to become an exceptional soul master, Aotion embarked on a rigorous training regimen. Each morning, before the first rays of sunlight pierced through the morning mist, he rose early and ventured to the tranquil hillside behind the village to engage in strenuous physical training. He sprinted up the slope, sweat soaking his clothes, his legs gradually growing as heavy as lead. Yet he never entertained the thought of giving up. With each labored breath and every muscle ache, he perceived growth in the form of trials. Upon completing his run, he practiced his swordsmanship. The long sword in his hand gleamed coldly under the morning sun, each move infused with his utmost energy and focus. Initially, his sword play seemed awkward and lacked fluidity, but through tenacity and an unwavering resolve to grow stronger, he repeatedly practiced, gradually grasping the essence of the sword techniques. Beyond physical training and sword practice, Aotion recognized the importance of understanding Wuhuan knowledge and the application of soul skills. He often sought the temple steward for guidance on various questions regarding Wuhuan. The steward, moved by Aotion's diligence and relentless pursuit, imparted his knowledge of Wuhuan without reservation. Aotion listened with rapt attention, learning that Wuhuan could gain greater power by absorbing soul rings from soul beasts and that soul skills were the crucial means for soul masters to triumph in battle. From that moment, the desire to acquire formidable soul rings and master powerful soul skills took root in his heart, continuously motivating him to strive for excellence on his path to becoming a formidable warrior. During his days in Shanghan village, Aotion formed bonds with a group of like-minded companions, training together, sparring, and growing in unison. Among them, his closest ally was undoubtedly Tang San. Tang San, a boy with an equally extraordinary destiny, possessed the Wuhuan of blue silver grass. Although initially perceived by others as a rather ordinary Wuhuan, Tang San harnessed his intelligence and diligence to unleash its full potential. Aotion and Tang San's friendship blossomed from a serendipitous forest adventure. That day, as Aotion trained in the woods, seeking opportunities to enhance his abilities, Tang San was also exploring the mysteries of his blue silver grass Wuhuan. They unexpectedly crossed paths deep within the forest. Initially, both were wary of each other, but upon discovering they were both children of Shanghan village striving to become soul masters, their caution gradually faded, replaced by a mutual admiration. From that moment on, Aotion and Tang San often journeyed together, training in the forest and exploring the secrets of their Wuhuan. They shared insights and experiences, always ready to lend a helping hand in times of need. On one occasion, Aotion encountered a bottleneck while practicing a new sword technique. Despite his efforts, he could not break through. Observing this, Tang San utilized his unique understanding of the blue-silver grass Wuhuan to create a simulated combat environment, helping Aotion find inspiration through practical experience. Likewise, while Tang San researched the evolution of his blue-silver grass Wuhuan, Aotion offered valuable suggestions based on his knowledge of various Wuhuan. During a skirmish with a soul beast in the forest, Aotion and Tang San showcased remarkable synergy and coordination. They faced a formidable wind demon wolf, known for its incredible speed and devastating power. Armed with his longsword, Aotion charged at the wolf first, executing his exquisite swordplay, unleashing a flurry of swift strikes like a tempest aimed at restraining the beast's movements. In the rear, Tang San remained composed, deftly directing the blue-silver grass spirit, which coiled around the limbs of the demonic wolf with the swiftness of a serpent, effectively hindering its mobility. Through the seamless collaboration between Aotion and Tang San, the demonic wolf gradually found itself ensnared in a predicament. Ultimately, seizing the opportune moment, Aoteon unleashed his most formidable strike, successfully repelling the beast. This battle not only further honed their abilities but also fortified the bond of friendship between them, rendering it as unyielding as steel. As time progressed, both Aoteon and Tang San continued to strengthen their prowess. No longer content with their training in Holy Soul Village, they harbored grander aspirations to venture into the outside world, to challenge mightier adversaries, and to acquire more potent soul rings, intent on etching their own legends upon the Douluo continent. Thus, they resolved to depart from Holy Soul Village, embarking on a journey replete with uncertainty and challenges. On the day of their departure, the entire village gathered to bid them farewell. Aoteon's parents, tears glistening in their eyes, clasped his hands tightly, imparting countless admonitions to take care of himself and to return safely. Tang San's father, Tang Hao, though still the epitome of stoic silence, revealed through his profound gaze the reluctance and hopes he held for his son. The elder of the spirit hall stood by, contemplating the two youths poised to embark on their journey, his heart awash with myriad reflections. He understood that the futures of these two young men brimmed with infinite possibilities, and they were destined to conjure a tempest upon the Douluo continent. Armed with visions of the future and unwavering belief, Aoteon and Tang San left Holy Soul Village side by side, journeying deeper into the vast expanse of the Douluo continent. Their figures, illuminated by the dawn, gradually receded from sight, yet their tale within Holy Soul Village would forever shine like brilliant stars, eternally embedded in the annals of the village's history, becoming legends passed down through generations. Their odyssey had only just begun. Amid the myriad opportunities and challenges of the Douluo continent lay countless trials awaiting them. With courage, wisdom, and strength, they would ascend step by step toward the pinnacle, crafting their own illustrious saga, becoming the admired dual prodigies of the Douluo continent. Chapter 53. The Mostly Ordinary and Extraordinary. The fate trajectories of children in Holy Soul Village. Nestled at the edge of the Douluo continent lies a tranquil and unpretentious village known as Holy Soul Village. Surrounded by verdant hills and flowing waters, it exists like a hidden paradise, secluded from the world. The village is dotted with stone houses, their chimneys releasing wisps of smoke during the mornings and evenings. A testament to the mundane lives of its inhabitants, the narrow paths within the village meander like a gentle stream, paved with smooth blue stones worn by time, quietly narrating the village's ancient history. In Holy Soul Village dwells a group of innocent children who spend their days frolicking, chasing livestock, or catching grasshoppers in the fields, living lives free of worries. Most of these children are unremarkable, lacking innate powerful spirit abilities and not exhibiting extraordinary talents. They grow up in ordinary families, receiving basic life education, with little knowledge of the wonders and dangers of the outside world. Among them is a boy named Xiaohu, whose robust frame and honest demeanor reflect his upbringing. His parents are ordinary farmers who toil in the fields, hoping for good harvests to provide for their family. From a young age, Xiaohu assisted his parents in the fields, despite his youth. He learned how to sow seeds, weed, and harvest. His hands, roughened by labor, still carried an essence of simplicity and kindness in his gaze. Before the awakening ceremony, Xiaohu had never contemplated a future different from his parents, desiring only to tend to the land and lead a tranquil life. Another child, Xiaohua, is shy and reticent. Her family is not affluent. Her parents weave bamboo baskets and craft simple handicrafts to exchange for daily necessities at the nearby market. Often, Xiaohua sits aside, observing her parents at work, occasionally helping with her tender hands as she tidies the bamboo strips. She is filled with curiosity about the world beyond the village. Yet her introverted nature keeps her from sharing these thoughts with her peers. On the opposite side of the village resides a boy named Shirtu. He is sturdy, slightly stronger than his peers. Shirtu's father is the village blacksmith, and he grew up playing in the forge, watching his father transform molten iron into various tools and weapons. Immersed in this environment, Shirtu developed a keen interest in blacksmithing, often assisting his father by handing over tools or learning how to strike iron into shape. Although he realizes he may not become a great spirit master, he dreams of one day becoming an exceptional blacksmith like his father, crafting renowned weapons on the Douluo continent. These children lead simple and pure lives, devoid of grand adventures or remarkable talents. Yet, they learn the values of diligence, kindness, simplicity, and resilience through their mundane existence. They grow silently upon the land of Holy Soul Village, akin to wildflowers by the roadside, unassuming yet imbued with tenacious vitality. One day, Holy Soul Village welcomed the annual Spirit Awakening ceremony. For every child turning 6, this event felt like a fateful lottery. The children were both eager and anxious, uncertain of what spirit they would awaken or how it would alter their futures. The ceremony took place at the Spirit Hall, an ancient and enigmatic structure that, while not as grand as those in the large cities, carried an air of solemnity as the doors of the spirit hall slowly opened. The children entered in a line, hearts filled with trepidation. The elder stood at the center of the awakening formation, holding a softly glowing awakening stone. As the ceremony commenced, the children approached one by one. Standing within the formation, eyes tightly shut, awaiting their destiny's point. One by one, the children completed their awakenings, most manifesting ordinary beast spirits, such as rabbits or puppies, or common tool spirits like hoes and sickles. Despite the modesty of these spirits, excitement and curiosity radiated from the children's faces, for this was their first step toward becoming spirit masters. Xiaohu stepped forward, the light of the awakening stone enveloping him. When the glow faded, a diminutive field mouse spirit appeared before him. Though it seemed unremarkable, Xiaohu was elated, believing it to be his unique strength. Xiaohua awakened a weaving basket spirit. Although this spirit may not be particularly useful in combat, she envisioned using it to assist her parents in crafting finer handicrafts. Shitu awakened a hammer spirit. He clenched his fists tightly, vowing to maximize the potential of this spirit, aspiring to become an outstanding blacksmith spirit master. Among this group of children, while most appeared ordinary, they each found their direction and dreams at the moment of awakening. Whether aspiring to be a humble farmer or craftsman, or striving toward the path of a spirit master, they embraced the simplicity and resilience bestowed upon them by Holy Soul Village, courageously facing the challenges ahead. Among these ordinary children, Aotian and Tang Sin began to shine like two stars on the verge of brilliance. Their spirit awakenings astonished all, bringing renewed hope and aspirations to Holy Soul Village. Yet, the ordinary children continued their lives in their world, their stories equally indispensable to the vibrant tapestry of the village. As time passed, these unremarkable children continued their journeys of growth. Xiaohu, while refining his field mouse spirit, discovered its unique advantages in sensing danger and locating underground treasures. He began to leverage this skill to help villagers find water sources and precious herbs. Becoming a small hero in the village, Xiaohua combined her weaving basket spirit with her crafting skills, creating a special woven item capable of storing and releasing a small amount of soul power, providing convenience to the village's spirit masters. Shitu, utilizing the power of his hammer spirit and his exceptional blacksmithing skills, crafted weapons suitable for low-level spirit masters, establishing a small blacksmith shop that thrived. These ordinary children, while lacking the dazzling brilliance of Aotian and Tang San, were nonetheless writing their own stories upon the land of Holy Soul Village, showcasing the extraordinary within the ordinary. Their existence rendered Holy Soul Village more authentic and vibrant, revealing that amidst the fantastical and adventurous Douluo continent, there exist countless ordinary individuals who strive diligently and steadfastly pursue their dreams. Chapter 54. Special Abilities. The Dream Pursuit Journey of Ordinary Individuals in Holy Soul Village. In the vast and enigmatic lands of the Douluo continent, Holy Soul Village exists as a mere speck in the ocean. Small yet uniquely significant, nestled quietly between verdant mountains and pristine waters, it is tenderly embraced by a dense forest, resembling a serene pastoral painting. In the village, quaint stone houses are arranged in a harmonious layout, with wisps of smoke rising lazily from their rooftops, akin to the gentle whispers of time, drifting softly beneath the azure sky. Winding cobblestone paths, like the veins of the earth, connect every corner of the village, bearing witness to the villagers' simple lives. Day after day, the children of Shenghun Village bloom like flowers upon this land, each radiating their unique brilliance. Yet, most of them are akin to the most common nameless wildflowers by the roadside. Lacking any innate special abilities, their martial souls are unremarkable, unblessed by destiny with extraordinary talents. Nevertheless, they continue to nurture their dreams, striving to live earnestly, penning their own ordinary tales. Among them is a boy named Aqiang, who hails from a humble farming family. His parents toil diligently from dawn until dusk, pouring their hearts and souls into their small plot of land. From a young age, Aqiang has followed in their footsteps, assisting with whatever farm tasks he can manage. Though small in stature, his eyes reflect a spirit of resilience and determination. Before the awakening of his martial soul, Aqiang's life was simple and pure. His greatest wish was to alleviate his parents' burdens, allowing for a more prosperous existence at home. He knows every crop in the fields, understanding when to sow, when to water, and when to fertilize. His hands, calloused from years of labor, bear no complaints. Instead, he has learned to cherish the value of hard work and the fragility of life. There is also a girl named Xiaomei, whose family relies on fishing for their livelihood. Her father, an experienced fisherman, sets out each morning in a small boat, navigating the nearby rivers and lakes, returning at dusk with a bountiful catch. Xiaomei often waits by the shore for her father, Gazing at the shimmering water's surface, her heart brimming with aspirations for the future, naturally gentle and kind-hearted, she may lack special abilities, yet she possesses a delicate and considerate soul. She assists her mother with the fish, cleaning them meticulously, drying them into jerky, or pickling them for preservation, in her leisure time. She enjoys sitting by the riverbank, sketching her envisioned beautiful world in the dirt with a twig, dreaming of one day stepping beyond Shanghan village to explore the broader horizons. At the heart of the village resides a boy named Xiaojiang. His parents run a modest grocery store, selling essential goods to the villagers. From a young age, Xiaojiang has helped in the store, displaying a keen intelligence and familiarity with the prices and uses of various products. Although he lacks a powerful martial soul, he possesses a sharp business acumen. He meticulously selects goods during procurement, striving to secure the best items at the lowest prices, and then sells them to villagers at reasonable rates. His affability and sincere demeanor endear him to customers. In his heart lies a grand ambition to transform his family's grocery store into the largest establishment in Shahan village, providing the villagers with a wider array of quality products. These children, within the embrace of Shahan village, peacefully pass their childhood. Lacking extraordinary abilities, they have never aspired to become heroes destined to save the world. Rather, they diligently seek their own value and meaning amidst the ordinary. They frolic in the fields, reveling in nature's bounty. They listen to the soothing sounds of the flowing river, relishing their inner tranquility. They engage in playful antics with friends in the village, forging deep bonds of friendship. Yet, the wheel of fate turns silently, as the arrival of the martial soul awakening ceremony shatters this tranquility. On that day, a mysterious and solemn atmosphere enveloped the martial soul hall in Shahan village. Situated at the village's edge, the hall, with its ancient architectural style, towering dome, and exquisite murals, though somewhat weathered by time, exudes a sacred majesty. The children gathered within, hearts racing with anticipation, awaited the moment that could alter their destinies. The officiant stood at the center of the awakening array, holding a softly glowing awakening stone. As the ceremony commenced, the children approached in turn, cautiously stepping into the array, eyes tightly shut, silently praying for the awakening of a formidable martial soul. Yet, for most, reality proved harsh. One by one. After completing their awakening, the martial souls they manifested were predominantly ordinary. Some awakened poultry-related martial souls, such as chickens and ducks. These souls, while offering a slight affinity with their avian counterparts in daily life, held little advantage in combat or cultivation. Others awakened simple agricultural tool martial souls, like shovels and rakes, primarily linked to farming tasks, lacking the potential for formidable power on the path of soul masters. When Xiang stepped forward, the light of the awakening stone enveloped him. As the glow faded, a diminutive ant martial soul appeared before him. This ant martial soul seemed inconspicuous, dwarfed by the multitude of powerful souls surrounding it. Yet, Xiang was not disheartened, gazing at the ant. A wave of inexplicable familiarity surged within him. He recalled the industrious ants he observed while toiling in the fields, small yet capable of working together to transport food many times their size. Xiang silently resolved to emulate the ants, striving to create extraordinary value within the ordinary through his own effort and tenacity. Xiaomei awakened a fish basket martial soul. Upon witnessing this, a swirl of emotions filled her heart. On one hand, she felt this martial soul was closely tied to her family's fishing lifestyle, potentially aiding her father in certain aspects. On the other hand, she was acutely aware that this martial soul was not highly regarded in the world of soul masters. However, Xiaomei quickly adjusted her mindset, contemplating how to harness the fish basket martial soul to enhance their fishing efficiency, sparing her father from the grueling daily drudgery on the water. She believed that with diligence and exploration, this seemingly mundane martial soul could indeed manifest its unique utility. Xiaojiang awakened an abacus martial soul. The emergence of this soul prompted laughter from the surrounding children, who viewed it as utterly unrelated to combat and powerful soul energy, merely a tool for commercial calculations. However, Xiaojiang held a different perspective. He understood that in this world, value is not solely derived from combat prowess. Although his abacus martial soul would not grant him glory on the battlefield, it could significantly bolster his endeavors in commerce. With the aid of his abacus, he could perform swift and accurate calculations, effectively managing the grocery store's accounts and devising reasonable business strategies to realize his dream of expanding the store. As the martial soul awakening ceremony concluded, those children without extraordinary abilities were not defeated by the hand of fate. They steadfastly clung to their dreams, striving onwards in their ordinary lives. Xiang began to experiment with communication and synergy with his ant martial soul. Discovering he could command the ants to perform simple tasks, such as locating lost tools in the fields or assisting in the efficient transportation of seeds during sowing. He also diligently trained his body, aspiring to become an exceptional farmer soul master through his efforts, thereby safeguarding the farmland of Shenghan village. Under her father's guidance, Xiaomei delved deeply into the characteristics of her fish basket martial soul. She discovered that it could emit a faint suction, capable of drawing nearby fish closer. Thus, she began practicing how to control this suction, and after countless attempts, she finally mastered the art of using her fish basket martial soul for fishing. Her skills flourished, and every time she accompanied her father, they returned with bountiful catches. Her fish basket martial soul not only brought additional income to her family, but also earned her respect and admiration within the village. Xiaojiang maximized the advantages of his abacus martial soul, meticulously managing the grocery store's accounts. That he employed the abacus's calculating prowess to analyze market demands, adjusting the types and prices of goods accordingly. Under his careful stewardship, the grocery store flourished. He also forged partnerships with merchants from neighboring villages, broadening the channels for sourcing and selling products. His name gradually spread throughout the vicinity of Shenghan village, becoming synonymous with the astute and capable young businessman. These children, devoid of extraordinary abilities, may not possess the remarkable martial souls and talents of figures like Outyin and Tang San, yet they have unearthed their own points of brilliance within the tapestry of ordinary life. Through their efforts, intelligence, and perseverance, they illustrate that being ordinary does not equate to mediocrity. They take root and flourish upon the land of Shenghan village, contributing their strength to the village's development while etching vibrant chapters into the narrative of their own lives. Their tale, though devoid of breathtaking adventures and heart-stirring feats, is imbued with warmth, hope, and an ardent love for life, rendering it an indispensable part of Shenghan village, akin to twinkling stars that illuminate this ordinary yet magnificent land. Chapter 55, Tang San's Blue-Silver Grass Martial Soul, the legendary beginning in the sacred realm of Shenghan village on the Douluo continent. Tang San's destiny was irrevocably set upon a unique and legendary path from the moment his martial soul awakened. His blue-silver grass martial soul resembled a mysterious seed brimming with boundless potential, quietly taking root in this fantastical land, destined to burgeon into a towering giant that would astound the entire Douluo world. Born into a somewhat extraordinary family, Tang San's father, Tang Hao, was once a renowned soulmaster. Yet, for reasons unknown to many, he chose to retreat into the serenity of Shenghan village, leading an unremarkable life. Under his father's silent guardianship, Tang San grew up, and though their means were modest, Tang Hao subtly imparted foundational knowledge about martial souls and cultivation to his son. In the young boy's heart. A profound curiosity and longing for the world of martial souls blossomed, prompting him to wander through the mountains and forests surrounding the village, endeavoring to sense and explore the mysterious power hidden deep within his being. As the moment of his martial soul awakening ceremony arrived at the age of 6, a solemn atmosphere enveloped the martial soul hall of Shenghan village, beneath the grand dome of the hall. Exquisite murals adorned the walls, their beauty slightly dulled by the passage of time, yet still echoing the hall's former glory and majesty. The children, filled with a mix of anxiety and anticipation, stood in turn at the center of the awakening formation, ready to embrace their fates. When it was Tang San's turn, he inhaled deeply and stepped into the softly glowing formation. The awakening stone in the hands of the officiant instantaneously emitted a dazzling light, enveloping Tang San within its brilliance. The warm tides surged into his body, and instinctively, he closed his eyes, concentrating fully on the changes occurring within. Suddenly, he felt a familiar, yet foreign power gradually awakening in the palm of his hand. Gentle yet resilient, akin to the whispers of nature itself, upon opening his eyes, he beheld a delicate blue-green blade of grass in his hand, its slender leaves swaying gently in the breeze, seemingly fragile. The surrounding children, upon witnessing Tang San's awakening of the blue-silver grass martial soul, erupted into hushed whispers. In the realm of Douluo, blue-silver grass was commonly regarded as an exceedingly ordinary martial soul, possessing negligible offensive and defensive capabilities, starkly contrasting with the formidable beast martial souls or rare weapon martial souls. However, Tang San's gaze held no trace of disappointment. Rather, it radiated determination and tenacity, for he understood that every martial soul possesses its uniqueness. And with dedicated exploration and cultivation, even the most unremarkable blue-silver grass could shine brilliantly. After the awakening ceremony concluded, Tang San embarked on a rigorous journey to cultivate his blue-silver grass martial soul. Every morning, he would rise early and descend the hillside behind the village, where the environment was serene, infused with the essence of nature. a perfect locale for martial soul cultivation. Seated upon the grass, he would quiet his mind, immersing himself in his surroundings. He endeavored to forge a closer bond with his blue-silver grass martial soul, as if conversing with an intimate friend. He guided the growth of the blue-silver grass with his thoughts, manipulating its form and movements. Initially, the grass responded feebly, merely swaying its leaves slightly, yet Tang San remained undeterred, diligently repeating the process, continually adjusting his intent and the output of his soul power. As time progressed, he gradually uncovered some characteristics of the blue-silver grass martial soul. While it was relatively weak in terms of offensive power, it exhibited remarkable flexibility and extensibility. Tang San began to experiment with these attributes, crafting his own combat style. He wove the blue-silver grass into various shapes, such as ropes and nets, to bind foes or defend against attacks. He also discovered that the blue-silver grass could sense subtle changes in its surroundings, akin to a keen detector. Thus, through relentless training, he enhanced the grass's range and precision of perception, enabling it to provide early warnings of impending danger. Throughout his cultivation of the blue-silver grass martial soul, Tang San did not neglect the enhancement of his physical fitness. He understood that the strength of a martial soul must be supported by a robust physique. Daily, he engaged in arduous physical training, including running, push-ups, and sit-ups. He darted through the woods, honing his speed and agility. He scaled steep peaks, bolstering his arm and leg strength. He swam in rivers, improving his endurance and coordination. Through persistent training, Tang San's physique gradually grew stronger, his muscular definition becoming more pronounced, and both his strength and speed significantly enhanced. In addition to his personal training, Tang San actively sought various resources to augment the power of his blue-silver grass martial soul. He explored the forests surrounding the village, searching for herbs and spiritual materials that could resonate with or amplify the strength of the blue-silver grass. On one occasion, he stumbled upon a peculiar blue flower deep within the woods, radiating a gentle blue light, making the surrounding air feel fresher. Sensing the blue-silver grass's intense yearning for this bloom, he carefully plucked it and brought it home. After thorough research and experimentation, he discovered that grinding the flower's petals into powder and incorporating them into the blue-silver grass martial soul could enhance the resilience of its leaves and imbue them with a certain toxicity. This revelation exhilarated Tang San, illuminating the boundless potential of the blue-silver grass martial soul through continued exploration and experimentation. Throughout Tang San's journey of growth, he forged friendships with many like-minded individuals, among whom his acquaintance with Ao Tian profoundly influenced his path of cultivation. Ao Tian, also a prodigious youth of Shahan village, wielded a mysterious longsword as his martial soul, exuding formidable power. When Tang San and Ao Tian first crossed paths, they were immediately drawn to each other's charisma and talent. They began training together, mutually sharpening their skills and advancing collectively. In their sparring sessions, Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul underwent further refinement. Ao Tian's sword strikes were fierce and swift, placing immense demands on Tang San's defensive and adaptive capabilities. Tang San found himself compelled to continually innovate, utilizing the characteristics of the blue-silver grass martial soul to counter Ao Tian's assaults. He learned to weave sturdy defensive nets in an instant, to harness the grass's flexibility to dissipate the impact of sword strikes, and to identify weaknesses in his opponent's defenses to launch surprise attacks. Through countless battles with Ao Tian, Tang San's combat experience flourished, and his mastery of the blue-silver grass martial soul grew increasingly adept and intricate. As he matured and his power escalated, Tang San gradually realized that to truly elevate the blue-silver grass martial soul, mere self-cultivation and exploration would not suffice. He required a broader stage, greater resources, and more formidable mentors to guide him. Thus, he resolved to leave Shahan village and journey to the renowned academy of Nodding on the Douluo continent, in pursuit of a higher realm of martial arts. At Nodding Academy, Tang San encountered numerous formidable opponents and exceptional mentors. Here, he systematically studied martial soul theories, techniques for utilizing soul skills, and methods for cultivating soul power. Under the guidance of mentors and the resources available at the academy, his blue-silver grass martial soul experienced a qualitative leap. He mastered advanced soul skills such as the blue-silver prison and blue-silver overlord spear. These powerful soul skills equipped Tang San to compete against opponents wielding formidable martial souls in battle. During a practical assessment at the academy, Tang San faced a powerful adversary with a fiery martial soul. The attack power of the fiery martial soul was immense, with its blazing flames capable of instantly reducing everything in their vicinity to ashes. Confronted with such a formidable foe, Tang San did not falter. He calmly analyzed the opponent's attack patterns and weaknesses, then skillfully employed his blue-silver grass martial soul in response. First, he ensnared his opponent with the blue-silver prison, constraining their movement range, and then unleashed the blue-silver overlord's spear, channeling all his soul power into a decisive strike at the opponent's vital points. Despite the opponent's desperate resistance, they ultimately succumbed to Tang San's might. This battle catapulted Tang San into prominence within the academy, earning him recognition and respect for his blue-silver grass martial soul. However, Tang San was not content with his current achievements, that he knew that the potential of his blue-silver grass martial soul awaited further exploration. He continued to delve into the path of evolution for the blue-silver grass martial soul, seeking ways to transcend its limits and attain even greater heights. By chance, Tang San discovered an ancient cultivation method that could promote the evolution of martial souls through the absorption of the essence of heaven and earth and other martial souls. Determined to take the risk, he sought out a spiritually rich location on the academy's back mountain and commenced his cultivation according to the ancient technique. During this process, he encountered countless challenges and dangers. The overwhelming spiritual energy assailed his body and martial soul, seeming intent on tearing him apart. The surrounding soul beasts, drawn by the energy, converged to attack him. Yet, through unwavering determination and steadfast conviction, Tang San persevered through adversity. He grappled at the precipice of life and death, continuously adjusting his cultivation state, guiding the spiritual energy and essence of martial souls into his blue-silver grass martial soul. After enduring a prolonged period of arduous training, Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul has undergone a remarkable evolution. The once slender and fragile blue-silver grass has now transformed into a robust and resilient entity, its leaves shimmering with a mysterious golden luminescence. Its strength and might have experienced a significant enhancement, achieving a qualitative leap not only in offensive capabilities but also acquiring unique abilities, such as the capacity to release potent toxins that paralyze the enemy's nerves, and the ability to harness the forces of nature, triggering natural disasters like earthquakes and tsunamis. The evolved blue-silver grass martial soul has further elevated Tang San's status within the Douluo continent. He has become an idol and role model in the eyes of many soul masters, his story inspiring countless young individuals to bravely pursue their dreams and strive to unearth their potential. Yet, Tang San remains humble and unarrogant, fully aware that his mission has only just begun. He intends to wield the power of the blue-silver grass martial soul to protect those he cherishes and uphold peace and justice across the Douluo continent. With the blue-silver grass martial soul by his side, he embarks on a journey filled with challenges and uncertainties, courageously ascending toward greater heights, inscribing a legendary epic that belongs to both himself and the blue-silver grass martial soul. Chapter 56. The Family's Poverty. Outyan's life of hardship and resilience. In a remote village nestled within the hills, there lived a boy named Outyan. His family was destitute, their humble earthen dwelling precariously teetering under the relentless assault of wind and rain. Seemingly on the brink of collapse, destined to become mere ruins, the walls, marred and crumbling, revealed coarse stones and interwoven wooden beams beneath the peeling mud, resembling an aged elder struggling to bear the weight of an entire household. The scant furniture in Outyan's home was in a state of disrepair, a wooden table, missing a leg, precariously balanced upon a few stones, its surface pockmarked with the scars of time, as if narrating tales of countless hardships endured. Several mismatched benches creaked ominously under weight, threatening to splinter apart at any moment. The dilapidated wooden bed had borne witness to innumerable weary nights, its rigid slats devoid of comfort, the thin, tattered bedding patched together haphazardly, failing to shield against the biting cold of winter nights. The yard was cluttered with an assortment of debris, discarded farming tools, rusted hoes and sickles, relics of laborious days gone by, shattered pottery and broken planks lay strewn about, evoking a sense of desolation. In one corner stood a small water vat, its walls encrusted with moss, the murky water within serving as the family's daily supply. Outyan often trekked a considerable distance along mountain paths to fetch water from a stream, barely managing to fill that diminutive vessel. His parents were simple farmers, toiling year-round on the barren land, yet its yield was meager. His father's weathered face was etched with deep creases, resembling ravines that chronicled the trials and tribulations of life. His hands were rough and cracked, thick with calluses, remnants of countless labors. During the busy farming season, his father would rise before dawn, wielding his tools beneath the scorching sun, bending to plant rice and wheat until nightfall. When he would return home, exhausted, Outyan's mother, equally frail, bore the weight of familial responsibilities, managing household chores while caring for Outyan and his younger siblings. Weariness and worry lingered in her gaze, yet she endeavored to summon a smile for her children, offering them warmth and solace. Outyan's clothing was perpetually tattered. He seldom had new garments to wear, Most of his clothes had once belonged to his older siblings, patched and altered to the point of losing their original form. The colors had faded, and the fabric was as thin as gossamer. In the frigid winter, Aotien could only don these threadbare garments, shivering in the biting wind. His shoes were equally worn, the soles nearly devoid of tread. The upper fabric riddled with patches, occasionally exposing his toes. As he walked, the stones underfoot often bruised his feet, yet he never complained, silently enduring the discomfort. In terms of sustenance, Aotien's household faced severe hardships. Their daily meals were monotonous, consisting primarily of coarse grains and homegrown vegetables. The staple was often cornbread or sweet potato porridge, both tough and unpalatable. Vegetables were simply boiled, lacking any oil or seasoning, rendering them bland and flavorless. On rare occasions when meat graced their table, it felt like a luxury. Only during festivals or when important guests visited would his mother procure a small amount of meat from the market, preparing a feast that was still meager, as the family would save most of it for their guests. Aotien's educational environment was equally dismal. He attended the only primary school in the village, a dilapidated tile-roofed building with missing tiles that leaked during rainfall. The classroom furniture was mismatched, some desks too high, others too low, forcing students to make do. The blackboard, a battered wooden plank, was riddled with holes, making it arduous for the teacher to write. Teaching materials were scarce, limited to a few tattered textbooks and chalk, lacking any modern educational tools. Nevertheless, Aotien cherished this hard-won opportunity to learn, understanding that education was the key to altering his and his family's fate. Despite the overwhelming adversity, Aotien refused to be defeated by his circumstances. From a young age, he demonstrated remarkable maturity, acutely aware of his parents' struggles, always lending a hand with household tasks whenever possible. After school, he would carry a bamboo basket up the mountain to gather firewood, the heavy bundles weighing down his small shoulders, often leaving him breathless, yet he never uttered a word of fatigue. He assisted his mother in fetching water, cooking, washing clothes, and caring for his younger siblings. His dedication to his studies was unwavering. Every evening, he would study diligently under the dim light, the flickering flame seeming on the verge of extinguishing, yet Aotien remained undeterred. His eyes glued to the pages, immersed in a sea of knowledge. His academic performance consistently placed him at the top of his class, earning him widespread praise from teachers and peers alike. As he matured, Aotien gradually realized that relying solely on farming and education within the village would not suffice to alter his family's impoverished situation. He began contemplating his future, seeking opportunities to transform his destiny. One day, at the town market, he encountered exquisite handmade crafts that captivated his attention. He pondered that if he could learn to create such crafts and sell them at the market, he might earn some money to improve his family's living conditions. Thus, he resolved to spend his spare time learning the art of crafting. He inquired around and found an elderly villager skilled in the craft, who agreed to take him as an apprentice. Moved by Aotien's sincerity and determination, from that day forward, Aotien visited the elder daily to learn the intricacies of crafting. Initially, he struggled, often damaging materials or producing unsatisfactory results. However, he remained undeterred, practicing tirelessly and seeking guidance from the elder. After considerable effort, he finally mastered the techniques of crafting. His creations began to take shape. Intricate paper cuttings, beautiful woven items, and delicate wooden carvings. He took these crafts to the town market, where initial interest was sparse. But he persisted, continuously improving his work and actively promoting his products. Gradually, his crafts garnered attention, and he developed a loyal customer base. His earnings began to increase, modest though they were, representing a significant boost for his family. In addition to crafting, Aotien sought to innovate and improve traditional agricultural techniques within the village. He recognized that while the land was barren, employing scientific planting methods could enhance yield, utilizing knowledge acquired in school. He conducted agricultural experiments on his family's plot, cultivating various crops and employing diverse fertilization and irrigation methods, meticulously observing their growth. After some time, he discovered suitable planting methods for the village's soil and shared his findings with other farmers. Under his influence, the village's crop yields improved, and the villagers' lives saw some enhancement. Yet, Aotien was not content to stop there. He knew that to genuinely change the impoverished circumstances of his family and village, much work lay ahead. He yearned to leave the small mountain village and explore the wider world, to learn more knowledge and skills. Thus, he resolved to apply for a secondary school in the county, hoping to receive a better education there. During the preparation period, Aotien intensified his studies, rising early each day to recite texts and complete exercises, often working late into the night. His hard work bore fruit, as he achieved exceptional results, securing a place in the county's secondary school. When he received his acceptance letter, a mix of excitement and apprehension filled his heart. He was thrilled to realize his dream of venturing into the world, yet anxious about the financial burden of county living on his family, uncertain whether his parents could bear the cost. However, Outyan's parents wholeheartedly supported his decision. They were acutely aware that their son's future lay beyond the confines of their impoverished existence, and they refused to allow the immediate hardships to obstruct his development. Consequently, they sought loans from every possible source to gather the tuition and living expenses for Outyan, with the hopes of his parents and the blessings of the entire village upon him. Outyan embarked on his journey to study in the county town. The secondary school in the county, Outyan encountered unprecedented challenges. The educational environment and teaching quality were vastly superior to those of the village primary school. Yet the competition was also considerably more intense. Most of his classmates hailed from affluent families in the county or its vicinity, clad in fashionable attire and equipped with an array of learning materials and extracurricular books. In stark contrast, Outyan felt out of place, his worn clothing and rudimentary supplies often attracting curious glances from his peers. However, he did not succumb to feelings of inferiority. Instead, he transformed these gazes into motivation for progress. Diligently, he immersed himself in his studies, acutely aware of the rarity of his opportunity, which he resolved to cherish. He utilized his free time to borrow books from the library, broadening his knowledge base. He also actively participated in various school clubs and activities, honing his comprehensive skills. With the assistance of teachers and classmates, Outyan gradually acclimated to the pace of life and study in the county, and his academic performance steadily improved. During his years at the county secondary school, Outyan not only made significant strides in his studies but also experienced a profound transformation in his mindset. He was introduced to a multitude of new ideas and concepts, which expanded his horizons. He began to contemplate social issues, focusing on rural development and poverty alleviation in underprivileged areas. He recognized that his destiny was intricately linked to that of his hometown and aspired to contribute to its advancement with the knowledge he acquired. Upon completing the college entrance examination, Outyan achieved outstanding results and was accepted into a prestigious university. This news sent ripples of excitement through the village as residents flocked to congratulate him, swelling with pride for his accomplishments. His parents were overwhelmed with joy, their years of toil finally yielding fruit. In university, Outyan chose a major related to agriculture. Eager to delve deeper into agricultural knowledge and techniques to discover more effective methods for alleviating rural poverty, the university boasted abundant learning resources with distinguished professors, state-of-the-art laboratories, and various academic lectures and exchange activities. Outyan eagerly absorbed the nourishing fruits of knowledge, actively engaging in research projects and collaborating with classmates to explore innovative approaches to agricultural development. During his university years, Outyan also participated in social practice activities, venturing into rural areas to conduct research and gain insight into the actual needs and challenges faced by farmers. He brought the knowledge and skills he acquired back to his hometown, assisting farmers in addressing practical issues. He organized agricultural technology training sessions, imparting scientific methods of planting and raising livestock. He also aided several rural enterprises in product innovation and market promotion, enhancing their competitiveness. Through years of diligent study and practical application, Outyan gradually emerged as an exceptional agricultural expert. After graduation, he forsook lucrative job offers in the city, resolutely returning to his hometown with the determination to utilize his knowledge and skills to lead his fellow villagers toward prosperity. Upon his return, Outyan meticulously planned and organized the village's land use. He crafted scientific planting and breeding plans tailored to the unique characteristics and advantages of the land. He introduced superior crop and livestock breeds and promoted advanced agricultural techniques. Under his guidance, the village's agricultural production flourished, with significant increases in crop yields and improvements in product quality. He also actively developed distinctive rural industries, leveraging the village's natural and cultural resources to create rural tourism projects. He led the villagers in restoring ancient buildings, establishing quaint homestays and farmstays that attracted numerous tourists. The development of rural tourism not only augmented the villagers' incomes but also stimulated the growth of other local industries, such as agricultural processing and handicrafts. Through Outyan's relentless efforts, the village's impoverished circumstances underwent a fundamental transformation. The residents experienced a substantial uplift in their living standards, and the village's infrastructure was significantly improved. The once dilapidated mud houses were replaced by spacious and bright brick homes, cement roads were constructed, streetlights were installed, and cultural squares and libraries were established. Children could now learn and grow in a nurturing environment, while the elderly enjoyed their twilight years in peace. Despite his humble beginnings, Yan's unwavering resilience and indomitable spirit enabled him to alter not only his own fate but also that of his family. Making a monumental contribution to the development of his hometown, his story became a cherished tale, passed down through generations, inspiring countless young people to strive for their dreams. Chapter 57. A journey of resilience without complaints in a land shrouded in the shadow of poverty. There lived a boy named Yan. The circumstances of his family seemed like a cruel jest of fate, with destitution ensnaring him like an impenetrable net. Their home was a haphazard assembly of the most rudimentary materials. The crumbling earthen walls, eroded by the passage of time, bore silent witness to the hardships endured. The thatched roof was sparse and disordered, and during the rainy season, droplets would incessantly leak into the room, creating a symphony of sorrowful sounds amidst the stillness of night. The dimly lit interior was barely illuminated by the sole small window, its glass marred by cracks and grime, allowing only the faintest glimmer of light to filter through. The meager furniture consisted of a rickety wooden table, its surface pockmarked and uneven, propped up by fragments of bricks to maintain its balance. A few crooked chairs creaked ominously at the slightest movement, threatening to collapse at any moment. The bed in the corner was merely a makeshift structure of wooden planks, covered by thin, patched bedding that offered little respite from the biting cold of the night. Yan's parents were farmers, struggling to survive on this barren land. They rose with the dawn, laboring tirelessly in the unyielding fields, yet their harvests were meager at best. The father's back had long been bent under the weight of life's burdens, his face etched with deep lines that reflected the worries of providing for the family. His calloused hands bore the marks of countless labors, a testament to his enduring toil. The mother, weary and worn, juggled the demands of household chores, cooking, and caring for the young children, all while tending to the few chickens and livestock they owned, leaving her no time to rest. Yan's attire was perpetually tattered, most of it hand-me-downs from his older siblings, patched and altered until they bore no resemblance to their original form. The colors had faded, and the fabric was as thin as gossamer. In the frigid winter, he could only layer a threadbare coat over his meager clothing, yet the biting winds penetrated, chilling his frail body. His shoes were equally dilapidated, with soles worn to the point of smoothness, and the uppers riddled with patches, his toes often peeking through the holes. Each step he took was a reminder of the cold, hard ground, yet he bore it in silence. In terms of sustenance, Yan's family endured extreme hardship. Their daily meals consisted of monotonous coarse grains. Breakfast was a bowl of watery corn porridge, accompanied by a hard, dry corn bun. Lunch might be a few sweet potatoes and some homemade pickled vegetables, and dinner was yet another simple flatbread and a thin vegetable soup. Meat was a rare luxury, only gracing their table during festivals or when important guests arrived, at which point they would selflessly defer to their guests and elders. Yan's educational journey was fraught with challenges as well. He attended the dilapidated village primary school, where the classroom walls were largely stripped of their plaster, exposing the weathered bricks beneath. The roof tiles were incomplete, and whenever it rained, the classroom would be filled with containers to catch the drips, forcing students to concentrate amidst the cacophony of raindrops. The desks and chairs were in disrepair, some desks missing corners and some chairs lacking backs, leaving students to make do as best they could. Teaching resources were pitifully scarce, with only a lopsided blackboard and a few chalk pieces so short they were nearly impossible to hold. Textbooks were passed down from one generation to the next, their pages frayed and stained, bearing the marks of previous students' notes. Yet, in the face of such adversity, Yan never uttered a word of complaint. He understood the sacrifices his parents made and always sought ways to lighten their burden. Each morning, before the first rays of sunlight had fully illuminated the earth, he would rise early to assist his mother in starting the fire for cooking. The flames flickering from the stove illuminated his youthful yet resolute face. And despite the smoke causing him to cough uncontrollably, he never wavered. After school, instead of playing like other children, he hurried home to grab a bamboo basket and venture into the mountains to gather firewood. The rugged path was fraught with thorns and stones, and his slight figure weaved through the thickets, often suffering scratches from the brambles, sweat soaking his worn clothing. Yet he persevered with determination. He understood that the firewood was essential for warmth and cooking in his humble abode. In his studies, Yan displayed remarkable tenacity. Despite the harsh conditions at school, he treasured this hard-earned opportunity for learning. Each evening, under the dim and flickering light, he would immerse himself in his studies. The light was so feeble that he often had to bring his books close to his eyes to discern the words written upon the pages. His eyes, bloodshot from prolonged focus, nevertheless sparkled with an unwavering thirst for knowledge. He diligently completed every assignment assigned by his teachers, and when faced with perplexing problems, he would contemplate them repeatedly. If he remained baffled, he would seek guidance from his teachers or knowledgeable elders in the village. His academic performance consistently ranked among the top in his class, earning him the admiration of both teachers and classmates for his relentless effort and perseverance. As he matured, Aotion gradually realized that merely relying on life and studies in the village would not suffice to alter his family's impoverished circumstances. He began actively seeking alternative paths. On one occasion, while on his way to the town market, he spotted a craftsman creating exquisite handicrafts by the roadside. The lifelike creations captivated the attention of passers-by. A spark ignited within Aotion. He thought that if he could learn to craft such items, perhaps he could generate some income for his family. Thus, he resolved to dedicate his spare time to learning this craft. After inquiring around, he eventually found an old craftsman willing to teach him the trade. From that day forth, Aotion would carve out time each day to learn from the old master. Initially, his hands appeared clumsy. He either damaged the materials or produced unsatisfactory results. Yet, he did not despair. He practiced repeatedly, meticulously observing the old craftsman's every movement and technique, continually learning from his experiences. His fingers became chafed from the tools, blood seeping from the wounds, yet he simply bandaged them and resumed his practice. After considerable effort over time, he gradually mastered the skills required to create handicrafts. His creations began to be sold at the town market. At first, few paid attention to his work, but he did not yield to discouragement. He continuously refined his crafting techniques, infusing more creativity and uniqueness into his designs. He eagerly introduced his works to every customer who passed by, sharing the stories and meanings behind each piece. Gradually, some customers began to recognize and appreciate his handicrafts, resulting in a steady clientele. He carefully saved the money earned from selling his crafts, allocating a portion to support his family and another to purchase materials for crafting and learning new techniques. Beyond honing his craft, Aotion developed a profound interest in agricultural production within the village. He observed that the traditional methods of farming were inefficient and yielded low returns. Consequently, he began to apply the knowledge he acquired at school to experiment with agricultural innovations. He conducted experiments in his family's fields, trying out different planting methods and crop varieties. He meticulously monitored the growth of the crops, recording every datum and change. Undeterred by the skepticism and ridicule of the villagers, he resolutely pursued his exploratory path. One year, the village faced a severe drought, endangering the crops with potential failure. Anxious, Aotion scoured literature and consulted agricultural experts, ultimately devising a plan for water-saving irrigation and drought-resistant planting. He led the villagers in implementing this plan, digging trenches in the fields, setting up rudimentary irrigation systems, and selecting drought-resistant crop varieties for replanting. During that time, he toiled in the fields daily, exposed to wind and sun, his skin becoming dark and rough, yet his eyes remained steadfast. Although the final harvest was still impacted, their village's losses were minimized compared to others. The villagers began to view him with newfound respect, acknowledging his innovation and hard work. Throughout his journey, Aotion faced numerous pressures and setbacks from the outside world. His attire and family background often subjected him to peculiar glances and mockery. At school, some wealthier classmates would ridicule his tattered clothes and modest supplies, even deliberately ostracizing him. While selling handicrafts at the market, he encountered discerning customers who imposed harsh demands or belittled his skills. Yet, he never complained. He silently endured it all, perceiving these challenges as a means of self-improvement. He understood that complaints would not change his circumstances. Only through diligence and perseverance could life improve. He devoted more time and energy to self-enhancement and family betterment. Each evening, he read various books, acquiring knowledge in agriculture, craftsmanship, and business management, continuously enriching his mind. He also actively participated in various charitable activities organized in the village, assisting the elderly and impoverished families, earning the respect and affection of the villagers. As time passed, Aotion gradually evolved into a strong, confident, and responsible young man. His efforts and perseverance began to yield greater rewards. The recognition of his handicrafts grew in neighboring regions, leading to an increase in orders. His agricultural innovations attracted the attention and support of government departments, providing him with more resources and opportunities to promote his planting methods and techniques. He used his earnings to build a new house for his family, enabling his parents to enjoy a relatively comfortable life. Yet, he was not content with merely this. His aspirations soared even higher. He envisioned lifting the entire village out of poverty and into prosperity. He began organizing the village's youth to collectively learn skills and agricultural techniques, establishing a cooperative to develop a unique agricultural and handicraft industry. He actively sought connections with the outside world to find markets and partners, creating avenues for the village's products. He also planned to develop rural tourism, leveraging the village's natural beauty and cultural heritage to attract more visitors. Throughout this process, he continued to encounter various challenges and obstacles. Market fluctuations, funding shortages, and technical bottlenecks arose, but he maintained an optimistic and proactive attitude, never complaining. He believed that as long as everyone worked together, no difficulty was insurmountable. He continually encouraged those around him, inspiring them with his actions, instilling in them the confidence to engage in the quest for prosperity. Years later, the once impoverished and backward mountain village underwent a transformative change under Aotion's leadership. The houses in the village were revitalized, spacious and bright. The crops in the fields thrived, joy radiating from every villager's face. The handicraft industry and rural tourism flourished, significantly enhancing the villagers' incomes. Children enjoyed better learning environments and educational resources, while the elderly benefited from improved medical and elder care services. Aotion's story spread across the land, making him a role model in the hearts of the people. He epitomized resilience and the spirit of never complaining. Rising from adversity, he penned a glorious chapter of his life through sweat and effort, bringing hope and brightness to the land. His journey serves as a testament that regardless of how difficult life may be, as long as one harbors dreams and perseveres, a beautiful future can indeed be forged, while complaints only plunge one into endless darkness and despair. Chapter 58. The Opportunity of Destiny. Aotion, seeking a turn of fate amidst adversity in that remote and impoverished corner. There was a young man named Aotion, whose life seemed shrouded in a thick fog of despair. His family's small dwelling was constructed of mud and stones. The ravages of time had left the walls riddled with cracks, resembling a face etched with the marks of hardship. Inside, there were but a few pieces of worn furniture, a wooden table missing a leg, precariously propped up by some broken bricks, its surface uneven as if carved by the trials of life. A few benches of varying lengths that creaked painfully when sat upon. In the corner stood a rudimentary bed, adorned with thin, patchwork quilts that could hardly shield against the winter's chill. Aotion's parents were simple and hard-working farmers, toiling on that barren land yet reaping only meager harvests. His father's back had long been bent under the weight of life's burdens, his face etched with deep wrinkles that concealed worries and helplessness about the family's livelihood. His rough hands bore thick calluses and cracks, testament to countless encounters with farming tools and the hardships of existence. His mother, haggard and weary, bore the brunt of household chores while caring for the young child, her busy figure flitting through the dimly lit room. Aotion's clothing was perpetually tattered. Most of his garments had been handed down from his older siblings, long since faded in color and shape. The fabric, worn thin from washing, bore layers of patches. In the biting wind, his frail figure shivered within those oversized, tattered clothes. His shoes, with soles nearly worn through, showcased the scars of wear, each step a reminder of the cold, unyielding ground beneath him. In terms of sustenance, Aotion's family lived in extreme scarcity. Their 3 daily meals primarily consisted of coarse grains, morning porridge so thin it could reflect one's shadow, paired with a hard cornbread. Lunch might include boiled sweet potatoes and some homemade pickled vegetables, and dinner was merely a simple flatbread accompanied by a virtually oil-free vegetable soup. Occasionally, the family would indulge in a morsel of meat, a moment deemed the height of luxury, experienced solely during festive celebrations or the arrival of esteemed guests. Such rare delicacies were cherished by all, shared with utmost care and reverence. Similarly, Aotion's journey of learning was fraught with thorns. The school he attended was a dilapidated institution in the village, with a roof missing tiles, causing incessant drips during rain, turning the floor into a quagmire. The furniture was equally worn, with some tables missing corners and chairs wobbling precariously, leaving the students to strive for knowledge amidst such adversity. The teaching resources were alarmingly scant, consisting of a tattered blackboard and a few pieces of chalk. The entirety of the instructor's tools, textbooks, were relics passed down through generations, their pages yellowed and torn, bearing the remnants of previous scholars' notes and stains. Yet, in the face of such dire circumstances, Aotion did not succumb to despair or complaint. Instead, he diligently sought opportunities to alter his fate. He understood that to shatter the chains of poverty, he must rely on his own strength and intellect. By chance, Aotion stumbled upon exquisite handicrafts at the town market. Delicately woven bamboo baskets and intricately carved wooden animals that captivated the attention of passers-by and struck a chord within Aotion's heart. He realized that he could embark on learning the craft of making such items, perhaps paving a path to improve his family's economic situation. Thus, he began to inquire around, seeking a master who could impart his skills. Eventually, he found an elderly artisan in the village, skilled in weaving and carving. Although the elder initially doubted Outyan's resolve, the young man's persistence and sincerity ultimately convinced him to take Outyan as his apprentice. From that day forth, Outyan would hasten to the elder's home after completing his studies and chores to learn the craft. At first, his fingers seemed clumsy. The bamboo would not comply with his commands, often resulting in cuts or uneven weaves. While carving, his tools frequently strayed from their intended path, marring the original shape. However, Outyan did not falter. He practiced tirelessly, observing the elder's every movement and technique, immersing himself in the subtleties and intricacies of the craft. Each injury was met with a simple bandaging before he returned to his practice. As time passed, his hands grew increasingly dexterous, the patterns he wove became ever more exquisite, and his carvings began to possess a certain charm. He brought his handcrafted items to the town market for sale. Initially, due to his youth and lack of renown, few paid heed to his creations. Yet, Outyan persevered, passionately sharing the inspiration and stories behind his work with customers. Striving to touch their hearts with sincerity and enthusiasm, he continually refined his products, infusing innovative elements into his designs and pursuing greater craftsmanship. Gradually, his handiwork began to garner appreciation, establishing a steady clientele. A portion of his earnings was given to his parents to support the household, while another was reinvested in procuring better materials to enhance his skills. Alongside his exploration in handicrafts, Outyan also turned his attention to agricultural production in the village. He observed that the traditional farming methods were overly simplistic, lacking scientific management and technical support, leading to low crop yields. Thus, he began to utilize his spare time reading agricultural literature, acquiring knowledge and techniques. He experimented in his family's fields, introducing new crop varieties, employing different fertilization and irrigation methods, meticulously observing the growth of the plants and keeping detailed records. One year, the village faced a severe pest infestation, threatening to devastate vast swathes of crops. Outyan, in a state of urgency, applied his knowledge to devise a pest control strategy. He organized the villagers to create natural insect repellents, employing biological control methods that effectively managed the pest outbreak without resorting to excessive pesticide use. This initiative not only salvaged the village's crops but also earned Outyan newfound respect, as the villagers recognized the significance of scientific knowledge and agricultural practices. Throughout this journey, Outyan encountered skepticism and opposition. Some elders in the village believed that a child like him should not venture into untested realms but rather adhere to traditional ways of living. Others, envious of his diligence and progress, whispered disparaging remarks behind his back. Yet, Outyan remained undeterred by these voices, firmly believing in the correctness of his path, convinced that perseverance would inevitably bring about change for his family and village. As he matured, Outyan realized that relying solely on his own abilities was insufficient. To truly alter the destiny of the entire village, he required greater knowledge and resources. Consequently, he resolved to take the entrance examination for the county high school, aspiring to receive a superior education and broaden his horizons. During the preparation period, Outyan faced immense pressure. He had to balance schoolwork, assist with household chores, and self-study the material necessary for the entrance examination. Each morning, before the first light fully illuminated the village, he would rise to recite texts and solve practice problems. At night, under dim lighting, he continued his rigorous study, his eyes bloodshot yet resolute. Despite the challenging learning conditions, his indomitable will and dreams for the future ultimately led him to excel in the entrance examination, securing admission to the county high school. At the county high school, Outyan confronted unprecedented challenges. The learning environment and teaching quality starkly contrasted with those of his village school. Most of his classmates hailed from affluent families in the county or surrounding areas, adorned in fine clothing and equipped with abundant resources and advanced learning tools. In stark contrast, Outyan donned simple, worn attire, carrying only the bare essentials, feeling out of place. However, he did not succumb to inferiority. Instead, he transformed this disparity into motivation for self-improvement. He dedicated himself to his studies, attentively engaging in class and actively seeking guidance from teachers and peers alike. In his spare time, he frequented the library, devouring a wide array of books, broadening his knowledge beyond the confines of his textbooks.